parts of in the game, the morning roast.
Durant, back to Curry, dancing on Batum, over the double team. Oh! It's a golden dagger! Night. Curry, unconscious in the fourth. Davis with a rebound. Up ahead for Booker, exclamation point.
He's a bad boy. Night.
8 threes for Curry. He has sent the French crowd into a frenzy they will never forget.
The French crowd, the American crowd, the crowd in Thailand, Vietnam, even the overnight dancers were psyched up after Stephen Curry hit 4 threes down the stretch. Remember, it was an 82-79 game in the gold medal game against France on their home soil. And Steph Curry, when it was all said and done, steals the show in the last 2 games. What a performance for the chef. Iconic. I was in a frenzy. I'm sure you were in a frenzy, Shasky. Oh, baby. That's how we get this week started here on the Morning Roast. Good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're getting ready for work, what's happening? All the janitors, all the carpenters, all the construction workers, all the security guards, all the students, all the kids getting ready to go back to school this week. Good morning to everybody out there. Shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. What a show for Stephen Curry there. Look, he hit the 9 threes in the semifinals against Serbia, and they needed every bit of it. And then the 4 threes down the stretch. Steph Curry, 8 threes in all in the gold medal game. He had 17 in the last 2 games, Shasky. 24 points, 5 assists. LeBron was great. KD was great. What a game that was, man.
And the only sad part is that it's over.
Yeah, I know.
I just, full disclosure, I was watching that entire thing, and I kept thinking about, how lucky we are to watch one of the greatest players of all time in Steph Curry, and to basically root for him from day one until now.
Yep.
And who knows what the future holds for him. But the other part that was crossing my mind as I was watching that was, it really is wild that this is his only Olympics because of injuries and different things that have happened throughout his career. And it's just, it hasn't worked out for him to be a part of the Olympic team. And I think seeing him, LeBron, Kevin Durant, and I'd even throw Steve Kerr in there. I mean, the last 20 years, you can't talk about the NBA without those 3 players. And to see them take that moment in France, against France, it was very, very special. And that iconic, there's a variety of iconic videos that were circulating with all the Americans in the lower bowl and all the French fans kind of behind them going crazy. Yeah. Whether it's the Stephon Marbury video, whether it's the picture of Steph Curry shooting over a 7'5" Gobert. France is coming.
Right.
You guys all can see this.
2028,
both in the women's game and in the men's game.
No doubt.
But for one last moment, and I was thinking about the NBA moving forward, the old guys staved off the youngsters and the next evolution of players that are coming for their dominance. And I just thinking out loud, and I'm saying to myself, boy, if you're LeBron and Kevin Durant and Steph Curry, you got to be thinking hard about how, the only way we can knock off some of these young guys in the league is maybe we all reunite again.
Well, you kind of stole my thunder there, because one of the tweets I had shortly after the game was, are we sure Steph, LeBron, and Kevin Durant are not going to play in the 2028 LA Olympic Games? And they may be needed in the 2028 Olympic Games, just their presence. Look at what Kevin Durant's presence has done for Anthony Edwards. He was at Kevin Durant's hip the entire Olympic Games. Now, that was his favorite player growing up, but he knew that, boy, I got some old heads with me that know how to close the show. Devin Booker, what it's done for him, being the unsung hero and sacrificing for Team USA. Booker had a really good Olympic game. Shout out to Steve Kerr for after the game saying, hey, nobody asked me this, but Devin Booker was our unsung hero.
Well, to me, that was him recruiting Devin Booker to the Warriors.
That's where your mind goes. He's under contract.
You have to think 4 moves ahead, because LeBron's doing that.
Well, yeah, sure. I'm sure Phoenix wants to trade with the Golden State Warriors, but look, I wasn't thinking about that. I maybe that happens down the line. I think Booker has it good in Phoenix. He has Kevin Durant down there, and if he moves around, he's got other markets. We'll see what happens with that. But the 2028 games, I'm thinking like Cooper Flag, Chet Holmgren, and Jason Tatum. Jason Tatum tweeted something, or he shared it on his Instagram, and he deleted it, because I had to make sure. I was like, wait a minute. Say? So I'm going to show you. I'm going to tell you right now.
Social media less all weekend.
Well, Steve Kerr gave You were tweeting yesterday. I saw a couple tweets from you.
Well, yesterday when I got on the couch, I have a sickness. The NFL app is working just beautifully.
Oh, yeah.
I went back and watched so many quarterbacks dropbacks yesterday.
Yeah, it was pretty good. But Jason Tatum, 4 interceptions.
He should have thrown 8.
I know. We will avenge Jason Tatum. That was from Vince Staples.
We will avenge.
On Twitter.
Can we stop pretending?
And then Jason Tatum shared that on Instagram and then shortly deleted it. So he's got something against the Golden State Warriors. And look, Steve Kerr gave him the sympathy minutes in the gold medal game. It wasn't working. He didn't fit. It wasn't working.
Newsflash to Jason Tatum and all of Celtics fans, i.e. Dave Portnoy, who's complaining and crying and whining.
Oh, no, he said he was rooting for Fred.
Yeah, whatever. I don't even want to give him oxygen.
Portnoy.
I don't even want to give him oxygen. I don't know if you know this. Durant's the better USA FIBA player than you right now. Now, maybe a time comes when Durant loses a step or it isn't on the team and you'll get your opportunity. Like, it's okay. It's not the end of the world. I'm kind of getting tired. This is where the player stands need to realize, like, the way they were playing basketball, Tatum wasn't working. Someone's got to sit. It's not the end of the world.
No,
everyone needs to relax.
No, it's not. It's not. A lot. Tyrese Halliburton sat. He took it in good stride. He goes, man, when you get an A on a group project without doing a damn thing. So shout out to Tyrese Halliburton for that. That was pretty cool. But when it all was said and done.
That was self-deprecating. I enjoyed that.
When it was all said and done. Down in crunch time because things got hairy and the U.S. offense got very clunky there in the fourth quarter and France comes storming back and it's 82-79. And you saw LeBron James, and you saw Kevin Durant, you saw Team USA defer to the chef, Steph Curry, and said, bring us home. And not a last shot. We're going to talk to his personal trainer, Brandon Payne, at 9:20 a.m. We were texting. I go, dude, that shot was so damn disrespectful. LeBron and KD were open on the wing, and Steph was like, no, I got this. And only Steph can get away with shooting it. And you see Dwayne Wade from the announcer's chair. He's standing up looking at the crowd like, what? You got Draymond Green in the crowd. You got Melo sitting courtside on the court pointing at Steph. I mean, he put everybody. And I started thinking about our boy from France, Antonin. Remember he came in the studio? I wonder if he was at that game. My guy, CJ McDonald. CJ McDonald, if you're out there, it's a friend of mine, close friend. Does a lot of work with a lot of people. It's part of Team Curry. The guy, I got to ask him. I DM'd him. I said, how'd you get courtside tickets? Because he's in a lot of the freeze frames doing a night-night. And then how cool was it to see LeBron James doing a night-night?
LeBron, I mean, I've been telling you LeBron's on that full court press.
Well, he is on that. You know what?
It just is what it is, B. You have to embrace it.
No, I mean, LeBron's all, but I'm not going to put oxygen to that. I'm going to enjoy the moment.
I will say this, as a noted... I go back and forth on LeBron, right? Like, he drives me crazy, but I also recognize he's one of the greatest players of all time.
You set the tone.
1, 2, or 3, whatever you want to say. I'm not going to argue. Like, fine. But when you watch him, I mean, he's unbelievable.
He is unbelievable.
He's unbelievable. The way that he's ripping rebounds. I think the FIBA rules, look, I'm not here to say that the NBA should adjust all their rules to the FIBA game. I think the physicality is actually welcomed. Now, I don't think it'll go well in an 82-game season when everyone's slogging. I do love the 40 minutes. I do love that you can rip the ball off the rim. I think that's great. I like the wider lane where you don't have the inside portion. I love the zone defense. I enjoyed the games themselves. I thought it was a beautiful display of basketball.
I feel like the NBA at some point is going to adopt some of the FIBA rules, if not a lot of the FIBA rules. As the game gets international, as the gap has been closed, there's no doubt the gap has been closed as these international players are now in the NBA, and they're bringing it to the Team USA. The gap has been closed. There's no doubt about that, but the FIBA rules, I do like and this has been a conversation for a while now about the FIBA rules, going to the FIBA rules and knocking the ball off the rim. There was a couple times France had a couple bugs. You see LeBron just rip it.
But wasn't that cool?
No, I think the FIBA rules will be adopted into the NBA at some point because you need to spice the regular season up again.
I'm with you.
And that may be, it's not the in-season tournament. It's not the point system with that. It's not the play-in tournament. You got to spice the rules up a little bit to make the game more competitive in the regular season, to make the regular season more watchable.
What I saw, a few ideas that have been floated by the league. These were people that kind of know what's going on in the NBA, is that they've actually been tinkering behind the scenes with, instead of the in-season tournament being your team, the Warriors or whatever, the in-season tournament would be a FIBA-like showcase of each country having their own team, but then you'd stop and pause in the middle of the season. And so, like, there's pluses and minuses to it. I don't know, but it does feel like they're going to do some tinkering. I think the 40 minutes, 10-minute quarters, that's like the way to go.
Steve Kerr touched on that with us on Friday. He goes, he loves the 10-minute quarters. And I think that's a very, they don't play 48 minutes anyway. You got load management. 40? Can we get 40? Now, guys, production's going to be down. You're going to tinker with the stats or whatnot, but I like the 40-minute aspect of it. Now, when it comes to LeBron, Steph, and KD, we saw all the iconic photos of those big three. Now, LeBron set the tone of that gold medal game with the dunk on the fast break. And you could just look in his eyes. He was with the gray beard. It was fun to watch. And then you had Kevin Durant. And then you had Stephen Curry closing the show. And LeBron wins the MVP, which I don't think is a big deal at all. He was the most consistent player from Team USA.
Bayless is furious.
Yeah, well,
on behalf of Steph Curry.
Yeah, of course. He's a LeBron hater. But just watching Stephen Curry and watching what he did on Saturday, and of course in the semifinals against Serbia, there's a few entertainers that come to mind, but we're not talking players. We're just talking about entertainers in the sports world. Is he the greatest entertainer that we've ever seen in the sports world? I mean, there's Deion Sanders.
Usain Bolt.
Usain Bolt.
I mean, just in terms of you're just talking.
The
way he ran a race, he'd be so out in front.
Right.
He's like got arms
and he's
out.
showboating, right?
Yeah.
So
exactly.
Usain Bolt,
Tyson.
Deion Sanders. Tyson wasn't really a showman. He was just knocking dudes out.
I know, but
and then it was so short-lived.
There's the explosion of Tyson. I don't know. I'm just saying. You ask about Tyson, like
right.
Tyson.
I
if
feel
you
like
say a Tyson fight, people are like, "Oh my god!"
Yeah, well, because of the knockouts or whatnot. But it just Steph Curry's big head bouncing. He's doing it night. He's yelling at the crowd saying, "Don't worry about me. Don't worry about me. Don't worry about me." Like it just, in terms of, because it is sports and entertainment now.
Absolutely.
People want to be entertained. How many other guys are on that level with Stephen Curry in terms of just pure entertainment? I mean, it's not many, right? This guy is great. He's a great human being. He's balling. And he's entertaining you at the same time, which takes it up to another level. When he's doing it night, running around the gym in France, people are never going to forget that in their lives out there.
And then he's got the sweatshirt ready to roll with the French night, whatever, however it's pronounced. I don't know. I don't pretend to know. Right. But like he had it ready to roll. I don't know whose wardrobe was more predetermined, Snoop Dogg's, because everywhere he went, he had a new outfit.
No doubt.
Or Steph Curry.
No doubt. No, I mean, it was the showmanship.
And
that he brings to the table.
On the sidelines?
Yeah, Draymond doing the arms up. He was looking straight at Draymond.
So he was tweeting from the stands the game before, huh? I didn't even know he was in there.
No, he wasn't there yet.
Oh, he wasn't there yet.
He flew out after that game.
Well, he had to be a part of, him and LeBron, they had to be buddies.
He was out there. He did a podcast with Baron Davis. Then he flew out there and he said he was going to sit right by
Baron Davis.
He did his podcast with Baron Davis and then he flew out to Paris. Look, man, just in terms of entertainment, man, I was, because even like the casuals, right? And his 86-year-old grandma watches Stephen Curry. When you could get the casuals who could just watch a sports game, like I think of Grandma Essie, rest in peace, Grandma Essie, where she would tune to the TV because it was Tiger and the Williams sisters, and they were great entertainers. She was like, I got to be entertained, and I got to watch them. But just to see that on that level, on that stage, wow. And then it just proves that, man, Steph does have a lot left in the tape, in the tank when it comes to offensive basketball. So we'll see what the Warriors do. We'll see what they do to build around Stephen Curry. But I thought we needed to start the show with that because that was unbelievable.
And your point about like drawing people to the television and whatnot, I want to see what the overnights are because I haven't seen any of the viewership stuff. But like,
the ratings I thought was through the roof.
Well, what I was going to say is the Serbian game, when they put that on, they were 13, 14 million, depending on who you talk to. And that doesn't include all of the streaming numbers. And that's at an unconventional time. Like, that's not during or unconventional time. That's not. So the morning, it's not in the afternoon or in the evening. The Boston Dallas had a high of 12 million on a Sunday night game. So just to give you an idea, like this thing was rating very, very, very well.
U.S. men's basketball team's win over France averaged 19.5 million viewers on NBC and Peacock.
Twice a finals game.
It's the most watched gold medal game since the 96 Atlanta Olympics. The game peaked at 22.7 million viewers from 5 to 5:15 Pacific Eastern Time. PM Eastern Time, Eastern Standard Time.
That's an NFL number.
So, yeah, it did.
That's monster an NFL
numbers.
Number.
Monster numbers.
Yeah, that's incredible. That's absolutely incredible.
So everybody was tapped in. I mean, it was it was riveting stuff, man. The fact is, it was 82-79, and Steph Curry needed to hit all 4 of those shots.
Well,
so you think about that stage, that pressure, you can lose that game. You can lose that game to France. Steve Kerr could lose that game, and it was like, just get out of the way, Steve. Get out of the way, KD. KD throwing the ball back to Steph, and he hits the shot over the 2 dudes, one of them Nicholas Batum, and KD and LeBron is wide open on a wing. And even Bam Adebayo said it after the game. He had one of the greatest quotes after the game. He goes, at first I said, what the hell is he doing? Then he goes, oh, that's Steph. And only Steph could get away with shooting a ball like that.
Yeah.
And he's our guy. Shasky. Our guy.
If he doesn't play, you think they win it all?
No, they might not medal.
It's pretty incredible. I mean, it's pretty good. There's this American arrogance, which I understand. We invented the game and we're light years ahead of everybody. And like, for example, like the Serbians and where's Luka from? What's the exact country now?
Slovenia.
Okay. I saw all these tweets about, when it was originally Yugoslavia, these guys would all be on the same team and like, they would have knocked out the USA. And well, thankfully it isn't that way.
Right.
But seeing these guys unite one last time, again, I just keep coming to the same conclusion. I want to see Kevin Durant and or LeBron James team up with Steph Curry one last time in the NBA and stave off the young players.
So you want them on one team in the NBA?
I do. I want to see him. I think the game needs to see it one more time. I think Kevin clearly plays a brand of basketball alongside
on the
Steph.
NBA team, so would it be the Golden State Warriors?
Well, Joe Lacob's one of the few that would actually have the money. Like, we know that the Lakers don't have the actual resources. They're a family-run business. They don't have the money to be able to reinvest like that.
They would figure it out.
Well,
they would figure it out.
I mean,
they got AD
do you
and
trust
LeBron.
Rob Pelinka and Jeannie Buss to, find the money in the couch cushions?
I mean, they've paid everybody down there in LA where it comes to LeBron and AD
but not into
and
the
Nelson
tax.
Reeves. Yeah, they've been in the tax before.
Not
I don't
as
know if
deep
they
as
can
the
do
Warriors.
it. I think they do it for 1 year. If it's a 1 year deal, they do it for 1 year.
I just can't envision Steph in a Laker uniform.
Yeah, I can't envision Steph in any uniform outside of the Golden State Warriors uniform.
Do you think that a lot of the people that were, Steph, Steph isn't that great. Steph only has the one finals. You think a lot of that evaporates now? Because everyone's rooting for one flag?
The whole clutch thing, what I thought about was like, remember there was a narrative that Steph wasn't clutch? And there was this narrative that I guess it died in 2022, but should have been dead in 2017. Did we forget Game 5 in 2015 when he dropped 37 on Matthew Dellavedova's head? Do we remember Game 4 in that series against Cleveland when they tied it up in 2-2? So I think the clutch narrative, we could officially bury it 6 feet deep. And if you're Max Kellerman out there, I know he's getting paid by ESPN for not doing a damn thing. Must be nice to get paid and not work. Is he still taking Andre Iguodala to take the final shot to save the universe? Because Steph Curry just saved the universe. Steph Curry literally saved the country.
What was that comment from 6-7 years ago?
I mean, that's...
I hear you. Trust me, I hear you. But people are going to hate because that's what they do.
Right.
I mean, we did this with Peyton Manning. He only won the one Super Bowl till the very end, right? Like, he can't win the big one. He loses 2 Super Bowls. Guys like Steph Curry are always going to get diluted because it's not part of the talking narrative from the clutch management. When they hand you the script, here's the script of how you basically make LeBron the greatest player of all time, and part of that is you got to knock down Steph Curry, which is stupid.
No, it was a lot of fun to see KD, Steph, and LeBron all cater to each other and embrace each other, and the photos from over the weekend, whether it's Embiid and the parties and everything. It was really cool, man. It was really cool to see Team USA come together.
We also are actually omitting probably what I believe to be the greatest generational transformation ever. The new Marv Albert is going to be Noah Eagle. I mean, this guy instantaneously became everybody's favorite on the grand stage, and this guy's going to basically write his own career from here on out.
He'll probably be the voice of NBC for the NBA. At 27 years old.
For the next
50 years.
Right?
He'll be there for the next 50 years. And Dwayne Wade come along for the ride. It did very well next to Noah Eagle.
There's something thought Dwayne Wade wasn't bad.
Yeah, no, there's something there, man. As Dwayne Wade, he was fresh, man. I love Dwayne Wade. I think this could work. It could work with Noah Eagle and Dwayne Wade. But that was a lot of fun, man. A lot of fun. Team USA winning the gold medal over France. A lot there to digest. 888-957-9570 if you want to get out on that conversation. Plus, let's talk some preseason football. Boy, the Niners are so beat up, they can't even hold a scrimmage against the New Orleans Saints. There's a lot going on with the 49ers ads. They're going through the training camp of hell. That's basically what this is. What a disaster of a training camp for the 49ers. We'll get to that. Again, Brandon Payne tonight, 20. We'll get the great Vern Glenn, who's in Nashville Saturday night. He'll join us at 8 o'clock. Don't forget, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? All that coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking. No compromises.
main chaude, Steph Curry, il a la main chaude, il a la main chaude. C'est pas possible. Il a la main chaude, Steph Curry.
This is Stephen Curry, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steph, that was a French call. The French call, they were going crazy. They basically said, whatever the first one, was 82-79, and Steph hits the three. In French, he goes, this devil named Curry is hurting us.
He's just incredible.
He's hurting us. And then Steph Curry actually ain't touched on the last 6 weeks. Oh, Lubman, let's get that up.
When we won our last championship, I knew that this was going to be on the horizon. It's something that I was excited to go after. And anything you sign up for, any mission that you take on, like, you give everything you have. So these for me, we missed the playoffs. So I've been preparing for a long time. But these last 5 weeks together with this group, it's been nothing but 1, 2, 3 gold. That's all we've been saying. So for us to finally accomplish that, for me to get a gold medal is insane, and I thank God for the opportunity to experience it.
And then I'll knock it down the big shots late again. That was with Mike Tirico right after the game. Mike Tirico did a good job. Mike Tirico's the best, man. He's NBC so buttoned up with Noah Eagle and Mike Tirico. Really good broadcast there. Here's Steph on knocking down the big shots late.
It's just get to your spot and just be under control. I think you've taken those type of shots countless times in the gym, and you have a rhythm. It's just being decisive. We had turnovers because we weren't decisive in what we were trying to do. But I knew if I got to my spot and I could get a good release on it, I'd be able to knock it down. You live with the results. There's a lot of faith in it. You just let it go and you live with the results, and thankfully the work took over.
4 threes there. It's 82-79. Fred's is going crazy. The crowd's going berserk. It's a college atmosphere because I believe the gym, from what I was told, only holds a little over 12,000. So it's kind of like this bandbox.
Well, it felt really
what I mean? It felt like it was 30,000 in there. And for Curry to do that there in the fourth quarter, 4 threes when it's 82-79, and of course Booker gets a run out and a layup there, the dunk, to end it, to seal it. But Noah Eagle with the call, and just gutsy shots, man. Only said, like, we should be accustomed to it, Shasky. We should be immune to him doing it because he's done it for his entire career here at the Golden State Warriors. But on that stage with all those stars, with the world watching, with
LeBron deferring to him
and KD,
that's the thing that I think really because KD's not viewed on the level of LeBron.
Right.
Like, you and I might think that, but the majority of people view KD as a lesser than version, right? Like, it's just I'm being real, and I think that there for a lot of portion of the LeBron mania that's out there, specifically in the media, watching the way LeBron James was in awe of Steph Curry and was deferring over and over and over to Steph Curry. I think that thing matters. I think it's going to resonate for a long time.
Well, what I took away from that 82-79 was that, and I'm going to get to you why it's going to resonate in just a second, because LeBron did defer to Stephen Curry. I don't think LeBron wanted that ball late down the stretch. It got tight.
Wait a minute.
It got tight.
Did France put JJ Barea out on the floor?
Hey, I don't know what happened, but LeBron was trying to get closer to that rim. And there was a couple turnovers there in that fourth quarter. And it's like, here you go, Steph. Here you go. But you say it's going to resonate. Which way is it going to resonate? LeBron deferring to Stephen Curry?
Well, not necessarily LeBron deferring to Steph Curry. I just think the Steph Curry performance, there's going to be 2 things that people are going to look at. Boston, when you do it against the Celtics, and you do it in the way that he did with, quote-unquote, no true number 2 side piece at that given time, because I don't think people are going to think of Clay that way at that time in his career. No Kevin Durant. To do that against a team that now has won a championship. I think looking back, we're going to look at that Boston team and say, well, the Warriors did knock them from winning another championship even earlier in their life cycle. And then I think the number 2 moment is going to be this one. I think when people close their eyes, they're gonna think about Steph Curry in terms of achievements on the grandest of stages. And I think this is going to be one that sticks out because they're holding off what is going to be the next freak of the NBA for the next 15 to 20 years. Victor Wembanyama is to say he's a freak is almost an understatement. He's 7'5", can shoot, can block. It's his domain because FIBA, you can just rip that ball off the rim. And I think the physicality of FIBA leans into the bigs more. And for someone like LeBron James, I think that shooting free throws is something that got into his head late in that game.
That's why I'm saying he was deferring to Stephen Curry. He didn't want that ball. Just said that. The ball got a little heavy for LeBron.
I'm with you there. And then the other part is I think the FIBA rules actually, if you can space space the floor was shooting, it makes you more valuable.
LeBron really wasn't the same after he got yabbed on, though. He wasn't.
Hey,
it was like delete the footage.
Chiseled.
It was like delete the footage.
Who was that guy? They said he was in the NBA. Now he's out of the NBA.
Yeah, he wants another shot. He wants another shot at the NBA. So,
well, the French team. The French team is here to stay. And they've got a bunch of youngsters who barely even played or didn't even make the team. Again, I told you, there are 3 of the top 7 or 6, depending on whose draft boards you're looking at, are all coming out of France.
Canada's going to be back. Team Canada will be back. They'll get older. They'll get the SGA. But the LA Olympics 2028 is going to be a lot of fun on both sides, the men's and the women's. Shout out to the women who survived yesterday by a point. Kelsey Blum hit a couple threes, but Asia Wilson, the MVP of that tournament, Breanna Stewart, they'll get Caitlin Clark. They'll get Juju Watkins. They'll get Paige Beckers. They'll get Angel Reese. And then women will reload. I actually feel a lot more confident about the women's program moving forward than the men's side. The men's side, outside of Booker and Anthony Edwards, we got to find some dudes.
The point guard for France is going to be, what was that possession?
Oh, my gosh.
Pass the rock, dog.
Pass the ball. They got tight, though. You're in a tight game with Team USA late down the stretch. Now, they got back into it, but Curry happened again. Can you give me the final call, Noah Eagle? I want to hear it again because it was so special. Him and Dwayne Wade, they made sweet music together, man, in the broadcast booth.
Back to Curry. Dancing on Batum. Over the double team. Oh! It's a golden dagger!
Night.
Curry unconscious in the fourth.
Isn't that everybody's reaction when he hit that last one over the double team?
Yeah.
Oh, like that's exactly what I did in the living room.
Think about where Kobe was at in terms of likability worldwide and within the fabric of the NBA in particular. Because worldwide he was very popular, just like Steph, very, very popular. But he became everyone's favorite player after that USA team.
Yep, especially against Spain, when he took it home against Spain in the gold medal game.
I mean, that to me was the moment. And he had other things that people were going to hold against him. And there's a variety of things. The Laker brand, Kobe being Kobe, the divorce with Shaq. There was a variety of things working against him. Obviously, what happened in Colorado. And I believe that moment when he played for USA, it enabled everybody to be like, oh, dude, we're rooting for Kobe. He's on our team now. And I feel the same way about Steph Curry because he's crushed everyone's soul for such a long time. And there was always that, but. And now I don't think there is a but. I think everybody's just going to like break in. I think he's going to be, I mean, he's already so lovable. But whoever are the remaining haters out there, now they're almost non-existent.
Well, it was fun to watch other fans from other markets and other fans in other markets goes, they were tweeting, this is what it's like to root for Stephen Curry.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Damn, this is fun. So that's it. To your point, a lot of people from other markets, a lot of people I heard from was like, yo, you guys are blessed out there today. And I thought about this. I did think about this. This went through my head as everything was calming down and they're popping champagne in the locker room. I thought in the Bay Area alone, we've been blessed to watch two of the greatest baseball players of all time, Willie Mays and Barry Lamar Bonds. The greatest base stealer of all time, Ricky Henderson. Possibly the greatest postseason pitcher in Dave Stewart. One of the most iconic postseason performances is 2014, Madison Bumgarner, who was in town this past weekend. Greatest football players ever. Joe Montana, possibly the greatest quarterback of all time. I know people are going to go Brady, but Joe Montana's right there. And Jerry Rice, possibly the greatest football player of all time. And now we got the greatest shooter in our own backyard. By the way, Wilt Chamberlain played here in San Francisco. Rick Barry's here in San Francisco. We've been so blessed in this market alone to have some of the greats of the greats right here in the Bay Area. Some of the greats of the greats. And I'm like, we're blessed. We got to see Montana, Rice, Barry Bonds, and now Stephen Curry.
And KD.
And Kevin Durant, who's right there.
I mean, he could be the greatest free agent in NBA history, outside of, because LeBron technically was traded to Miami. I mean, it's just, no, you're right. I mean, we're very, very blessed, and we didn't just like get him in the middle of his career. We got him at the very beginning.
Very beginning, homegrown.
And we've seen the whole thing.
Jay Rice, homegrown. Joe Montana, homegrown.
Him, talking about Steph Curry, KD, and LeBron, they're going to play 20 years at an elite level. It's like, it's unheard of. Kobe's last playoff game, he was 33 years old.
Yep.
That's crazy to me.
Didn't go to the playoffs for 6 years.
It's crazy to me. No, is it not?
Yeah, well, we got to hope.
33 years old.
We got Steph, he mentioned it with Mike Tirico. I didn't make the playoffs last season, so I had a lot of time on my hands. We got to get him back into playoffs. We have to get that guy back into the playoffs, no doubt. But right here in this market, think about that. The home run king, Willie Mays, Jerry Rice, Joe Montana, Stephen Curry, Ricky Henderson, Dave Stewart, Madison. Like we got a lot of things to be proud about here in the Bay Area, man. We see some of the greats of the greats.
And the guy that you didn't reference, who Dibley thinks is the greatest athlete of all time, Russell Baines.
Russell Baines.
Baines, whatever. Exactly. That's it. Yeah.
Russell Baines. Russell, I got your back. Hey, I respect the jock.
But come
After the Kentucky Derby, hey, you know what? We do got the greatest jockey of all time. I'm going to wear that one. I'll wear that one, Dan Dibley. I got you. With some of the greatest linemen of all time. Gene Upshaw, Art Shell, Hall of Famers.
Okay.
I mean, we can go, the list goes down and down the list, man. We've had some of the great of the greats here, right here in this market.
Speaking of linemen, I have a number for you. The number is 1.7 million. Do you know what that represents?
Dominic Puny's money?
Nope. Although he looked nice.
Yeah.
Number 1.
You guys don't know?
What's 1.7?
1.7 million is the total number of fines that Trent Williams has now received for missing 13 practices and 1 game, even though he's missing an exhibition game. When you hold out because of the CBA and you miss a game, you get a no game check. So he has been fined a total of $1.7 million, and the team can't rescind the fines.
Well, you know what they'll do? They'll just rip it up and make up for it on the back end with a new contract.
Well, I'm letting you know this right now.
They'll reimburse him for it.
Yeah, exactly.
He's going to expense those fines.
Look, the Niners need him.
He's going to see that money.
There's no doubt the Niners need him as Colton McKivitz gets a hold on the first drive of the game and a false start. They need him. There's no question about it. The Niners need him. But Bonte, my empathy level for Trent Williams and him not having any guaranteed money, it's like zero. It's absolute zero.
Let's pick it up on the other side. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Josh Dobbs, former volunteer, in trouble. Evades. Keeps it himself. Touchdown, Josh Dobbs.
This is Adam in the City, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
We revisit the Steph Curry heroics from Saturday afternoon or Saturday night in Paris as the Olympic Games come to a close. What are the Olympics, man? A lot of momentum built towards the 2028 Games. I was into it. You're into it. A lot of fun.
Breakdancing.
Breakdancing. That was wild. The 4x4 relays were great Saturday
Dropping
right before.
the baton.
Oh, man, the 4x1 team. The 4x1 team. They've done that 5 straight Olympics.
Isn't that crazy?
Carl Lewis is irate. I didn't realize Carl Lewis was coaching track at the University of Houston, where he went to school. He was irate, saying the whole program, he's not even blaming the runners. He's blaming the program on how that was awful. They just went through a montage of them dropping the baton, and on the first leg, they blow it.
Volleyball was awesome yesterday.
Volleyball was awesome.
It was awesome yesterday. And then and there's just so many awesome things that I saw. Table tennis was incredible. Just so many great events. The thing is that they've added all of these events that everyone's like losing their minds over because they need to fill TV time. This is a huge TV product. And I think that Peacock/NBC, Comcast, and YouTube TV crushed it.
They did a hell of a job.
Absolutely crushed it. 10 minutes here, 10 minutes there, 10 minutes here, 10 minutes there. And then now we were talking about Noah Eagle being able to kind of write his own career from here on out. Snoop Dogg will now be able to have commercial, and he already did, but now it's whatever you want to do the rest of your life.
Yep.
He's set up.
No, he's set for life. Snoop is set for life. 206, as this segment is brought to you by Go to St. Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStLumber.com. You brought up Trent Williams right before the break, and the Xfinity Mobile text line. Good morning to everybody on the Xfinity Mobile text line, Twitch, and YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. 206, Xfinity Mobile text line. Let Trent walk, save the money, and go get another Bay Area kid, and David Bakhtiari aside Brandon Aiyuk. That's from our boy Gutter Trash.
Sarah's own Bakhtiari.
Sarah's own David Bakhtiari.
I don't know where he's at health-wise. I know he's been battling a lot of injuries. I believe he's a free agent still waiting to be signed. I thought he would go to the Jets to go team up with Aaron Rodgers because they need offensive line help. I don't know what's going on. There's a lot of Aiyuk reports. There's a lot of just nothingness when it comes to Trent Williams. Here's one thing I would say. Like, when it comes to the 49ers, I want a resolution. I don't want this thing to linger. I know a lot of people are like, the Niners hold all the cards. Just let them just complain and let it fester and all that. Like, it sounds good. I don't know how that works in terms of a dynamic every single day of coming into the office. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how everyone can stay on the same page there. I don't know if you want a disgruntled player. You're just inviting stuff. I'm not saying that everyone can't get along. You're just making it harder for yourself. They've got to figure this thing out. Keep Aiyuk. Find a way. Like, a great example. I'm watching Trent Taylor return kicks. They gave Trent Taylor $1.5 million. If there's a $1.5 million difference between Brandon Aiyuk and the 49ers, my God, you better cut Trent Taylor because he's got no juice in the return game. He got blasted 3 times. And give the $1.5 million difference to Brandon Aiyuk for crying out loud. Seriously.
Thank you, Trent Taylor. So the Niners.
Am I hating on Trent Taylor?
No, you tell me.
Stinks.
Well, I'm not the biggest Trent Taylor fan. I'm off that train as well. Now the return game is, you got to fix that, and maybe it's Ronnie Bell. I have no idea. So missed tackles in the preseason game is going to be common because you don't hit a lot in practice, in training camp. You're not going to hit a lot of your players, and a lot of your players haven't been at practice. They just haven't been at practice. The Niners have missed 23 guys. 23 guys have missed practice so much so that they canceled their trip to Irvine, California, and the Saints and the Niners have mutually agreed to cancel the scrimmages. There's canceling scrimmages.
Okay. I'm sure somewhere along the line, something like this has happened. I've never heard of this.
I've never heard of it either.
Okay.
I never heard of it either. So the Niners are just, look, and if they look bad, I'm not going to say, hey, the run defense was awful. Bosa wasn't playing. Malik Collins wasn't playing. Hargrave wasn't playing. All these, Leonard Floyd wasn't playing. And they're not game planning necessarily for a preseason game. You're running very vanilla stuff. Now, the Titans were blitzing left and right. They were blitzing on the first play of the game. But that's what they do. The Niners are very vanilla. Missed tackles is a problem. But I'm looking at the highlights here, and looking at the highlights of players. Malik Mustafa obviously is number one on the list.
I think it's Malik. The reason why I say
Malik?
that is Malik. I thought it was Malik as well. Multiple broadcasts were saying Malik. And
Malik?
I'm going to go
All
with Mayoko. Mayoko keeps calling him Malik. Malik Mustafa. So
Malik Mustafa.
I want him. I didn't mean to just do the correction. I want to get it right because I'm not good at these pronunciations.
So you cut it on me to correct me.
No, because I want to make sure I get it right.
I'm kidding. So Malik Mustafa. I kept hearing Malik.
I think he's a player.
Well, he's a player. That guy can hit, and it's going to be interesting what they do with Talanoa Hufanga after the season. Do you resign him? You got Jair Brown. Tig Brown's playing well.
He looks good.
George Odom's playing well. I mean, you want Mustafa and you want Jair Brown to be your safeties in the future? Where's Hufanga at? We'll see about that.
They said that this week on the broadcast, they said this is a big week for him. He could get activated this week from the injured reserve slot that he's on, or whatever the specific designation is. So we should find out about him this week.
We should find out about him. So, but that's the spot where I'm looking like, boy, if you want to save, everybody's talking about who needs to get paid and who doesn't need to get paid. Well, if you want to save some money, I may feel good moving forward with Mustafa and Tig Brown. That's a hell of a safety tandem. Now, Kalia Davis, number 93.
I thought he made plays.
He's going to make this roster. Number 93 was making plays all over the place on the defensive line. I loved Davis. Loved him. He played a lot of snaps in that game Saturday night. He played well against the run, pushed the pocket. Maybe there's a spot for him on this football team moving forward.
Here is my favorite player from Saturday. Now, I know, I have a sickness, all right? I admit it. Not only did I watch the game multiple times, I also went back and did the condensed version and watched back. This number 48 Bethune. This guy is a player. I'm telling you right now. Jalen Graham, I had hopes for him. He's too upright. I don't love him. I know everyone's infatuated with D. Winters. I like D. Winters. Over pursued a couple times. It's early. It's the first big hitting game. They don't hit in practice. 48 Bethune, 7th round pick, Florida State. I'm telling you right now, he has to make this team. He has to make this team.
Special teams
Bethune
guy.
is a nice player. The other guy, now he dropped the ball early in this game. You got to catch it. There's just no other way around it. And we'll get to Brandon Aiyuk because I actually thought he had a really good game. Tay Martin makes plays.
He does.
Tay Martin makes plays.
He dropped that one, though. He dropped that one, right?
Yeah, that was the ball.
That was on the right sideline.
Dropped perfect passes from Brandon Aiyuk. And now we got into Brandon Aiyuk. I like to do little stars. Like, is this a plus pass? Is this a plus pass? I had Brandon Aiyuk down for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 plus throws. He had the one bad throw, all right? But I had 6, and 2 were drops. The bomb to Tay Martin, which he's got to catch. I mean, he was a perfect throw. He did a little shoulder pump, perfect throw. He's got to catch that. And I thought he rebounded after that drop. And then Ronnie Bell dropped one, right in his hands, through his hands.
Even the first catch Ronnie Bell has, he kind of double clutched it, and he didn't catch it cleanly, even though it was a good Brandon Aiyuk throw. Now, I thought early on Brandon Aiyuk was selling the ball. He was releasing it. It was kind of sailing high. Which is, he threw the screen pass. He threw it high. I'm not saying he didn't look good.
That was the tight end play. You know what that was?
I didn't say he didn't look good, but he threw a couple high early on. And once he settled in, he's got his arm talent. The velocity of the football coming out of his hands, I underrated that. It came out with some steam. And he made some of those intermediate throws. Brandon Aiyuk looked good.
He climbed in the pocket a couple of times to avoid pressure. Yeah, he did look really good. They had 2 throws back-to-back. The one was the drop by Tay Martin when they were backed up in their own end zone, and he ripped one down 30, 40 yards down the field. And then the very next play, they went wide, and he threw to some receiver number 3 I had never even heard of on this clear-out play where they attacked the middle. I thought he was really nice in this one. And then you brought up Zuni earlier. He looks... because he's wearing 77, he looks identical to Ayupati.
Yeah.
This guy is a massive
Dominic Puty's going to start at right guard. And you could see that he's got all the goods to start at right guard. He looks like a day one starter for the 49ers. And give them credit, man. As much as we talk about they should draft a lineman, they should do this, they should do that. They know how to find linemen. The 49ers.
Yeah.
Colton McKivitz has turned into a player. Jake Brindle, nobody said anything about Jake Brindle up until the Super Bowl last year against Chris Jones, who's walking into Canton, Ohio, in the Pro Football Hall of Fame as soon as he retires from the Kansas City Chiefs. And Aaron Banks. I mean, Dominic Puty looks like a player. He looks physical. He looks good in the run game. Looks like a good pass protector. I like where Puty's at. So there's some highlights there. I was disappointed Pierce Hall and Cowie didn't play.
So disappointed.
I wanted to see them play. Look, Trent Taylor, he's getting all the reps or whatnot. We know who Trent Taylor is. To me, I think he's just a training camp body. honestly I don't believe he's going to make this football team.
I saw more from Tay Martin. Even I know he had to drop, but I saw some wiggle.
Yeah.
I saw some great adjustments on catches. I like Tay Martin. And again, I don't know what's going on at practice, and I know you have to fill out and have special team rosters. So if Trent can do some things in special teams, I'm just telling you now.
He doesn't have a lot of wiggle to me, though.
Wiggle, he got blasted 3 times.
I'm not the biggest fan of Trent.
They did a little jet sweep for him later on. I kind of like Clay Kubiak's play calling. It's preseason.
It's
I don't want to lose my mind, but I kind of enjoyed it.
Well, Shanahan took a lot of questions after the game about that. Let's hear from Shanahan on that.
I just want to give Clay a chance to do it. It's not too big of a deal, and he's earned it, and he's been more than ready to do it, and does a lot in practice, and I want to give him the opportunity tonight.
He did from the booth, right? Was he relaying down to Brian?
No, he could talk to the quarterback. Yeah.
But Shanahan's taking that back. He said he was so bored, he didn't know what to do with his heads. He was bored all day, so he will be calling plays. He nipped that controversy in the bud right away in the postgame presser.
He was so bored, he was looking at the tablet and got a penalty, him and the other coach. 2 penalties on the same play for standing on the field.
Right, he was bored. He said he threw the challenge flag out. He was like, I get to throw a challenge flag out. I get to do something there. So Shanahan, he didn't bring up the Aiyuk stuff. He said, look, that's going to work itself out. It is what it is. But he said he was very, very bored. Now, who showed up? Winners and Mustafa.
I thought they showed up. I'm excited to watch them on the plane, see the tape. But I loved how D, when you run and hit, that stuff flashes on the sideline. So you saw that from him. He saw it from Mustafa. I was pretty excited with those guys.
Wearing that number 53, he looks like Greenlaw.
Well, and he split through multiple pulling guards, and he's shot out of the cannon. There's going to be times he's going to over pursue. When you're a young, fast player, you're going to do that. And
exactly what Dre Greenlaw used to do.
Exactly. And I'm telling you, I actually really like their linebackers. I think they're loaded at linebacker. I think they're loaded in the secondary.
Well,
I actually think they're loaded at wide receiver because we didn't even see the 2 rooks, and I like some of the other guys that were out there. But here's the area they're not loaded at. Edge rusher. They have got no edge rushers. Now, I know Bosa didn't play, but like Beal, and they got some guy 78 from the Green Bay Packers I'd never heard of. And I'm like, he's making the team.
Jonathan Garvin.
He's making the team. And that's not saying much because I don't think very highly of him, but they have so few defensive ends. To me, that is one of the weakest spots on the team. It is so glaringly obvious.
Yeah. Leonard Floyd, Nick Bosa are going to have to play a ton of snaps this season. Robert Ville Jr., just no juice off the edge. They're getting blown off the ball as well. Yes, they are. It's amazing how they're lacking depth at DN and anywhere on the defensive line when they've invested so much into the defensive line. They have whiffed over and over and over at that position group, and now it puts the onus on Chris Kocurek. And as much as we were lauding him over the past few years as the best D-line coach of football, well, boy, what's going on there with the D-line room? What's going on with that D-line group? Do they need to adjust their wide nine system now? They've adjusted a little bit. The D-ends are not as wide outside the tackles as they used to be, but maybe there's a schematic conversation here about the wide nine or whatever you're doing on the defensive line. You got to help these guys out because they're not deep. You're right. They're not deep in defensive end. These quarterbacks, whether it's Mason Rudolph or Will Levis for the Tennessee Titans, they had all day to throw.
Tell me you saw Will Levis trying to scramble near the goal line.
Oh, and he got popped.
Oh, my God.
D-Winners popped him.
By the way, the Titans roster, could you assemble a more random roster? Calvin Ridley and Tony Pollard. What'd you just hit simulate on the fantasy draft? and you put it. They got Jake Brendel on their offensive line. Or no, not Brendel. Brunskill.
Tajay Spears is probably the better running back than Tony Pollard. Spears could play. He's got speed.
Pollard got hip tackled the same way that playoff game where he hurt himself by Odom. And I was like, oh boy, that's a tough one. Yeah. But that team is just weirdly assembled.
Treylon Burks, Tony Pollard. We'll see what the Titans do in that division. There was some games, but Malik Willis now third string on the quarterback depth chart.
He can run, though.
He can run. That's about it. But you got to be able to pass the ball from that pocket as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1, San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. But dude, you brought up playing at Florida State. He transferred over from Central Florida. I remember when he came in because he wanted to get more tape for the draft or whatnot. So he was a Central Florida guy. And look, Central Florida's program has been really good over the last 7-8 years. Been really good. They've been playing some high-level football down there at University of Central Florida. So he comes over from Florida State. They have a really good defense. He's very intriguing. Very intriguing. Because Curtis Robinson, as much praise as he gets, I don't see it.
Him and Jalen Graham, they're very upright and they get blocked very easily. Yeah, I don't like how high they are.
You got to get that pad level low.
Yeah, and I just, again, watching D. Winters, he's low to the ground, he's shorter, and he's just more athletic. And then I watch Bethune, and he's just natural. He's very instinctual, and you could just tell that this guy, he's a hitter, number one, but he just flies, man, and the way he's knifing through these blocks, he's real. I like him. I think he's going to make this team.
They may try to hide him on a practice squad.
Well, that's what I was thinking about with the quarterback, number 4.
Tanner Mordecai?
Yeah, Tanner Mordecai. They didn't play him at all, and I don't know if they're going to play him in any of these games.
They might try to hide him.
That's what I think you might try to do.
And they may cut Josh Dobbs, because Josh Dobbs...
I thought Dobbs got better as the game went on.
He got better as the game, but he's a former starter in this league. I mean, you're doing that against third stringers or guys who won't be on the roster.
Well, I mean, you know what I mean? Had protection. I mean, he had guys in his face multiple. He had a couple of really nice pocket plays.
He's not bad, but I think the Niners might be trying to hide Mordecai. Don't show him. Stick it through the practice squad, because they're known to do that. I remember when they first discovered Matt Breida, and Kevin Jones was reporting on the Niners, and he leaked out like, boy, I'm hearing that the staff really loves Matt Breida. And the Niners brass was really irate about that, because they didn't want that word to get out there that Matt Breida was making plays. That's Shanahan. He's paranoid, man. It's like the Pentagon with the 49ers, man.
Keep him. I mean, he does these odd roster politics. Like, for example, Trent Taylor. If Trent Taylor makes his team, I'm going to roll my eyes. Trent Taylor is not. Their kick return units, oh, my God. What is it like? Have the Niners ever, outside of the 2011 Tony Montana squad of coverage, okay, that was for coverage.
Right.
And they had a little Ted Ginn Jr. that year, but it ended up blowing it in the playoffs because they had Kyle Williams.
Right.
Have you ever felt supremely confident about the special teams unit for the San Francisco 49ers in your life?
Of course, they were the first NFL team to give up a long return on the kickoff, the new kickoff.
Not once.
The new kickoff.
Twice.
And you know who missed the tackle on that play? D. Winters. He missed the initial tackle on that play. No. Jalen Graham, I believe it was. Jalen Graham.
He was upright.
Jalen Graham missed a tackle on the initial, and then he ended up catching like, oh, Jalen Graham, what a hustle. Well, he missed the tackle. Just start the whole damn thing.
How about the new punter? I actually thought he had a couple of really nice punts.
Are you ready to move off from Mitch Wisnowski?
Well, if he's got a knee issue, I mean, could save a couple bucks.
Presley Harvin III? No, we got to keep Wisnowski. He's going to be here for the next 10 years. Come on, man. Keep Wisnowski.
I mean, if I could save a couple $1 million over the life of a contract, I'll do it. I'll upgrade anywhere.
Keep Wisnowski. Presley was just letting it boom, letting it fly, no touch on his punts. You know what I'm saying? It's like Wisnowski, he pins those bad boys inside the 10-yard line, man. You don't want to cut him.
Schrader, the running back, Mason looked really good early on in this game. Yeah. Then they take him out. They put Schrader in. He was hit and miss. And then they put Breida in, and I thought Breida didn't look bad.
No, I don't. This Schrader kid, I'm
iffy.
I got to say, J.P. Mason, he runs really well in between the tackles. But I see why he doesn't touch the field. It's just same old issue with him. Pass protection. Remember earlier in that drive when he had to run?
Mm-hmm.
Earlier on that drive, a blitz pickup, he just missed. He just whiffed. His pass protection is not there yet. So that's where Christian McCaffrey comes in. He's going to play on third down. There's no doubt about that. You hope that J.P. Mason doesn't have to play third down, but he knows it, and I think the team knows it. And if you look at the film, pass protection is an issue for him. He's got to improve in that area. If something happens to McCaffrey here down the stretch, and he's dealing with the calf strain right now, who's going to pass protect on third down in this running back room? It's going to be J.P. Mason. It's going to be Elijah Mitchell. What the hell's going on with Elijah Mitchell?
I haven't seen Elijah Mitchell in a uniform in a long time.
Where's he at? What's going on with him?
I don't know. That's why I think Breida's going to make this team. He had about 4 or 5 pass protection plays. One, he got just destroyed, but at least he got in front of the guy. And a bunch of others. He's a solid player. He's not going to blow you away with the speed like he used to a couple years ago. But I think Breida does make this team because he's reliable in doing what you're actually talking about right there. And I wonder if Breida can do some of the Trent Taylor kick return stuff for a fraction of the price.
Yeah. Trent Taylor. You're really down. I don't think Trent Taylor's going to make this roster.
No, I'm so out on Trent Taylor on this team. I would rather see Tay Martin make the team.
Oh.
I really like Tay Martin. I know he dropped that ball early. I really like Tay Martin.
Another guy who may be gone. This one right here, Ambry Thomas.
Injuries, guys. Ambry Thomas ended up breaking his forearm. So it's going to be some time. That's all that we got right now, though.
I mean,
he played his last game in the Niner uniform because he did not look good on the field Saturday.
Well,
holding call, a missed tackle on the screenplay, beat out another play. Embry just, in this room with all these corners where you start with Travarius Ward and Diamador Lenore, and I love my guy out of Florida State. You know I love my guy out of Florida State, Renardo Green. And you still have Sammy Wolbach hanging around, and Yedam's playing well, and I think Rocky Sin played well, number 33. I don't think Avery Thomas is making this roster.
No. So Ward, Lenore, and Yadam, I don't even know if I'm pronouncing it properly. They're making the team because they didn't suit up at all. So to me, they're making the team. Raka Sim, you brought him up. He played almost the entire game.
Yeah.
I think he's going to make the team.
He's going to make the squad. He's
all
a pro.
right. Renardo Green's going to make the team.
Yep.
That's 5 guys right there.
Yep.
Okay. So who's that 6th guy going to be? I feel like they're going to take 4 or 5 safeties as well. What do you think?
I have to give Sebi Wolbach the third. I still haven't given up on Sebi Wolbach the third.
All right. They also signed this guy Tracy Walker from Detroit late this week.
Yeah, he's okay.
Well,
he's okay, but they need bodies in training camp.
That's
They're
what I'm
missing
saying.
all these
so
guys.
I don't know where he fits in the mix.
I think he's just a training camp body, in my opinion. But I could be wrong.
Well, your guy Green, I was looking at it, watching back the tape, and I'm saying to myself, all right, they played him in the slot, then they played him on the outside, then they moved him back to the slot, then they moved him back to the outside. So obviously they're trying to get him ready to go. And if you look at him and Mustafa, you're like, I think they got a little something in this draft class.
This draft class, especially after the 2022 class, the 2022 class was not good at all. They may have found some gems here moving forward. And look, man, I think you feel good in the corner room, but Ambry Thomas, just what a disappointment he's been. I mean, he's been a disappointment. He's not going to make this roster.
They were targeting him early in the game, and then he gets the hold on when they got to stop at the goal line.
Call, he missed the tackle on the screenplay.
He's done.
Yeah, I think he played his last game with the 49. Now, he got hurt, broke his forearm, which is unfortunate. But I can see the Niners having an
injury
settlement for him. But Rocky Sin started a lot of games in this league. He could play. I believe he's from Ohio State, if I'm not mistaken. An Ohio State Buckeye guy. So he's going to make this roster. Ambry Thomas is gone. Now we get to the biggest issue with this football team right now. And you brought up, he's a Temple guy. Temple. My mistake, Temple. He was a 2nd-round pick in 2019, 2nd-round pick, 34 overall by the coach. So there's some value there. And the Niners, Ambry Thomas is done. I think Rocky Sin's making this roster. So we're good with corners. We're good with linebackers. We're iffy on D ends. I think we're good for the most part with the offensive line. If Big Trent gets his ass in the camper, just shows up. But what about the wide receiver room? Diana Rossini from The Athletic, the latest here, August 9th, 2:48. She texted a front office executive, and she asked, why do you think the Niners aren't calling back the Steelers? The answer was, probably wait as long as they can. Force someone to blink. Sounds like they really don't want to trade. Maybe hoping someone else comes along. The whole thing is very strange. Very strange. And then we get the report from our guy, Jordan Schultz, from Bleacher Report. The Niners have opened up contract discussions with Aiyuk and his agent. League source told The Athletic. Has spent much of the week discussing the potential trade, but apparently Friday, they came back to the table. So what the hell is going on with Brandon Aiyuk? Maybe we'll pick that up on the other side as we got a break here. We got
right
a break
now,
here,
I figure Debo, Jennings, and Conley, that's 3 guys locked to make the team. Outside of that, I got no clue.
Well, Ricky Pearsall is going to make the team, too. That's
okay.
what's coming up.
Good
brought
call.
to you by
Good
Fremont
call.
Bake, celebrating 60 years of full-service baking with no compromises.
I mean, I'd love to letting Clay do that. I have a lot of confidence in Clay, but it was one of the more boring things for me personally. That was like my first game in 16 years, not calling plays. I didn't really know what to do with my hands. I got to throw a red flag. I was excited about that. Called it timeout, I think a couple of them, but it is a little different.
Hey, yo, it's Livestream, man. You listening to the 95.7 The Game, the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky. Oh, baby.
That's Shanahan right there. The Niners played Saturday in the afternoon here in the Bay Area, but it was in the evening in Tennessee. Turf field for Tennessee. When did they go turf?
A couple years ago. Well, that might have been the shortest break we've ever had. Back at 7:15. Short break today? We're not selling?
Well, we hit that break a little early, too.
No, we hit it at 7:11.
It's like 7:10, 30 seconds. Splitting hairs. What were you saying there, Shasky?
Well, anyway, getting back to Shanahan. First time he hasn't called a game in 16 years.
Yeah.
It's pretty interesting. And I was thinking about, like, part of what makes... So there's like a variety of different coaches in the NFL right now. There's the play calling offensive guru, which is what everybody wants, the Andy Reid style, right? Like that's the predominant one that everyone's looking for, the Sean McVay, the Kyle Shanahan, etc. Then there's the defensive play calling guy. And then there's I call it the CEO head coach, like Harbaugh. Both of them are CEO head coaches. They don't really call plays. They just build great staffs. Tomlin is more of like a CEO style head coach. And it's just interesting that this team is so Kyle Shanahan driven that it's the first time that he's ever not called plays, and he didn't even really know what to do with himself. I find that to be a little interesting. It's not the end of the world.
And giving Clint Kubiak a shot to do it, because obviously he's grooming him to be an OC somewhere or a head coach. Remember, he was getting interviews this past offseason, so giving him a shot. I knew I was interested after the game. That was the most interesting thing in the second half to me. Was like, what is Shanahan going to say about that? Is he giving up play calling duties? Nah, he's not. He's not.
You think he'd give it? He's a control freak.
No, he's not giving up play calling.
Yeah, he's not giving that up. Now, I would say I could trust Kyle Shanahan on the sidelines.
Possibly.
To your boy Sean McVay. I watched a lot of football this weekend. I know, I'm a sick individual. Yesterday, I was on the couch, and I had the Giants game on, and then I had the iPad, and I had the NFL Network going on, and the NFL app, and I went through all these different games, and I stumbled upon Rams-Cowboys.
What was on NFL Network?
Had a really good
I didn't watch all that.
Yeah, no,
I watched the Rams feed.
Oh, yeah.
So it was the Rams feed, and so it was JB Long.
Well,
and
they had that on NFL Network.
Oh, I didn't know that. I just watched on the NFL.
Yeah. No, it was on NFL Network.
So
1:30
McVay
p.m.
was doing coaches camp, and it was multiple drives.
Right.
And it's McVay on the sideline talking during the game as the action's going on. And look, B, I know you've been all over McVay. I got to say, as much as it pains me to admit, I actually really like McVay. No, I really do. He's just a football guy. He's just obsessed with football. He just loves football. And he's like, what is Mike McCarthy going to dial up right here? What's he going to do? You got to tackle him. Got to get Trey Lance. Tackle him.
I can't help myself with this one.
By the way, not going to lie. I'm coming around on him.
No. Let me, as everybody download the free Odyssey app and listen to 95.7 The Game wherever you go. Catch all the live games on the app along with all the music and news the Bay Area needs to. Catch amazing interviews you missed, like when Alden Smith joined Willard and Dibbs this past Friday. You always see the light. It takes you a while to get through the forest. You have to get through the trees. Sometimes you get stuck with the trees. And I'm like your Yoda. At the end of the light, I'm just sitting there saying, hey, Shasky, it's not that I told you so, but it's like, welcome to my world with McVay. It just takes you a while to see things. You get blinded by the hate when it comes to McVay.
Let's go in another direction.
McVay is so buttoned up when it comes to that. Now, Stetson Bennett, I don't know what he's going to do with that. Maybe Jimmy Garoppolo will make that football team. After all, Stetson Bennett looked awful.
He wasn't all. He was atrocious. He should have thrown 7 or 8 interceptions.
What do you think of Trey Lance? He still holds the ball up a little too much. He's scared to go downfield.
I think Trey Lance looked like a guy who hasn't played a lot of football.
Yeah, exactly.
He looked very frenetic. I think he has to see it before he can throw it open.
Yeah, he gets a little skittish.
The anticipation throws, I think that he has a long way to go. I'm in and out. Like he showed glimpses. Now, other rookie quarterbacks, J.J. McCarthy looked skittish. I thought that, boy, Caleb looked special.
Oh, Caleb will be special.
Caleb didn't look good. He looked special. And I know when Mahomes, I saw a lot of like Kyler.
Yeah.
He looked like Kyler, like a thicker, bigger Kyler. He was just slinging it, the movement, some of the arm talent. I mean, his arm is dynamic. How about the flip play?
Oh, the flip play on the screen pass to DeAndre Swift for a big gain. You're not the only one who watched a lot of preseason football, Shasky.
Jaden Daniels?
Jaden Daniels, I thought looked good against the Jets in that first
drive.
drive.
Very accurate.
The deep ball on the right sideline was special.
He's
and they play with
thin,
the starters. He's very, very thin. So I would be careful on running him. But he did run for the touchdown there at the goal line, 4 yards out.
That was a nice play.
He's got a lot of speed. I think he knows how to take care of his body. He is thin. So you got to worry about the injuries, no doubt. How much hits, how much punishment can he take? That'll be something to see there. The Patriots game was rained out. We saw that on Thursday.
Melton, I like Melton.
Melton was okay.
But he's playing against
no doubt.
guys that aren't going to be in the
Bo
league.
Nix. What did you think of Bo Nix? Because they were on in the morning. Broncos, Colts.
Look, I think Bo Nix will be, fine this year. I don't think he's going to be special.
I think he's going to start. He's going to start the preseason game next week for them.
I mean,
they got Jarrett Stidham.
Yeah,
and
I was going to say they don't have
Zach
many
Wilson.
good options. Like New England, for example, they played Drake May 3 snaps,
right,
or 3 passes. I guess I would say. What are you doing? Like the kid needs to play.
Oh, he needs to play.
He needs the reps, right? Like if there's one thing that I've learned about, talking about the Trey Lance thing when it comes to Brock Purdy, like playing 3 and 4 years in college really benefits you when you get to the NFL. And then taking as many reps as you possibly can really benefits you. Now, some guys just aren't good. Stetson Bennett played a lot of football. I just don't think he's very good.
No, he just doesn't have the size. It's the reason why he was 25 years old playing college football.
I'm watching Bailey Zappi play so much for New England. I'm like, what are you trying to accomplish? Trading him?
What about Michael Penix Jr. Friday night down in Miami? You see the deep balls he was throwing?
I like Penix to begin with.
Listen.
I like him to begin with.
Penix... Kirk Cousins will not be in Atlanta next season.
I think the Raiders botched not moving up to go get him.
Yeah, they got Brock Bowers, which ain't bad, but I think the Raiders botched 2 things. And Raider fan, if you want to hate me, hate me. But Antonio Pierce has called timeouts at the end of the game. Listen, Jim Harbaugh was right there for the taking. Now, I don't know if Jim Harbaugh would have loved Las Vegas.
Spinelli's miserable.
If he wanted to go to Las Vegas. But this screams Mike Singletary 2.0 all over again. It's only you could smoke all the cigars you want to in the locker room. You didn't make the playoffs, okay? Now the expectations are a little higher. Brock Bowers is going to be a good player. Meyer's going to be a good player. But I just thought Jim Harbaugh with the Raiders just made too much damn sense. And I don't even like Jim Harbaugh with the Chargers. It's just a weird fit. Weird. Jim Harbaugh, Chargers head coach? I just thought the Raiders should have went after Jim Harbaugh a little harder. And they stayed in-house. I think that's gonna bite them. And then the Michael Penix move, you're right. I think he's starting in Atlanta. He may be starting by midseason.
I mean, Kirk's
see.
Kirk's going to be on the way out the door. And that's the way I'm viewing it. So there's a lot of football that's going on right now. I know it's preseason. You don't want to lose your mind.
You don't want to lose your mind.
But I would say this, just look around the league. There's no team with more injuries and more drama than the 49ers.
Not even close.
I mean, they are, everywhere I go, when I run into people who are fans of other teams, you know what's the first thing they say? What the hell is going on with the Niners?
Well, real quick. 2 things here before we move on to the Niners. The Bears. You're liking the Bears, huh? Caleb set up for 6. I think I've been saying this.
He's a rookie. I mean, he's a rookie. I'm trying to temper my expectations.
Right,
because
no doubt.
I love Caleb. I legitimately love. You asked me last year, would you trade Caleb for Brock Purdy or the opportunity? And as much as I love Caleb, just because there's the unknown, right? When you take somebody, I thought
you'd trade Brock Purdy for Caleb.
I probably would.
You would. There's no problem into
absurd.
that.
And it sounds absurd.
No, it's not absurd.
Because Caleb is really good.
Caleb is a special talent.
I mean, his arm is unreal.
My biggest problem with Caleb was that we were so quick to compare him to Mahomes. It's let him get through his college days first. Because the first game, listen.
But the throw he makes, for the rollout, he does a play-action rollout, and Caleb is throwing across his body 40 yards down the field. It's a freaking frozen rope to Cole Kmet.
The most impressive throw I've ever seen Caleb make was one of the first throws I've ever seen Caleb make. That Red River shootout, when Spencer Rattler got his job taken and he had to leave Oklahoma, he threw a pass to the right pylon. And I said, how the hell did he do that? and then I started thinking, I'm watching Texas and I'm watching Oklahoma, Texas, and I'm thinking to myself, why the hell did we not hear about Caleb Williams? We know about Spencer Rattler. Who's this Caleb Williams guy? And he took the job. And so now he's got Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, Cole Kmet, Rome Odunze, DeAndre Swift. They're going to be a problem, man.
And their coach has a makeover.
And their coach has a makeover with the beard. And they've got a hell of a good defense. Look out for the Chicago Bears. I'm not saying they're going to the Super Bowl or whatnot. Well, they're going to be a problem.
And your boy Spencer Rattler looked good yesterday.
With the Saints?
Yeah, he didn't look bad.
I wanted to see the scrimmages with him. We'll see him next Sunday at Levi Stadium.
I did too.
So we get to the 49ers because Caleb Williams looked impressive. Trey Lance got a lot of work to do. Holds on to the ball way too long. Scared to go down the field. He does still have the running ability. He just needs to play.
Quicker.
He needs to play. He looks slimmer, too.
Yeah,
he looked slimmer. I don't know if it was cowboy uniform, but he looked a bit slimmer.
I actually like Mike McCarthy's offense. I know a lot of people think, look, I'm one of the people. In a playoff game, I don't love McCarthy. But regular season, he's going to win you 11, 12 games. He just is. He's a solid coach. He is. He's a solid coach. He does dumb things in the playoffs. Dallas has a roster, but they're in the similar situation to the Niners. What is going on with CeeDee Lamb?
I don't know. The Cowboys, I got to look at their schedule because I don't like the Cowboys. Jerry Jones tried to walk it back yesterday, said, no, we need CeeDee Lamb.
They do.
But last week it was like, oh, there's no urgency there. Really? And then CeeDee Lamb, LOL, the tweet was like, oh, really? There's no urgency? Please. Go ahead and step on the field in week 1 without me and see what happens.
Who do you think is waiting for, because that's part of this. You have the Jamar Chase element.
Yeah.
You have because he's holding out essentially in Cincinnati. Yep. You have the situation that's going on in Dallas with CeeDee Lamb, and then you have what's going on with Brandon Aiyuk here. Well, who do you think cracks first here?
Well, I think Aiyuk cracks first, whether it's with the Steelers or the Niners. And I think CeeDee Lamb and Jamar Chase are waiting on that. Because they're thinking, there's no way you could pay Brandon Aiyuk more money than me.
Considering
Jamar Chase, considering what they've done, the totality of their career so far, who's the better player? Jamar Chase is a game changer. We'll all take Jamar Chase. And you know how much we love CeeDee Lamb. I mean, that draft when CeeDee Lamb came out, he dropped to 17 to the Dallas Cowboys. I'm thinking to myself, 17? 17? CeeDee Lamb? This guy played with 3 different quarterbacks in Oklahoma, still balled out. So I think he's waiting on that money. But what to do with Brandon Aiyuk? Apparently Friday they all came to the table. They all had a meeting and hashed everything out. Are we really going to try to lose Brandon? Because I'm not in the camp of losing Aiyuk. I don't. Not with the injuries that they have. Again, the Niners have 23 players missing practice. They got so many guys on the sidelines in red uniforms or in medical tent uniforms that they had to cancel their scrimmage this week against the New Orleans Saints down in Irvine, California. So they're not even going to have a scrimmage this year, which I think is going to hurt the 49ers. Not getting that extra work, getting those extra reps, because you're not going to play all your guys in the preseason. So you're already behind the 8-ball. Ricky Pearsall hasn't been able to stay on the field. Jacob Calvin hasn't been able to step on the football field. Isaac Arendo, we saw on the first day of training camp, basically pop his hamstring. He hasn't been seen since, Shasky. I don't know where the Niners are at when it comes to Brandon Aiyuk in these negotiations, but damn it, if it's over a couple $1 million, get the damn deal done and let's go. I don't want to lose Aiyuk. I don't think they want to lose Aiyuk, and I don't think Aiyuk wants to leave.
I'm looking at the wide receiver room right now, and I'm going to put Aiyuk to the side, okay? This would be your wide receiver room, essentially. Debo, Juwan Jennings. I'm going to say Chris Conley. I think he makes the team. Would you agree with me because of the special teams factor?
Who's that?
Debo, Juwan Jennings, and Chris Conley makes the team because he's a special teamer. Right? Okay. Pearsall will make the team because he's a first-rounder and a rookie. 4. That's 4 guys. This is without Aiyuk. Then it's 5, 6, 7. Cowing, I don't know. Tay Martin, I don't know. Trent Taylor, I don't know. I will throw Danny Gray in there. I think he's done. I think Danny Gray didn't suit up this weekend. I just don't. I don't see it.
He's done.
I don't see how he makes this team. So he's on the outside looking in. So do you feel good about this Niner wide receiver? I think they're
hold
nice.
On, you're forgetting about Robbie Chosen. Robbie Anderson, who signed with the 49ers on Friday. His last name is now Chosen.
Okay.
He changed his last name to Chosen.
Robbie Anderson. Okay, Robbie Chosen.
I think it's just a trading camp body.
Okay, well, that's okay. The 9 guys. Like, if I put Aiyuk in the mix, you feel way better.
Oh, no question.
Because right now, I don't know with Pearsall. I don't know with Cowing. I don't know with Taylor. I don't know with Martin. Danny Gray, I'm just going to say he's on the way out the door. Hey, Robbie Anderson, I mean, come on.
Now, I got to say, there's a lot of leaks going on. And again, we touched on this a little bit last week. We didn't get a lot of legs to it. But the last few years of Jim Harbaugh, it was leaks galore. And maybe this is the business of having a good team. But you don't hear a lot of leaks that coming out of Kansas City about what's going on in that locker room. They keep things pretty tight, right? The Rams, they keep things pretty tight. The Eagles, now we got the story after the season. There's obviously some dysfunction there, and they wrote a lot about that.
Can I pause you on the Rams just for a second? McVay did flirt with retirement and television
after the season,
and so did Aaron Donald before he eventually did, but not to this degree.
Not to this degree.
When they traded Jared Goff, it was like boom, we're trading Jared Goff and we're getting.
They know how to limit the noise. They don't let the noise blow over. There's a lot of noise going on with the 49ers, and there's a lot of leaks going on. And now you commented on our boy Brad Graham's SF Niners account saying there's only two options. The Niners are in the media every day. There's only two options, and they know what those options are. And the leak that went on over the weekend, which, again, got fans gassed up. And I don't like it. I don't like it. To go out there, and Mayoka wrote this, which I do think it's credible. However, I do kind of sit back and say, boy, are the Niners trying to use Mayoka? Are they trying to use Michael Silver to get their message out there? So the report came, and he wrote it Friday, that the Niners had a deal with the Cleveland Browns to get a second-round pick, a fifth-round pick, and Amari Cooper back for Brandon Aiyuk, which sounds like a home run. That sounds like, boy, they were going to get over the Cleveland Browns. I don't know how much I believe that. And I'm not saying that Mayoko's a liar. I'm not saying that his report is incredible. But I feel like the Niners are putting things out there. Like, are the Browns really, after we talked to Anthony Lima, and we've heard everything from the Cleveland side of things, do you really believe the Browns are ready to give up a second, a fifth, and Amari Cooper for Brandon Aiyuk? And then you get Amari Cooper, who puts on Instagram over the weekend on his IG, he goes, LOL, I wouldn't mind at all. So he knows, I go with Shanahan, I'm going to ball out. I wouldn't mind at all.
Look, could the Browns be offering that? Yes. And why do I think that? Because they're the Browns, and because they're the one team that, I mean, if you just look at their history, Baker Mayfield took them to the playoffs for the first time in forever, won a playoff game against the Steelers, and they couldn't wait to get rid of him. Played hurt for them, and they couldn't wait to get rid of him. Then they traded one of the wildest trades. Like, everyone who, even if you were in on Deshaun Watson, during the time when they made that trade, you had to be like, yeah, this is a bold trade. 1 million first-round picks, and you gave them a ton of guaranteed money. So if there was one team that was going to give some outrageous package, it would be the Browns. Now,
I hear that.
Whether that's fair or not, that's just, my mind is like, yeah, I could see the Browns doing that. And if that is the case, and that deal is on the table, I'm actually now questioning why the Niners aren't doing that deal.
Right. Well, because Aiyuk.
Because it resolves this situation.
Yeah, well, the Browns want to know. And I would just trade him and be like, hey, he's your problem now. You have to re-sign him.
Why would the Browns execute
they're not going to execute that deal
on the front
exactly.
end?
Well, so Brandon Aiyuk said he basically vetoed that deal. It's like, yeah, I'm not going to Cleveland. I'm not playing for the Cleveland Browns. So that's why the Browns haven't done it. But apparently that was on the table. I'm thinking to myself, damn, that's a big-ass package for Brandon Aiyuk. Amari Cooper, a second and a fifth for this 1 year? Oh, I do that in a heartbeat. And have Cooper and Deebo Samuel. Now, I don't think Amari Cooper's Brandon Aiyuk. I think Brandon Ayuk's the better player. But it ain't a big drop-off when it comes to Amari Cooper. His route running, his deep ball ability. So that was reported on Friday. So where are we at today? Like this thing keeps lingering and lingering and lingering, and it's getting louder and louder and louder. And now you're going to have a lot of disgruntled people here in a second.
There's no doubt. And the other thing I keep coming back to is, like, not only does he have to get acclimated, and I know he knows the playbook and he knows properly, but you still got to get him up and running for your team. That's number one. And any team that you could conceivably trade him to, each day that you get closer to week one, you're kind of only making the situation more difficult for yourself.
No doubt.
Right? Because he's going to have to assimilate himself to the playbook, to the quarterback, to the situation. Like, so I feel like both parties, Aiyuk and the Niners, are losing kind of like, not just leverage, but like you're losing the ability to be effective week one, like every day that goes by.
Yeah, every day that goes by, you're losing a day against Sauce Gardner and that New York Jets defense.
Exactly.
And also, you got to pass a physical. Got to get on the football field. Once you get on the football field, you're not going to be in full pads right away. It's going to take you a couple days to get in full pads. Then you got to get in a football shape, and you got to work muscles that you haven't worked without the shoulder pads and the equipment and all that stuff. And so, yeah, it's going to be a process. He may not be ready to go until the next week of preseason or the next week of training camp or whatnot. So I don't know where we're at in this situation, but it's obvious that they're running out of bodies. And his training camp is off to a disaster.
Well, and then
it's a disastrous training camp right now for the 49ers, and I think it's safe to say this is not what you wanted coming off a Super Bowl loss to the Kansas City Chiefs. You wanted to be up and running and humming, and instead it's the complete opposite.
I thought last year was kind of a nightmare. You had the quarterback coming back from crazy elbow injury, right? We didn't even know if he'd be ready, right? Just didn't know. You had the backup quarterback situation, I'll just say. You had Nick Bosa holding out. But you had a lot of healthy bodies, and everyone was ready to go. Outside of QB1, which is the most important, and Bosa. This year, left tackle out. McCaffrey, best player on the team, has a calf injury. You don't have your number 1 or number 2 wide receiver, depending on who you talk to. The rest of the DNs don't look good.
They don't.
Right now. There's a lot of unknown. Dre Greenlaw out, right? Yep. So, yeah, there's a lot. And you're mixing in another new defensive coordinator like you were last year. So, this isn't good. This isn't good.
The vibes are off right now. There's no doubt the vibes are off. And we'll talk to Vernon Glenn at 8 o'clock, KPIX Channel 5. He'll join us at 5 because he was in Nashville, Tennessee, and we'll ask him about the vibes, what he's felt around him. Channel 5 sports anchor, of course. He was on the sidelines with Lone Neal Saturday night in Nashville, Tennessee. We'll ask him about the vibes of this football team and what the hell is going on with this football team. Big Trent, we've heard nothing from. Look, Trent doesn't want to practice, come to camp. That's fine. But you want to hold out for new buddy, just to be known as the highest paid left tackle in football. And you came off and you had that Super Bowl performance. It kind of makes me we've given Aiyuk all the heat in the world. Trent, I'm looking at Trent. I get where Aiyuk's coming from. I get it. You don't want to step on the field before that 5th-year contract. You want to say, I want my new deal now. I get it. It's a price to do a business. All these other guys are doing it. That's what you want to do. I understand the business side, and I understand why the Niners have been hesitant to re-up with Brandon Aiyuk. I understand both sides of the equation. But Trent Williams?
My empathy level is 0.
Trent Williams? The audacity to stay your ass and sit your ass on the couch in East Texas? And say that I want to be the highest paid left tackle just because all these other guys got new money? You're pocket watching like a kangaroo, dude. And you came off that Super Bowl performance where it was a piss poor performance. Let's just be honest. It's a piss poor.
Well, Bonte, it's not like this guy hasn't gotten So I'm a big believer in where are you at in your career, right? Brandon Aiyuk is looking for his first mega payday.
Big payday.
All right. So I understand. I understand the sense of urgency. I really do. Come on, Trent. You've been handsomely paid multiple times, all right? And here's the part that really bugs me more than anything. I have 0 empathy for him right now. You're missing out deliberately, and you've missed out now on $1.7 million because he's missed out on $700,000 because of the practice fines, and then he missed a game check because of if you hold out and you're not at a preseason game, they take away one of your game checks. So I know they're going to make it up to him.
Yeah, they're going to make it up to him. He's not going to miss that,
honestly,
buddy.
But honestly, I don't have empathy for him. I don't. He wants to get paid. Great. Fantastic. You've been paid multiple times. Come on, man. Yeah. Come on, man. You're in either the last year or the second to last year. Do you want to play football or not?
Yeah, well, he's flirted with retirement over and over. You want to talk about flirting with retirement? I mean, he may not play next year. If he won a Super Bowl, you may not even play next year. So now you're going to stick us with guaranteed money? Trent can play. Trent's still playing at a very high level. Nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying that we don't need Trent Williams. You do need Trent Williams. You need him at left tackle. You need him bad at left tackle. Without him at left tackle, this offense is not averaging 29 points a game. I can promise you that.
Did you see who didn't play?
Jalon Moore.
Yeah, he had a mask on. Apparently he was sick. And
that's not good for him.
No, because I wanted to see if he can actually play or not.
Yeah, no, that's not good for him. Chris Hubbard was playing left tackle.
Exactly.
So, and he's a young man out of Tennessee. So, listen, we need Trent. He knows it. Everybody knows it. He needs Trent. They'll make up the $1.7 million in fines, and he'll get his money. But the audacity to do that after showing up to OTAs and minicamp and then, boop, yeah, he's not here first camp. And the Niners saying that, oh, yeah, we knew this was going to happen. We've been negotiating. Well, it's August 12th. Training camp started, what, July 24th? Mm-hmm. July 25th? Whatever the hell it was?
13 days of practice.
I mean, so you guys said you were working on it. What's the holdup?
I don't know.
Is it Brandon Aiyuk? What the hell is the holdup with Trent Williams?
I don't know.
So I'm starting to get a little frustrated here with the way the process is going down with the 49ers.
Well, and because you waited, now Tristan Wirfs just got paid, and I'm sure that the price tag is going up.
Well, Darrishaw's got paid. Sewell got paid. Tristan Wirfs got paid. He's getting 28.1. Come on, man. Come on. What are we doing here? But also, just to process the Brandon Aiyuk situation. You misplayed your hand. You flirted with trading Deebo or Aiyuk at the draft. You filled the calls on both of them. Now, from what I hear, you got greedy in the conversation thinking that you're going to get multiple first-round picks or high picks, and people are like, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to just draft these young men. Who did Jacksonville draft out of LSU? Not Malik Neighbors. He went to New York. The other guy. And they were like, I sent you guys a video of him at the pro day.
Yeah, Thomas, what's his name?
Brian Thomas. And they were at the pro day. They said, executives say, you remind them of Brandon Aiyuk. So that was the talk of the town, which is why Jacksonville was in on Brandon Aiyuk. Remember that? And then once they got wind, it was like, wait, people are comparing Brian Thomas to Brandon Aiyuk. Well, why not just draft Brian Thomas and pay him way less than what we're going to have to pay Brandon Aiyuk? The whole thing has been a disaster. And finally, you don't blow a first-round pick. You get a first-round pick to pop outside of Nick Bosa, and now we're in this situation?
And the guy that you think will replace one of those two players in Deebo and Aiyuk can't stay healthy.
But he's he's practiced, 6 times?
Who, Pearsall?
Yeah.
Bonte, I've seen more footage of Bigfoot than I've seen of Pearsall in uniform. So I'd kind of like to see, like, the game we had over the weekend, like, both him and Cowan, I needed to see play in that game. Like, I'm going to be real with you. Like, I didn't have Tay Martin on my board until I watched that game. No, I don't know if Tay Martin just stinks it up at practice.
Right.
And what he did in the game was an outlier, because obviously the game and practice is what's going to, sway the coaches. But, like, yeah, he dropped the big ball down the sideline. Tay Martin also made like 6 or 7 other really nice plays in this game. I like him. He is now a guy that I think I can trust moving forward. I actually trust him more than Ronnie Bell right now.
Yeah.
It isn't saying much.
Yeah,
but,
no doubt.
I wanted to see Ricky Pearsall play.
No doubt. 408. Been listening for 30 minutes. No mention of our boy Curry going, God, no, trust me. We're going to get back to Curry. We spent the first 45 minutes on Stephen Curry, and we will get back to Stephen Curry on this performance Saturday night, but we are talking some football because we had the first preseason in 6-5-0. Bonte, last season you said you skipped preseason. Guess no one can. Well, I watched the games. But I'm not going to go crazy. Like, when I say skipping preseason in terms of like, oh, my God, they can't run the ball. They can't pass the ball. Got to realize who's out there, the personnel. You got to realize that there's not a big game plan going on in the preseason game. What I'm getting a little annoyed about is the practice. You can't scrimmage the Saints. You can't get the work in that you need against the Saints. These inter-squad scrimmages, which I think the NFL one day may just go to.
I think so, too.
Instead of doing the preseason games, I think you get a lot more work there. First of all, the Niners couldn't do it at their own facilities because they don't have enough space. You don't have enough space at your own facility.
At a brand new facility.
At a brand new facility that's been open for 10 years. And you don't have the space to hold scrimmages at your own facility. Okay, fine. I'm going to look the other way on that one. I'm not going to crack a jokey joke, okay? We're going to move on. Now we're going to book in Irvine, California. So we're going to have all the equipment, get on planes, go down to Irvine, California to scrimmage with the New Orleans Saints, and then fly back to the Bay Area to play the Saints on a Sunday. But nope, can't do that because we don't have enough players on the practice field. Again, this training camp, without all the, with the drama and then with the injuries, this is becoming a disaster. This team, I mean, if they had to play the Jets on Monday, did they lose by 3 touchdowns?
But they don't. We've got another month.
Thank God they don't.
We've got another month.
Thank the heavens they don't.
4 to 5 weeks.
Thank the heavens they don't. September 9th, actually less than a month.
Okay, let's say the 12th.
Yeah, it's less than a month.
28 days.
So less than a month.
27 days.
Less than a month. Robert Saleh and company are getting, well, no, they don't have Hassan Reddick, so they don't have their pass rusher, but still got big Quentin Williams in the middle.
Yeah, things aren't good right now. I mean, they just aren't. And that's why, thankfully, Purdy's healthy. And, I want to see what he's got going. It sounds like Debo's, for the most part, healthy. Kittle was on the sideline getting interviewed by the broadcast. Feels like he's in a good place physically after an offseason where he was so banged up. I mean, you saw it in the receiver doc in the Super Bowl. He had to go in and get a shot, couldn't even lift his arm, and he had a core muscle injury. And so, yeah, they're in a tough spot. This is a team that's been fighting longer into the season for 4 straight years than anyone in the game. Outside of the Chiefs, no one has gone as far as they have year after year after year after year. And at some point, that does take a toll on you. At some point, you do start to feel it. And now you're talking about reps. I think D. Winters needs as many reps as he can get. I think Malik Mustafa needs as many reps as he can get. Renardo Green needs as many reps as he can get. I still think Colton McKivitz at right tackle needs as many reps as he can get. I think even Brock Purdy, for as much as he's played, he needs all these reps. Dominic Pooney needs reps. J.P. Mason needs reps.
Dude, they got something with Purdy, man. They really do have something with this right guard.
Out there, doesn't he?
You got him, and you got Banks on the other side. Jake Brindle at center. I'm sure they're going to look for a center in the future, but you got something in the middle there in an interior where you got to go against Chris Jones, and you got to go against, what's our guy in Philadelphia? Jalen Carter. And then, who is it, Jordan Davis?
Feliciano and Burford, if they continue to be in and out of the lineup, you're giving this kid the opportunity to show himself. And he looks like a monster.
No doubt. He is a monster. And I keep both of them, though. You can never have enough offensive linemen.
I mean,
the depth.
Yeah, I agree with that.
You got to have O-linemen. So it's a good problem to have. But Pooty is running away with the job. But, boy, aren't we just all, I do have Aiyuk fatigue. I get our fans have Aiyuk fatigue. We have Trent Williams fatigue. Well, boy, it just feels like if you just get it done, we could all just exhale. Like when the report came out Friday, I got excited, Jessica. I said, boy, they're both getting that. They're sitting at the table. They're going to get this done. Let's go. Let's get this guy in the camp. Get him in uniform by this week. And no, nothing. Nothing at all.
And if it's over $1 million, $2 million, that's
going to piss me off.
Devondre Campbell, he can go. Trent Taylor, he can go. I'll find you the $2 million to make up the difference.
Well, you want to laugh a little bit, or is this? Oh, by the way, we do. Should we wait for Spadoni tomorrow for Shasky to pay off his bet?
I think so. Yeah.
Wait for Spadoni tomorrow.
We need a full house for this. We all need to enjoy this.
We'll give you another day to get your 90-second speech.
I think it's a win for me because both USA teams had to sweat, tooth and claw their way to victories, but that's okay.
You think it's a win?
I do.
They won the games.
I won.
We'll feel like a win tomorrow for 90 seconds, that's for sure.
They didn't lose a game. Shout out to my guy, Steph Curry, for saving your boy. See, that's why it's Chef. That's why we get in the documentary with Steph Curry. He's flying back. He's probably back in the Bay listening right now. It's like, man, my guy's
I was just really motivated to hear Shasky's
just
gassing up back.
No, you know what it was? It's like, I can't let my guy Bonte lose that bet. I'm going to bring it home for him. I'm not going to let him down. He's been too good to me. Shout out to Steph Curry for that.
There is something to be said, though.
Now back to the...
There is something to be said. When all of the writers start to gang up on someone, it does feel like there's a code red out there. And you were talking about this, with Aiyuk, all of a sudden, code red. It's blast him.
With the Clay stuff, right?
Well, Clay is a great example.
It's the playbook. Yeah, I was talking to Dubas about this.
Okay.
It's so typical. The playbook. The playbook is, okay, let's wait. And then
green light.
Like a pit bull. Yeah, green light, red light. Simon says, attack.
Exactly. So I saw this with Camilo Duvall on Friday.
Yeah.
Sam, Bonte, I talk about this for what? How many weeks / months have I said? I've been hearing some things about Camilo and, it's not, and I've been saying, I don't think he's looked good this year. I've been kind of all over it, right? And nothing from one other person credible. Friday, he gets demoted to AAA, Camilo Duvall, that is. And all of a sudden, it was like green light, attack.
Oh.
And everyone just piled on to Camilo Duvall. And I'm not saying that they're wrong, but here's my thing. This is where I decide. I go, well, how come I didn't hear anything before this? From anyone.
Well,
why didn't anybody have the guts to actually say something?
Yeah, I don't know. But the fact is, he is in AAA, and they'll get him right. He'll be back up.
Yeah, but I thought that everybody jumped on him Friday, which is fine. If you want to jump on him, I get it.
We know the playbook.
But here's my thing. If you've heard things for weeks on end and you don't have the guts to say it in real time, then what are you doing?
Look,
what are you doing?
I just look at the dialogue when it comes to Nick Bosa and Brandon Aiyuk. Now, Nick Bosa, we all admit, is the better player, especially at his position.
For sure.
He's the better player. But even myself included was like, just show up 3 days before Pittsburgh and it's all good, right?
I was losing my mind.
No, I know you were losing your mind. But listen, that's how we looked at Nick Bosa.
Almost everybody,
There was not the, hey, he's greedy. Like, when I found out the contract details, And then I talked to somebody, and they said, yo, he stuck us for another $20 million. I was like, whoa, yeah, it sounds like it. And then he goes out there midway through the year, and he started throwing Steve Wilkes under the bus. It's like, all right, that's enough. And nobody called Bosa out on that.
No.
Nobody called Bosa out whatsoever. Because you heard George Kittle, that's what the Bosas do. You know, they kind of hold out. That's what they do. And it's acceptable. It's acceptable for the Bosas to just hold out. And nobody's like, hey, that's cool. It's just the business. It's the business doing, it's the price of doing business with the Bosas.
I thought it was ridiculous. And
now we get to Brandon Aiyuk. And boy, I've never seen so many fans turn on a player so damn quick. It is like, get him. He's pouting. He's immature. He's like all the language. And I say, oh boy, that's a code for something. And so the playbook, Shasky, the playbook is out. It's the same playbook that I see all the time with media members. It only happens to certain players. Players they like, or players, since Camilo Duvall he wants to take his time coming out the shower and getting dressed and doesn't want to talk to you when you need him to talk to you, all of a sudden, oh, okay. You know, this guy makes us wait for an hour to talk. Oh, please.
So, but here's what I don't understand. For weeks on end, I was telling you, you know, I'm hearing he's frustrated with his role. I've heard that he's not the greatest teammate. I've heard that, you know, this, that, and the other. And I'm kind of giving you, am I not, Sam? Was I not bringing this up?
No, you've been bringing this up for the better part of the season. So
right.
No,
and on top of that, I've been critical of the way he's pitched, which I haven't thought he's looked good this year. And I've suggested, like, this is why I would trade him, and this is why I move him. And then no one said anything. Not one heap of criticism from anyone anywhere. The second he gets demoted, green light, let's blast him.
So, you know, because I've heard some of the similar things you did, and Loveman's touched on it with Camilo Duvall or whatnot, but I feel like it's not my place. It's not my beat when it comes to the Giants. I don't go to enough games to comment on things like that. So it's out there, but I'm not in that position. I'm not gonna. I'm not. I don't.
But what about those that are?
I'm not. Well, that's on them. That's the way they. Well, we know there's shills out there.
Yeah,
there's shills. We know who they are. They've been identified. They've been exposed, and that's fine. They're gonna have a job for life doing that stuff. That's fine. I mean, you know, if you want to do that, you go ahead and do that. But I'm not in a position to be blasting these guys like Nick Bosa, like Brandon Aiyuk, like Camilo Duvall for not coming to camp and trying to get your money. Or Camilo Duvall said, hey, I don't really want to, you know, pitch in the seventh inning. I heard there was a rumor that he didn't maybe want to pitch in the seventh and eighth innings. And they're like, all right, just go to Sacramento.
I know he doesn't necessarily love coming into tie games in the ninth inning because closers want to have appearances where they close.
Yeah, no.
Closers don't want to be used in a tie game, non-safe situation, and then be out for a day or two, right? Because there's save opportunities are few and far between.
From Pro Football Talk, just to make you laugh before the injury.
I love Florio. What's he saying?
We'll get vertically on coming up.
Give it to me, Florio.
Jimmy Garoppolo says he's fitting right in during his first training camp as a Ram. Garoppolo slated to be Matthew Stafford's backup. And he said Sean McVay and Stafford were the main reasons he wanted to side with the Rams after the Raiders cut him, and that he thinks he's in the right place now. Garoppolo said, this place allows you to be yourself too, which is different than the other places I've been. You're getting pressed with a sense of urgency, but in a good way. Obviously, everyone wants to win. Everyone wants to perform well. They do it the right way here. They push you positively. There's just a lot of good things going on, man. I'm enjoying every bit of it. Even the meetings are a good time. Everything is going good right now. Garoppolo didn't say which places he's been that he was referring to, but his previous stops were in New England, playing for head coach Bill Belichick, and of course the Niners with Kyle, and Vegas Raiders with Josh McDaniels and Antonio Pierce. Garoppolo said his up-and-down career has weighed on him. It was chaotic at times, Garoppolo said. They're all learning experiences. That's one thing I've taken from this. The NFL is crazy, man. Everyone has got a story. Everyone is going whichever way, trying to make it. But at the end of the day, it's your story, and you've got to make the best of it. Good, bad, or indifferent. Whatever happened in the past, it happened. Now I'm here, and I'm just trying to make it every day the best day. Jimmy. Now remember, he's suspended for the first 2 games of the season. But the fact that he's out here.
What was he taking?
This place allows you to be yourself, which is different than other places I've been to. You think Shanahan read that already?
That 30 for 30 is going to be so good.
Will there be a 30 for 30?
Yeah, the Jimmy era.
Well, you got to win a Super Bowl to get a 30 for 30.
No, you don't.
You can get a little documentary. Not everything could be a 30 for 30.
4 winters
Maybe a
of
30
Buffalo.
for 30 short.
Well, yeah, what was it called? The 4 winters in Buffalo or something?
Yeah, the 4 winters in Buffalo.
4 falls. There you go.
Are the Niners that compelling to have something like that?
I'll say they've been to 7 NFC championship games in 11 years.
I hear you, but,
12 years. 7!
We got to have some Hall of Famers, too. How many Hall of Famers have we had?
Well, I mean,
because the Buffalo Bills had a ton of.
Big Trent's going to be a Hall of Famer, and maybe Fred Warner. By the way, you didn't even all the negatives. You didn't even reference
his foot
there
injury.
There is something going on with the foot with Fred Warner.
Minor injury.
Well, yeah. Well, I thought that about Patrick Willis too.
Minor injury. Well, just calm down. Calm down. Calm down. It's okay. Just calm down. Matthew Judon, the Patriots have made no qualms about expecting
I don't know. Maybe I'm too worried.
Matthew Judon. I mean, look, he understands he is under contract with respect to my year of practice, and it's time for him to play. Go out there and play the game. I guess Matthew Judon hasn't done anything with the Patriots as well. So,
love to get him.
Be nice. It'd be nice. It'd be nice. But I got some good news for you, Shasky. Got some good news for you. You want some good news, Shasky? You want to not be worried?
Okay.
I thought some good news on Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, I'd love that.
Detailed his rehab over the weekend and said he and the team were playing it safe with the strained calf. He mentioned that he is still getting the calf worked out and that he will be ready to roll week 1 against the Jets. But how about this one, Shasky? He added that if the Niners had a real game this week, he would be good to suit up. Does that make you a little happier? Are you still worried about McCaffrey?
Well, yeah. I mean, this is a guy who, health was a problem before he got here.
He just said if they had a game this week, he would be good to suit up. Doesn't that make you feel good?
It makes me feel better.
There you go. Don't be so worried all the time. Don't live life worried.
I am shook.
Live life to the fullest. Live life to the fullest. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Kurz in Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bake, celebrating 60 years of full-service baking with no compromises. Vern Glenn, Channel 5 sports anchor, KPIX. He was on the sideline Saturday for the Titans and the Niners. He'll join us to kind of share what he's heard about this 49ers team and the Trent Williams and Brandon Aiyuk situation and all that stuff going on. That's all coming up on the roast.
School I formation. They give it to him on the delayed draw. Slipped. And a big hit as he got there. But some extra effort carries him into the end zone. San Francisco with an impressive mix of the run and the pass takes their very first possession and marches down.
Who's that on the call, Lubbock? Who's that?
The Titans TV network.
No names? All right. Titans TV network, JP Mason on the score there. Niners go up 7-0. He ran the ball well. He's got a big better in pass protection and whatnot. But hey, good morning to everybody out there. Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. A Monday morning, my favorite day of the week, although it is gloomy outside. Shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. Niners lose their preseason opener to the Tennessee Titans, but who really cares? Most important part is they need to get healthy. We've got 23 guys who missed practice Thursday. Yeah, so many guys out. But they had to cancel their scrimmage against the Saints this week in Irvine, California. The fact that they had to go to Irvine in the first place is laughable in itself, because the Niners don't have space at their facility. Their facility is just 10 years old. We don't have enough practice fields to play against the Saints at home. So,
is that what it is? The practice field size, or is it the locker rooms?
Yeah, they don't have enough space. It's the locker rooms, the fields. I guess they need another field. Go figure.
It's kind of surprising.
Go figure.
I know. I mean, you can't rent some trailers or something? I mean, figure it out.
Rent trailers.
No, I'm serious.
Or just walk into Levi's Stadium and have a walk in there. You got 3 locker rooms in Levi's.
I don't get. Okay.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, no, that's all. Okay.
Well, let's forget Vertiglade. Fresh from Nashville, Tennessee. By the way, just had his celebrity golf tournament that I didn't show up to. Vertiglade joined us on the River Islands guest line. All guests
you were noticeably absent, my friend.
No, I wasn't. You guys did not miss me whatsoever. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. This is the time for you to discover the islands. River Islands in Lathrop. Yeah, where was it at again, Vert? Because we do this morning show, and it's a quick turnaround, man. I would have been a vegetable out there.
Hey, man, I have been there. I've done the morning drive for a station that's not 95.7 The Game. So, hey, I know the drill, man. I get it.
Was it a good time? Where'd you play it? Shasky wants to know where was it held at?
It was at the Sequoia Country Club.
Gotcha.
Right up the hill from the zoo. Right at 580.
Wow. Shasky, you missed out on that.
It was sold out.
Wow.
Sold out.
Damn.
My first golf fundraise, we had almost like 160 players all day, and then another 220 who did not play golf show up for dinner. It was good. The roast was good. I got zinged pretty well. So it was, hey, all in all, it was good, and a couple of foundations really benefited from it.
You know, Shasky's sitting here with his jaw dropped because he didn't get an invite.
Well, Shasky, you know where, hey, like Deion Sanders says, I'm not hard to find.
I know. I saw you on the sidelines this week. You were killing it.
I've been bouncing around the Bay Area for almost 35 years?
You're not hard to find. He lost his number there. Yeah. But you were on the sideline out there in Nashville, Tennessee, Saturday for the preseason opener. Well, Lodell, both you guys are looking dapper. We saw your interviews with Brock Purdy and Jawan Jennings. Hey, look, from afar, Vern, it feels like the vibe is just not there right now for the 49ers. They've had to cancel their scrimmages with the Saints. Yep. The 23 guys out of practice on Thursday. No Aiyuk in camp, or he's a hold-in. No Trent Williams. He's chilling in the East Texas. From your perspective, being around the team this weekend, what is the vibe of the 49ers right now?
I think the veterans think that, okay, you know, we've got this. We've been there. We've seen drama. We've lived through it. Yeah, the veterans think everything's going to be fine. The rookies, they don't know what's coming up. They're just worried about doing their own job and trying to secure a spot. They got 80 guys in camp that have to be evaluated before they make the framework of this team. So if you're George Kittle, the glass half full guys, they think, hey, we're going to be fine. But hey, you know what? Hey, it's up to us to talk about the drama, Bonte. And drama can follow this team wherever it goes. You got holdouts, you got hold-ins. It just gives us more content to talk about and kick around.
Well, there's no doubt, but Aiyuk's holding out, and then the first round pick, Pearsall, doesn't play. And then the fourth round pick, Cowings, doesn't play. Trent Williams is holding out. Jalen Moore, I guess, is sick because he's wearing a mask. He doesn't play. There is some difficulty here going on. I mean, I don't know. There's a lot going on. So of the receivers that did play, let's just start there. I thought Tay Martin showed some flashes, had a big drop. So did Ronnie Bell. But I thought Tay Martin showed some flashes. Is he a guy that could make this team?
He certainly is. I mean, especially, with the receiver depth. I mean, if he just keeps doing what he's doing, then they'll find special teams or whatever. They'll find a spot for him. But among the standouts, to me, Kalia Davis was strong. He had a sack. Jordan Mason, he was the hometown kind of area kid. I mean, he was just making guys miss, and he was just running through guys, and he had almost 6 yards per carry. Mm-hmm. So I felt pretty good about that. And Malik Mustafa, I don't know how much you talked about this guy, but this guy is a headhunter, and he just blew up that running back on fourth down. And Dominic Clooney, he's going to start,
no doubt.
That's your starter at right tackle. So so he started the game along with Aaron Banks, Colton McKivitz, and Banks. They came out of the first series, but I feel pretty good about the right side of the line. It's the left side of the line. Can you imagine going to work or expecting to go to work, and if you miss it, it costs you like $1 million game check? I mean, that's what Trent Williams is going through. I mean, he's lost about $650,000 in fines that he can't get back because of the NFL rules. But hey, I get it. He's the best player on the team. He is the best player on the team, and you need him on that left side.
No doubt. So is it Malik Mustafa or Malik Mustafa? I was told it was different. I think it's Malik. It's Malik Mustafa.
Malik, it's Malik.
It's Malik.
Yeah, because that's
Mustafa.
what Mayoko said.
All right,
I was listening to Mayoko. I had pronounced it Malik, and then he had said it's Malik Mustafa on one of his podcasts. So I didn't know.
Yeah, no, I didn't know either. Yeah. I was. He can play.
Jacked.
He can play. They're going to have to make a decision on Hufanga after the season. They're loaded at safety here, but back to Aiyuk. From what you gathered over the weekend, being around the team, do you feel like it's close to being resolved here? Like, we got the report on Friday that both parties came back to the table. They're going to meet face-to-face. They're going to try to renegotiate this deal and get it done. What did you gather over the weekend when it came to Brandon Aiyuk? Where are we at there?
They've got to come to that number. I think it's going to be mid-20s. I know he wants $32 million. He is not going to get $32 million. I mean, come on. I mean, he's great and all. But he's not going to get that number, not right now. So he's got to come down. I had always thought it was going to be, 25, 26 million, somewhere in there. So that's where I think it's going to come to. And I think when nobody's looking and he's by himself and he's just thinking, he's probably thinking, well, maybe I'll just go ahead and take it and just play this thing out. That's how I feel. I feel he's going to remain a San Francisco 49er.
Interesting. And then what's going on with Trent? Is Trent waiting on the Aiyuk thing, or is the team waiting on the Aiyuk thing to drop? Like
Trent wants guaranteed money. If he were to show up, play a snap of the game and get hurt, well, that's it. Because those contracts, those base contracts aren't guaranteed. So he wants some insurance for himself. If I'm the team's best player, I want to be protected. I don't care how old I am, but if I'm valued that high, I mean, look at the NFL top 100. Where is he? He's way up there. So I get it. I completely get it, but it's costing him money that he can't get back.
Vern Glenn here on the River Islands guest line. Go ahead, Vern.
I don't know if you got that, but got this during the game. But we had George Kittle on.
Yeah.
And he said, you know what? Hey, I'm going to bring these starters over to my house and have work out at my training facility in Nashville, and that's what they did. Served them pulled pork sandwiches, all that kind of stuff, but they got a nice little sweat in at Kittle's place. How about that?
Yeah, that was pretty funny.
Well, he said he had a 40-yard field, which would enable the tight end to run every route he would need to run. I found it to be quite interesting.
Yeah, he had that. He said he had a squat rack. He said he did everything that you needed. They provided, so they were able to get a nice little workout in lieu of playing in the game.
Wow, that's interesting there. Vern Glenn here on the River Islands guest line.
What's this team going to do about the lack of the joint practices? Because Shanahan says he values that more than playing the game himself.
Well, I think the NFL teams do, Vern. Have you ever seen a situation like that where a team had to reach out to another team and say, hey, you know what? I know we had the scrimmage planned all season, all off season. We've got to cancel. And by the way, they don't have space. Why can't they just do it at their facility? They don't have enough space at Levi Stadium to hold a scrimmage there at home?
Well, they only have, a few fields? I mean, I went to the Raiders 49ers joint practices. This was last year. And, I mean, the Raiders, they got acreage to work out. I mean, so they had everything that they needed to be able to hold it, but some of these facilities just aren't big enough for that. And so, they know more than what we know on what's going on. So, but for Shanahan to say, hey man, we're so banged up, we can't even have a practice. And those kind of practices, they tackle to the ground.
Yeah.
Well, they're not supposed to, but they do it anyway. So that's just more reason to get even more hurt.
Did you notice any kind of difference between the two quarterbacks behind Purdy? Obviously, Brandon Allen, I thought, made a lot of really nice throws. Some of the guys got to make some catches for him. And then as the game went on, even though he's a little frenetic, I thought that Dobbs made a lot of plays. He made a couple of throws with guys in his face. Backup quarterbacks, it's something we talked a lot about in the last couple of years. We haven't really talked a lot about it this year. I feel like both guys showed a little something on Saturday.
Yeah, two different guys. Dobbs, obviously the more versatile, athletic guy. He can make something out of nothing. I mean, that's what he does. That's his strength. I mean, he came within a foot of winning the game on that pass to the end zone. So that's they know what they have in Dobbs. And so, but Allen, I thought they were both sharp. I thought Allen was sharp. I thought he made good decisions. I thought there were at least two, maybe three passes that should have been caught that were dropped. But I as far as like moving the offense, I think it's fine. I think they're just fine. But they needed those reps under game conditions and needed to get the feel of actually getting hit and experiencing that. And so that was my big takeaway from that. Next weekend, I don't know. I don't know how much play they're going to get. I don't know if Purdy's going to get a series. I have no idea. But I can't wait to see. Isn't this going to be Tom Brady's first game for Fox?
Yeah. Oh, is that next Sunday?
Yeah.
Wow, Levi. Oh. Wow,
yeah,
interesting.
It's not our game. It's a Fox game.
Oh, it's a Fox game. Really? Yeah. I didn't even realize that. Wow.
Interesting.
Now I'll really give away my tickets for the preseason game. I want to hear Tom.
Well,
I'd rather listen to Tom than hang out with you, Vern.
That's not fair.
That's fine. Jeez. All right with me.
I'm kidding, Vern.
Hey, Vern, are they trying to stash?
Let's talk about the kickoff. What do you guys think about this kickoff?
Yeah, I like
Taylor
it.
got blasted. That's what I think.
Well, the kickoff, Jalen Graham missed a tackle there. I think it's very intriguing. I think these special teams coordinators are going to have some tricks up their sleeves when it comes to this kickoff. I'm intrigued with it, Vern. I like it.
I like it too, and it's not just the coordinators. You think these offensive mind coaches, Shanahan, Reed, I mean, you think they're going to try and come up with some kind of wrinkle? Because it really is kind of a glorified scrimmage play. So if you can get a hard-running guy that runs uphill and not laterally, and if they can just come off, find a little seam off of a tackle for a big break, I mean, I think this could be the start of the newest glamour position. Guys that can get back there and just come off a block, hit that first wave of defense, and then break one. I think you could see a record number of big breaks, big chunk plays, big long gains, just based on how that is, and that is exactly what the NFL wants. Because 80% of the kickoffs last year were touchbacks.
Yep. No, I'm with you, Vern. I think we're going to see some excitement there.
All 10 in the Super Bowl, none were returned.
Yeah, that's unbelievable.
Of the kicks.
That's unbelievable. Well, you'll get that this year.
Yeah.
Devin Hester would love to play in today's game.
Man. Can you imagine?
Real quick back to Aiyuk for a second, Vern. Can we take the Niners seriously as a Super Bowl contender? Say if they re-sign Trent. Trent comes back. He's ready to go September 9th against the New York Jets. But they don't have Brandon Aiyuk. Can we take this team seriously as a Super Bowl contender if they don't have Brandon Aiyuk at wide receiver?
Without Brandon Aiyuk, it's going to be a tougher road to hoe. Who's going to stretch the field? I'll wait.
Yeah, I'll wait.
You don't know.
Yeah,
exactly. But with him, absolutely. I'm already thinking about the storylines that I'm going to have when I get to New Orleans. With him, full strength, we could go through the schedule and play, that's a win, that's a loss. It's going to be 12, 13 wins. We know that's coming. And so from that, it's just a crapshoot once you get to the preseason. If you have a home game, it just means even more. That's what it's all about. Home field advantage, running through that schedule and getting through unscathed. But if you're hurt to even begin the regular season, that's a problem.
All right, Vern, one last one here.
Go.
The linebackers replacing Dre Greenlaw. This is a big one. I mean, Dre Greenlaw is a great player. And when you lose him, you lose the intensity and all the physicality. I really liked what I saw from D. Winters. He's clearly very young. And then this Bethune kid late, he's probably not going to be a starter or anything, but I think he's a keeper. Number 48, Bethune. Who do you think gets the nod for Dre Greenlaw when he's out?
I like D. Winters myself. I mean, he had a strong game. He had a tackle for a loss. I mean, he's all over the place. I mean, D. Winters is a guy. He eyeballs Fred Warner in his 7th season. I mean, he watches how he goes about his business and he learns. So D. Winters is the one for me. I got a little scared when he got hurt. Came out for one play, then he went back in. But Greenlaw is there in practice. I mean, he is there. He is very hands on, even though he's not playing, and he's there just kind of bark in. Kind of coaching up the guys, stuff like that. So I think he is close to maybe coming back and doing some light workouts with the team. But in the meantime, when Fred is screaming and barking out the defensive calls, I think he needs to have D. Winters right next to him.
There it is, Vern Glenn. We'll be at that golf tournament next year. I know we try to get out there. We'll be out there.
You don't invite yourself. You allow
Vern invited me. You know what, Shasky? You know what? Maybe Vern invited me, and he texted me multiple times, and I was the bad one.
Did.
He was coming after me.
Vern, I'm always ready to play golf.
We're going to have him on the show, and then we had to cancel on the show because something happened, I think with the Aiyuk or whatever it was, and then I see Jason Dumas taking all the selfies in the world there, and I'm seeing all the guests like, damn, I missed out. See, Shasky, he sent me the invite. I don't know what happened with you, Vern.
Hey, Shasky, I reached out to him, and you know what I got? Dead air.
Yeah,
no.
I work with him. Trust me. I'm well aware.
There you go.
I got a 3-year-old baby girl who said daddy every 3 seconds, Vern. You know how you had kids.
I get it.
Hey, your kids are out the house now, Vern. They're like swimming for medals now, all right? Hey, Vern, I'm proud of you, man. You Channel 5 sports anchor. You're doing a great job there as always, man. Vern, I'll see you soon, man.
Appreciate y'all, man. We miss you in the building. Your guys are gone. Before it was just a quick trip down the elevator. Now you're gone.
I know. Trust me. We missed that place too because our bank account has been dissipating. The money, the dollars. Yeah. I mean, man, it is. I've never had to pay for more parking in my life, Vern. Unbelievable.
Oh my gosh. Oh, don't they know who you are? Come on.
I mean, don't they know who we are? Shasky and Bonte. Vern, talk to you soon, brother. Thanks for the time today.
All right, man. Appreciate you.
Anytime, Vern. Vern Glenn, man. What are the good guys out there, man. He's always got a smile. You always laugh and smile with Vern.
I'm going to have more opinions on the kickoff play at 1 o'clock this afternoon.
Why 1 o'clock this afternoon?
Because Madden comes out today.
Does Madden come out today?
Yeah, early release.
Oh, my God.
Already downloaded and ready on my system last night.
Oh, my God.
The clock is ticking. Look at your face. Look at your face.
I gotta send some texts. I gotta say, wait. I may have a DM. I already got a DM. Oh, my God. The new man. See, I listen. I just kind of mastered the college football passing game. So now my team's becoming more balanced. So I told you last week I had Georgia in the college football play. I had to play Georgia 3 times in the season. I got them in the playoff game. So I win the national championship. I go into next year, right? I'm year 2 at LSU.
Okay. This is a video
I'm undefeated.
game.
Video game.
So everyone in the Bay knows.
So let me geek out because I let you geek out about your video games. I let you geek out about Star Wars. Let me have my moment to geek out.
Yoda Day.
Yeah, it was Yoda Day. Let me geek out about my video game. So I'm playing LSU. I'm with LSU my second year. I'm undefeated. I go to Georgia, and they're looking for blood. They're looking for a rematch. I knocked them out of the SEC championship game. I beat them then, and I beat them in the playoff.
Kirby Smart was fist pumping.
Oh, they smoked me. For some reason, I had to go to Athens, Georgia 2 years in a row. So they smoked me. I mean, they dropped 45 on me. It was ugly. So I was praying. I was like, I hope I don't have to see them in the SEC championship. I didn't. I had to see Missouri. Now, I came back and won with 14 seconds left against Missouri. LSU. They offered me the job. They were terrible. I was at Florida State.
Offered me the job.
Listen, I was a Florida State offensive coordinator. We win a national championship. We lose to Michigan in the next year's national championship. So, I go to back-to-back daddies, but I win one, I lose one. LSU was 7-6 and weren't even ranked. So I was like, you know what? I'll take that job in the SEC. And boy, we're back in the college football playoff.
What about Brian Kelly?
He got fired. I took over. Tay Hill took over, right?
The irony of you taking over for Brian Kelly.
So I took over LSU, Death Valley. We win the SEC championship. We play Iowa in the first playoff game. Survived against Iowa. They were passing the ball. I was like, wow, what's going on here? So beat them in the Sugar Bowl. Now I got Missouri again in a rematch from the SEC championship that went down to the wire.
The Show Me State.
So I'm still locked in on NCAA, but that new Madden comes out. Oh my God, that's trouble. Oh my God.
Yeah, I cleared the decks for tonight.
Oh, well, Giants played the Braves today, so.
Oh, I don't know if you know this. Giants have won 13 of their last 18.
Oh, I know this.
And I'm looking at who's hot and who's not right now in the baseball world. Arizona, 8-2 over their last 10. San Diego, 8-2 over their last 10. Chicago Cubs, 8-2 over their last 10.
Who cares about the Cubs?
Well, they're a game back from the Giants. And the San Francisco Giants, 7-3 in their last 10.
Who's in front of me, not behind me, okay?
Well, they're a game back. I'm just letting you know.
I'm looking at people
they're not
in
careful.
front of me.
They're going to be in front
of them. That's what I'm saying.
I'm looking at who's in front right now.
I'm just giving you the hottest teams in the
I don't look in the rear view. I look forward. I don't look past me.
The not so hot, and this is of the teams that you're competing with.
The Mets,
Atlanta, 3-7 in their last 10. Mets, big loss last night, like 12-1.
Well, they got swept by the Mariners.
Yeah, horrible.
But Julio Rodriguez came back, 5 strikeouts and 5 at-bats.
4-6 in their last 10. St. Louis, 4-6 in their last 10.
Did you know that was the first Sunday night baseball game in Seattle in 20 years?
Yeah, I did.
That's embarrassing for ESPN.
I mean,
that's embarrassing. It should be mandatory. They go to each stadium at least once every 2 years. Come on, it's Sunday night baseball. It's a showcase.
Can I ask a question? Were you mad that they didn't go to Sacramento for TNT for like 20 years?
They did, though. They did have some Sacramento games on TNT at night.
Well, there's also multiple TNT games per week, too. There's only
just more inventory of games. I get where you're coming from, but I also...
How do you not go to Seattle, the great Pacific Northwest? Well, you can't give me a Rangers-Mariners game?
Because
you give me a Mariners-Yankees game?
Well, part of it is also, how relevant have the Mariners been?
That's what I'm saying. You want to draw the biggest audiences.
But it's Sunday night baseball. It should be. Whatever.
No, I agree with you. I think part of it is the fact that...
In theory, I get what you're saying.
Yeah. The Mariners kind of been an afterthought in the AL West for years.
Just agree one time. It doesn't hurt. Look, I look at what's ahead of me, not what's in the past. I don't look at the past.
Not here to talk about the past.
I'm not here to talk about the past. Right now, I'm looking at the Giants. You're 3 games behind the Braves in the loss column. And you're 2 games behind the Mets in the loss column. And you got the Braves in here for a 4-game series, and our friend Luke Jackson is doing us all types of favors.
Oh, my God. They had they were down 8-2.
Yeah, they gave up 7 runs at the bottom of the 8th.
It's pretty incredible. And the biggest development for me over the weekend, obviously Chapman's just on a fire, but Logan Webb, 3rd straight start where he just looks absolutely incredible. He has completed 7 innings 13 times this year, leads baseball. He has a 3.32 ERA, 157 innings, which also leads baseball. He has looked brilliant. So he had a scuffle. There was a couple of starts in a row. He looked not good at all. So for him to have 3 consecutive really good starts, I think was huge.
Shout out to Aesop Winston Sr.
Oh, yeah.
Junior played for the Seahawks. He had a very nice preseason game. He texted me, he said, Tay Martin and Aesop were teammates at Wazoo.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either.
Tay Martin's nice. I like him.
Did he transfer to Oklahoma State? He's the truth. I wish he would get some more opportunities. He's been stashed on the practice squad like Sop, but he can play. Hope all is well. Hopefully we catch up during the season. I'll be at the Niners home opener now. I'll say this, Mr. Aesop Winston Jr., I love you. But if I hang out with you, that means there's going to be a lot of Hennessy shots, a lot of tequila shots. That means there's going to be team no sleep.
Why you put his business out there?
No, I'm not saying. He has a good time.
Why you guys
He has a good time. He lets it be known.
I've already been invited to multiple tailgates for that Monday nighter. George Borges is like, we're going to have a huge tailgate. Yeah. We'll be there at noon.
Yeah, why are you putting this business out there on the street?
Because he's like promoting it.
And by the way, happy belated, George Burgess. Happy belated birthday, buddy.
I didn't know it was his birthday.
Yeah, he texted us together, and then I saw Izzy say, hey.
Busy.
You were busy. You replied. Ambitious Ladies. Shout out Aesop Winston Sr. Ambitious Ladies magazine. It's really good. Really good. You will like it. You will like it a lot. Shout out to Sop. Shout out to Vern Glenn, who just joined us. And let's get to Jason and Zach in just a second. I know Sam Lubin would love Ambitious Ladies. He would love this magazine. Oh, We all know.
What is
London
going
went
on
black,
here?
and he ain't never went back. That's for damn show. Say it with your chest, Lubman. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromise. What's the movie with Michael Rappaport back in the day? What it is? He was dating a black girl. Oh, my gosh. He was dating a black girl. He was a white guy. It's not Jungle Fever. Is it Zebra? Zebra Stripes? Oh, my God. Anyway, Jason and Zach, we'll get to you on the other side.
I'm optimistic, Bonte.
This is Jay from the Copper Skillet. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky. Looking forward to seeing you guys coming down here.
Well, we came down to Martinez. Maybe we should go back to Copper Skillet. It was a lot of fun out there at Copper Skillet. Shout out to Jay and everybody out there in Martinez who showed us so much hospitality, so much love, so much breakfast. We were done by 6:15. They kept sending breakfast plates out to us. Like, dude, I just got off the soda diet. Relax. SOTA, weightloss.com. State of the art, baby. Jay, got to chill. And dude, I would drive back out to Martinez for some breakfast like that. I would. All right, shout out to Vern Glenn who just joined us. Shout out to Big Sop who's listening. Shout out to everybody out there who's listening. I showed you the Ambitious Ladies magazine. Oh, it's one you subscribe to, right, Shasky?
I'm sure the articles are incredible.
You see Loveman, he came in and said, ooh, how do I get one of those?
Loveman's eye turned into The Rock.
I live with these people.
Loveman, did you have a great time seeing Jake Peavy Saturday night? You saw Jake Peavy. Before we get to the lines, let everybody know you saw Jake Peavy Saturday.
Yeah, no, it was a great time. Thanks to you, Bonte, for hooking me up there. Took my girlfriend, the lovely Allie, down as well,
nice.
And she had a great time. And yeah, we got to chat with a couple World Series champions, Hunter Pence, Jeremy Affeldt. Those guys are always fun to chat with. This is the first time I'd seen Jake and Flan, play in their band. Obviously, I've heard all about it, but it was a great time. Flan really gets into it. He's clearly having the time of his life up there. He told one story about, one of the songs he wrote. He said that he always would have a lot of time alone at third base because sometimes this Giants offense was, and so he's like, I'm always alone there at third base. So in between at bats, he would write some lyrics down. I'm like, that's great. I love how you were able to work that into the story. So yeah, it was just a great time. And so thank you very much, Bonte.
Does he want to come back and coach third base? Because Matt Chapman, third base, infield drawn in yesterday. There's no outs. There's no outs. Now, I know the Giants were in the midst of going 3 for 14 with runners in scoring position yesterday. They're 29th in baseball since basically the middle of July with runners in scoring position. But there's no outs, and the infield's in. As a third base coach, this is what you're saying. Ball's got to get through.
Yeah.
Ball's got to get through. We're tagging up, but ball's got to get through. And for Chapman to just go on contact, and he knew, he lied there on the ground. He knew he made just a mortal sin. Then the very next play, after Canna makes a nice base running mistake on the basically fielder's choice, he advances to second base. Where are you going?
Yeah.
The ball was hit to your right, and if it's hit to your right on a ground ball and you're at second base and you're not in movement pre-pitch, where are you going? Like, just what?
And Matt Chapman's playing really good baseball right now. He's on fire. Him and Conforto's on fire. Go ahead, Loveman.
To your point, Shasky, we were talking to Chapman about that after the game yesterday, and he admitted right off the bat, I was being too aggressive in trying to make something happen.
Where are you going?
Yeah.
You're hosed by a mile.
Yeah. No, he admitted basically exactly what you're saying. Like, he was being too aggressive trying to score the run there. He was pressing. I thought at the time, and he said he basically he was pressing to score the run there, and it backfired on him.
And how about the look on Marquette's face there at the bottom of the 8th inning? Marquette's like, I screwed up too, buddy.
Well, but here's the thing: it's like two veteran guys. I expect that from. Let's just say I'm just using
Matos.
names: Lucianos, Matos. I expect that from one of the young guys. Now, clouded in all of this the weekend. It was a great series against Detroit. I'm really glad that they've handled their business, and Encarnacion has been a revelation. I don't know if he's sustainable, but you signed this guy out of the Mexican League. Well, this guy came out of the Mexican League, and he's hitting the ball the other way. And he's 26 or 25 years old. I just like what I've seen.
Well, they're starting to steal some bases. They're starting to run a little bit more. I know they didn't yesterday. They had the base running blunders, but overall, thought over the weekend you see Fitzgerald with another couple stolen bases.
He's very confident on the base.
Wisely having a big hit. His big hits.
You know what I'm saying? Wade is starting to see the ball well. He slumped a little bit, but he had 3 walks yesterday. So look, they're playing better baseball. You got a big 4-game set coming up against the Braves. Now it's not the end all be all, because what I want to see the Giants do is get that third wild card and get some distance, because September. We got kids in the car. I want to say something else. I want to say something that Asia Wilson said yesterday, but I'm not going to say it. It is treacherous. And it starts August 23rd, okay? Seattle for 3. Milwaukee for 3. Then you got the Marlins, but then you got the Diamondbacks for 3. And the Padres for 3. And the Brewers for 3. And the Padres for 3. And the Orioles for 3. And the Royals for 3. And the Diamondbacks for 3. And then the Cardinals for 3.
I'm not optimistic.
So you could sweep the Braves, and that's great. But things really start cooking August 23rd, and you don't want to overlook the Giants. And by the way, Hayden Birdsong, you got a day off Friday, 4-game set. I wouldn't be surprised if the Giants consider skipping this start. this weekend in Oakland? Maybe you bring him back against the White Sox. Give him some confidence.
Well, I mean, when I'm watching with him, like yesterday, I actually thought the fastball was fine. It was all the other stuff. Like, part of what makes him a really good pitcher is the variety of pitches. So he's got 4 different that he could throw: the slider, the curveball, the changeup, the fastball. And it felt like he had, where on starts prior, he didn't have fastball, quote unquote, command. In this one, he had no breaking ball command, and he fell behind over and over. And although he didn't have a lot of walks, well, when it's 2-1 or 3-0, you're going to throw one right down the pipe.
Yeah,
and you're getting way too much plate. So credit to Detroit. I thought they did a great job working the count, and Birdsong hasn't looked great the last couple starts.
And Detroit could have won all 3 of those games, man. I mean, that's why I don't want to get too high on the Giants right now. But some guys
had a no-no.
Yeah,
going
Friday night.
6.
I think they were just tired from the DC trip. I love me kind of missing it during one of the breaks, and I'm with them there. I figured that Friday, I was actually surprised they won the game Friday. Because I thought that trip coming back from the East Coast and that rain delay, it's like, boy, they're going to be gassed. They're going to be gassed. You got to turn around, play the Tigers. But they survived it, and they win 2 or 3 against the Tigers. So shout out to them. By the way, Lutman was he's there with Jake Peavy and friends, Tim Flannery, Jackie Green, John Molo, Kevin Scott and company at August Hall. That was at August Hall this Saturday. And the great part about it is it benefited the Giants Community Fund. As we raised money for the Junior Giants program, the Giants Community Fund basically they were benefiting that. So that was a good deal. Good deal there.
The Diamondbacks and Padres are the 2 hottest teams in baseball, and it feels like they're both coming for the Dodgers. The Giants just need to keep on this trajectory that they're on.
If you can get Birdsong or Harrison, one of those guys will pop. One of those guys will pop.
I think Tristan Beck's going to find himself into the rotation at some point, sounds like.
Maybe.
Maybe in September.
Okay, so it's not anytime soon?
I haven't heard anything about an imminent return from him.
Okay.
So we'll see about that. You mentioned Madden. Guess what? We can't get away from Kate Scott. She's one of the voices is Madden. I can't wait to see what role, because in NCAA, sometimes you get Kirk Herbstreit and Chris Fowler, or you get Reese Davis, Jesse Palmer, and who's our boy, the defensive end from Georgia.
Dave Fleming not in there yet?
No, it's he hurt his back.
He hurt his neck. Yeah, David Pollock.
Thank you.
Hurt his neck. So sometimes you get them on the broadcast. You're like, damn, I'm not the big game this week. You're like the little game. You're like the 9 a.m. kickoff game.
The ESPNU game?
not quite ESPNU, but maybe the SEC channel game. You're on the SEC
if you're
network.
On FS2,
if you're playing FSU, you're probably on the ACC network a couple times.
Yeah.
Well,
that's ultimate
Fox
banishment.
Too.
Well, Miami, they sometimes are not even on TV.
Like I said, ACC network. It's rather be not on
every
TV.
college game is on TV. You just have to find it.
Yeah, you just have to find it.
ESPN plus.
So what I wonder what Kate Scott's role going to be. What's Kate Scott's role going to be?
I don't know.
So is it like?
Wait a minute. Did you pay for the Madden?
I bought the bundle a couple weeks ago.
We should have asked Kate Scott for a free copy.
Yeah, I don't know if my coupon would get lost in the email text message thread.
We tried to go to the Sixers Nuggets game. We tried to go to the Sixers Nuggets game.
Knowing her, no, that's right.
What was the response she gave you? Oh, now he texts me or something like that.
Here's the funny thing is like when she's gonna, and you're looking live at the link. I grew up a lifelong Eagles fan.
Oh no,
that's what I need from her in that game.
Dude, then I hit somebody up there. I was like, you want me to get you some tickets to the Sixers? I call somebody and say, no, it's not necessary. Not necessary. All right, let's go to the calls. Talk some behind. We'll get back to Steph Curry in just a second. Brandon Payne, Steph Curry's personal trainer. He was amazed. We're all amazed what he did Saturday to win home gold. The last 2 games for Stephen Curry, 17 made threes. 17 made threes. Are you kidding me? Unbelievable performance for Stephen Curry there. Let's go to Jason in San Jose. Jason's been on hold the longest. Jason, good morning to you. What's up?
How we doing, John? Can you hear me?
I got you loud and clear, buddy.
All right. So more than one thing can be true at the same time. So first and foremost, this has gotten really messy with Aiyuk. This should have been taken care of around the draft or in free agency. He is a really good player, but honestly, he is not that dude. He is not the same status as Bosa, McCaffrey, Trent Williams, Fred Warner. When they all got their bags, they were undisputably a top 3 player at the position. Aiyuk is not that. He doesn't mean as much to the Niners as a Ron St. Brown does to the Lions, so he doesn't have the clout to stick his chest out there and say, I'm not signing for anything less than X. The Niners are not going to get punked. They're not going to get bullied. If he wants 32 for the Patriots or the Jaguars, Well, sadly, he can't get it because that's not the way that the union set up for them. They got a lot of great benefits in their life, but freedom is not one of them when it comes to picking which team. And as far as the energy being different with Bosa and Trent Williams, they weren't on social media on the pivot talking about, I want to play for the Steelers or the Redskins or outside the Commanders. They're not showing practice footage on thin ink, tagging coaches like, hey, what's up? How you doing, Mike Tomlin? Flirting like that. So he started it. The Niners are now frustrated because they thought it was going to get done. He hasn't broken.
Hey, Jason, real quick. Jason, real quick, because you're cooking. But you realize the pivot stuff and the practice stuff, apparently the Niners haven't negotiated with him since May.
No, I hear you. I agree. Yeah, that's true. I think they kind of just said, oh, he's going to break. He's going to go ahead and take that $104 million for 4 years. They're kind of, I think, surprised by how hard he stood on his ground.
He didn't break.
And now they're playing dirty pullback.
Yeah, he didn't.
They're playing dirty pullback now.
Yeah, he didn't break. He didn't break. So we'll see what happens here. But I want to get it right. Don't you want him on the Niners, Jason? Don't they have a better chance? Do you still believe, Jason? Jason, if they don't have Brandon Aiyuk on this roster for this season, do you still believe they're contenders to represent the NFC in the Super Bowl?
I do.
Okay.
I honestly believe outside of Purdy, Bosa, and Trent Williams, and maybe Debo, everybody, and that's why I'm saying, man, like, defensive coordinators spend all week thinking about McCaffrey and Debo. They ain't even thinking about Aiyuk like that. He is good. Right. He's nice. He's a really good X, but he's not an irreplaceable piece.
All right. That's fair. That's fair. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. I disagree with that. But you know what? Part of me wants to see it now.
What do you make of Jerry Jones going through the same thing with CeeDee Lamb right now that the Niners are going through with Brandon Aiyuk?
Well, Jerry Jones walked it back. What he said, there's no urgency. Now he's saying, no, we really miss CeeDee Lamb.
Who's more important to their team?
Well, CeeDee Lamb, because they don't have anything around him.
Okay.
You know, you look at their running back room. Who's in their running back room? Zeke?
Zeke, yeah. Wearing number 15.
That's bad. All right. Who's in their wide receiver room? They need CeeDee.
Yeah.
And even CeeDee's not enough. They got blown out in the wild card game, even with CeeDee, because everybody knew the ball was going there.
Do you want CeeDee to get his money first to maybe lower the asking price for Brandon Aiyuk?
No, that may raise the asking price because Brandon Aiyuk in his head might think he's better than CeeDee Lamb.
So then what are the Niners waiting on?
I don't know, Shasky. I don't know. Here's the receivers for Dallas. Brandon Cooks.
Oh, yeah. Traded 8,000 times.
Jalen Tolbert. Kevontae Turpin. Jalen Cropper. Jalen Brooks. Yeah, a bunch of no-names.
If Jalen Williams is on that team as well.
Wow, Zeke's really going to start at running back for the Dallas Cowboys?
Yeah, dude.
Wow.
Goal line back, dude.
Wow. They're in trouble.
The new Tyrone Wheatley.
They are in so much trouble. Are we sure Dallas is going to make the playoffs?
I don't know. We'll see. I look at it in the sense of like the wide receiver, the teams that are like waiting on paying their wide receivers. Cincinnati is notoriously frugal.
Right.
Dallas always pays their own. Now they might go through a process of, waiting it out. They did it with Dak. They did it with Ferguson. They've done it with whoever the center was multiple times. They've made
Zach
guys
Martin.
wait. Yeah, they've made guys wait. So I don't know. That's something new. The Niners, this one's deeper than the other ones.
Yeah, very deep.
I mean, obviously Bosa last year.
Yep.
This isn't good. They gotta figure this out.
What do
it's
you
not
make
just Aiyuk; it's also Trent.
Yeah. What do you make of when people say, "Well, defensive coordinators don't game plan for Aiyuk"?
I've never been a defensive coordinator, so I'm not really sure how I can answer that. He also said that there's only 3 guys on the team that matters, and I would say, well, Fred Warner.
Yeah. I mean,
so we could disagree on things, and the caller has his prerogative.
Hey, if a defensive coordinator doesn't want to worry about a guy who led the team in receptions and led them in receiving yards, then that's on the defensive coordinator. That defensive coordinator should be fired.
Well, no, I think it's a matter of like, I'm going to stop McCaffrey first, and then I'm going to bottle up Deebo Samuel second, and you can't guard everything. Like, this is something that Belichick's talked about when he went up against Kansas City. They said that we're going to stop Kelsey. We'll let Tyreek get whatever he wants, but we're going to stop Kelsey. That was his game plan.
I did hear that on the broadcast, DG, YouTube. I don't know if you look at YouTube, DG's comment there. I did hear that on the broadcast and say, what? Let's go to Let's go to Zach in Redwood City. Zach, what's happening? Then we'll get to RJ. What's happening?
Hey, what's good, guys? How's it going?
What's up? Don't get flushed, Zach.
First of all, Bonte.
Don't get flushed, dude.
First of all, Bonte, I got to give you the work in NCAA. I'll be Hoosiers. I'll be my Hoosiers. You can pick LSU. I'll put Taven Jackson. Shout out Trace Jackson Davis's brother. And, I'll use Donovan McCoy, a.k.a. D-Mac, my guy, and I'll give you the work, okay? So that's first. But
sounds good.
Anyways.
Sounds
good.
Yeah.
So
it sounds good.
I got
and then at halftime, when the score is like 23-0, and you're like, because I got a safety at the end of the first half, and you're saying, I'm going to quit the game at exit. Don't call the show ever again.
Score out there and then thought about how it would happen.
It's next level. If you're going to trash talk the king, you better come with it. If you're going to trash talk the king, Zach, you got to come with the stronger.
How old are you, Zach?
I'm 22 going on 23. Just graduated.
I just graduated from IU.
Back in the Bay now.
I would bet right now, Bonte, just based on age, and this is not fair to you, Zach, you spent more time playing that game than Bonte. I'm going to take you.
No, he hasn't. Call Anna right now, see how much time I've spent. My mom and niece was over yesterday, and I got a game in. I got a game in. My mom was like, we got to put the clothes in the dryer. I said, hold on, it could wait. I got 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter.
Let's go. You really made your mom wait while you were playing
absolutely.
Vids?
Absolutely. It's video games.
Baby, just chill. Anna, chill. Mama, chill.
Video games is a lifestyle,
I got this game going on.
You got to remember, I'm a Nintendo baby, dog. Been doing this since 87, Zach. You weren't even born yet.
Let's move past
You weren't even born yet, Zach, when I started playing NCAA football. You don't want this work.
I know.
All right, go ahead with the call. Go ahead.
All right, so I got 3 points. All right, first is I need to get your guys' thoughts on Jim Harbaugh, just because I thought what he said. I thought what he said was just absolutely comical. Obviously, it was probably scripted. He probably went over that with his PR team, but
about
I'm very glad
college
he's
suspension?
not the coach of the 49ers anymore. And my second point. All right, so I load up the NBA trade machine.
Uh-huh.
I got to go. We got to go get some help for Wardell, Stephen Curry. I'm shipping Wiggins, Kuminga, and Pojemski and a couple picks to go get Jaren Jackson Jr. I think this kid's a stud. Michigan State. You put him along with Trace Jackson Davis at the five. You maybe run Trace Jackson at the 4.
I love your optimism, and I love JJJ. But why would Memphis trade him right now with John Morant coming back?
Well, I honestly don't think Memphis is there. And, look, I know he's the defensive player of the year, probably for second-team All-NBA, but if you're Memphis, you're not quite there yet.
I need your third take before we flush you. Give me your third take.
You're working on 2 straight flushes, Zach, and this is not good. It's not good.
I know.
Third take better be good.
I didn't want to get flushed.
This third take better be good.
For the cycle, dog. Let's hear it.
Number 1.
Right. So Brandon Aiyuk, look, I think here's the deal. He's been wanting to get paid since after the Super Bowl, right? His girlfriend posted that he unfollowed the Niners, blah, 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 blah. Anyways, if you're going to pay him, then you got to pay Trent Williams as well. And if I'm a Niners fan, you got to pay Trent Williams because he is the best tackle in the league. And I don't think Brandon Aiyuk is the top 3 or top 5 receiver. He's top 10, but you got to pay Trent Williams first, right? So if everyone's trying to get that bag, as you're saying, Bonte, you got to get Trent Williams. So I hope I don't get flushed. All right, Bonte, I'll see you on NCAA.
You may not see me on NCAA. Wait in line, buddy. I got a list of people.
I think I got my money on him. Why'd you flush him?
No, don't flush him. He did flush.
It's a half.
He did flush. Yeah.
It was a tiny flush.
He would get smoked. You bring Indiana to me. Oh my gosh. I wouldn't even blitz.
If he beats you with Indiana and you're LSU or Florida State, that is impressive.
He won't beat me. He would.
I need to stream that.
He would get smoked. There's a lot of people. Man, he gets son. Boston wants to play me. I'm waiting on that. This is what we'll do.
Okay, so did I tell you about what Rocco had happened?
Come at the king.
So this is the problem with the young kids. Now, I don't know about 22-year-olds because they might spend hours upon hours upon hours. But the young kids, I'm talking about the 15 through 10 years old.
Right.
They're like, I'll destroy you in this game, in that game. Dog, I've been playing this game since before you were born. I know every hot route in the book. I know every formation. I know every...
So when I talk that talk and you go team up with Zach from Indiana, I'm telling you, I'm a Nintendo baby. You don't think I does this?
Well, if he's 22, this is the way I'm thinking. He's probably been burning trees and, doing God knows what, playing that video game nonstop for 2 months straight.
Who's to say we don't do that?
2 months straight. Now, you versus a 12-year-old, I got my money on you. You versus a 22-year-old, I just don't know. These guys spend their lives gaming.
I don't know, man. Some of these 12-year-olds, they're pretty good at these video games.
Listen.
Rocco made his like little nephew almost cry, basically playing the game. He had to show him a lesson.
Listen. Like the dude playing Cam Newton, they started calling Cam Newton all kind of names because Cam Newton was running him off the football field. Listen, I didn't play video games for a good decade. So when I went to college, I said something's got to give. Something's got to give.
I never took time off.
And listen. I knew
I'm like the Tom Brady of video games. I get better with age.
No, I had to give it up because it was either video games or Mary Jane. And to get through homework and to write essays, sometimes you need a little Mary Jane in your life.
Okay.
It is. It's the truth. So I gave up video games. It didn't. The pandemic happen. And the pandemic happened. I said, oh my gosh. And then I started playing and I started getting reps and I started winning Super Bowls like, oh, I'm as good as I've ever been before. Hot routes are the same. Okay, I got the controls down. I got the juke button down. Okay, I know I can run weak side here, run strong side there. And, oh, I got my drag routes. I got my best points. I got my corner routes. Oh, it's on like Donkey Kong. And so I retired like Jordan, put on the number 45 for a couple weeks, and then boom, I was back in number 23 again. These young punks got nothing on me.
I think you'll beat Nahegan's kid by like 40.
Oh, I might make him cry. I might not even play him. He may jump out of school after I destroy him. I'm going to be humble in this one. I'm not going to be humble in this one. I'm just well-rounded. I would destroy these kids. Destroy them. They have no idea. Time it, down the distance, 2-minute drills. Well, my 2-minute drills are next level in college, especially because the first, when you get a first down, the clock stopped. I was like, oh my gosh.
Kyle Shanahan needs to employ you as his clock management guru.
I could help Shanahan out. I could have helped him out in Super Bowl 54. That's for damn sure. Clock. So, if y'all want this work, trust me, you're going to get it soon enough. Be careful what you wish for.
I think we need to get a Twitch stream going for you.
Oh, we're going to get it all going. We're going to get it all going on. Trust me. It's going to happen soon.
Morning roast tournament. Dynasty?
Morning roast tournament. And get all these work. Whoever else is on the YouTube stream talking.
Get beat by Bonte.
No, Shaq could be in the tournament too. We'll get Guru in there.
Good.
We need a whipping boy, so get Guru in the tournament.
I am the system of
We need somebody from 95.7 the game to get blown out. RJ at Fairfield. RJ, what's happening? Good morning, RJ.
Hey, good morning. Shout out to my sponsor, Flower Water Plumbing. You know what I'm saying? Since y'all trigger happy.
He did a sponsor read on the front end. Keep going.
Because you know what time it is, RJ. You don't come correct this morning, you will get flushed.
Yep. Y'all trigger happy over there. Hey, I see why y'all like Steph Curry, man. He did his thing.
I see why you like Steph Curry.
Now you're just now seeing how we keep going.
Okay. Hey, I'm hitting the panic button on this 49ers season. Boop, boop. I'm hitting that panic button, baby.
Why? Why are you hitting the panic button?
Boop. Bonte, when you look at our schedule, look at the drama, and then look at that defense that we had. Look at the depth that we had out there against the Titans. Our cornerback, with all the smoke coming out from Lombardi, Kruger, talking about we have cornerback depth, it was getting roasted all game, the first half, left and right against Will Levis. Come on, bro. Tony Pollard running up and down our D-line. Come on, man. I'm hitting the panic button. I'm going to do it early. Boop, boop. That's what I'm doing. All early. You got to agree with me. You guys.
No, I don't agree with you. And I don't have to agree with you.
Hitting the horn on like one of those like preschool bicycles that has like the little.
I thought it was going to be an air horn at training camp. Come on, RJ. You're panicking already. Come on, RJ. I thought better of you, RJ. You're a new father now. You're doing great things for your wife.
Thomas stinks.
I mean, come on. Ambry Thomas, yeah, he stinks, but he's not going to be on the team.
After Sunday's game, it brought me, it just made everything clear. Like, I'm hitting the panic button early.
Wait, RJ. It's preseason game number 1. The starters wasn't playing, RJ. You went through this last year. Were you panicking last year to the Vegas Raiders game when they lost? You were panicking, huh? Come on, keep it right. You were panicking.
I was. Of course. Bonte, you didn't know this, but I foresee the future, and I like to just get ahead of things, okay? I like to just prep my mind for the disappointment, okay? So I'm hitting the panic button early. During the season when we start losing people left and right and we have to turn to the second string guys, don't act surprised. I'm going to be right there calling back and saying, I told you so. Bonte, Shasky.
RJ, I thought Brandon Allen looked good. I have been very critical of Brandon Allen, and I charted 6 high-end throws from Brandon Allen. I thought he looked really good, and I thought Dobbs was better than I expected. I shockingly feel very confident about the Niners. Yes, there are Trent and Aiyuk and CMC's hurt. Like, believe me, there are huge issues right now with this team, but they're always going to be able to move the ball.
Man, we over here talking about quarterbacks, man. I'm talking about the special position, special teams. I'm talking about depth at the cornerback position. I'm talking about depth at the D-line. We cannot afford one injury, Shasky. I mean, the quarterback, I'm calling that, but can you where was the bright spot? D. Winters was getting roasted. Everybody was running on us, man. This is the first preseason game where we show out like that.
Nah, D. Winters was fine. The backup tight end that they just signed, he's been on 9 teams. He looked fine. What is RJ, Sounderness, whatever his name is.
RJ, relax.
Looked really good.
We should have just flushed RJ. We should have just flushed him.
I mean,
but you know what?
Hit the flush.
Yeah, hit the flush.
Just so we can give the sponsor.
I mean, because he botched the sponsory too. Shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it. Because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. And sorry your call was this not good, RJ. Contact Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain at flowingwater.net. At flowingwater.net. Panicking after the week. He just admitted he was panicking after last year's Raider game. Remember that debacle? I was ready to quit radio after that game. I swear to God.
Well, they did start off 5-0.
I went back to Anna. Well, yeah, but you and the rest of these people were panicking after the Raider game. And I went home. I said, Anna, I don't think I'm built for this anymore. I really don't think I'm built for this.
You just didn't run the ball enough. That's the problem.
Yeah.
That was always a great one. I love that one.
Oh, they didn't run the ball enough against the Raiders.
They ran the ball enough. That was what you're complaining
about. I swear to God, I went home that day and said, I'm not built for this no more.
It broke you a little bit?
Oh, it did break me. It did break me. Not going to happen this year. David Sabatel. Dave, what's happening?
Hi, Dave.
What's up, fellas? So, hey, just to be honest with you, I've never freaked out during a preseason game, and the reason is because of Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy Garoppolo never led a touchdown scoring drive as the starter in a preseason game. So the fact that we're just seeing touchdowns, there's no way I can get lost in it.
Is that true? Wait a minute. He never led a preseason touchdown drive?
I'm pretty sure.
At the most, it's been one. Come on.
Well,
I'm trying to think about him.
You with such confidence.
No, well, I'm trying to think about it. Now I'm going to look this up because I think he might be right. I remember this, Dave, to be fair, and I have your back. I remember Kansas City, the year they went to the Super Bowl, Chris Jones batted the ball. He batted the ball down on 4th down. I tweeted it out. I was like, look, Chris Jones is doing this in the preseason, and he did it in the Super Bowl. So you might be onto something there.
So,
yeah. I'm still here, but I got a Brandon Aiyuk thing. You guys got time for one Brandon Aiyuk
absolutely.
thing?
Absolutely.
I'm going to search GBG preseason stats.
Go ahead, Brandon.
Okay. So when it comes to Brandon Aiyuk, I am so sick of hearing anything, and it's not because of Brandon Aiyuk. It's the fans. Brandon Aiyuk, the only fact we know is from TJ Houshmandzadeh. He is asking for $28 million. I haven't heard anyone from his camp say he's asking for 32 because it equals 28 or 31. Because
same here.
All we know is TJ said $28 million, and where does he fit perfectly mathematically with stats, numbers, performances at $28 million? That's what I'm sick of. Stop telling me he's greedy. He's not greedy. He's not being a prima donna. None of that. He deserves $28 million. That's all I got. Did we get an answer on that?
Yeah, Jimmy Garoppolo had a touchdown drive against the Houston Texans in 2018. And you know who he threw the touchdown pass to?
In 2018, Dante Pettis.
Trent Taylor for a 2-yard touchdown.
Way.
2-yard touchdown.
Time is a flat line.
Jimmy Garoppolo was 10-12 in that game for 136 yards. Jerry McNichols was playing running back that day.
Jeremy McNichols.
Remember Snoop Dogg's guy? 10 carries, 28 yards for McNichols, 2.8 yards a pop. Jeff Wilson Jr., 5 carries, 20 yards. Joe Williams, 8 carries, 18 yards in that game.
That was the best of him.
Marquise Goodwin, 3 catches, 61 yards.
Goodwin.
Victor Bolden, 1 catch, 32 yards.
Bolden.
Dante Pettis, 2 catches, 32 yards. Jeremy Nichols, boy, can't say enough about his hands. 3 catches, 19 yards out of the backfield. Pierre Garçon, 1 catch, 17 yards. Aaron Burbridge. Remember him?
Aaron
One catch,
Burbridge,
16 yards.
Was he number 81?
Oh, something like that. So, no, Jimmy did lead a touchdown drive.
We're now retconning the Jimmy Garoppolo preseason experience.
This is why fact-checking, when you don't go to journalism school, I try to tell you guys, be accurate here.
How did you find the Jimmy Garoppolo preseason stats?
Oh, just go to ESPN and look at the schedule, and you could go 2018.
Oh, you went that deep that quick.
I went that deep.
You're wow.
Yeah, I got the.
That was back when they were letting him be himself, you know.
I so wanted to watch him yesterday with the Rams.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Just Trey Lance being on the screen yesterday. I stayed away from every Trey Lance tweet.
I watched it.
Oh, I watched it. And he was
all over the place.
Dude, listen.
Couple good throws, couple horrible ones.
I'm not going to lie. I Twitter searched the name Trey Lance, and it was all over the place. This guy is buds. Then it was like, wow, this guy's got fresh legs.
Well, Skip Bayless thinks that he could take Dak's job. It's like, come on.
I also think Skip Bayless is see now. Willa Marin. Willa Marin, what's happening?
Guys, thanks for taking my call. Yeah, to the last caller or the previous two callers that were tripping about the panic button. The last time I checked, the Niners still have 9 guys in the top 100. So I don't know why you're panicking over a game, 0 merit in a cup that holds 0 water. So I wouldn't worry about that at all. You also have, in my opinion, the best quarterback and the best defense in the NFL. So I'm not worried about it whatsoever. But I do have a great idea for you guys at the station, talking about Madden and geeking out and stuff like that. Now, I think this would get the station a lot of good publicity, and it would give fans a chance to get one-on-one with their favorite hosts and stuff like that. I think you guys should run a 95-7 the game Madden tournament and have a few lucky fans that are good play against you, Monte. You could put Guru in there. You could have, Smith he could get blown out but make fun of his opponent the whole time. That would be awesome. I think it would be great. I just think it would be awesome, and it would give a lot of face for 95-7 the game. You guys have done softball games, and you did the Warriors basketball game. A lot of people play Madden. You'd have a lot of you'd have a lot of people in there, a lot of good minds, and I really think it would benefit you and the fans and get a lot more listeners. I love the station, so I just thought it would be a great idea. So thanks. Guys, please come get your winnings from the bet that I lost a few years ago. Let me take you guys out for a round of golf in Mill Valley, like I promised you. Come get me.
We need to do that. We'll get that done soon, Will.
That sounds like a great idea.
We'll get that done soon, Will.
It's golf season for me. Yeah,
yep.
I like it.
I like the idea.
So Guru plays, Bonte plays, I play. Who else plays? Lub, you play?
No, he can't play Madden.
No, I'll take a fat L on that one.
Hawk time. Hawks. You playing Madden?
He'll be in there. He's locked in right now.
No, Hawks might be that good player. He's just like, he doesn't say anything.
Silent assassin.
Quiet one.
Yeah, I don't like playing those type of guys. See, I don't like playing guys like Joe Hawks because it's hard to trash talk them. Part of my game in Madden is I like to have a conversation with you during the game. Like my boy Igor Spivak, we used to have NBA 2K tournaments at my house, right?
Talk.
Listen, we rattled Igor Spivak so much that when he would play, he put in this is the iPod days.
Oh.
Apple iPods.
He'd put it in.
He just will listen to music.
Oh, yeah, that's like the cheater way out.
Yeah, no, because he couldn't handle the trash talk coming from us. And I'd be talking. And I'd be telling him, like, yo, I'm running up and down. I'm pulling up from 3. 3 seconds within the shot clock. I'm pulling up from 3. You ready for this? I got to talk. That's what makes the video game fun. You just talk. And then sometimes, the best trash talk is sometimes when you don't say anything. You know why? You just let the play clock run down. When you got total control of the game, and you got somebody so frustrated, man, just hike the ball. It's like, dude, I'm chilling. Hold on. You put the classic Bonte move is I'll put the controller down, stretch out a little bit, knowing there's like 20 seconds left on the play clock, get some quick water. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh yeah, let me audible real quick and score this touchdown on you.
Time for the legal.
Got all the tricks of the trade, baby. You little young punks. You want some? Come get some. You want some? Come get some. Talking about video games here. Listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG, FM Nation, 1 San Francisco, Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. You know what? This guy ain't a video. Well, sometimes he does play like a video game. It's a cheat code. It's Stephen Curry. Lubman. Hit me. You know what? I'll start it off in French, and then you find Noah Eagle.
Attention au tir de Steph Curry. Oh non, mais non. Steph Curry. On faisait. mais c'est pas possible. Qui renverse pour Kevin Durant. Ah, il a la main chaude, Steph Curry, il a la main chaude, il a la main chaude. C'est pas possible. Il a la main chaude, Steph Curry.
The devil, Steph Curry. Called him a devil in French.
I love it.
Oh, Brandon Payne is going to join us in about 12 minutes, 13 minutes here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Find me to Noah Eagle, the golden dagger. Oh!
Durant, back to Curry, dancing on Batum, over the double team. Oh! It's a golden dagger!
Night.
Curry, unconscious in the fourth. Davis with a rebound. Up ahead for Booker. Exclamation point.
He's a bad boy. Night.
8 threes for Curry. He has sent the French crowd into a frenzy they will never forget.
I mean, he sent everybody into a frenzy. Even Stephon Marbury was all of a sudden relevant. By the way, Stephon Marbury sitting courtside. Listen, Stephon Marbury. Starbury. He's part of the squad that almost got the program canceled. Team USA. Because they won bronze in Greece and he was just a mess. Why is he there representing Team USA? You're the last guy we need to see courtside. I love it, Steph. You did a lot of great things. Stephon Marbury. I'm going to say Stephon. You did a lot of great things in China. I get all that. But boy, we do not need to see you representing Team USA after what happened in Greece in 04.
All right, full disclosure. Back in the day, I used to call the Rick Barry Show all the time. And it was Rick and Rod for a minute, but Rick was by himself at this time. And he was doing like a 2 o'clock slot, give or take. It was around the afternoon. I got off at work early. I called in, and I complained about Stephon Marbury being the point guard on the USA team. And Rick 100% agreed with me. If you're going to be the point guard on a quote-unquote all-star team, you have to be a facilitator.
Right.
You can't be a score-first guy.
Right.
And like individually, I like Stephon Marbury. On a team like that, horrific fit.
Oh, my gosh.
Horrific fit. And I'll never forget, Rick and I, we were, basically, agreeing on something on the air back in the day.
No, that's good stuff.
The anti-RJ call.
Now look, I get
Bonte, you didn't know this, but I foresee the future.
Marbury's a hood legend. Stop it, Bonte. I get he is a hood legend. And his documentary was great.
He got game was loosely based off some
him.
of his stuff.
No doubt.
Loosely.
However, that was the rumor. Team USA does not need him sitting courtside, taking shots at Steve Kerr, taking shots at LeBron winning the MVP. Dude, you almost got Team USA's, like they thought about this, you know what, the hell with Team USA, send the amateurs back out there because it was such a mess with you leading the charge. Don't Marbury, you trying to ruin him. I got no problem with Melo being there courtside because Melo's part of Team USA and he really took pride in winning the gold medal or whatnot. But Marbury, you're doing too much. You're doing too much.
What about Draymond?
Draymond's Draymond. He flew out there just to see.
So Draymond's allowed to criticize the coach.
Well, he wasn't.
Tweet at the coach.
Well, no, I didn't say he was.
Marbury.
I wasn't allowed. I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all. He did win gold medal for Team USA, but Draymond. Hey, he was there to protect Aisha and Sonya at the end when the French people were like basically harassing them with the baby in their heads.
Incredible. I didn't see that.
Yeah, that hit TMZ yesterday. It was a bad time in Paris. By the way, college football preseason polls are just being revealed.
Who's number 1?
Georgia.
Who's number 2?
Ohio State.
3.
Oregon.
4.
Number 4.
Texas.
Number 5.
Is Texas in the SEC this year?
Yes, they are.
That's official.
Yeah, that's official.
Okay.
They're in the SEC.
Keep going.
5, Bama.
Okay.
Guess who number 6 is?
Washington.
Nope. Ole Miss.
Really? Lane Kiffin and them boys.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Number 7, Notre Dame.
Well, that's obvious. They've got a defensive line with all-stars.
They do. Number 8, Penn State.
That's not surprising.
Number 9, Michigan. Number 10,
Florida State.
Oh. Hey, when you play it on the video game, that place, Don't Kill be rocking, boy. That thing be shaking.
How many also receiving votes did Miami get?
They didn't make the top 10. I don't see any votes.
Is Cal in the top 25?
They are not.
How about Stanford?
Academics, maybe.
It's just a top 10 here. Just top 10.
Oh.
We don't worry about the rest.
Well, they're in the ACC now.
Yeah, I mean, we'll worry. Hey, Cooper Flag. We can't wait for the basketball schedule to come out.
Keep talking about the football aspect of it, but we missed the basketball part.
Cal and Stafford in the ACC. That is true.
I doubt that the ACC's flying out to the West Coast this year.
No, Miami's coming out here. They have to.
Are you sure?
You can't make Cal
October 5th, Miami's coming to Strawberry Canyon.
Yeah.
Are they for sure? Wow.
Yeah, for sure.
You're going to that game?
I am going to that game. Wow. Dad and I are looking for tickets. So.
Are you going to get credentialed?
No, I'm going to go with my dad on that one. We'll be going as civilians. Not credentialed.
Civilians.
So wait, media members on
civilians. He's in the middle of covering a war.
We got it free.
I'm going to have my big vest that says press on it while I go in. Yeah.
Dude, I can't wait for Florida State to come out here to the West Coast again. Remember they were in the Emerald Bowl? They were in the Emerald Bowl back in the day.
How could I forget?
And then Miami was in the Emerald Bowl, dude.
Back-to-back years.
Wait.
Boston College, too.
Boston College? Oh, dude.
It was the ACC fifth-place team versus the Pac-12 fifth-place team. Or something like that.
Legendary matchup.
Yeah, legendary matchups.
Hey, actually, AT&T was sweet for football.
Oh, it was great.
Except for the wall being right there.
I mean, it is what it is, but, it's all good. It's all good in the hood. All right. Brandon Payne is going to join us coming up, and that's brought to you by Robert Half.
Curry. Jab. Triple. He sticks it.
Steph say, calm down, everybody.
It's Clowney with a chance of Curry's.
Got a little out of sorts down the stretch, turned the ball over, taking quick shots, and obviously there was a big shot down or up 3 to put us up 6 that kind of settled everything, and then the rhythm, the avalanche came, and thankfully the other 3 went in. But that was an unbelievable moment. I've been blessed to play basketball at a high level for a very long time. I don't know. This ranks very, very high in terms of the excitement and the sense of relief getting to the finish line. This is Stephen Curry, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
Man, what a performance by Stephen Curry. Before we dive into it with Brandon Payne, don't forget to join 95.7 The Game at Harding Park Friday, September 6th for the Pettinelli Financial Partners Golf Tournament, benefiting the Autism Society of the San Francisco Bay Area. Go to 957thegame.com to learn more. Presented by Atco Pest Control, the Bay Area's locally family-owned pest control company. Brandon Payne's going to join us in the second here on the River Islands guest line, but you heard Stephen Curry. That moment ranks high for him. Are you surprised by that? Because, you know, the Olympics, I feel like the Paris Games really brought the Olympics back, because it went through a period where they go down to Sydney, Australia, or, you know, down there in Australia, down under, kind of lost its lunder with all the tape delay stuff. They go to Greece. And kind of like, other than the basketball, we didn't really pay attention to the Olympics, I feel, as a society. I feel like these games, with the gymnastics, with the swimming, with the wrestling, with the boxing, and of course the track and field and basketball, everybody's hyped up about the Olympics. Now it's coming to LA in 2028. It's a lot of momentum built for those games.
There's no doubt. And I think that the obviously the star power was big, but I'm going deep on this, but when we had just cable channels, and you just had like at the time it was NBC, right, doing it, they would do like a 10-minute build up and show you this bio on this person, and like people like you and me, like, I'm sorry, my attention span is moving too quick. Now it was, here's a quad box. Here are 4 different things going on all at once. You pick what you want to watch, and we're going to go bam to bam to bam to bam to bam. And I think that the way that they presented it, how fast they moved from one thing to the next, I thought they did a great job. And I think the presentation was huge. I think also being out of COVID is a big deal too.
It is a huge deal.
Like, we were a distracted society. I think the way it went down, there was a lot of things like, I don't know. I think we needed this right now.
No, we didn't. And Curry, it's just to hear from other fans saying, boy, this is what it's like to root for Stephen Curry. Well, we've been fortunate here in the Bay Area. We've been fortunate to watch Steph Curry through his entire career. He goes 17-27 the last 2 games against Serbia and France to bring home the gold medal. And who better to talk about Steph than his personal trainer, who's known Steph and has been along for the entire ride. Brandon Payne, of course, the CEO and founder of Accelerate Basketball, and he does a great job with Stephen Curry. He was out there working. Brandon, good morning, man. Thanks for joining us here on the River Islands guest line. Brandon, were you in the gym Saturday? I wasn't sure if you were in the gym Saturday watching that performance, or if you were out in Paris at all.
No, I was home, actually. You know, this year, my 2 sons are getting a little bit older, so they're playing high school basketball now. So instead of going through the whole 5 or 6 weeks that they were on the road, I chose to stay back here and you know, be a part, try to be a dad and a coach at the same time. So, you know, as his career is kind of going on here, you know, my kids are getting older as well. So I'm trying to work really hard at doing both of those things as well as I can. You know, he did have a chance to call me right after the game Saturday, so we talked all through the Olympics. So it was a great experience for him.
What was that conversation like right after the game where he hits those 4 threes? It got hairy there down the stretch, 82-79, and the offense looked discombobulated, and with the stars that were on the floor, all those stars, all those alphas. It was Steph Curry who hit the biggest shots in back-to-back games against Serbia and France. So what was that, if you can share, what was that conversation like, Brandon, Saturday after the gold medal game?
I mean, to be honest with you, even for me, it was surprisingly emotional for both of us, I think. And just the fact that, you know, to watch him play for a championship, to watch him play in games that are high pressure, that are very meaningful games, those are the games he loves to play in. And so after the game, you know, I wasn't really expecting to hear from him. And I certainly, you know, he had just gotten off the TV with Mike Tirico, and my phone rang, and it was him, and I was very shocked. And he just called, and we just kind of shared a moment and reflected on the past 15 years and just kind of talk through. The only question I did ask him was, what were you thinking on that last shot you took? And he just kind of laughed and said that I was too tired to do anything else. I just had to get it up and out of my hands. I said, well, it worked. It worked out. So congratulations. But yeah, I mean, it's just to be back in a championship situation. I think that was very impactful this summer, and it was needed. It was something that was needed. It was something that you want to feel. And it's just a reminder. I think the one thing that we took for granted a little bit too much during that 6-year finals run, that we were just going to be in the finals every single year. I mean, I was probably more guilty than anybody of speaking in absolutes, like, hey, we're getting ready for next June every year. And the further we get away from that, the more foolish that sounds, the more foolish that looks, because we firmly understand now just how difficult getting back into championship situations are. So it was really nice, and I actually took the time to really sit back and appreciate it, because I haven't appreciated it as much as I should have up until now. So that's kind of what I take away from this experience is to appreciate it when you're in meaningful games and in championship games.
It was so special to see him play again with Kevin Durant the way that they did. And clearly their on-court chemistry is just unbelievable, as well as off-court. And then also to see LeBron James and Steph, after years of battling for the ultimate prize against each other and being competitive foes, to see them on the same team, and for them, it felt so genuine just to see them celebrate together and to play beautiful basketball together. I don't know, just the purist in me thought it was a seminal moment for the game.
It was, and it was important for those two guys as well. I mean, admittedly, we had a little bit of a rivalry there for a while with LeBron, and of course with the Cavs. And but I think that LeBron and Steph, the people have asked me this all through this Olympic process, like, why do you think they're getting along so well? Why do you think they're so close? And here's the answer: they're the only two guys in the world that can truly understand each other. Those two guys are celebrities so far and beyond basketball to a level that not many other NBA guys can even understand. So, getting them together, that was the first time that they were really able to be with somebody for an extended period of time that understands them, that gets what they go through on a daily basis, and that can kind of, they can kind of talk about similar things. And I think they both really appreciated that.
Could you have seen them being so close 5-6 years ago?
No way. No, not a chance. But I mean, again, things change and we all mature and we all get to a point again to where you recognize greatness, and you recognize the fact that you've been able to compete against some of the greatest that have ever played this game. And both of them fit into that category. And there's an admiration and appreciation that I think has grown for both of them. And that's why you've seen that relationship continue to evolve into something that looks completely different than it did 5, 6, 7 years ago. So I think that, just the fact that they can understand each other, be together, appreciate, what they've done together is very interesting.
Founder of Accelerate Basketball, Steph Curry's personal trainer, Brandon Payne, right here on the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop, and that scene with LeBron and Steph after the Serbia game where LeBron grabs Steph's head, like, yeah, and he's all fired up. And then there's Kevin Durant, the former teammates who went to 3 straight finals together. And to see Steph Curry and Kevin Durant, we all, the way it ended with the fans and everything like that, I don't think Kevin Durant was fully appreciated here in Golden State, here in the Bay Area, and the basketball that he played. But those two guys connected again and being boys again, that was also cool, Brandon, seeing Katie and Steph together.
Oh, absolutely. And again, it's, in the heat of the moment when things are happening in the NBA, certainly fans, they have a different perspective than the players or the people that are involved on a daily basis. And there's a lot of things that go on within these situations where fans they're not privy to the information. So they don't fully get it. But, I don't think there was ever any animosity there at all. I think that was something that was more generated outside the building than inside the building. But, I think that, again, it's just, players love to play with players that have similar mindsets. And if, when you get in a team situation and not everybody is rowing the boat in the same direction and not everybody's pulling in the same direction, those can be very frustrating situations. But when you get on a team like the Olympic team, where there's a common goal and everybody's kind of placing their ego to the side, and everybody in the building recognizes that this is nothing but greatness in this room, but we're still here for one reason and one reason only. I think that they just enjoy being around players that have the same mindset that they do. And Kevin Durant is certainly one of the greatest that's ever played as well. And he has a greatness mindset just like Steph and LeBron do. So those guys enjoy spending time around players like that because it makes their job easy.
Watching KD and LeBron sitting there, you mentioned it already, the shot over over two defenders of France, and KD and LeBron have their arms up. Only Steph could get away with that, right? They got to be. Bam Adebayo had the quote of the tournament, I thought, where he said, I'm thinking, what the heck is he doing? Like you just mentioned there. And KD and LeBron are wide open, and Steph just shoots it. And we've seen that. It just never gets old, Brandon. Do you ever take it for granted as well, watching him shoot the way he shoots?
I think, I'm guilty of that. I'm guilty of taking it for granted. I'm guilty, and I'm certainly trying to be better about it because it's not normal. It's not normal for him to do the things. What I would like watching when he's getting like that is I typically like to watch the opposing coaching staff. I like to watch the opposing coaching staff's reaction to what's going on, and especially in that game because Kenny Atkinson, who was a great assistant coach for the Warriors, is now the head coach with the Cleveland Cavaliers. Kenny was an assistant on the French team. So I was particularly paying attention over there to see, because he's seen it on, being a part of the Warriors. He's enjoyed it. Just seeing their reaction. It just is one of those things as a coach, you just kind of throw your hands up because there's nothing you can do about it. At that point, if he misses, he just missed. It was nothing that you did. So, the picture where KD and LeBron both have their hands up and they're wide open with nobody guarding them and you still shoot it, that's a pretty powerful picture. And there's only one guy in the world that can get away with that, and he did.
We all want him to play in 2028, and I know you're going to want him to play in 2028, so that's not the question that I want to ask you.
All of them, Brandon. LeBron, KD, and Steph. They may need him in 2028. France is coming.
I'm with you. But here's the question. You're his trainer. How does he come down from this high emotionally and physically and get ready for the rigors of an NBA season where it's going to be a tough go here for the Warriors? Not that they can't, make headway, but they got a lot of work here, and it's a short amount of time for him to recuperate at an age of where he's at. Have you even thought about, how you build yourself back up?
Well, I don't think that I really want him to come down from this. What I want him to do is we want to use this experience. We want to use what just happened as a slingshot into the preseason, into training camp. I think that he's, again, being in I told Bonte this when we were texting after the game the other day, to me, it was fun to watch him be in a championship game, be in a game that matters again. And to me, I think that that's kind of the stimulation and is a reminder of what it feels like. And I think that is going to be what propels us into the preseason and propels us into the regular season. So I don't think I want him to come down. I want it to be something where we just step on the gas pedal even harder now, because now we remember what it's like to be there, and we want to get there again.
The whole world got to see him perform at the stage, and the whole narrative about him not being clutch is finally dead. I think it was dead a couple years ago. Hell, I think it was dead in 2016, for crying out loud. But when you think about it, and it's hard to put a number on it or say, where does this rank, blah, blah, blah. But for you, watching that moment on that stage for his first gold medal with Team USA, there's a lot of accolades that he's had. A couple MVPs, 4-time champ, All-Star games, All-NBA, all that stuff. But where's that moment? Where's that moment when you sit back, Brandon? And it's tough because we're a couple days removed from it. But later on this summer, later off this offseason, how are you going to look at that moment Saturday against France? Is it going to be up there with, say, a finals moment? Is it going to be up there with the double bang shot against Oklahoma City on the way to 73-9 in the regular season in 2016? Where are you going to place this moment for Steph Curry? And it's hard to put a number on it. I get it because we're freshly removed from it, but it feels like it's right up there for him.
Absolutely. It's at the top. And again, it's kind of like picking a favorite child. Like you don't, you can't. There isn't really one. He's done so many things that I don't think we all fully appreciate yet. But we will, and I think that will go right up in that there's a collection of them. There's a highlight film we can make of all of his greatest accomplishments, the greatest shots, the things that he's done well throughout his career. And those two, the semifinals game and the championship game, those will certainly be, those memories will be in with all the other ones right at the top. To me, it's, again, I don't get too much into ranking them because they're all equally important to me. But yes, absolutely, they're right there at the top. And it was something that was important to him. It's something that he wanted. He wanted badly. And I don't think that he ever really verbalized how badly he wanted to be a part of it and how much he wanted to win it. But you saw it in his actions. You saw it in how he went about his business. And you saw it in the emotion that came out after the game was over. And I think that it's something that was just really, really important to him in his career.
All right, when people think Olympics and all these superstars, they do think about who's trying to recruit who? And who's going to team up with who? And if you were to recklessly speculate, I'm going to say it on the front end.
You setting them up, man.
If you were to recklessly speculate, and it was your opinion, and you had the dream wish that you could pair Steph with one player on that team for one more season, who would it be?
You're killing me, man. Dunleavy and those are my guys, man.
It's just a dream scenario.
I already know it's
Dream scenario.
Hey, real quick, Brandon. Yeah, Shasky after the Serbian Cup, he goes, you see LeBron after Steph? He was telling him something. I was like, Shasky, they just beat Serbia to come back from 15 down.
On the real, I know that Magic and Larry never got to play together except the Dream Team, but there's a part of me that wants to see one of the greatest point guards ever in LeBron James and Steph Curry play together one season, or Kevin Durant again and Steph Curry, or Book, but there's a variety of guys that'll look great next to Steph Curry. Who doesn't look good next to him? But seeing those two play together, I think it would be amazing for the game.
Well, I do too, and I don't know that there's a wrong answer out of that group of players that were there. I mean, every single one of them you'd love to see paired up with Stephen for 82 plus games. And I agree with both of the players you just said there with KD and LeBron. That'd be a lot of fun.
No.
I'm sorry.
No, we all want to see it. I'm sure Brandon would. We saw it with KD. It would be fun to see it with LeBron again, no doubt.
That I would enjoy watching it, but. That's not my department.
It's okay to plead the fifth, Brandon. It's okay. Real quick, what's the schedule like for Steph? Now you're coming off the Olympic gold medal. I'm sure he's going to take some time off. When you guys ramp back up, because the regular season, they already released the schedule. Klay Thompson's going to be back in the Bay Area November 12th with the Dallas Mavericks. So training camp will be right around the corner, starting in October. What's the schedule like for you guys as you guys ramp up for the next season?
Well, right now he's taking a well-deserved family vacation, and he needs to, because this was – from the time, we didn't really take much time after the season was over off because we were ramping up to get ready for the Olympics. So the normal amount of time we would take off, he didn't get a chance to do that. So he needs to take, 10 to 14 days right now and just be a dad. He just needs to be present, and he just needs to be away and mentally kind of, relax and not even really think about basketball for a little bit. In a couple of weeks, we'll get started back up. We've got a very, very full end of the month and a very full September leading up to training camp, and he'll be ready. He's excited. And again, I just think that's what this Olympic experience has done for him. It's reinvigorated him. It's re-stimulated him. It's got him excited. And we're ready to play basketball here in about a month and a half.
Man, with all those alphas on the court, it was Steph Curry. He's stole the show, Shaq. It's amazing.
Did you find out, did he have the night-night sweatshirt custom made prior to all that? Because he had it in French, already ready to go post-game. I thought that was incredible marketing.
Yeah. I don't know who did that, but somebody did a good job with that. I'm not sure. I don't even know if he knew about that, but somebody, I think, had that ready to go. I'm waiting. I'm actually waiting on mine now, so I don't know when I'm going to get it, but I hope I get it pretty soon, because it was incredible to have that on right after the game.
Well, they're going to sell like hotcakes on the site. Sure. I mean, as soon as Under Armour puts that out, everybody's going to have one of those sweaters. Real quick, Brandon, removing yourself from all the biases. I know it's tough because you work closely with Stephen Curry, but I asked Shasky earlier today, is he one of the better entertainers we've ever had in sports? Because it's not just the three-point shot making. It's not the way he just cooks dudes up off the dribble, puts them in the blender. But it's the celebrations. It's the night-night. It's the big head bounce. It's the cabbage patch. It's him yelling at the French crowd saying, "Don't worry about me." Like, in terms of just all-time entertainers on the short list, removing Stephen Curry, who would you have on that list? It's just pure entertainment and guys who are great at their craft.
Wow, that's a good question. You kind of catch me off guard with that one. Who would be on the same level as Steph? And I don't know. Steph's pretty.
He's up there. Remove Steph, because I was thinking like guys like Deion Sanders, maybe Muhammad Ali, Patrick Mahomes. Yeah, guys like that who like they're good, they're great, and they entertain you on the showman.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the guys are just those are all great, and even Michael Jordan to an extent, even though his was a little bit more subdued. I think sometimes he had a penchant for that big moment as well. So I think that what you see when Stephen hits these shots. I think you just see the love and the joy that he has for this. And that's something that's not really matched by many guys either. It's just how much he loves to play basketball, how much he loves to win, and how prepared he is for those moments. And I think you just get a true natural reaction. I don't think that really anything that he does is pre-planned. We've never talked about it being pre-planned. I think you're just seeing just the true reaction, the true love he has for this game and true love he's got for his teammates and how much it means to him. And it just comes out in his personality and his reactions.
So golf season for 10 to 14 days for Steph Curry as he does the family thing.
Dad, Shasky, stay away from the league.
Get some golf in.
He's gonna stay off those legs, stay off those feet. Go be a dad, father of four, of course, with Aisha. What a time, man! What a show he put on, Brandon. We always thank you for the time.
Yes, great stuff.
Obviously, you've been right there for the ride, and we appreciate the relationship with you, man. And what a show! What a show! And the fact that he called you right after he talked to Mike Tirico says a lot about the relationship you two guys have. So thanks for sharing that with us, Brandon. We'll be in touch, man. Take care. And good luck to your kids, man. Good luck to your kids, because we see the videos all the time on Instagram. They look like there are some players as well. Look like they could be getting some scholarships for the way they could shoot.
We hope so. They can definitely shoot us. So I appreciate that, guys. Thanks for having me.
Anytime.
Great
Brandon
stuff.
Payne, founder and CEO of Accelerate Basketball. The fact that Steph just called him right up, like, yo, what about that? Brandon's like, you really took that shot? And you see the still photos of it.
It's incredible.
It's one of the most disrespectful shots we've ever seen, and he's got probably the top 10 most disrespectful shots in NBA history.
Well, and again, we'll see what Victor Wembanyama's career ends up being.
Yeah.
But if he ends up being what we think he's going to be, that shot, that still of him shooting it over the outstretched hands of Victor, I think it's going to age beautifully.
I mean, think about what we've been able to watch his entire career. And we could be heading into the final chapters. And I just plead with Warrior fans. Just appreciate every single second, every single moment of Stephen Curry's career and what he's done for this organization, what he's done for this region. He's one of ours now. He's our guy. Representing the Golden State Warriors. And in the last two games where he struggled up into that Serbia game, kept him in it against Serbia, then brought it home. And you saw what happened against France Saturday afternoon out here on the West Coast. And with all those guys on the floor, again, Embiid, Anthony Davis, who had a great gold medal game, Devin Booker, Kevin Durant, they all deferred to the chef, Stephen Curry. Wow. I'm never going to get over that game, man. Noah Eagle with the call, that stage. Like, I could feel it. I could see it in your face, Shasky. When he did that against Serbia and LeBron is grabbing him by the head.
You know exactly what I was thinking.
Oh, I know what you were thinking. Yeah, you're a psychotic individual.
We were watching the game, Rocco and I, and all he kept saying is, Bonte doesn't want to have LeBron on his team? Are you kidding me?
Well,
these two are making sweet music together.
You're not going to have this version of LeBron. Rocco, if you're out there listening, because I know you are, I got no problem with the player. I got no problem. And like a lot of things, I could be talked into it.
Oh, then stop.
It's the other stuff that comes with LeBron James.
I'm happy with LeBron James.
Rich Paul, was he around?
No, thank God.
When you get clutch involved, it's a different ball game.
No Chris Haynes. What up, Bron?
Right. Rocco, I'm talking straight to Rocco. Nobody else. Rocco. And I know you, I think I know you well, Rocco. I don't know you like Shasky, but I get your vibe. 3 weeks in, Warriors are, 8-12. And LeBron James is on this team. And all he does is hold one post-game pressure. He has one post-game pressure. Hold on. One post-game presser. And LeBron's like, well, yeah, I don't know. I mean, you got to ask the coach that, or, I throw somebody under the bus. All it takes is one time, and Warrior fans are like, you brought LeBron James. This is Steph Curry's house. We saw what happened with Kevin Durant. And you don't think the same thing could happen with LeBron James?
I think we learned our lesson.
The honeymoon phase would be over quick.
No, we will take Kevin. We'll take LeBron. We will take Book. We will take Anthony Davis. We'll take anyone but Embiid.
We take Embiid.
We probably would.
We
but you know where I'm going with this.
We take Embiid.
I don't think we'd take Tatum because I don't think Tatum would want us.
Yeah, no, you should Tatum. Again, Tatum doesn't.
Well, he'd never play, so
no. Tatum's not
Tatum
coming.
Getting buried beneath Moody.
Moses Tatum.
Tatum.
Moses Tatum.
Tatum was good off. He's good off Steve Kerr. By the way, Adam Schefter on the Pat McAfee show talking about all Niners here. So hopefully we can turn that sound around. Probably too late for our show. No, LeBron James is fine. Again, it's the other stuff. And the other stuff we didn't get to see because they're all together. Like Brandon Payne said, LeBron and Steph are in a different world. They get each other.
I will take the W, though, for just, knowing that Steph and LeBron would make beautiful music together.
I never said they wouldn't.
It'd be just incredible.
Did I ever say they would?
Basketball
Wait. Hold on. Now you're changing goalposts. Did I say that they wouldn't play great basketball together?
No, you were. I don't know.
No, I did not say that.
I'm open-minded. No. I'm open-minded.
Open-minded. I knew they play well together. That was obvious. Steph Curry plays well with anybody, just like Kevin Durant.
No, he does not play well with everybody. No, he does not.
No.
Certain guys, Kelly Oubre does not play well.
Kelly Oubre, forget Kelly Oubre Jr.
But you said he plays well with everybody.
He plays well. He's going to get his with everybody.
Did he play well with Tatum?
Who?
Did he play well with Tatum?
Well, Tatum didn't play.
But that's my point. He doesn't play well with everybody.
He didn't play. They would figure it out. The great ones always figure it out. No, I didn't want Bron, not because of the action on the court. It's because of the stuff off the floor. We work in sports talk radio. Every day would be hijacked. You heard what LeBron said?
It'd be incredible.
No, it would be nauseating.
Incredible.
We got Brandon Aiyuk here. We're already tired of Brandon Aiyuk. We've done 2 weeks already on Brandon Aiyuk.
He's LeBron.
We were nauseated with Kevin Durant for 3 years.
No,
and it was Kevin
Durant.
It. No. A lot of people hate it. Now you guys miss him. Now you guys miss him.
What are you talking about?
Now you guys miss him.
What do you mean, you guys? I loved Kevin Durant. What are you talking about?
Warrior fan. Are you serious?
Yeah, I loved Kevin Durant.
Warrior fans still clown on Kevin Durant.
Who?
Warrior fans.
No, that's a small segment online.
No, that's a lot of Warrior fans.
No,
it's a lot of Warrior fans who do that.
Those are not
it's a lot of Warrior fans who do that. The same Warrior fans who started turning their back on Klay Thompson.
I think you're all over the place.
No, I'm not all over the place. I know what I said. I stand on what I said. On the court, they will be fine. It's the other stuff.
But if Steph wants it and the bromance that is now transpired between the two of them, clearly
Steph
there's
gets
an
what he wants. Hold on.
What?
So now you want to be all over the place. I got one for you. Keep talking.
Well, LeBron would look great in a Warrior uniform.
So you're down to give Steph whatever he wants, right?
Yep.
Mark that tape.
Well, if what he wants is LeBron James.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
So you can have whatever he wants as long as it's one specific thing.
Because a month ago, you were saying that I was like, hey, Steph gets what he wants, no matter what. You're going, if Steph wants to get traded to take all the money, to heck with that.
No. If he wants it, that doesn't mean it doesn't come with consequences. It's like if your child says, like, I want ice cream. You're like, all right. But if you only eat ice cream, does it not come with consequences? Does it not? Doesn't mean you don't supply it. All I'm saying, and I'll say it again. Steph gets what he wants. So if he wants all the money and then complaining about how difficult the roster is to field around him, that's called a contradiction. What? What's wrong with that? You wanted it. Now you have to sit in the bathtub that you created. Am I wrong?
A little bit.
How?
Steph takes all the money and then says, I'm going to get traded, then you know what? We got to buy by Steph. Steph is one of one. Steph is one of one. You do what Steph wants. Now, you want to pay for Bron, that's fine. That's fine. And I'll say it on record because nobody else has said it except for me. LeBron approved the trade to the Warriors midseason. That article doesn't come out without LeBron James approving the trade. We know how he controls the narrative in the media. That isn't known.
Can you imagine that? God,
but again, I say be careful what you wish for because this version of LeBron James isn't the same version we're going to see in the NBA. We're not. When he starts throwing people under the bus,
he's nice,
being passive aggressive.
He's almost 40. Him and Curry, the two old guys, man, they got to team up. The way that I'm viewing this, the old guys have to team up to stave off the young players.
So in 3 months, He's become now he's 40. He understands it.
He does.
Did we not just watch
playing with his son?
Did we not just watch what transpired with the LA Lakers last season?
Well,
and everything that came with LeBron James?
That's because
he was
LeBron
38
realizes he made a lot of mistakes.
At 39 years old.
You know,
so in year 20.
Getting Darvin Ham on the coaching staff was not a great move.
So after 20 years of playing in the NBA, it took 3 months of playing with Team USA to be like, you know what? I'm more mature now. After year 20 in the NBA.
Yep. It took 3 games. 3 games. 3 games. And I'll say it, Serbia and France started it. Did you see the way he looked at him? LeBron has been angling to play with Steph Curry for years now.
So now we get LeBron. You're gonna have to take out Brody.
Sure, I'll draft Bryce if I have to.
You got Rich Paul. You got Rich Paul, and you got all the shenanigans that if things go wrong, you know what's coming out.
If you told me you have to draft every LeBron child from now until the end of his playing days, it's worth it for LeBron. He's a 1 of 1.
So we watched LeBron defend at a high level in these games. Is he giving you that for all 82?
No, but I need it in April.
You might not get to April.
Well,
LeBron. Let's not act like LeBron and the Lakers haven't been in the play-in tournament the last 3 years.
I'm telling you, dude, you would take LeBron in a heartbeat. Everyone would.
No, I never said I wouldn't, but just be prepared.
Oh, yeah, it comes with things.
Be prepared for what comes in.
And
that's what I don't want.
I'm prepared for it.
I'm not prepared for that.
Well,
you're not. 3 weeks into it, you would be sick and tired of it. I know you, Shasky.
No, I wouldn't.
You would be nauseated from all the noise.
There's an end game. There's an end game.
No, what's the end game?
The end game is trying to compete for championships. And the thing I'll give LeBron, he'll move heaven and earth to do it. Yearly if he needs to.
So Lakers been bouncing the first round last year.
Yeah, and I know he's not happy.
Conference finals the year before.
And I know he's not happy.
Play-in tournament the year before. I don't even think they made the play-in tournament. I don't even know where they ended up.
They lost, remember?
they got smoked by Phoenix in the first round.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden he's going to help us win a championship and sustain his career?
Him and Steph, you start there. You worry about the rest later. I think you guys are all delusional. LeBron says, I want to go to the Warriors.
No, everybody's going to take LeBron.
Exactly.
Everybody's going to take, with the state of the current roster. With the state of the current roster, everybody would take LeBron.
I think you're out of your mind if you don't think that Steph and LeBron and whatever combination is going to be a better team than what we had the last couple years. He's the best or second best player on
he's had
almost every team in the league.
He's had Anthony Davis on his roster, and they got bounced in 5 games.
Well, Anthony Davis isn't reliable enough.
Anthony Davis
is
really good in the gold medal game.
Good.
Really good. And then defensively.
I don't care about defense.
You don't care about defense, all right. Now you don't care about defense.
No, because if you're going to give me the
defensive
argument.
All y'all did was tell me about, whoa. No, you do care about defense because all I heard about Klay Thompson was he doesn't play defense anymore. He can't stay in front of everybody. And you guys ignored the fact that he shot 43% from 3. No, you can't say you don't care about defense when all y'all did was bitch about Klay Thompson's defense. Y'all bitched and complained about Klay Thompson's defense all season long. And now when it comes to LeBron, we don't care about defense?
What's Klay, the 55th best player in the league?
Stop.
What's LeBron, the 8th?
Stop.
At minimum,
Klay,
the 8th best player in the league?
Have you guys watched LeBron play defense in the regular season?
What? He is a great point guard who would help them rebound, who would help them actually get to the rim, who could score, shot the best he's ever shot the last 2 years from three-point land. LeBron would look incredible.
I'd rather have AD.
The fact that you put Klay near him is like,
no, I'm not comparing them. No, you're not listening. You're not listening. No, you're not listening. You whined over the last 2 years about Klay Thompson's defense.
Because he's not bringing enough to the table offensively. You have to look at what else he's bringing. LeBron brings so much to the table on the offensive end.
I don't care about defense. When all y'all did was look at Klay Thompson and talk about his defense.
LeBron is better defensively.
Y'all ignored his shot making and just talked about his defense all the time. Defense. Nobody plays defense.
LeBron has been better than Klay.
I hear that, but you can't say you don't care about defense when all y'all did was talk about Klay Thompson's defense.
We're really comparing Klay.
I'm not comparing Klay. I'm comparing what you said. What you said was Klay Thompson's defense sucked. We need wing defenders. Now we bring in LeBron James. Is LeBron James a great wing defender?
He's a better offensive player.
He's not a better wing defender.
Facet.
He's not a better wing defender.
Then who?
LeBron James is not a better wing defender right now than Andrew Wiggins.
You said Klay.
Well, he's better than Klay, but you can't say. But you can't say you don't care about defense when all y'all did was talk about Klay's defense. That's all I'm saying. You can't have it both ways. Saying I don't care about defense.
It's like, okay, when I look at Steph Curry, his offense is so incredible that the defense, whatever. I just got to take it. Same thing with LeBron. Like, and even if LeBron's not hitting buckets, he's rebounding and he is assisting. Like, the guy could lead the league in assists right now if he wanted to.
He's great. He's an all-time great. And you're making it seem like I'm not saying LeBron's great. LeBron's an all-time great. But LeBron James comes here. Are you automatically catapulting the Warriors into championship contention with LeBron James?
They're way more watchable than what they are.
Okay, watchable's one thing. I'm not asking that.
I think they're a top 5 seed.
I'm not asking that.
LeBron and Steph, top 5 seed. Yes.
Wow. All right.
I do. LeBron's still amazing.
I'm buying stock in Andrew Wiggins.
When I watched LeBron James rip that ball off the rim in the third quarter, I said, God, that guy still got it. He's just incredible. And while we're at it, I don't want to stop at just LeBron. I want Kevin Durant, too. I want all 3 old guys to team up together to stave off the youth. It's going to be like basically the Expendables meets Endgame. That's what we want. Man. I want all 3 old guys coming together in unity one last time. Steph, Kevin Durant, LeBron James. We don't even need a coach.
Oh, well, when LeBron comes, there is no coach.
You will have a coach if LeBron comes.
Yeah, you will. I mean, go luck to the coach who does coach LeBron. Ask all 15 of them over the course of his career.
Steve Kerr doesn't get enough heat as it is.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Be careful what you wish for. Be careful what you wish for, man. Oh, somebody says, I will be the death of the station. That's because of LeBron James.
What?
I guess I am the death of the station.
Near and it's coming hard.
Was that part of the birth of the station? Because all of a sudden we started winning. Not because of me, but as part of it a lot. But all the winning this station has done, I've been a part of it.
God, I could just imagine LeBron coming down. We didn't even really explore the pick and roll LeBron.
No, you did.
Steph, enough. Like, if they went to it when they needed to, and it was the most unstoppable play in sports.
Again. You guys can all be here for it. You be here for it. And then the noise, and then the coach killer, and then Rich Paul, and then Clutch Sports. Did you just hate them? Weren't you just ripping on Clutch Sports and Rich Paul not too long ago?
But if they come here, it's totally different.
Oh, gosh.
Because it's in Warriors blue and gold.
Oh, yeah. Worked out well for Kevin Durant.
Won 2 championships.
It worked out well for Kevin Durant.
Only championships in his resume.
But now, all of a sudden, I'm not even going to go there. Go ahead, Levin.
Just really quick. So, Bonta, you mentioned that Schefter was talking about Brandon Aiyuk. We are efforting the sound, but a quick recap. Guess he said that the Niners' plan is they want to get things taken care of with Aiyuk first before they move on to Trent Williams, but he is not sure how much the Niners and Aiyuk are talking right now. So there's something for you to think about first.
So no guy will get signed anytime soon.
We've got 23 guys missing in practice.
Other than that,
the Niners should trade for LeBron too.
Gosh,
that was a joke.
We got 2 games of Steph and LeBron, and all of a sudden we want LeBron. Oh my gosh, I knew this was going to happen.
The greatest USA games ever.
Oh my God, was that the best Team USA ever?
I don't know if it was the best, but I think those games were as good as the USA games, right? Those were like 2 of the best.
I just want to see how far you're going to go.
No.
I was going to because I've seen a lot of Dream Team would lose to this team.
Prime Jordan.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Well, Prime Jordan, Prime Barkley,
Prime Pippen,
Prime Mully, Prime Malone, Prime Stockton,
Ewing,
Prime David Robinson, Prime Patrick Ewing,
Prime Leitner.
Yeah, I mean, come on. LeBron James to the Warriors. Hey, you know what? They didn't trade for Larry Markkinen. You still have those assets. Maybe they trade for LeBron at the midseason turn.
Got to balance out break. That Bronny contract somehow.
Boy, maybe they trade for Bron at the All-Star break. It could happen because it almost happened last season. All right, that was Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you get the fastest internet to all of your devices.
Bonta, you didn't know this, but I foresee the future.
You're right, Gil. You're right. Charge up some
95.7 The Game.
Woo! Hey, I'm not going to be a jerk to start off the show.
Steve Martin.
I'm not going to be a jerk to start off the show.
But if you wanted to, which way would you go? What
you still don't want Steph Curry playing in the Olympics?
No, well, I got a lot of that.
How do people that don't want Curry playing in the Olympics feel?
No, I still feel the same way.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
Then you would really rob yourself of seeing that kind of greatness.
I watched it 8 times, man. It was incredible.
So you watched all 32
No,
of the
second
shots?
half started from second half.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah. It was incredible, and I'm happy for him. But real quick here, Stoney, it makes me feel better about the Warriors this season. Go figure, just about we have that guy, and the world saw. France saw. Everybody saw Steph make shots that were so critical and just, majestic. So I'm fired up, and I know they still need help, but damn, Stoney, what a moment, man.
Yeah, I'm wondering what Warrior fans are kind of thinking after you watch that, because I had a lot of thoughts, and I know a lot of people didn't want him to play, and
I'm one of them.
He wasn't great the first few games, but the last 2 he was incredible, and my guy Evan, it was you.
Yeah.
It was you who texted, and you said after that game, I feel a lot better about the Warriors going into the season than I did a month ago.
Yes, and I know everybody will be in the back, the peanut gallery. Well, he's not going to have this player or that player. It doesn't matter. It was like what you just said. Steph didn't have the first few games. He was kind of null and void, Steiny, but on that stage with that pressure and everything that went with the Team USA loss, those threes as France was trying to come back, even Serbia, to watch Steph Curry and know he belongs to us and the Bay, and now we talk about Wiggins, we talk about Kuminga, Pods, everybody in a Warrior uniform, we got that guy. So that means something. So no Draymond suspension. I think, Steiny, you're saying there's a chance. That was an incredible exhibition of shooting and clutchness. That's all.
My question to Warrior fans is like, what now? How does that impact your thinking, what he did yesterday, or Saturday rather? Hell, what he did Thursday and Saturday. Because I'm talking to the boss, and he's watching Curry, and his thought is, man, they should have gotten something done this offseason. They should have gotten a number 2 in here this offseason. If we had a number 2, we'd be in a lot better shape. And I just want to know, if you're a Warrior fan and you saw that, what goes through your mind? Because I'm watching that game Saturday, and I'm seeing Curry, and I'm seeing Durant, and I'm seeing LeBron, and I actually thought, is there any chance LeBron and Curry could play together? They'd love to. There's no doubt about it, right? They would absolutely love to. And we know Joe Lacob called the Lakers February about acquiring LeBron James. And I don't know. I was just thinking, I feel like 2 things. One, it's within the realm of possibility. I don't know how. I don't know if I want to get into how it could possibly happen, but it does feel like it's kind of within the realm of possibility that they could, I don't know, figure out a way to play with each other. The other thing I was thinking was maybe it's not, maybe it doesn't have to happen in the next 3 months. Maybe they're not on a really tight timetable. And then, obviously, lastly, one of the things I thought is, what does this mean, if anything, to the Warriors season upcoming, and how you feel about Steph Curry? Funny thing is I look at LeBron and Curry like I look at Magic and Bird. And Magic and Bird would have never played together, but that was 30 years ago. If Curry and LeBron James ended up on the same team, I wouldn't be mad at that. It's not like they're both 30 and they're gonna take the league by storm. I think it would be kind of cool if they played together for a year or two at the end of their careers, because we had Lucas come in here and you said, well, what? Okay, they have LeBron and Curry, then what? And Lucas said, then they try to win a championship because they're back in contention to win a title. Are they?
Yes, I would have to say yes. And I'll also say this to what you said earlier. What scares me about Curry's, what I deem as comments or a warning shot to the franchise is, what if they do play and it's not LeBron coming? Are we so sure LeBron's coming to Golden State? Another player on that Team USA 7-footer named Anthony Davis. How did he do? Why would Bron want to leave that? So it just got me to thinking, could the Lakers get Curry? So I know today is not the day for that, but I do think
I think it is. I think it's the day.
So you understand, you kind of see, like, are we so sure it'd be Bron coming up north? It could be Curry going to AD and LeBron. Then when you talk about that trifecta of players, it's like, good God. What Steph Curry did for himself, to me, Stoney, is told the basketball world, it's not me. I still got this in my tank on reserve. It's about getting me help. And you kind of said this earlier when all this PG-13 noise was going down in the rumors. The Warriors did well for themselves because Ramona Shelburne's, all the greats were talking about the Warriors were in with marketing. So it looks like the Warriors went all in. Now, if reports are true, they didn't want to give up Pods or Kuminga to get marketing, then you kind of scratch your head. But all in all, partner, they went all in on my report card on trying to get something done and get that bona fide number 2 in here.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. Guru sent me a text on Saturday after watching Curry play in the gold medal game, and after he played against Serbia and was fantastic. And he said, you know what? I feel a lot better about the Golden State Warriors after seeing Steph Curry play like that. And I'm wondering if Warrior fans kind of agree with Goo on that. I mean, I view it in more of a vacuum.
Give it to me.
And that is, I'm looking at those 2 games against Serbia and France, and I'm trying to put it into context of where it fits on his resume, how big it is. Is it the crowning achievement? Is it as big as some of the titles? Was that game as good as game 4? All those kind of things. But I haven't yet looked at, okay, Steph will be coming back to the Warriors this upcoming season. How are they going to do? They're going to do better because he still has it. I mean, I think he still has it to some degree. I'm not willing to put 2 great Olympic games into the category of, well, now I think they're going to win 54 games as opposed to 47 because he's a player that I didn't think he is. I mean, you know, it's a long NBA season. He's going to come to training camp in a month or so, and then we'll see. But if you're a Warrior fan, where does that fit in terms of Steph Curry's resume? And you think about a resume, and if it's not in chronological order, then it's greatest moments. Where does that one?
Good God,
fit in terms of his greatest moment?
Stoney, he wanted the gold, and guys like me were in the background saying, don't play, worry about the season. But the fact that there are some American people that wanted Team USA to lose just for the drama element and all those shots that went up, even against Serbia, down 15, he was making some miraculous shots. I got to believe, I can't put it up there past Boston and what he did in the clincher against the Celtics. So it's right there, or it's a separate column that more people were watching that Olympic game against France, that championship, than they were the NBA Finals. So, I mean, it's something I won't forget about his career. And then when you talk about just the Warriors as currently constructed, so many things are out of his control. Like, you know, we'll be watching him. He didn't have the best second half, but now it's about Pods. Now it's about Meltons of the world. So But the fact he can still reach in that bag, partner, and do that on that stage, I feel better about what mountains they could possibly climb this season.
All right, let me play devil's advocate. He's on a team with 8 Hall of Famers, and he's playing against a team that's got, 2 or 3 NBA players. Are we making a mistake, or are we getting ahead of ourselves thinking that that's the kind of performance that'll translate into the NBA over, the course of a season? I mean, he's going to, to me, he's going to have more games like this upcoming season. The question is, how consistent can he be over 82 games, and how often can he do that?
And will he run out of gas carrying what we deem a large load? But, I mean, we're talking about a 4-time champ, Steiny. So to me, it's not about are we shocked? Because we've seen this throughout his career. He's a 2-time MVP, 4-time champ. Right now, I think it's just about gas. It's about, will he tire? And will other guys help him, on his team to where he doesn't get to that juncture? But I don't want to sit here and say that's the first time I saw him go berserk. You know what I mean? So I don't care who was on his team. The shots were the shots. I mean, the majestic one, shooting it on 2 dudes in his face and just getting hot. So what did we already know before the Olympics, Donnie? He's probably one of the best shooters, not probably, ever to do it, to pick up a basketball. Okay, I think he reminded myself that, Guru, I still can do it if we actually get in that position.
Interestingly, I was talking to Evan Goo, and he said, I said, well, we're talking about great, the greatest moments of Curry's career. And I said, does it compare to Game 4 against the Celtics? I mean, obviously that was in the NBA Finals. And Evan said, did he have a signature shot in that Game 4? And I said, not really. I mean, he was great. Yeah. I think there's a chance the shot he made against France, the last one, with 2 guys hanging on him.
Yeah.
Is that going to be the shot that's remembered most of all? What's it called when they say in memoriam, time in memoriam? Is that the one we're going to remember more than any other shot in the history of Steph Curry's career? It's possible.
Yeah, but
it's possible.
But Night wasn't born on that shot, which was a crazy shot that you talk about.
Night was born.
With the hand
right here.
Well, you're
in this studio.
Yeah, no doubt about it. But
period.
On the court, it was Game 4 when he did that to Boston and did that to the Boston fans. So I can't even remember what shot came before that, but he was doing so much going out, Michael J. Fox and Teen Wolf. So if you want it to be that, Steiny, it can. That's how great this thing is. There is no bad answer. But I do know when he was closing out the Celtics and did that night and to the side, that's where that origin from.
Evan?
He started doing it in the first round series against the Nuggets.
Well, I'm not here to fight you. I'm just saying he did it in the finals when he closed out Boston.
No, he did. Like that. Yeah. That is his move. But I'm saying, as far as a moment, like that Game 4 will live forever as his greatest game I think he's ever played.
I agree.
But as far as a moment, a singular shot, like that's up there with Jordan over Russell. That's up there with whatever other big shot you want to throw up there.
Anything he's saying, Stoney, like that's how he sees it. Like that's valid. I'm not here to argue that. I just. That was the finals, and this is the Olympics. Are they said? To me, they're kind of separate.
What are the? They are separate, but I kind of agree with Evan. And that shot is going to go down as one of the most iconic shots in basketball.
It was crazy. It was ridiculous.
So I was thinking, what other shots belong up there? If you're going to say Jordan over Byron Russell, what are the most iconic plays and shots?
The bang against OKC, where now again, I know the stage was not the Olympics or the finals, but bang! It was like, what are you? And it went in.
That was a regular season game, or was that? Yeah, see, I don't want to take away from it, but the stakes of the game are very, very important, I think. I'll tell you a couple that I came up with was like Magic, the junior sky hook in the finals. In Game 4 against the Celtics.
No doubt.
I'll tell you what else I would put up there even though it was an all-star game, so the stakes weren't nearly as high. But when Magic Johnson in Orlando started making threes late in the NBA All-Star game after he played with the HIV diagnosis and sat out, and then he played in the All-Star game and he was just took it over at the end with like three-pointers from deep. That's something that kind of stuck out to me. But Warrior fans, you've watched this guy play since 09-10. Where does that rank? If you're a Warrior fan, what he did, not just Saturday, but in the last 2 games of the Olympics.
And let me just say this, like Kevin Durant is all-time, I believe, leading point scorer, and I think he passed Carmelo. So it's funny, what icons do we remember or have memories not in their own home uniform? You know what I'm saying? So this would be, if you're a Warrior fan and it is your moment, he's not wearing a Warrior jersey, but he's wearing the jersey for the country. But as far as Olympics, I think of Vince Carter dunking over the 7-footer.
That's a good one.
And, I'll never forget that. He wasn't in his Raptor jersey or whatever, but that's one of the most oh my gosh. But Steph, like Evan had pointed out, that shot with the 2 dudes on him, the announcers were great. They captured the moment, but I guess, Donnie, don't call me un-American. It's almost like that can't supersede what the said player did in his own uniform. Is that crazy? Like he's in Team USA. No, but it's my country. Country.
No, but I mean, I do think there's
he did it in a Warrior uniform.
I almost think that in a way there's a different kind of pressure for Curry in what he did Thursday and what he did Saturday as opposed to what he's done in his NBA career. Like when they played the Boston Celtics, they weren't overwhelming favorites. And
they were down twice in that series.
Yeah, but what I'm getting at is, let's say the Warriors would have lost that series. Yeah, it'd be heartbreaking, and Curry would only have 3. But what I'm getting at is when you were as big a favorite as the U.S. team, I think you could make a case that there was more pressure on those last 2 games for Curry and those teams than in an NBA game.
Times 5. And it was like, LeBron was like, thank you,
that's his signature moment.
Yeah, no, it is.
That's his signature moment.
And I'm not here to say it's not. I'm just not.
To me, there was more pressure in those games. There was...
Kerr needed it, Steiny.
Needed it, I think, is a little strong.
But there was going to be all kind of fallout of Choke City had that cast of NBA talent lost those games.
Let's go out to Vince. Vince is in San Francisco. What's up, Vince? How you doing, man?
Vinny.
Hey, what's up, guys? I first want to start this call with I don't ever want to hear, until I die, I don't ever want to hear any more Curry slander, because the semifinals game against Serbia where he goes off 36 and then the crazy closeout for the fourth quarter, that's crazy. I mean, we've seen him do it, but to do it, and I agree with Steiny, like if you look at the setting, the Olympics is only once every 4 years. It's a sudden death game, semifinals, gold medal match, and you guys are down 17 against Serbia with arguably one of the fiercest opponents of American basketball players in Jokic. And then you got a French team that's, let's be honest, they're probably going to win the next one. But, you take that setting, sudden death, winner take all. He came through in the most Steph Curry way, and he was just in his bag. He was in the zone. And I think that call, that golden dagger call, and like you guys said, it might have only been a regular season game, but for the longest, I thought the Mike Breen double bang was the biggest call I've ever heard him make for Steph. That golden dagger over the double team, I mean, step back, fade away over a double team against 2 guys that got pretty good length, to really seal it out in the gold medal game, his only Olympics, probably his only chance to win a gold medal.
Yeah.
That's the most clutch shot I think I've ever seen anyone make, when it's all on the line.
I appreciate it, Vince. I mean, I do make a differentiation between a dagger and something that's the most clutch shot.
Because France had momentum. They were at home, the crowd, they were coming, they were putting the pressure. So one miss is all it could have took, Steiny, and he just kept, bang, he kept swooshing, man.
Let's take a listen to it.
Durant, back to Curry. Dancing on Batum. Over the double team. Oh! It's a golden dagger. Night. Curry unconscious in the fourth. Davis with a rebound. Up ahead for Booker. Exclamation point.
He's a bad boy. Night.
8 threes for Curry. He has sent the French crowd into a frenzy they will never forget.
I'm wondering if Warrior fans look at that game, and you got to throw the Serbia game in there too.
Oh my gosh!
How do you compare the clutchness of that shot with the clutchness of anything he's done with the Warriors? Is it something you can compare? Is it totally different? Is there more pressure in the Olympics than there is in an NBA playoff game? I don't know if there's more pressure, but it's pretty darn big when you are expected to win and you're in a little bit of trouble and the guy comes through and gets it done for you.
Yeah, and Stoney, I'll say this to your question and what Vince just alluded to. The fact that most likely Curry's not going to be on the next Olympic team. There is no next season. This is a 4-year wait. You know what I mean? So Steph even talked about it after. This was his shot. So had he missed one of those shots or the team loses, that's his best chance from getting the gold. And to bring him back against Serbia and then to follow this up on Saturday morning with the world watching was just incredible. And Steiny, if you're one of those Steph fans and Warrior fans that say this supersedes anything he did in the NBA, I'm not mad at you. It was incredible.
888-957-9570 is the number. The bottom line is this. I want to know from Warrior fans the things that went through your mind after that game was over. Because in a way, Guru said, boy, I feel a lot better about the Warriors going into this season. Maybe we needed a reminder of how great Curry is. I could also see, like the boss, being a little disappointed that the Warriors didn't really get a lot done this offseason. They didn't get him a quote-unquote number 2. He just got to play with Durant and Booker and LeBron and Anthony Davis and Embiid. Now he's got to go play with Podziemski, Kuminga, Draymond Green, Kevon Looney. Wow. So, in a way, do you feel better about the Warriors' chances after you saw your 36-year-old superstar do what he did? Or are you kicking yourself that maybe we still do have an open window, but we haven't done enough to keep it more open than it is right now? 888-957-9570 is the number. And we're just talking about the latest unbelievable performance by Steph Curry. And this one...
it was clutch.
This was in the Olympics.
Yeah.
And that's one thing we're getting in today. We can also... we're also going to talk Niners. Brandon Aiyuk.
Trent Williams.
I don't know what we can talk about. There's not a lot new. Apparently, Aiyuk and the 49ers had been talking on Friday. I don't know how true that is. We'll hear from Adam Schefter. Giants win 2 out of 3 against the Tigers. They're still in 9th place, but they're creeping up the standing. Well, they're not creeping up the standings. They're creeping up in terms of games behind the 3rd wild card. But let's talk a little bit about Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors heading into this season after that epic performance by Curry. Were you a little upset? Or worried? Was that as Evan would say, coup de grace? You think that's going to be the last great moment from Steph Curry? How many more of those does he have? 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on The Game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromisers. That segment was also brought to you by Life Source Water Systems. By the way, got to talk about the boss and his weekend on Friday.
Evans, too. Outside lands.
You better be careful.
Huh?
What? Outside lands. Success? Failure? You tell me. I know my 17-year-old daughter had fun.
Oh, man.
I found it interesting. She went to the same kind of concert as my 52-year-old boss. Seems a little bit unusual. But
you are so fixated on age, brother.
Yeah, it's just a little weird. Just a little
What's weird?
Yeah.
He went to see one of his favorite groups.
Yeah, and it happens to be the same kind of group my 17-year-old daughter likes. Something's fishy there.
Oh, boy.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I see people want to get in on the other side. You can do that. And also, again, that's that segment brought to you by Life Source Water Systems.
Of Life Source. For 40 years, families have been loving our clean.
Attention au tir de Steph Curry. Oh non, mais non. Steph Curry. Au buzzer, mais c'est pas possible. Qui renverse pour Kevin Durant. Il a la main chaude, Steph Curry. Il a la main chaude. C'est pas possible. Il a la main chaude, Steph Curry.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All righty, there he is, the hero. Gold medal winner, Steph Curry.
Yep.
Well, that's the other thing, too, that to me makes it even more epic is, and I could be wrong, but Booker's got a gold, right? All those guys have a gold already except Steph, right? LeBron's got to have them. Davis probably has them.
No, Halliburton.
No, but what I'm saying is the guy who theoretically needed it most, or the guy who didn't have the gold, was the guy
that brought him home.
Who brought it, no doubt about it. You know, here's the other thing I want to ask Warrior fans. When you look at what happened last year, team didn't make the playoffs. It used to be Steph and Clay dropped off. It used to be Steph and Durant, and Durant ended up leaving. I'm looking around the league right now. You got LeBron and Anthony Davis. You got Brown and Tatum. You got Jokic and Murray. You got Paul George and Embiid. You got Harden and Kawhi, Doncic and Kyrie, Durant and Booker. Hell, you got Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Chet Holmgren. After you watch that Olympic game and that Olympic tournament, do you think Joe Lacob right now is kind of kicking himself, saying, maybe I should have given in a little more to get a Paul George or a Markkanen? How do you assess all that now after Curry put together the two games that he did?
Well, it's what you believe. And I believe that the Warriors were all in, Steiny. I don't believe Brandon Pajemski was the reason they couldn't get Markkanen or Jonathan Kuminga. So I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt.
What do you think was the reason they couldn't get Markkanen?
That Utah wasn't blown away by that package.
So what I'm getting at is,
I know why with Paul PG-13. Ballmer didn't want to help the Warriors.
Well, what I'm getting at with Markkanen is, if Pajemski was the reason that no deal got done for Markkanen, after you see what Curry did, do you think you say, shoot, we should have tried to get a number two in here no matter what?
Steiny, I would. Hell, effing yes, no doubt about it. And man, you just hit me in the cardiac muscle with the tandems. They do matter. And one more thing before you grab the calls that makes me feel good about this Warrior team and this Warrior upcoming season. Are you going to get that Steph Curry to go 17 to 27 from three in the final two games every 82 games of the season? Probably not. But now when you talk about jumps from the others, I'm like, okay, maybe Kuminga, the jump doesn't have to be as big as from here to the Grand Canyon. Maybe the jump can be, smaller, but it'll still be enough if somehow the chef doesn't tire, if that makes sense. And maybe it's a collective of Wiggins showing up and not being a no-show. Now, I could be proven wrong, but watching that guy and being able to say he is ours, he is the Warriors, he's got gas left in the tank, let's go.
All that's well and good, but if we have to be honest, the Warriors aren't going to win a title right now, as is. They're not. As great as Steph is, he's not going to be able to bring this team their fifth title.
But can you get in the playoffs? Well, because that's where it's at now for me.
Well, what I'm getting at is if let's say I'm somebody, and I have been, let's say I'm somebody that says, you can't really. You got to be careful about mortgaging the future. You got to be careful about sending out unprotected first after Steph Curry is out of here. My question is, after you see that performance, does it become imperative now, almost imperative, that the Warriors get another player in here to give this guy one more shot? Because I think we can all agree, as currently constructed, it's going to be a long shot.
No doubt.
So what do you do if you're Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy right now? And does that performance over the weekend change your priorities? That's the question I'm asking.
You're with me 5 days a week, 20 hours. Steiny, what if I told you this, and the listeners, and I mean it? I didn't need to see that. It was incredible. Something we'll never forget. I was already imperative, all in, before we saw Steph go do what he did in the Olympics. That's how thirsty I am for this guy to get a second. And I think you could back me up on that. Now the world saw it. And again, it's about what you just asked me. Your boy, Joe Lacob, is he kicking himself if he didn't go all in? But I felt this way as soon as that final buzzer went off in Sacramento, that the Warriors got to get them and Steph a bona fide number 2 option.
Let's go to Streets. Let's go to the Streets in Berkeley. What's up, Streets? How you doing, man?
Hey, Stanley. Hey, dude. Thanks for taking my call.
Yep.
That was so much fun, man. I had so much fun watching Steph and the rest of the team. And, they did feel the pressure, and they did because Steph turned it up in the pressure cooker, and it mattered to him, and you could tell it mattered to him because he was playing this game like it was the most important game he's played to date. And it was like another notch on his belt that just adds to this lore of Steph that we talked about, where in that last France game, they were throwing double teams at him the way they do in the NBA, but he's got KD and LeBron on the court. And they couldn't stop him from hitting the three. And I just love seeing like Anthony Edwards and Burke and those guys, just the younger guys on the team, just getting so giddy, seeing superhero Steph do what they've known him to do this whole time. I just had so much fun.
I mean, it was absolutely an incredible performance. I mean, my question is, I get he's going to have games like that this upcoming season or stretches like that. But I actually look at those games and think, well, how's he going to continue to be that player if he's on the team he's on, going up against the competition he's up against?
That's fair, man.
As great as he was, he's playing on an all-star team against Serbia and against France. So I'm thinking, honestly, I was thinking, is that the last great big moment we're going to see of Steph Curry's career? And to my way of thinking, it might be, unless something happens, unless he gets some help here or down the line he goes somewhere else. And that I got to tell you is another thing that hit me. On the one hand, I was thinking, man, the Warriors, I wonder if they feel like now more than ever they got to get a guy in here. Or I'm wondering, man, Steph Curry just did that. He had more fun, he was saying, than he has in the recent past. Could that be an impetus for Curry to start putting more pressure on the Warriors, that if they can't help him, he may have to look elsewhere? Like that absolutely crossed my mind.
Yeah, and it had crossed my mind already. And a Right on the Table early, brought to you by Atco, Steiny, is they say he was talking to Draymond Green after he kept hitting shot after shot after shot. Don't worry about me. But I took that as he was talking to the basketball world about, I'm not slipping. And I still possess this. I can go lethal at any time. But what do you think he meant by don't worry about me? Because it's on tape. It was a hashtag. Who was he talking to? And I told you how I felt when he made those comments, bottom feeder, things change quickly in the league. And when you go out and do that and watch him exude all that bravado and like, give me some help, I felt like he was was he talking to Lacob? Was he talking to Dunleavy? I don't know. But I was just sitting there like, man, this dude still knows he has something left.
Well, if he's talking to Lacob and Dunleavy, what would he mean by don't worry about me? What did Curry mean by don't worry about me after that dagger?
Looking over at Draymond.
I don't know. Evan thinks that it may have something to do with, he didn't play well early in the tournament, and then he played well. And so maybe he heard that, Curry's struggling. Now he wins him 2 games and says, don't worry about me. I'm fine. Or the one thing that did cross my mind is Curry knows darn well that the team's trying to get him some help. Curry knows darn well that I think there are Warrior fans that I'm not going to say feel sorry for him, But I think there's Warrior fans that feel for him because the team around him isn't as good as it used to be. And maybe he's saying, don't worry about me. I'm fine here in Golden State. I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me. I don't need 3 superstars to come to play with me. Don't worry about me.
Yeah.
I'm under contract. I'm still a hell of a player. We're going to go out and play this year. And hopefully we can make some noise. Like, don't worry about me, everybody.
Yeah. Uncle Looney on the chat says, Sir Talk a Lot, Dre on his podcast said he was a little worried about the chef.
How so?
I guess he was, I don't know. I guess Dre, I don't know what context he said it, but, Steph wasn't actually lighting it on fire early, and LeBron was kind of leading the brigade. But maybe that's why he was looking at Dre just saying, don't worry about me. That makes all the sense in the world if his teammate was actually worried about, what did I tell you the other game? 3 games ago, Curry shot it just 3 times, you know? I mean, he was playing bad, but he was looking in that direction, as he said, don't worry about me, and put on a display that the world won't forget anytime soon.
Let's go to Vince. Vincent's in Hercules. What's up, Vincent? How you doing?
I'm doing good, fellas. Man, it's really nice to talk to you guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
I just think it was the greatest shot of Steph's career because it was the greatest stage of Steph's career. I mean, you're talking about the Olympics. When I think about the Olympics, I think about Max Kellerman, the fate of the universe. And when you think about the Olympics, that was Steph's fate of the universe moment. And he delivered. I mean, and it's a larger audience, non-casual fans. I mean, people that are probably not even fans of basketball are watching. So, you just can't get any bigger than that. I mean, that stage was huge. And just think about this, fellas. This is the last thing I'll say. You got Steph Curry getting the ball, getting a double team, and LeBron James and Kevin Durant is wide open. I mean, that was incredible to just see that. It's like, wow, this guy is the biggest star among stars, fate of the universe, in the Olympics, championship game. Everything's on the line. Come on, he killed it. He nailed it. So, in my opinion, without question, that was the biggest shot of his career. Hey, you don't have to worry about him. He fed in with the. I think the don't worry about me is that, hey, don't worry about me, man. I'll get in. I'll get my shots up with a lot of these guys, maybe possibly, doing their thing to show their talents out. So that's it. That's all I got to say.
I appreciate it, Vincent. Yeah, I don't know if it's
Iguodala.
I don't know if it's the biggest shot he's ever hit in his career, but I do think the more I think about it, I think it's going to be the most remembered shot that he's ever made in his entire
because
career.
Because of the stakes and what it would have meant. And you know what?
I think so.
Let me go here. And it's kind of unfair to Carmelo, who was courtside, Steiny. When we talk about Carmelo Anthony, I think a lot of people look at, left a lot on the table because he wasn't an NBA champion. But he cried when he won his gold medal, and nobody ever says, hey, hold on. Yeah, he didn't get it done in the NBA, but let's remember his Olympic moment. We kind of don't do that with Melo, and maybe that's because Melo doesn't have any rings. But with Steph, I think now that he has both, it's par for the course, and it's a fun discussion to kind of, what do you think his biggest moment was? I don't know. Because when you look at Melo, nobody ever goes to that Olympic moment to supersede maybe some of the NBA failures.
I mean, to me, when I think of signature shots from Steph Curry, and I was talking to a buddy about this, the other day.
Boy, it's a bunch.
Well, it is a bunch, but it's not like he doesn't have a lot of buzzer beaters. Down 1 makes a shot, they win it. Down 2 makes a 3, they win it. But how many times have the Warriors been down 2? He makes one with 42 seconds left to put him up 1, and then he hits another one with 20 seconds left to seal the game.
Yeah.
So to me, because we're talking about a signature shot, the more I think about it, I think that's going to go down as the signature shot of his entire career.
I'm not mad at that.
The one that he hit Saturday to
two dudes
put that game away.
He had the ball a millisecond, Steiny. That thing was off. And You tell me if I saw it wrong. I felt like other guys, LeBron, Kate, the ball became hot potato. Booker, like Curry kind of knew it and seized that moment. Like guys knew that, oh man, here comes France. They're down. Steiny, and that's what made it more special. The chef was meeting the moment of, if this thing don't go in, to hell with it, but I'm going to let it go. I'm going to let it fly.
Yeah, I mean, to me, Curry, LeBron, and Durant, and Booker to a lesser extent. But let's talk about the older guys.
Okay.
I mean, Curry and LeBron James and Durant were by far, as I'm concerned, the most clutch players on that team. Every single time they were in trouble, either Curry made a shot or LeBron just made a big boy bully move to get him a bucket,
or
and then Durant hit his shots with a lot on the line. So
I don't want to bring the party down.
Yeah,
this happened all throughout the Olympics, Steiny. I can't get over Kevin Durant's departure. It makes it more. It makes it hurt more just watching this and watching how cool and how much respect they have for each other. And Durant did what he did. We don't know what was behind his decision to leave. But, Steiny, you just think about if Kevin Durant were still a teammate of Steph Curry, where the Warriors would be then. And maybe I need to move on, but that's the one part of his departure I hate. Their relationship didn't falter or get tainted. It was... He decided to do something else, Durant, but it's like you and Steph together, man.
Yeah, why wouldn't we look at it for what it really was? And that's Steph and Kevin Durant never had a problem. Steph and Kevin Durant never had a problem.
That's what hurts.
So why isn't he here? If you want to go down that road, I think we know the answer.
I've done it by myself, watching like, God, man, they love each other, man.
This is a great shot that's remembered by the text line. And I kind of forgot about this one, but this was a big boy. The only other shot that should get the same level of credit is Steph's corner three against the Pelicans, which started the run. That was the one where he makes it three. He actually got fouled, but they didn't call it.
So but they were also up 3-0 in the series.
Who's playing on?
Evan, I'm with. They had Geico. Okay. Yeah, they had Geico. There was insurance,
and I'm going to stand up for the 415 because this is what I can't stand. I just can't stand this. I'm asking people what else they remember, and a guy does us the courtesy of texting in and says, "Hey, that was a big shot against the." Against the Pelicans in the first. Oh yeah, no, that wasn't. No, it was close. No. But
then you're the same guy that criticizes our 52-year-old boss for going to see his favorite group that your daughter happened to go, who was 17. Like I don't get it.
Explain to me that analogy.
Well, Evan's just stating the facts.
Right.
Stages matter.
But I can't stand when people say, "Well, who reminds you of Bird?" You know what? A little bit.
Do it to me all
day. A little bit. Luka Doncic. Oh, no. They're not even close.
I've heard you all the time say,
no,
stop it.
I never do that. I never do that. Ever.
Steiny.
Look, my point is if you asking for a comparison between players, we always know that it's never going to fit exactly. We know it. So why, when we say, his guy's a little like this, the first thing we say is, oh, no, they're nothing alike. Well, I get they're not alike. I'm trying to find the closest comparison.
Hey, Guru, who's your top 5 of all time?
That's so different.
Well, number 1's Kobe. What? Kobe can't. I mean, you do it to me all the time.
No.
Kobe can't be. Like, can I get through my list first?
You're missing the point. The point would be like this. Has anybody ever reminded you of Michael Jordan? Has anybody ever reminded you of Michael Jordan? And then I would say, yeah, Kobe, a little bit. Oh, Kobe's not, no. Oh, Kobe, no. Not even close. No, Kobe. Not even close. What are you talking about? Jordan was so much better. There's no similarities. It's like, oh, then don't stop asking.
Crazy.
Stop asking the question then.
The amount of times that I've come in and said, wow, that's a big shot, and you go, Let me tell you about pressure.
No, I say I'll be the judge if it's a big shot. That's different.
Literally the same thing.
I'm talking about something as specific as when you ask for a comparison between players. That's all. Like Doncic is coming out of the draft. Who does it remind you of? Well, you got to say somebody.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have a clone. So how easy is it to say, oh, yeah, they're not even close?
But that stuff aggravates you a lot.
That's right. That's right.
But here you're defending
I'm not defending anything.
Now, Evan just brought up a point about that shot. It was a great shot, but they were up 3-0.
I'm not talking about the great shot. I'm talking about when you ask for a comparison, you're never going to get a perfect comparison.
Well, let me do my Steiny then. What's okay with just saying there's nothing like it? We haven't seen it before, and we'll never see it again.
Because I want to come up with
Why are we comparing eras? Why are we comparing?
Because I want to find out what people think are the top 5 Steph Curry moments. That's why.
Well, that's the Olympics.
Okay.
Is one of them.
Well, that's very different. That shot with the Pelicans is in the top 5, but calling it the best shot he's ever made.
I never said it was the best.
No, but you're jumping down my throat like I basically said it was.
I said, man, where does this one rank? Just a throwaway line. Where does this one rank up there with the Curry? Game 4. And then someone says, oh, don't forget about that shot against the Pelicans. And you wonder why nobody wants to text in anymore. It's because you stick it to them when they try to participate.
People still text.
People know. People know.
Yeah, text line's not dry.
Well, not yet. Not yet.
Get him some help, man.
Getting some help?
Get him some help. And the best part about it is that I know this is where you miss Twitter. Saturday.
Yeah, right.
His
Never been
peers
happier.
were actors, everybody just chiming in on the greatness that was that exhibition of shooting big-time basketball.
No. Let's go to AR in San Francisco. AR, what's going on, man? AR, going once.
AR.
Sorry.
Yep.
Sorry.
Did you stick around for the...
No.
You didn't even know what he was going to ask.
Exactly, but I know that I didn't stick
the
around.
gold medal presentation.
No.
Snoop Dogg performed.
Oh. Well.
Yeah, who else?
Oh, yeah. Well,
you're pro Snoop, I know. How can you not be?
I'm completely ambivalent towards Snoop. Austin in San Francisco.
Hey.
What's going on, Austin? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, nothing much. I'm doing good. Thanks for asking. How about yourselves?
Oh, we're dynamite.
Man.
Hey, look, I got this to show you, man. Hey, Curry just made me believe he's the best player in the NBA and all across the world in front of everybody. Passing LeBron, to me, I think this right here makes him the greatest player.
Wow.
What do you guys think about that? He even put the comments that Edwards said, he even said that he fit that to rest. The team ain't built around him. It's built around Curry. Man, he had everybody cheering for him, even the home team, and even the team against him. Everybody was starstruck. The stars were starstruck of him. What y'all think about that?
Better than Jordan?
Better than Jordan in the U.S. Olympics, yes.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah.
I got you. Well, thanks for the call.
And it's kind of funny.
Well, you guys like Taurasi have been there 6 times. I mean,
LeBron took home the MVP, and I understand that as great as Curry was, Stoney, because we talked about it. Hey, Goo, what's going on with Steph? Yes, man. I said, no, nothing to see here. It's not bad, but it wasn't this output. I mean, again, 17 to 27 the last 2 games.
What?
I just find it funny that the moment he brings up it, we're trying to encourage people to call in, to text in, and your first response is, well, Taurasi's been there 6 times. You just did the same thing you got mad at me for.
I don't understand.
You got to go to break.
My point is I think at least in basketball, they should, once you win a gold medal, that should be it. They should find new players.
Seriously? Wow.
Yes. Why do we need to see Diana Taurasi play in 6 Olympics?
I just went down the men's roster of who wouldn't have, like LeBron wouldn't have been there. Half the team wouldn't have.
Exactly.
Wow.
Exactly. That's why without Steph Curry, this Olympics, it's stale. it would have been stale. 888-957-9570. One thing we're not going to do today is compare great shots because I don't want everybody to, just do it that way. 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment brought to you by Safeway.
Sports, man.
Head to Safeway this week for this member deal and tons of other great offers. Signature Farms boneless, skinless chicken breast, $3.99 per pound.
Curry. Jab. Triple. He sticks it.
Steph, say calm down, everybody.
It's Cloudy with a chance of Curry's.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Nah. It's Cloudy with, what of Curry's?
With a chance.
It's more than a chance. I didn't like that one. The golden dagger I'll take. Noah Eagle. Ian Son. Along with Dwayne Wade. Whew. These guys were on fire.
Get him off my television.
Oh. I thought you said he captured the moment.
No, the lead play-by-play analyst. What's my guy's name?
Well, then give Wade credit for laying out.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Steph Curry put on a show.
The chef.
Hell of a debut for Curry and Wade, am I right?
I would agree. Just spectacular. Curry was absolutely spectacular. Yay! Now do you feel bad for him because he got no help this summer? You know, depending on how you look at it.
Wow.
Let me ask Warrior fans this. The phrase all in. All in. If I said, do you think the Warriors went all in for Paul George and Markkanen? My answer would be, no, they didn't. I don't think they did. I think they could have gotten Markkanen for sure if they wanted him. Okay? And now looking at Paul George, I mean, you could have just kept throwing stuff at him and maybe gotten them to bite, even though they didn't want to get into the second apron. And so when you see Steph Curry do what he did on Saturday, do you think Joe Lacob's got to revisit something like this?
It was a very aggressive opportunity, a very aggressive play on our part that we went after some players. And you look, this is no surprise. It's been reported at the trade deadline as well as around free agency. We've taken a couple of big swings. I'm sure other teams take big swings too. And we haven't been able to pull it off. It doesn't mean that we're not trying. It just means that it's very hard to do. You have to get two sides willing to do it.
So that was Joe Lacob referencing the call that he made in February to the Lakers about LeBron James, and to a lesser extent, talking probably about the pursuit of Paul George, Markkanen, et cetera. Do they got to revisit it now and try harder? That's what I'm wondering what Warrior fans are thinking at 888-957-9570. What do you think now, Goo?
Yeah.
I mean, obviously there's nobody available right now.
Gotcha.
But there are always players who come available with the coming of a new season, and there'll be somebody who might be gettable in November, December, January. So seeing what you saw, does it become more imperative that the Warriors get this guy some help?
Yeah, and yes, and it's been that way, and that's why you guys can call me naive, but unless you know for a fact, Jack, you cannot tell me I'm wrong when I sit back and think the Warriors went all in, one to get Paul George. I think that was personal, Steiny. I think Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy and Lacob's son and everybody involved know just how great. And we had Kirk on our show, Kirk Lacob, about a month ago at the team store, and he told us and he spoke just glowingly of Steph Curry and how he takes care of himself. So then you get to Markkanen. And I'm like, okay, what happened with Markkanen? We heard the reports, but after the reports, people out here were down on his game, but the team damn near gave him $300 million. So to me, that tells me they really, really didn't want to get off of him, and they don't look at Kuminga or Pods as guys that they're going to build their franchise and start over with. So I'm taking Joe Lacob at his word. I do believe they went all in. And back to your $1 million question about moving forward, or let's just say, the deadline this year, Bonte left out of here and said, Goo, would you want LeBron James? And I'm telling Tater Mac, hell yes, because this is what Steph was talking about. And it's imperative that you get him a bona fide, not it rotates, number two. You got to get a number two. So whatever that takes, Malcolm X any means necessary.
Well, they had an opportunity apparently to get Markkanen, and they didn't want to give up Podziemski.
Yeah, but what if Utah didn't want Pods to get rid of Markkanen?
Of course they did.
You can't prove that.
Well,
of course they did. That's hearsay, and I'm not saying
it's not hearsay. It's a report
from who?
From multiple NBA writers saying that Podziemski was the guy that Ainge wanted big time, and the reason he wanted him big time is because he's under contract at really fair money.
Okay, so, and I'm just saying, to that ideology, you're going to give the guy that you're willing to give up for Pods because he's so cheap, and then you're going to turn around and give him $300 million? That tells me you like Markkanen more than a lot of people are letting on or think.
You don't think the Warriors had any chance at Markkanen?
I don't think Pods or Kuminga are the reason they didn't get him. I think the Jazz did not want to get rid of Markkanen. I think highly of.
Well, why did they take calls for 6 weeks?
The same reason the Clippers had the Warriors thinking they had action on getting George.
But they were losing Paul George, is what I'm saying. I believe, first of all, I don't think the Utah Jazz wanted Kuminga. To me, that's the exact same thing as Brandon Aiyuk.
You think so?
Yes. It's like, so you want us to give up something, take Kuminga for the right to pay him more than Markkanen. Like, why would they do that? But now Podziemski, if they're like, no deal without Podziemski, my question is, looking at what Steph Curry did, would you have thrown in Podziemski if that's the one that, would you have thrown in an extra first if that would have gotten it done?
I got to believe, Joe Lacob, they would have. Like, if that was holding up
I vehemently disagree with you.
Wow.
I feel like when I saw them sign, when I saw Lauri Markkanen sign for $228, and I see reports that the Warriors package was centered on Moody, that does not tell me they went all in. That's all. It does not tell me they went all in. And listen, if you don't think they should have gone all in, regardless of what Curry did or didn't do, I get it. But I absolutely, the day Markkanen signed, I really felt like, okay, they could have gotten Markkanen if they really wanted to get him.
Do you think they regret that now?
They thought it was a bad deal. What they were clearly, they thought it was going to be a bad deal. What they were going to have to give up for Markkanen. I think.
Yeah.
Austin in San Jose.
Our guy.
What's up, Austin? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Great conversation. Happy Monday. Listen, first of all, Curry should have been MVP. I know that LeBron pretty much carried the team. I think he was the most enthusiastic throughout the event. But, I mean, it's about the moments, man. And Steph reminded us again. And by the way, Guru, we don't need to be reminded how great Steph is. The Florida Warrior fans know how great Steph is. So this didn't change anything. It just made it more impactful. But the worry I have going into this year, guys, and I think that Steph, I mean, we know Steph's a superstar. He's not just a star, he's a superstar. So I keep saying to surround him with these guys that you're bringing on a team, I call them J-Bogs, just a bunch of guys, right? And you're playing them with a superstar. I mean, I think Lakers taking a big risk. They better get off to a good start, because if we're talking midseason and this team is mediocre, Steph's going to be looking around and rolling his eyes saying, what's going on? So I think that we got a problem. And the other thing is regarding the whole thing with the trade. I don't believe they were all in.
Oh, wow.
I disagree with you, Guru, on that. I think that they postured and they want the fans to believe they were all in. But I didn't even believe they were all in on PG3. I didn't believe that. So when it came to Markkanen, I could see that coming. Lacob saying that Pods was going to be an all-star. And come on, man. He's trying to sell us on going with these young guys. But I'm worried that it's not going to work. The whole thing with Kuminga is what kind of attitude is he going to have when he's trying to get an extension?
Yeah.
There's a lot of risk involved. I wish we should have gone out and gotten somebody. It didn't have to be Markkanen or even PG3. There's other guys, below the radar, they probably could have gotten that are better than the guys they have. So if this team doesn't get off to a good start, guys, I'm worried. That's all I got. Thanks.
And Sonny, let me just go real quick, because I just had the thought. You tell me what you think. Do you think in a crazy world, we talked about what effect Curry, the guys around Curry, just being around that greatness would have on his mentals? Do you think now that the Olympics are over, he closed it out, had a great experience, that maybe his cord will be short if the Warriors, to Austin's point, don't get off to a great start. In a crazy world, could this be the worst thing that happened that Curry tasted this success and was reminded of what big-time basketball is about, to where if they don't get off to a great start, Steiny, he might, as they say in the streets, flash quicker than had he not had this Olympic experience?
Maybe.
Wow.
I think you got to allow for that possibility. I mean, if Steph Curry finishes out, I just look at that. Man. I don't know if it's logically or not, but I look at it. Yeah, Steph Curry just had another crowning achievement 2 days ago. He said he had more fun in these last 40 games than he's had in a long, long time.
He did say that.
He's coming into training camp in a couple weeks. He's going to see Pods. He's going to see Kuminga. He will not see Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson's not going to be practicing with him in training camp. So what Austin is saying is, because of everything that's happened, because they didn't get Paul George, because they didn't get Markkanen, because Steph Curry just proved again that he's one of the greatest players in the game, might Steph Curry think before he normally would, you know what? This just isn't working here. I mean, I'm looking around the league, and LeBron's got Anthony Davis, and Luka's got Kyrie. Maybe Steph looks and says, you know what? I don't care how great I am. We're going nowhere with just me. So I think, what Austin's saying is that there's two ways to look at it. One is the Warriors now feel pressure, like they always should have, to get Steph Curry some help. But maybe Steph Curry's fuse or Steph Curry's mindset changes because he wants to get somewhere with a better player than the Warriors currently have on their team right now.
And I get excited. And when you do that tandem exercise, I just get goosebumps. But for so long, Curry always had his Robin. It was Klay, then it was Durant, and now, Steiny, in a year that they're coming off of not making the playoffs and the Jordan Poole fiasco, not saying he was ever that, he was the Robin for the first couple, now all of a sudden the reality is my man doesn't have any help.
Well, not as much as some other guys.
But there's not one name I could give you. Well, we got a guy that does a podcast and gets all the stuff on the social media, but as far as Steph and who else, it's crickets right now. And that's a damn shame. Well, it is crickets. Jiminy Crickets. That's who Steph's... I'd ask you to give me a name right now. What? Of his, you could just pick on his team. Would you go Kuminga or would you go Dre?
Doesn't matter. It's not good enough. Wow. It's not good enough.
Damn.
Zach's in Redwood City. What's up, Zach? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's good, guys? I'm glad that you talked about Jim Harbaugh last time I called and pulled up that clip because that was just really comical. But I just wanted to, when Steph, I agree that he should have won MVP, but, LeBron was a heavy, heavy favorite. That said, if you go back and watch his press conference or his post-game, talk right after that, right after the win, I think that was a direct shot at the Warriors front office saying, come get me some help, because you look at every single guy, whether it's KD or LeBron, right, and they have help on their team. That said, I called into the roast this morning, and I'm looking at a guy in Memphis, Jaren Jackson. I'm not really sure Jaren Jackson is available, but if I'm the Warriors, you got to start at least making some calls. And the point I wanted to make up is who are you going to get, right? Because Lauri Markkanen's gone, and I agree with the last caller that I think that was all a bunch of BS, right? Like, I don't think the Warriors were all in on Lauri. I don't think they were all in on PG. So I'm looking, and I'm like, well, maybe Jaren Jackson. He's a defensive player of the year. Michigan State alum, you pair him with a guy like Draymond for his first couple years, and he takes the reins. So, I don't know. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Zach. Appreciate the call.
Appreciate it, too.
I think I said this a couple weeks ago. Or no, I said it last week, and you tell me if you guys agree with it. And it's that I do think the Warriors are kind of trying to have it both ways. And what I mean by that is Joe Lacob and the Warriors continue to talk about finding a big boy to put next to Steph Curry.
Right.
But I keep reading from Shelburne and Fisher and Shams that the Warriors do not want to give up Podziemski or Kuminga because they view them as part of the future. So which is it? If you're not willing to give up Kuminga, Podziemski, and a couple picks, you're not going to get a big boy.
Right.
You're not.
And tell Steph you're not all in.
And saying you're going to get him, I think is insulting to fans who know it's going to take more than that to get the kind of guy we're talking about next to Steph Curry.
And you don't think he knows that, Steiny? Maybe that's why he said what he said in Vegas. But it's interesting. It's like, hey, Steiny, I want to go get a pair of Jordans. Well, you can want to go get them all day and have the money, but when you get in there and they're out, you can't get them. There's no, like, Jaren Jackson, I believe the Memphis Grizzlies are going to be a problem. I think just collectively they grew without Ja. Why would they Jetson Jaren Jackson Jr.? I think Memphis is, I got to be careful here. They're going to be improved. And I know they got Edie, but man, Steiny, I'm sitting here thinking what they need, like there are no names that are realistic right now until next year's deadline.
I mean, you'd be surprised. We know how it works. I mean, and I'm not saying this is the guy, but you know,
give me a name.
Well, it's not a guy that's going to interest the Warriors. But you think you couldn't get Trae Young right now from Atlanta if you really wanted him? I think you probably could.
I always like me some Trae.
You want to go get? Let's see, who else? I bet you could get one of Denver's guys. Believe it or not. Because they got to figure some stuff out. Portland, you want a Jeremy Grant? Mm-hmm. Is that enough? Probably not. But you know how it works. When Joel Embiid gets hurt this year and Philly's chances go down the drain, maybe they'll have a guy or two available. Cleveland's got some guys who are pretty good. I don't know if they'd be number twos to Steph Curry, but they'd probably help make you better.
Wow, man. And the season, I know, Stoddy, the Olympics just finished, but it's coming fast. We're talking about football all day and how excited we are, but the NBA is right behind it. And in a year where the Warriors didn't make the offs, we need to see if Melton, Slow-Mo, and Buddy Hield are going to change the fort. You know, like there's no Clay to blame now. This is crazy.
Mike's in Oakland. What's up, Mike? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? You know what I think that what Steph did in the Olympics, obviously at the last game versus France, he created something great. He is the guy. He is the man. He can do it. And I think he created something with the Warriors that as well because it's an attraction. Come play with us. Steph's the guy. Steph, I could play with Steph. I want to play with Steph. So that's what I think that it kind of helped us a little bit on the Warriors side to say, hey, I want to come to the Golden State. I want to see what we could get. And it's going to help them reach out to others who they do need, who we need so we can succeed, at least get a playoff run and go from there. So Steph does it again and actually is recruiting. He can help recruit. And I think that's a good thing for us.
Appreciate the call. I mean, there's one right there. I'm not necessarily, okay.
What you got?
This is what I mean. This is what I mean. And it's specific. Okay, it's specific. But who's available? Okay, I don't know who's available, but watching the NBA over the last 40 years, people come available. That's the one thing I've learned. Well, like who, Steiny? And I say, okay, this guy would not fit on the Warriors, but a player like Trae Young, a team could probably go get this year. And here we go.
What you got?
Trae Young, Steiny? Are you trolling? Trae Young, Steiny? Are you trying to get worse on defense? See, that's what I mean. I didn't say the Warriors should go get Trae Young. I used him as an example of a player of a certain stature that becomes available. All right? So I made you want to get Zach LaVine? Okay, you don't think he's good enough to be a number two? All right, that's fine.
Health concerns.
What about, could you get one of Phoenix's big three? Booker, Beal, Durant? Well, you probably don't think Beal's good enough, which is fine. Could you get what about Zion? Could you go get Zion Williamson? There's no chance he's happy.
Ingram,
there's no chance.
There's a realistic possibility, but I don't know if he's ready.
I think Williamson's going to be available at some point. No way he wants to stay there.
He needs to lay off that gumbo.
And that's why you got to, LaMelo Ball. Does he do it for you? I don't know. He's probably not quite good enough. You'd look like a better number two.
Healthy.
But somebody's going to become available. And the question is that guy going to be good enough to form a partnership with Curry that gets them back into the mix? You got to figure out who that player is and if he's available.
Yeah, I'm just up here thinking about next year and everything, and being proactive, Snotty, because it's easy for me to do when I'm thinking about what was the biggest disclaimer about the Warriors season last year, and it was something that I was fighting against, hoping it could get rectified, and it didn't, and that was Wiggins and Kuminga coexisting. So I was thinking maybe one of these moves would alleviate that and one of the guys would be gone. But the bottom line is they're both here, and I'm still having that same thought that just, I just got a pit in my stomach like, how is that going to get fixed? And you talk about guys fitting the Warriors. How about this? You got guys on the Warriors that don't fit the Warriors.
Well, then they're in trouble. Then they are in a little bit of trouble. 650. Would you trade, Steiny? I'm trading Draymond Green, Kuminga, Podziemski, and 3 firsts for KD and Booker. Who says no?
Yeah.
How about one of them? Would you give up Green, Kuminga, Pods, and 3 firsts for Booker or KD?
In a Booker, I would. Yeah.
What about KD?
I think the end is near. So and I love him.
But this is what I mean. If the Phoenix Suns says you want KD, we'll give them to you for Draymond, Kuminga, Pods, and 3 firsts.
No, it's not
all in means you make that deal if you're the Warriors.
But you're not saying you would do it, but 3 firsts, damn.
I wouldn't, but
2031 Warriors.
I think there are a lot of the fans that would. And Steph Curry just reminded us all that he can close.
Stoddy, I just thinking about it, man.
I mean, my question is, do you watch a game like Saturday and say, we're more likely now? What do you think? Is it more likely the Warriors actually get somebody in here as a bona fide number 2 for Steph Curry? Or do you look at that game and look at how much fun he was having and look at the joy he was playing with and think, he's more likely to want out now, to put himself in a position to play more of those kind of games because he hasn't played in a lot of those kind of games in the last couple of years.
Can the answer be both, Stoney? That's called emotion.
Sure.
That's called a roller coaster. I felt both of those things, and I feel it now.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steph Curry put on a show last night. Do you feel like it's more likely that the Warriors can get a guy in here to give the Warriors a shot at winning another title? Or do you think after watching that, boy, I hope he doesn't want out because his single-minded goal is to start playing in more games like that where he can have fun and he's got a realistic chance to win. The other thing is, how realistic do the Warriors have this year in terms of winning and how many games? 888-957-9570 is the number. Steph Curry, another reminder of his greatness over the weekend. And my question to Warrior fans is, okay, now what? Now what? Because the season's coming up. What do you do, if anything? How do you play it? Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer.
Shopping for a new car is fun. Shopping for
I owe Curry nothing.
Hey, it's Moses Moody with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
Oh, appreciate it, Moses.
He deserved it.
Does he deserve a contract extension, Moses
He deserved
Moody?
it.
Got to figure that out. Lot to figure out with the Warriors. I'll tell you one thing I was thinking about, and I shudder, and I'm a little afraid to even bring it up. But that's what I got to do. I'm not advocating for it, but I tend to look at things big picture, 360, rather than just through one lens, multiple lenses. And one thing I was thinking is, Steph Curry, nice little player. We know that. And gotta get him some help. What if we can't get him help? Would Steph ever say, you know what? Let me think about it. And I was thinking, well, boy, what would, at the trading deadline or next off season, what could Steph get you? And what I'm getting at is
a gold medal.
After that performance, I don't think Steph Curry's value's ever been higher. He's got 2 more years left of his deal. What are you laughing at, Evan?
Continue.
He's got 2 more years left in his deal. Perfect for another team thinking that he could come over and be the guy that puts him over. I mean, I think if you're a GM, Goo, and you watch Curry play the last half of the season, you might have been like, I wonder if he's starting to fit. And now you're saying, woo! You know what? Maybe the Lakers say, you know what? You want Anthony Davis? You want Anthony Davis for Curry? Yeah.
No.
Oh, I'm
it's
just
like
saying.
If you're married and your spouse, you're like, that's my wife.
It might
That's
not
how
be
Joe
up to,
Lacob's
it
doing
might
it, not shopping them.
It might not be up to you. It's up to the chef.
Yeah, no doubt. And I didn't like any of his lexicon this whole summer with the Olympics. He fired the shot and then shots and then backed it up, man. So, again, back to how we started the show real quick. The world was watching more than the NBA world was. I mean, we had the NBA world and then the world. And that's why what he did on the stage Saturday morning was just incredible. But, Steiny, I'm never going to believe marketing is not a Warrior because of Brandon Pajemski or Jonathan Kuminga. That's just me. Because you don't turn around if Utah was down on marketing like all our so-called experts on the YouTube chat and the text line were saying and turn around and give them $227 million. That's just me. But my gosh, what bothers me is if they do get off to a slow start, you really can't get help until you got to go through the down times to be able to be a candidate to get help. Like this was Pete. Oh my gosh.
You're really giving Joe Lacob a break. It feels like.
I feel like if we were in court, there's innuendos, but there's no factual on concrete evidence that someone snitched. And that means basically you can't put that jacket on anybody unless you got paperwork. And we do not know if Danny Ainge is going to go from giving $227 million to marketing or giving it to him because they couldn't get pods and the benefits of having him on his rookie deal.
The reason they didn't give him the money earlier was because they didn't want to give him the money and then have him worry about getting traded during the season. So I firmly believe Danny Ainge would have traded Lauri Markkanen. But he didn't like the deals he was getting, and he didn't like the deal he was getting from the Warriors, which is fine. It's fine. But I absolutely believe the Warriors could have gotten Markkanen. And I'm not saying they should have. It would have been a bad trade, I think. I really do. But in light of what Curry just did, where's your mind at?
And somebody just brought up Go Money. Dennis on the YouTube chat, the All-Star game is here. So those same cast of characters that Curry were teammates with, they'll be all in the building. You do not want to have a stinky record at that time.
Antonio in Oakland. What's up, Antonio? How you doing, man? What's going on?
Oh, doing pretty good, but I think Steph can draw another star here, man. Like he's done already. Like you see that jump shot still floating in the air, still going in the hoop, man. Like at the end of the day. Of course, like Lloyd marketing, yeah, I would love to have him. But Pozinski coming in too valuable. But at the end of the day, man, Steph's still a top 5 player, and anybody would be lucky to play with him, man. Because when your team loses, you won't get the blame. He'll get the blame, and you're always going to be like freaking open. You're not going to have a bunch of dudes draped on. You see triple teams and quadruple teams to be facing, even in the Olympics. Like that guy, like he just creates so much room for anybody, man. If you're a driver of a hole like a Zion or something, you'll have all that room to dunk, you know. So at the end of the day, he's an all-around player, and I love it. He's going to draw another superstar here, guaranteed.
Yeah, I don't see it.
Well, time's running out, Antonio.
And I fundamentally disagree with something Antonio said.
Possibly.
If they get a second star here and it doesn't get done, Curry will get the blame. No, he won't.
Oh, especially after
the second guy will get the blame.
Yeah, no doubt. Especially after what he just did. We're like, hey, it ain't me, y'all. Only guy on the Team USA's team that did make the playoffs. Brought you home.
Yeah.
It is pretty incredible, though. Like, there was only one All-NBA player on the Olympic team from this past season that was first-team All-NBA. You know who it was?
Giannis.
Well, he didn't play for Team USA.
But I'm going to sit this one out. Go ahead.
It's got that.
Go ahead, Stoney. It's all you.
Yep.
Dude, they are mad in Boston.
That's a shame.
Yeah, you hate to see it.
By the way, Kerr won a gold medal, if anybody out there realizes it. What kind of idiots are going to criticize a guy after he wins a gold medal?
Rotations.
Yeah. You know what? Let me tell you something about the phrase rotations.
That was bad, Giannis.
When you say you don't like the rotations, you know what it tells me?
Give it
you
to
don't
me.
know what you're talking about. You don't.
Well, you're talking to Draymond now.
Yeah, sure.
He doubled down on the rotations.
Yes. Rotations means you're going to use a hackneyed phrase. Or how about this one? Why don't you like Kerr? Halftime adjustments. Oh, he doesn't make halftime. Okay, what should he have done? Well, I don't know. He just didn't make any adjustments. Okay, all right. That means you're not really sure what's going on.
And for so much of Kerr's career, he didn't have to make any, Stoney. They were up 20.
Exactly. Yeah. So, 888-957-9570 is the number. And, boy, what's Steph Curry thinking on that plane?
That's real.
From Paris, where he just put on a show, where he just won a gold medal. He just showed the world that he's still on top of his game. Now he's on a flight back to the Bay. 11 hours is that flight. Actually, it's a little more because usually you're running into a headwind in that direction. So let's say it's a 12-hour flight. And he just got done playing with LeBron, KD, Book, Tatum.
Bam.
Right now, he's over Des Moines somewhere thinking,
I'm out.
I got to go see Draymond, Pajemski.
You saw Draymond in Paris.
Yeah.
Wiggins, Kuminga, Trace Jackson Davis.
It's real.
Buddy Hield.
Slow-mo.
Oh, boy.
Those are his guys.
Talk about a letdown.
Man.
Who's to say he's not going to come into camp PO'd?
You mean motivated?
What have you left me with here in Golden State? I don't know. Seemed awful chummy with those superstars.
Well, go get one of them.
Yeah, exactly.
Braun.
Lacob's not willing to pay the price.
Durant.
Yeah.
Get them all.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
This man.
Exactly.
Maybe the whole fits. I know there's no Clay. I keep saying it, Sonny. I got to take that out of the equation. But when he joined us not too long ago before the Olympics, no Draymond suspension. Maybe that's like acquiring a player.
You know what's funny?
Having him act right.
Carter just found his plane, by the way. Apparently he's descending.
One more time, please.
Carter Chickering, producer extraordinaire, also geographic expert apparently, found Steph Curry's plane, and he's currently descending.
By the way, and listen, it's like George Costanza when he had the girlfriend with a pretty large nose, and he said, "You know, I don't want to see the nose. I don't want to think about the nose, but When I see her, I think about the nose. I think about the nose. And I don't know why when Steph Curry was putting on a show, I thought about Draymond Green. I can't tell you why. But yeah,
he was in the crowd.
You know what I thought of? If Draymond Green watched that weekend of basketball from his teammate, he ought to be ashamed. If he's got a modicum of
elaborate, Stoney,
of introspection, he should feel pretty lousy.
Shocked you talking to me.
That's right, Draymond. I'm talking to you. And I mean, how can Draymond Green watch Steph Curry Saturday and not feel like, man, have I messed things up the last couple of years?
He's not programmed that way. I get you.
Okay, what about coming in?
He was there.
What about coming into this year? If I'm Draymond Green and I just see what Steph Curry did, I gotta feel like I owe that guy something.
Oh, no doubt.
Okay. Well, that's why I thought about Draymond Green.
Went to support him.
He went to ridicule Gobert.
Well, he did
not
that too.
To support Steph.
Yeah.
By the way,
hey, man.
What's he doing?
It ain't riding coattails because that's his brother. But he did help his family, Stoney. We ain't talked about it. We don't have all the facts, but the Curry family, they got into it without Steph trying to get to their car after the ceremony, and Draymond was arguing with the
Draymond
security.
was arguing?
No, he was coming to help aid Aisha and the kids, but man.
Okay. Tell me the story because I haven't heard this.
So the ceremony
gold
was
medal
over.
ceremony.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Curry's doing this thing with the players, and Aisha and the family and Sonia Curry had a car waiting for him. It was across the street.
All right.
But the police were they put their foot down about people crossing the street, and Aisha and moms let them know that was their car, and basically the police guy was like, we don't care, you can't get over there. And then somehow they came in touch with the young child, and then by all accounts, all reports, Aisha was in tears, and then Draymond showed up, and then he was having words with the policeman about how, you're doing too much in regard to preventing us from just getting over to the car, which is across the street.
So the security guard did not want Steph and those guys to walk to the car.
Steph was nowhere around. It was Aisha and family trying to get to their driver, their car.
Didn't something happen with Aisha in Cleveland one year?
You are right.
During the NBA Finals?
That was heckling and, Steph with fan. You know what? It may have been something to that effect, but you hate to hear stuff like that. Damian Lee was there, Steph's brother-in-law.
A lot of hangers on.
Well, they're family.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
By the way, he signed again, I think, with Phoenix. Didn't he?
He missed a big portion of last year.
Yeah.
Hair long. You got the dreads?
Yeah, it's all.
Yeah.
It's pretty.
Remember I asked TJD, you got a fresh cut? Stotty was like, what the F are you talking about? He trimmed it down, though.
Let's hear a little bit from Steph Curry, the hero of the Olympics.
Got a little out of sorts down the stretch, turned the ball over, taking quick shots, and obviously there was a big shot down or up 3 to put us up 6 that kind of settled everything, and then the rhythm, the avalanche came, and thankfully the other 3 went in. But that was an unbelievable moment. I've been blessed to play basketball at a high level for a very long time. I don't know. This ranks very, very high in terms of the excitement and the sense of relief getting to the finish line.
What about when?
Wow.
What?
He said it ranks high. Where are you going? He got 4 rings now.
What about the practice when Draymond punched Poole?
Oh, boy.
Not up there? It's not up there? I got to believe it's that and it's game 4 against the Celtics.
Mm-hmm.
Those, to me, are the 2 big boys for Steph Curry. Man. Can he do it for the Warriors is the question.
He didn't do it last year. Not blaming him. That's, we got PTSD, Stoney. Warrior fans experience no playoffs. That, my friend, cannot happen again. It just can't.
Well, and that's what I find very interesting is they didn't make the playoffs with just Steph last year. And if you look at this upcoming team, they might be better. They might be. But are they really going to be good enough to make some serious noise without getting Steph more help?
Man.
And I don't think it's it's a connection like from point A to point B, Goo. But I do think after watching Curry, the last couple weeks and seeing how much fun he's having and how high a level he is still playing at, I think we're going to, I think we've got to be open to anything can happen at this point. And when he said things change quickly, things change quickly. And I agree. There's a big difference in where you're starting out 8-3 and starting out 3-8, starting out 6-7, 7-6. I think we've got to play this year out, or at least the start of the season, because I do think a lot is on the table this year.
I appreciate that honesty, and let me introduce to you all the new scoreboard for the Warriors this season. It's the Steph Curry scoreboard.
Mm-hmm.
How is he feeling? But on top of that, let me be selfish, and you tell me what you think for Steph Curry. All basketball fans lost last year by Steph not being able to make the playoffs. Steiny, people just lose sight of that. He didn't play one damn playoff game. And I know, you got to earn it. But we know it's bigger than him. And I'm not saying he's perfect, but the bottom line is, you think he wants to sit around and watch his brothers compete for a chip? At least give me a round. He was not like the NBA is losing with no Steph Curry, which we all know now what he still has. I never doubted it, but that wasn't in the playoffs. Just think about it from that. If you're Adam Silver, like, damn, what can I do? Can I cheat to get you guys in? We need number 30 in the playoffs. So I know he's sitting there sipping a mimosa. That was yesterday, telling his wife or whoever will listen. That's why he fired those shots. Like, I cannot, at the end, not make the playoffs. My brain can't take that. We ain't got to win it, but give us a 7-game series, damn it. Give us a couple rounds. And that's on Joe Lacob, and that's why I said I thought he gave the team an ultimatum, and I won't back down from that. If his ass ain't happy because they ain't doing diddly squat, Steiny, we're going to start hearing stuff, man.
Yeah, I never view it like that. Oh, the NBA needs Steph Curry to be in the playoffs.
They'll never say it.
NBA history is littered with great players who didn't make the playoffs certain years. There's some guys that didn't make, like Pete Maravich was considered one of the most exciting players in the history of the game. He was never in the playoffs. We need Pete Maravich. I'm just saying, like, if your team's not good enough, your team's not good enough. And that doesn't mean Curry's not good enough. It means the team wasn't good enough last year.
Yeah.
So it's up to Joe Lacob to turn around this 5-year period of not making the playoffs 3 of 5 years. They got to figure out a way to make the playoffs this upcoming season. Yeah. And my question to Warrior fans is, did they do enough in the offseason to make that jump? And if they didn't, how do they figure this out? Steve's in Castro Valley. What's up, Steve? How you doing, man?
What's up, fellas? How's it going?
Hey. Going well.
Quick question. Well, first of all, I think they did get supporting staff and the young guys having a season under their belt to probably be barely in the playoffs. But do you guys think having Steph with KD in Paris and Draymond there, is there any chance KD might come back? And if so, what would we have to give up for him? Thanks, guys.
And I had to correct myself. Whatever it is, Donnie, I said to you, what did you say? 3 first, blah, 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 such and such. And I was like, man, if you could get Kevin Durant back to this, that would, you talk about night and day. Shout out Al B. Sure. But man, Steiny, but would Phoenix be willing to give him up?
I would if I were Phoenix.
They assembled that talent with Bill, Booker, and Kevin Durant, and you get swept.
At least they made the playoffs with those 3 guys.
I'm going to shut up after that.
I mean, would you give up Wiggins? You're going to have to give up somebody making $25 million because KD makes a ton. But would you give up Wiggins, Kuminga, Podziemski, and 2 or 3 firsts for Kevin Durant?
An hour ago, I said something different, Steiny. I would do that, and that would be me showing the chef we were all in, bud, until the end.
Would you do that, Warrior fans, to get Durant back for a couple years?
Well, would you do it, Steiny?
No, I wouldn't.
You wouldn't even think about it?
No, I wouldn't.
Is it the picks or the players more so?
It's the picks more so. It's the picks more so. I
would do it.
You guys know that, to me, the one thing that the Warriors have in their control, the one thing they do have in their control is to not be empty-handed when Curry leaves. That's the one thing they have in their control.
Do you think they're empty-handed now? I think it's TBD, but I'm ready to bet no. By the time Kuminga and Pods pop, if they do,
I'm talking
Curry
about the
will
picks.
be long gone.
I'm talking about the picks.
I got you.
I do not want to be a non-playoff team in 2026.
Then you're not all in, Steiny.
That's right.
Oh.
I'm not all in. I'm absolutely not all in.
Damn.
I do not want to be, because I've seen it. I've seen it with the Warriors. 35-47, and we don't have a draft pick. I mean, look at this year. They didn't make the playoffs. They didn't have a pick.
Quinn Post.
So the bottom line is that, was there a player there that could have helped him? I don't know. Maybe not. Wasn't a great draft. There were people saying it wasn't a great draft. We'll see. But all I'm saying is the idea of mortgaging the future, maybe it changed with some fans over the last week or two after seeing what Steph Curry did in Paris. Let's go to Mike's in Santa Clara. Hey, Mike, how you doing, man?
Good, guys. Great to hear you guys. I mean, my concern is that, and Steiny, I'm with you, man. I don't think we have to just give the entire bank for the future, and that's my concern. But at the same time, I'm just worried about, how many more years does Steph have, and just making sure that it's going to happen. I mean, there's only like maybe 2 years, maybe 3 years left at the most. But how are we? And it's just one of those things. Like, how are we going to be able to satisfy, Steph, and just making sure that we're going to still stay relevant until we actually hit that? I don't want to say recession, but I mean, it's going to be a recession no matter what once Steph is gone. It's just a scary thought of like, we're not going to go into full rebuild mode, but maybe, I mean, at that same time, we're probably going to. Clay's gone. Steph's going to be gone soon. And then Dre's going to be gone as well. After that, you have, you're looking at Kuminga, you're looking at Pods, Moody. I'm just a little curious, like, how are we going to, those first round picks obviously come into play. But where are we going to be with those first-round picks? And that's why I was just more curious, like, why didn't we go for, a little bit harder trying to find, like, a replacement, if you want to say, for Steph for the future? So that's all I got to say, guys. Thank you.
And that
made me think of Wiseman, the pick, not the person, the pick, Stoney. Imagine had that popped.
Imagine had that been a better draft.
But bottom line, imagine if you were getting contributions and maybe that player was knocking on the door to be an all-star. That changes everything about life after Curry. If the Warriors paid the price to get that pick, but it was also they had an excuse. There was an injury, and they just imagine had that been just a serviceable player, the future would be so much better. The field would be.
There were serviceable players. Was there a superstar? I don't know, depending on what you think of LaMelo Ball or Tyrese Halliburton. But, sometimes you get a high pick and the draft isn't very good, and that's just the way that goes. The Spurs had the number one pick a year ago, and there was a superstar there.
Man.
A bona fide superstar.
We had a great game Saturday.
The Hawks had the first pick this year and the Wizards second. There were no bona fide superstars, at least not ready-made. So I can't blame the Hawks and the Wizards for not getting a guy like Wembanyama if a guy like Wembanyama didn't happen to be in the draft that they were
Well, it still falls under, I hear you, it still falls under bad luck that maybe that player wasn't there when they had that pick. Number two pick.
What do you mean bad luck?
You said the draft didn't have much outside of Halliburton and LaMelo Ball, who I love both players, but I'll give you that. The bottom line is it still didn't pop for him.
And
like that
it didn't
just
pop for a lot of teams.
Yeah.
Didn't pop for Cleveland with Isaac Okoro. Didn't really pop with Atlanta with Onyike. All right, we got to go. I see Bill, Kevin, May. We'll get to your calls on the other side. Does the Warriors situation take on a little more urgency after you saw Steph Curry put on a spectacular show yesterday in Paris? What's coming up next on The Game? It's presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment was brought to you by Express Employment Professionals.
If your supply chain demand
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
They're all gone now, Goo. They're all gone.
Wow.
Yeah.
What are you speaking about?
My kids.
Oh, Steiny.
They're all gone now.
And you just think about what? They'll be back for Thanksgiving.
Not all of them.
Oh, man. I'm hugging you from over here. I'm about to do it next week, man.
I got one who works in Washington, D.C. I got another now who works in London. The youngest now attending college in New Orleans. Your boy goes back to Oakland today. You'll walk in the front door. House is going to be empty.
Wow, man.
Just
I
like
feel for you.
Just like Steph's supporting cast. Just empty.
We don't know yet. You know the worst part about that?
Go
ahead. It's your moment.
The dog doesn't even get as excited to see me anymore
Rosie?
Because the dog knows there are people missing.
Man.
Parents, look, it's pretty simple. Don't let your kids go to college.
But now you got to watch the news to be concerned about what jumps and pops off in D.C., in London, when they're at home in your little nest, it's the neighborhood and their schools. But that part about it is nerve-wracking. Like, I'm like, North Carolina, I'm checking, like you never know. And now you got to do that 4 times over.
But less happens in Greensboro than in Oakland.
You never know.
No, you never know. Yeah. But on balance, and speaking of balance.
I'm hugging you from over here, man. Forget sports for a moment.
I'm going to be hugging you next week.
Well, you won't see me.
The week after, I'm going to be hugging you. Because you got to do the same thing.
But I've done it, so I'm kind of used to it. Man, Steiny, nobody at the crib?
Nobody. Except the dog.
You should rent a room out. Nah, you don't want that. You could do it. Get a little chicken.
Anyway, it's a sad day.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why I'm just a little down.
I'm here for you.
Even though Curry put on a show. What a show he put on.
What does it mean, though, right, partner? It ain't his fault. It ain't my fault.
What does it mean?
No limit. It's got to follow on top of his cryptic comments that we talked about on this station, not just our show, everybody, when he basically was letting them know bottom feeding ain't good enough. So whatever the Warrior season is going to be this year, people, it better not equate to bottom feeders, because this man who still has a lot left, you got to appease him, and you got to appease him by getting him some talent. And you know what?
Couldn't you appease him by trading him to a team?
Well, that's worst case scenario. We don't want that. We're trying to that little exercise you did where Ant and Cat or Ant and whoever.
I didn't even mention them.
Yeah,
good call.
It's really bothering me that we can't do it with the Warriors.
Why aren't you mad at Clay? Because he was a number 2 and he fell off.
He got hurt. He didn't fall off. He had 2 catastrophic injuries. Shout out to my Dr. Joe Jolly.
Why don't you get mad at Wiggins? He was the number 2. I can get mad.
Who went to get him?
What?
Who went to get Wiggins? He didn't force himself on us. They went and got him.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
But you know what I mean. Wiggins got to have a bounce back this year, man.
Come to think of it, there are a lot of parallels between Steph Curry and myself. Me walking into an empty house, we both need a little help right now.
No, it's real, man.
I'm
here for you.
I need a number 2, just like Steph.
I'm your number 1.
Yeah. Let's go to Kevin. Kevin's in San Francisco.
Hey, Dot.
What's up, Kevin? How you doing, man?
Thank you, guys. Thank you. I'm very happy that you finally let me get a word in. I'm listening to you, and you're trying to throw me off. But let me get back to the Warriors and Mr. Steph Curry.
Yeah.
So my thing is this. The way the Warriors can make it back is Draymond Green. How many games did Draymond Green miss last year? 27?
Something like that, yeah.
Was it 27? Yeah. And if we would have won, if he'd have stayed those 27, and we would have won half of those games, we'd have been there in 60 games.
Yep.
Wouldn't we? We'd have been there in 60.
Well, they didn't go 0-27.
The key is Draymond Green.
Uh-oh.
We done created a monster with him.
Yep.
But don't forget, when we won the championship, we played that boy, that big old boy from Denver. Draymond was all over his butt. Draymond is the key, but yet he got the nerve to say, I ain't going to just make it to the playoffs. Draymond is the key. He can push these guys. When we won the championship and he got sent out for a game, what did he tell the center? He said, I want you to get at least 15. Homeboy got 22 rebounds. Draymond is the key. He's either our Achilles heel or he's the one to take us to the championship to help Steph, because he knows how to feed the ball to everybody. It is Draymond Green is the key. And that's my thing. Thank you.
Appreciate it, Kevin. And I don't like that one bit.
It's risque.
I don't like that one bit.
He's spot on. We've all said it, but I wanted you to jump in and get him like, what makes you think he's going to change? Like, I'm really like, he's not going to be suspended this year for more than 5 games.
Only 5. By the way, if he missed 27 games, they didn't go 0-27.
But give us 7 wins games out of those 27 of the losses.
I'm sure they won like 12 of them.
Yeah.
12 and 15 or something like that.
Well, if the 15 were 11 losses, that's 4 more wins on the ledger. Bang, bang, no playing.
Okay, well then quit asking for a number 2. What is it?
Well,
quit asking for a number 2 if you're a 54-win team.
A scoring number 2.
Oh.
Somebody that can, put up points.
I got you. Yeah, let's just take some call. Can somebody help me here? Evan, let me go to you on this. And just first, go ahead. From the Xfinity Mobile text line, 415, I tuned in today thinking we talk about and celebrate Curry's golden achievement at the Olympics.
Yes, that's what we've done.
But all I hear is the doom and gloom of the upcoming Warrior season. Let's stop and embrace this moment, the greatness of Steph, because we won't have too many more moments like this. Can I ask a question?
And don't be negative. That ending was negative.
I'm being dead serious. Okay. For the next 2 hours, let's celebrate Steph Curry. Like, what does that look like? I'll tell you what, this guy's one of the greatest players of all time. Okay, that hasn't changed. I'll tell you what, this guy, that might have been his crowning achievement.
We've done that for 2 hours, and we could keep doing it.
Like what?
Are you not hearing?
What is, Evan, what does celebrating Steph Curry mean to you? Well, in the context of 95-7 the game.
Well, I think celebrating Steph has become, I don't want this to come off sounding wrong, but a harder thing to do throughout the years because he continues to just defy, everything in basketball, right? I mean, every time you think that he's done doing things like this or done having moments like this, he just does it. So celebrating Steph, should we just go down the list of accomplishments?
We can.
Just run down his resume? Because it's unmatched outside of maybe the 2 guys that he had a chance to play alongside, in Durant and LeBron. And he's maybe more accomplished than both of them, depending on who you ask. So, I don't know.
And what have you heard that was negative?
Well, I saw a stat out there that he's the only player that scored 35-plus in an NCAA tournament game and an Olympic game. So, literally throughout his entire life in these do-or-die games, he's never not risen to the occasion.
Right.
So, I don't know what you want. You love the moment, but that also, the last comment from the text makes me think too. So every time he has a big game this upcoming regular season, we're supposed to just stop the show and talk about how great he is. Well, if the Warriors are a 500 basketball team,
No, their fear was there's not going to be any more great moments. That's how he or she ended that text. And I'm like, that's -1.
We don't have too many more moments like this.
Yeah, but we've been on 2 hours and we talked about where does this rank, how great, and how can we keep this thing going from a Warrior perspective. That's not negative. I'll tell you when we're negative.
But I think that the reason why it's so special in these moments are just revered is because, you don't know how many of them there are left. And I don't think that's negative. I think that's human. You wonder how many more times he's able to do something like that. That's why we watch the games. It's because you don't know when he's going to have those kind of performances, and he seemingly is able to do it more often than not.
Yeah, I mean,
I give him a little help, Evan. Just a little help. Brother need a little help.
I guess maybe that's negative.
Oh.
I don't know. I'm not saying.
I got you.
But, to me, what he did on Saturday, it's right up there with winning the 4th title.
And what he did against Serbia, Steiny, this was 2 days, 17 to 27, 63% from 3.
Exactly. So we can rank them if we want. Listen, I said it. I think that you could make a case that Steph was more clutch in the last 2 games than at any other time in his career. But you say that and it feels like you're diminishing what he's done in the NBA.
Not at all.
I'm just looking at those games, and when you are a big favorite and you are on the brink of losing, to me, that's more pressure than just about any other type of game you can imagine.
Facts.
Heavy favorites, you're down, now the pressure's on, and he came through. So I absolutely put those 2 performances up there with some of his greatest performances of all time.
But when he's a Warrior, Steiny, you guys allow me, Evan, if this fits. I feel like he had the pressure of Steve Kerr, LeBron, AD, every other great player or future Hall of Famer that was on that roster. Steph kind of saved them from the ridicule that was coming their way, even as coach. And that makes it more pressure to me, times 100.
That's why.
And that's why you see all the exuberance from KD and all his teammates, like Anthony Edwards. What did he tell him in the video? I don't know if you saw it. It was on IG study. Anthony Edwards, minutes after it's over, is doing a video with his guy that closed it, says, you just showed up a couple days ago. Like, I love that. Like, and Steph's laughing like, you're right, but I showed up big.
Let's go to Bill in Mountain View. Hey, Bill, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Good. Steiny, I feel your pain about the empty nest. That's a tough week or so as an adjustment there.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll just say I watched the end of the Serbia game. I watched the end of the France game. It was a pleasure to watch Durant play. It was a pleasure to see him make that really tough shot when they really needed that basket against Serbia. It was a pleasure to watch Curry play, especially at the end of the France game, obviously. And the other thing I'll say is that it was a pleasure to do that and not have to even think about Green. And so I think if the Warriors really want to try and do something to maximize Curry, give him somebody to play with. Trade Green, get Durant, and have the 2 of them put together whatever they can put together and let the future, worry about the future. Because as you pointed out, Steiny, just because you have a number 1 pick doesn't mean there's going to be anybody there to pick.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's my thought.
Thanks, Bill. I'm kind of with.
I hate to break it to Bill, Steiny. Dre's never going to get traded. Wherever Steph's at, Dre's going to be there. Unless
he might not ever get traded. He might not get traded. But I mean, if you want to go from point A to point B, I'll do it. I mean, there's absolutely no doubt Steph Curry is had a blast. He said he's had more fun in this 40 days than the last couple years.
He did say that.
Why?
Yeah.
You know why? Because he was playing with Draymond Green the last 2 years, and it wasn't fun. Because he was the impetus to the Warriors not having fun the last 2 years. That I agree with. Let's go to Brian in Palo Alto. What's up, Brian? How you doing, man?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Dynamite.
I think the best way you celebrate Steph, who is, in my opinion, the best player of this generation, and the absolute, and really outside of Jordan, the best clutch player I've ever seen in my life. It's the number of games that he's closed out, not just like game-winning shots, but just iced games in the last 3-4 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
In the last 10 years, it's just infinitely more than anybody else. And so I think the best way to celebrate them is by not overvaluing mediocre players like Jonathan Kuminga and Brandon Pozinski, right? I mean, the utter preposterousness of Pods being untouchable in a deal to get Steph some real help is just makes me say, like, Lakeup's gone full Jerry Jones Lakeup mode now, right? Where it's like, yeah, he had a run and now he's just, hey, my sons are in the room, hey, I don't care anymore. So yeah, I think the best way you honor Steph is to, make an actual real concerted effort to get him a real number 2 and not say Kuminga getting $224 million is like, literally, that'd be the worst contract I've ever seen in the NBA ever. He's not even, he's not a good player. He jumps. It's basically his one skill. And so, yeah, I'd like to see them value Steph and not overvalue guys that don't deserve overvaluing.
Hey, B, before you leave, let me ask you this. Do you really believe that the Warriors did not want to move Pods to get that deal expedited? Do you really believe that was the hang-up? I don't.
Okay, well, what would be the reason is the reason you float that to say to give yourself cover? You couldn't get him, or Utah didn't want Pods, and so now they come out and say Pods was untouchable anyways? I don't know. I don't really understand the logic around that. But yeah, that's what I'd like to see. Yeah, at this point, Kuminga floating that he wants $224 million. That's everything wrong with the second timeline, right? Is these guys who think they're something they aren't. Wiseman, they thought he was something he wasn't, and they held on to him too long. Kuminga probably should have moved him by now. Pods thinks he's the face of the franchise now. It's like, it's ridiculous. These guys are nothing compared to Steph Curry. Nothing. Not Curry 10 years ago, 5 years ago, and now they are nothing. That's my take. Have a great day.
Appreciate it. Yeah, listen, I'm not for mortgaging the future. I'm not a big fan of having to give up future first, but I do agree with Brian that stop saying you're going big game hunting if you're really not ready to go all the way in for big game hunting. And listen, there's two different things here. One is you're dealing with the Utah Jazz and Markkanen's available and they want a couple firsts and they want this and they want that and they wanted something you didn't want to give them. Fine. But then if you're not willing to make that last concession to get a guy you think can run with Steph Curry, then kind of stop leading people on to make them believe that we are going to do anything for Steph Curry. You can't simultaneously say we'll do everything for Steph Curry to maximize his window in the next 2 years, but yeah, we're not prepared to give up Kuminga or Podziemski. Those are two incongruous thoughts, and that's where
it didn't happen, man. But I hear you. I believe Utah didn't. They were like BPA asked me. I believe that wasn't enough for Utah.
Well, the other thing is
Pods and commit. Like I thought Ainge was like, yeah, that ain't enough.
Well, I don't know about that.
Because to turn around and give them 227 lets me know you really love said player.
Well, maybe they didn't want to pay him 225, but they did because of the same reason the Warriors gave Poole his money. Because the alternative was to have Markkanen play on a 1-year deal with just 1 year left. Maybe they still, who knows? Who knows what's going to happen with Markkanen after this year? Let's go to Andre. Andre's in New Jersey. What's up, Andre? How you doing, man?
I've been doing okay, Steiny. Obviously, the Olympics was amazing to watch.
Yep.
Steph Curry proving once again that he is beyond the greatest shooter ever. I believe, mainstream media, as well as others, independent media, need to start acknowledging him as greater than that, as quite possibly the greatest scorer and shot maker ever.
I'll go there. Yeah, sure.
And that's why.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I haven't disagreed with you so far, Dre.
Perfect. So then you would also agree that the Warriors should have, at this point, paired Steph with a second option that could elevate his game. He's more than deserving of it. And the Olympics, if anything, were a reminder that the Warriors still to this day have an obligation to surround Steph with as much help as possible. And as you've been saying, if they were never serious about Lauri Markkanen, then they shouldn't have entered the discussions in the first place. I was a major proponent of acquiring Lauri Markkanen. I don't believe you were as much, but maybe we can find some common ground, because at the end of the day, every fan and a lot of media has a voice, and we need the Warriors front office to hear this, Joe Lacob to hear this. The deadline is the last chance. If a player is available for the right asking price, you go all in, and you do not waste this man's final window that we have, because guess what? You will never, ever, ever, and if you do, it's going to be decades until you have a window this valuable, even at the age of 36 for Steph Curry. Even at the age of 36, and you saw what he did, showing up against the likes of Nikola Jokic, who's considered the best player in the world, check. Showing up on the same court as LeBron James and Kevin Durant, Victor Wembanyama, the next coming of the NBA's face of the league, check.
Andre.
I feel like I know him.
Andre, the bottom line is this. You feel like Lacob's going halfway.
Absolutely. He's not all in, and I don't feel like he is willing to part ways with assets. With all due respect to Brandon Pajemski, and I was one of the few people that were an advocate for Pods, even during his summer league struggles last year, I was all over rooting for Pods, understanding that his impact is far beyond the stat sheet and the box score. But at the end of the day, his ceiling is a role player, and he will. It's very unlikely.
Don't be a stranger. Don't be a stranger.
Andre, gotta go. It's 12:26:38.
Yeah.
Andre in New Jersey calling out Joe Lacob. Hey, don't forget, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. That segment brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. I'll get to some more calls on the other side. We got action on the lines on 95.7 The Game.
Tired of hearing scary ads about the IRS?
Neck hurting from that gold medal.
So, somebody explained to me this, and I heard this once. So, is it true that smoking a cigar is worse than smoking a cigarette? I've heard that.
And I have like a pack of cigarettes.
Yeah.
I've heard that. That's the equal.
Well, if you inhale, but I thought the whole point of a cigar is you're not supposed to inhale the smoke.
But something's going in, Evan. It ain't good for you.
You're not just going, you know what I'm saying?
I can't do it.
My point is I kind of don't like when these guys smoke cigars and they're pro athletes.
Oh, that's weird.
Especially like Jordan. He's smoking
Yeah, he's telling you.
I know, but it's
don't
like,
worry about me.
But it's like if I said to you, "Oh yeah, Goo, you didn't realize Steph Curry smokes 2 cigarettes at halftime every game?" You'd be like, "What?" But I'd be he fires up a cigar and nobody cares. But what if a cigar is worse for you?
But it's obviously not.
I don't know.
It's what you give and what you put in.
Get your teeth all messed up.
A lot of you still smoke at halftime.
So did Bob Lanier.
Bob Lanier smoked?
Oh, yeah. During his career.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
No, you're right. The National Cancer Institute saying cigar smoke has a higher level of cancer-causing substances.
What is Steph doing?
Don't kill the messenger.
Steph!
Yeah?
I got some Marlboros for you.
Look at you.
Do those instead.
Menthols.
More of an American Spirits guy.
Blue or yellow?
Blue.
Yeah.
Shout out the Lions Den. Remember, I just went there here in the city, a cigar lounge. It was off the chain. Upper echelon cigar smokers.
Yeah, people were, you want to celebrate Steph Curry? I'll celebrate him in a way that you probably haven't heard before. This is to me, one of the reasons that he is unlike any other player. You ready, Goo?
Yep.
Here's how I'm going to do it. Who's the greatest passer of all time? Yeah, greatest passer of all time.
Magic Johnson.
Okay. That's fair. I got him on my list.
Okay.
I think you could put Bird there.
Yeah. You could put LeBron there.
Yeah, I think you could put LeBron there.
I appreciate it.
I think you could put John Stockton there.
No doubt.
I think you could put Pete Maravich there.
Steve Nash.
Yeah. Who's the greatest rebounder of all time?
Dennis Rodman.
Okay. I think you could put Wilt Chamberlain there. I think you could put Moses Malone.
Oh, my God. 4-4-4.
Yeah. Who's the greatest defensive player of all time?
Wow. Michael Jordan.
Okay. I got him on my list. I got Rodman on my list, too.
I'm not mad at that.
Wemby.
I got Draymond Green on my list.
Not mad at that, Day-Day.
Okay. This is what I mean. You ready?
Yep.
Who's the greatest shooter of all time?
Buddy Hield.
Steph and Wardell Curry.
And there's no argument. There's no argument. Steph Curry is the greatest shooter in basketball history.
But that doesn't mean, and I love that.
What I'm saying is,
there's not other great ones. Like Reggie Miller's a great shooter. That's fine,
but the difference between Curry and all the other shooters that have ever existed in basketball, it's greater than the difference between the greatest defender and the second best, and the greatest scorer and the second best.
Even
and the great
Prime Clay?
It's not, please. If you surveyed 100 pro players, who's the greatest shooter of all time? 100 will say Steph Curry.
But Ray Allen's up there too, though.
He's up there, but my point is,
the gap is wider.
100 people out of 100 would say Steph Curry's the greatest shooter of all time. If I said, well, who's the greatest defensive player of all time?
I got you.
70 would say Jordan. 20 would say Rodman. 10 would say Draymond. Like, there has never been a player to me who's been the acknowledged greatest at a part of the game than Steph Curry.
That's real. I didn't know that's where you're going. I got it.
There you go. I just celebrated Steph Curry.
Is that a Steiny original, or you got that from someone?
Of course. Of course it's an original. There's nobody...
it's official.
I get it. I get it. It's an opinion. Nobody thinks there's been a better shooter in the history of the game than Steph Curry.
I agree with you.
Come on.
I agree.
Come on. Let's go to Cameron in North Carolina. Cameron. What's going on, Cameron?
Let's go.
Hey.
I got three things I want to say.
All right.
1, Stephen Curry is top 3 and he ain't 3.
Top 3 and he ain't 3.
So he's top 2.
Okay.
Number 2, I want people to stop regulating Steph to just the shooter. Just the shooter is Klay Thompson. Just the shooter is Ray Allen, Reggie Miller. He's so much more than that. He got off-ball gravity. He made his teammates way better than anybody I ever seen play. And number 3, if you want real discussion, go to playback.tv/ChaseandWins and playback.tv.
Oh, I didn't do that. I love plugging people.
Where do you think he was going?
He's probably
watched the Olympic game. I did that last night.
Oh, thanks, Cameron. Well, now you can get him off. No, I think he was probably plugging one of his own podcasts.
Oh, okay, got you.
All right, let's go through them one by one. I don't think Curry is a top 2 player of all time. Shot maker. That's the one thing I was thinking. Yeah, he's the greatest shot maker. But see,
he's my number 1 PG on my top 5.
Yeah. See, if we'd say shot maker, I'd say perimeter shot maker. Because I don't think he's the greatest shot maker in penetration.
But he's added that to his game.
Yeah, but he's not Iverson.
Well, okay.
He's not Kyrie. He still doesn't finish like Kyrie.
Steiny, he's closed the gap on those two guys.
The differentiation is I'm giving him shot maker on the perimeter.
But I'm giving him what you want, because just because you're not those guys doesn't mean you haven't added that to your repertoire. And he was doing that to Boston, going to the rack, doing it all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't do a lot of it lately.
Last season, you mean?
Yeah, and then in the Olympics, it was mostly from the perimeter.
Right. And that's why Bron got the MVP, Steiny, is he was more, how many times we come in here like, Bron's incredible, and then Curry got hot. He didn't get robbed of the MVP. He wanted his gold. He got it, and he was a big part of it. 17 to 27.
I didn't even know they gave away MVPs for the Olympics.
Yeah, that was I was like, Steph may have it.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Now we're going to talk about that, just like the finals MVP.
No,
just can't get that Olympic MVP.
Stop.
Oh no. Chris is in Sonoma. Hey, Chris, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Good afternoon, fellas. Doing great. How about you?
Hey. Dynamite.
3 things on this whole marketing thing. Number 1, none of us know what was being offered by the Warriors and what was being demanded by Danny Ainge. However, I think we could all agree that whatever Ainge asked for was way too much. Number 2, Markkanen is a nice player on a crappy team. Everybody needs to kind of step back and acknowledge that. He's not carrying anybody anywhere. And number 3, could you guys fact check this for me, please? But I believe Markkanen only played 55 games last year, which is 2/3 of the season. So I'm not sold on that guy as being the great number 2. I don't think he defends in the pick and roll game of the NBA very well. And yeah, he's a really nice player, and he's 7 feet tall and he can shoot. I don't think he's the difference maker. And we can debate this all day, fellas, but I think those 3 things are pretty much take to the bank.
Chris, I agree with everything. I completely agree with you.
Well, he's better than anybody you have on this team, so I'll give you that.
Maybe now.
And you're right. They were team tank last year, Utah, so the games played, he was correct. Steiny, the bottom line is it's just like Andrew Wiggins, and he doesn't have this problem of not showing up when he does play and he's locked in marketing. He would be your second best player, and that's what this is about. It's not about can Markkanen put the Warriors on his back. Can he do what Wiggins did? Find his niche and get in where you fit in, and collectively they accomplish their goal. That's how I look at Markkanen.
Yeah, see, I think there's 2 things. If we're saying we got to get Steph a number 2, well, I'm with Chris, the previous caller. Okay, you get Markkanen, he would be their second best player.
Okay.
But he's not a good enough to really change the landscape of the Western Conference. Not to my way of thinking.
Yeah, 55 games last year, 66 the year before, 61. But Steiny, he's a career 18-point-a-game scorer, averaged 25 in 2022 and 23 last year.
The other thing is the reason Wiggins was the second best player on the championship team isn't just because he got 18 a game.
But he had talent.
It's because he defended.
Yeah.
Markkanen can never defend like Wiggins. So, yeah, you'll get a number 2 scorer for Markkanen.
But he's never played with a defender like Draymond. Like, that would make him you know what I'm saying? Hey, you could come in here lazy ass on D. That's going to go out the window. I would figure, Stoney. Like, Dre ain't letting you just be half-ass on D.
But who can do what Wiggins did 2 years ago?
And that just goes to how talented Wiggins is.
That's right. And that's why, you need more than just getting a 20-point scorer in here. You need somebody who can do multiple things and help the Warriors defensively. And Markkanen might make the Warriors worse defensively.
We forgot Jason Kidd on the great passers.
Yeah. Jason's in Philly. What's up, Jason? How you doing, man? Let's get some common sense in here.
Up, guys?
Philly,
What's
baby.
Up, baby. Oh, boy.
Hey. So I just wanted to touch on the fact that I think the theme for the offseason has been ego, pride, and hubris. And it's one of the things that makes Steph as great as he is. I remember when the documentary came out and watching him in college, and they showed how he went a whole game at Davidson just passing to his other teammates, because they were tripling him, zoning him up, double teaming him, trapping him. And one of the great things about Steph is his ego management. But this offseason, we watched Klay unable to accept a new role in the reality of where his game is today. We watch Dre, who I'm done with now, after he came out and dissed Kerr, or not directly dissed, but basically dissed Kerr, showed that he thinks he can run around and do whatever he wants. And in the front office, the idea that they can do something that nobody else in the NBA does is build a winner from the middle. You either have to go bad or you have to go all the way in. There's no straddling the line. And the ego, hubris, and pride and all of that is hurting Steph. If we all recognize that he has 2 years left, maybe 3, why waste a year trying to develop kids that even if they do make leaps this year, they still won't be good enough to help Steph win? So Steph's ego management, even in that, being conciliatory to the team and saying, hey, we see what you're doing, even though deep down inside he's saying, get me a guy. I know he's saying, get me a guy. But I think that's one thing that we really have to look at Steph. And it also shows why he's such a great player and a unique player, because he makes players better even when he doesn't have the ball in his hand. Just by standing on the other side of the court, he can accept that role like he did a lot in the Olympics and make others great and not complain about it.
Good stuff, Jace. Appreciate it. To me, there's only 3 players in the NBA. There's only 3 players in the NBA who essentially could play with anybody. And that is Steph Curry, LeBron James, and Jokic. And what I mean by that is everybody else you'd have to pair with a certain kind of guy. Like, I don't believe Doncic and Kyrie Irving fit perfectly because I think they're both ball dominant. But when you look at LeBron and Curry, to me, and Jokic, they can be every bit as effective if they're not scoring. And I don't even put Giannis in that class. I think pick a star and Steph could play with him in any capacity. If Steph got teamed with Kyrie Irving tomorrow, that would be fine. He could play with Kyrie Irving. If Steph got teamed with Giannis, he could play with Giannis. There's not many guys who can play with every other star or superstar. And that's the one thing, to me, that separates Curry, LeBron, and Jokic from Anthony Davis, from Doncic, from Tatum, Embiid. That's just me.
No, you're getting me mad. I want to rip the mic out. It's funny you say that, and on the cusp of you saying that, and that's factual. I believe it. He's starving for another star. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get that part of it. We've seen it, i.e. Kevin Durant. How did that go? Went pretty well. But damn, man, there's nothing wrong with identifying, and I've been consistent with this. I'm not by myself. I didn't need to see him go off in the Olympics to where I said, Steiny, had he done what he's done for the organization, 4 rings, 2 MVPs, 26 last year, I know he kind of tired at the end, but my whole thing would be, you can't straddle, like the caller's point. You got to go all in for Steph, and when you rebuild, you rebuild. And here I am saying I feel like the organization tried. So we'll see where the chips roll. But the fact that he experienced this and being around all those talented guys, you do wonder, Steiny, if he, you know, what word am I looking for when your patience is wears thin, if somehow they get off to a slow start?
Well, I don't know. See, this is what I mean. 408, and I'm not saying you're wrong. Giannis can play with anyone. Yeah. To me, he's not even close to in the same league as Curry in that regard, or LeBron or Jokic. Because I'll tell you what, if you paired up Giannis and Embiid, I don't think they're going to be like dominant. I don't think they necessarily bring out the best in each other. That's just me. Murillo in Petaluma. By the way, we're going to get into Niners at 1 o'clock. Niners at 1 o'clock. There's a lot going on. Well, there's stuff going on with other teams, too, that we'll talk about. What's up, Murillo? How you doing, buddy?
What's up, guys? Been a minute. It's going well. Enjoying this sunny day up here. I am going to leave the marketing stuff outside the door. I think, especially at the minute they put that price tag on it, bye-bye. But salary-wise, what I wanted to talk about is the Steph Olympics. One, I like what you said in the beginning, Steiny. I don't think those are comparables. I don't think you can draw the conclusion that he's going to have a good, long season because of what we saw in the Olympics. Those are 2 parallel worlds. The rest, who he's playing with, the brain. I mean, you're playing with LeBron James. I mean, it's a pick and roll of LeBron and Durant with Booker and Steph on the corner. It's like, what? But my point is, what I liked about the Olympics was in both the girls and the boys, after the finals and the semifinals for that matter, we didn't see what we saw during the Dream Team, the original Dream Team, which was the opponent just being happy to be there. What I liked was the opponent, both Serbia and France, felt like, we had them. Maybe we could have got them. Guys, this was something unthinkable 25 years ago. And I think, I don't know if you guys watched Dennis Schroeder interview, which I think was very interesting, where he was saying the NBA is a little more about entertainment, and the league makes sure that is reflected on the screen, whereas in international basketball, you got to have IQ. And that's why I think Halliburton, Edwards, Tatum, these guys didn't see a lot of minutes because you need to rely on the brain because of the ruling and just how the game is played. So my question that I want to leave before I go, guys, is what do you think about the league making a conservative effort to bring some of those rulings so we can see a better brand of basketball in the NBA? Because it's too much entertainment. I need to see a little more IQ overall. What do you think about that? Thank you.
Go ahead.
Well, the team that won the NBA Finals also had one of the best IQs team-wide, and that's the Boston Celtics. So I'll never throw shade at the NBA like he just did. And, you know, I love being entertained, and I love entertaining. But the bottom line is that's too far-fetched. That's not going to happen. So I know you could kind of play with the goaltending a little bit in the, with the Olympic rules. I don't like that. But the league, the AAU era has affected the league. But I don't think that's why Tatum and Edwards and the rest of the gang weren't playing. But I think the league is just fine.
I would just say I don't think there's ever been a dumb team that's won an NBA title.
Right.
The
Warriors damn near weren't it by any stretch.
I mean, I just think if you win it all,
Denver wasn't dumb.
You have to be pretty smart.
Right.
Yeah, and you could say Jokic is one of the smartest players in the league. Bobby's in Hayward.
Bobby.
What's up, Bobby? How you doing, man?
All right. How you doing, fellas?
Doing well.
Well, I realize we're moving on from marketing. I will admit I was a marketing fan probably a year ago from this day. Just, I like the numbers. But moving on, back to Wiggins.
I like it.
I still like the backup center for Milwaukee.
Lopez?
It's a possibility. Throw some assets at him, see how that goes. I even like the other backup center. I think he's with Atlanta. But there are still some guys out there, and they don't have to be immediately a two. They just need to buy in, and I think if we make the playoffs, if we can make a move on the trade deadline and then make the playoffs, everybody's going to be hyped. Everybody's going to be looking forward to, this team moving forward. But to do nothing because we missed out on marketing, that's not going to happen. We need to do something on this trade deadline. Thank you.
Appreciate it, Bobby.
Have a good one, guys.
Yeah. Just to Bobby's points, now real quick, they added 3 new players, got rid of one cornerstone. So hey, he talking about next year, and I get it. I'm already all in. But I mean, man,
right now, it's mid-August. January, February, March, April, May, June, July, September, October, November, December. Yeah, the Warriors have 6 months. They have 6 more months to try to get a big boy before the trade deadline. Question is, can they do it? I tell you what, I got to read this text from the Xfinity Mobile text line because some people, there's been more than one of these, but it's not me who's saying it. I'm just reading it. 415, are we going to pretend that the Olympics with a 6-game season and a 40-minute game with an all-star roster are comparable to an NBA season? Meaning, let's pump the brakes on Steph having 2 great games because it won't translate when we get into January and the Warriors are playing their 5th game in 8 nights and he's playing with pods and he's going up against...
That's why we're all advocating on adding talent.
Yeah.
Nobody said that this means they're going to be a sure thing.
What he's saying is stop thinking these 2 games are who Steph Curry is for an entire NBA season.
The definition of this show and theme to me, Steiny, is it's more imperative now that Steph get help. He can't do it by himself, i.e. last year where they didn't make the playoffs.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. All right. The San Francisco 49ers.
Football.
Ooh, they had a barn burner this weekend in Tennessee. Nashville, to be honest. We got to talk about Brandon Aiyuk. We'll tell you all the latest updates about him, and I'm sure Daryl the Guru Johnson will want to talk about, the talk of the town right now, the San Francisco Giants. Woo, they are just absolutely en fuego. And that segment was brought to you by Meineke Car Care Centers.
Brought to you by Meineke, your one-stop shop for total car care.
Said hi.
I did not tell him you said hi.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Back to Aiyuk.
How can it be Aiyuk if he's not reporting yet?
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Get your facts straight. He's reported.
But he wasn't in Tennessee Saturday night, bud.
He reported to training camp. This is when I get defensive.
You know what I mean. I just couldn't watch that game, even though if
Why not? You didn't see Dobbs?
I'd love that.
Dobbsy?
I saw Allen too. Steiny, they got a game Sunday against the Saints. That's the dress rehearsal, I thought. And then the Friday game after that Sunday would be the Raiders, which would be another. So are we really going into the season with no Aiyuk or no Trent?
No, there's 4 weeks till the opener. So until the opener comes, we're not going into the season. So there's still no urgency in Dallas or in San Francisco.
Well, Jerry, your best friend, walked back his comments because they were taken out of context. He said, Lamb, you're missed. So
they were. Yeah, he said he's missed. All right. But he still doesn't feel any urgency.
Yeah, but I just, real quick here for 49er
Love
fans.
the way Jerry Jones is handling it, right?
I feel like they identify and know how great Lamb is. I don't know why there's a holdup. Like, we all know he's going to get his money. There's no trade discussion. Aiyuk feels some type of way, and the team feels some type of way. And to me, that's scary, Stoney, especially at this juncture.
Adam Schefter, ESPN. Adam, what's the latest on what's going on? Let's talk Aiyuk first.
Now it looks like the focus and emphasis is on keeping him in San Francisco and not trading him. But I would say that this has had many twists and turns to it. And until there's final resolution, you don't know. But the 49ers want to keep him. They don't want to trade him. They've never wanted to trade him. They've wanted to get a deal worked out with him. The deal has been elusive.
Okay, so
wow.
Absolutely, positively, nothing new on the Aiyuk front.
Exactly.
Not a damn thing.
Yeah.
Not one solitary thing. 4 weeks till the opener, no Brandon Aiyuk.
And we didn't get to see the young rookie Pearsall, but we saw Chris Connolly, Steiny, I don't know, 2 catches for 30 yards. I
liked him.
I like him too, but I think the Niners got an issue. Evan screamed at me this morning when I said, who's going to be their backup quarterback? Like, I wonder if it's Dobbs or 31-year-old Brandon Allen. Both look pretty good. Allen's arm is stronger than I thought. Maybe I didn't see enough of him. But Dobbs, we saw him have a little smidgen of success in the league last year, and then it kind of waned at the end. But I do wonder if something happened to Brock Purdy, Steiny. Who you going with, Dobbs or Brandon Allen?
Evan, why did you yell at Guru today when he was talking about the backup quarterbacks?
It was
People think I'm the only guy who ever gets mad or yells at him. What did you yell at Guru about?
Well, first of all, I didn't yell at Guru about anything.
He just said you yelled.
I don't yell at Guru.
So get into an argument about whether you yelled or not with Guru.
It hurt my feelings.
Oh, you just asked me, who do you think the backup quarterback is for the Niners?
Can I tell you how you answered?
Sure.
Who cares? I was like, whoa. That hurt your boy, that's all. But go ahead. I know you was like, really? But I do wonder, guys, who's going to be the Geico for the Niners if something were to happen to Purdy?
Well, but it's not like a couple of years ago where it was Garoppolo, Lance, and Purdy in the same room. I mean, I think the fact that they have Dobbs and Allen means that it's just like any other quarterback room.
If he goes,
it's Brock, and then the season's over.
Well, I'll tell you this. I do love a quarterback, Steiny and Evan, that's elusive and that could keep the play alive. Say what you want about Dobbs or Allen, Steiny. Dobbs does that for me. So, again, he would be in the lead if there's really a competition here. But all in all, I saw some missed tackles from the defense. That's to be expected. First preseason game. I love the kickoff rule, Steiny. I think we're going to see a lot of more action in regard to the kickoff returns. But I'm sitting here thinking about all I've been talking about all year is Greenlaw. Where's Greenlaw? There's a guy, D. Winters, number 53. He went down, but Steiny, he can bring the hat. He can hit. So I don't know what his role is going to be on this team or if he's going to get the first crack at it or not. But I saw him and Mustafa. They were thumping. They were hitting. And I was entertained watching preseason football pretty much get a life, Goo, all weekend.
I want to go revisit your initial point because maybe we should talk about Evan. Why did you get mad, though? That's and I'm asking about something.
Like radio mad?
Well, we weren't on the radio.
Yeah,
we were pretty, and now that he brings it up, you did snap at him. And I'm wondering, are you good? Everything okay?
Yeah, I'm doing great. I hadn't had my coffee yet.
Hey, I was like, boy, my young bull snapping on me.
Well, no, I always find it interesting what people take away from particular games. 'Cause, like, to be fair, there wasn't a lot to really draw from with the first preseason game. I mean, the fact that Kyle Shanahan was handing the play call sheet to Clay Kubiak means that no one really cared.
Yeah, right.
But I don't know. I just reacted because the first question was about the backup quarterback position, and that was a position that did not cross my mind.
Oh, and I mean, go ahead.
No, you go.
No, I was just watching the game like, is there like, who's the backup quarterback? It's a big deal. And somebody could say, well, if you get to that point, you're in trouble. But no, Snotty, I do wonder. Joshua Dobbs had more success, I believe, than Brandon Allen last year, if that means anything. But I watched Joshua Dobbs. He looked like he knew what he was doing. So did Allen. And that gave me entertaining purposes. I like what I saw from Mason on the ground. You got to pick up some blitzes, though, because you'll get your quarterback killed. But like Evan said, Stoney, what do you take away from week one preseason? Because a lot of guys, starters are not out there. But the big one is there's a quarterback competition, and I wonder if it's Dobbs or Allen.
Yeah, that's not what I took out.
Tell me.
See, I go by the eye test. I mean, the whole game was about one play. Mustafa.
But it was a first down they gave, right?
No, they challenged, and I think they overturn it.
It was a first down. They gave it a first down.
But see,
they didn't. They overturned it. They started from the one. He hit. You're right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mustafa.
Spread was 5. Tennessee -5.
Did you win?
Oh,
sorry.
no.
Did your neighbor?
My neighbor. Yeah. I hadn't talked to my neighbor in a couple of days. Yeah.
You did some guessing again this weekend on sports?
No, I hope you guys don't think the neighbor is me.
No, absolutely not. Why would anybody think that?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I laid low. I've been thawing out.
You're just very close with this neighbor.
Yeah. I've been drying out, Stoney. How about that? When it comes
from your guessing?
No, from the wagertainment.
Yeah.
No, I was going to say, you guys did go to the ship.
Briefly.
It was a quick one.
Yeah.
We bonded, though.
Did we?
Thursday. That deep talk we had about life.
It was Friday.
We went Thursday, and you gave me a lesson you don't even know you gave me.
I give many lessons. Just give me a hint.
Relationship advice.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, it went heavy.
Yeah,
I almost hugged you.
Yeah,
I walked out of that thing, Evan, like, boy, Steiner.
Yeah, that's true.
That's why I didn't stay long Friday. Couldn't top that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to let you guys, hug and make up. Or kiss and make up, sorry.
Yeah.
The boss said you've been in a good mood because you hadn't been on Twitter. I didn't make that parallel.
It's one of the reasons. I have been joyous.
Well, until I come in this morning and I got duped because you told me Steve Smith Sr. got knocked out in the club.
Got knocked right out.
Go retweet it, come to find out.
It wasn't at the club. It was like at a game or something.
UFC fight.
Yeah.
And it wasn't him.
Yes, it was.
It
was.
He responded.
So,
all black people don't look alike. It was
that wasn't me who got knocked out. Yes,
I knew
it was.
that wasn't right.
There are a lot of Steve Smiths, but I don't think it was the one you were
doubt about it. Because you were like, Goo,
guy got dropped. Steve Smith, Hall of Famer, dropped.
I got duped.
Chirps a little too much.
Yeah.
And he paid the price. What?
Just give me an Aiyuk or Trent Williams update.
Okay.
Now it looks like the focus and emphasis is on keeping him in San Francisco and not trading him. But I would say that this has had many twists and turns to it. And until there's final resolution, you don't know. But the 49ers want to keep him. They don't want to trade him. They've never wanted to trade him. They've wanted to get a deal worked out with him. The deal has been elusive.
Wow.
There's your update.
And then Friday, while we were at the cafeteria, there was a report that the Niners were back on. There were talks, and Aiyuk went on his IG. It's still there now. basically calling the Niners, saying it was capped, that they were kind of playing or I don't know what's going on, man, but I'll say this. CeeDee Lamb, it's a matter of time. There is no, how much are you worth, CeeDee? But the Niners, I really believe there's a tug of war on just, you're asking for more money than we think you're worth. And that's why I don't think this could be fixed. If it how many, I won't even bring up Andrew Filipponi. Steiny, I mean, we've been going back and forth with it's on, it's off, it's on, it's imminent. And the baby is still not here.
Here's where I would disagree with you. Okay, we'll throw them all in together. CeeDee Lamb, Trent Williams, Brandon Aiyuk. I have no idea.
Hassan Reddick.
I have no idea who's closer to signing a deal or where there's nothing to see here. I have no idea whether, CeeDee Lamb in Dallas, that's something not to worry about, but Aiyuk in San Francisco is.
Well, don't you? I have no idea. I asked you, do you think there's a gap between Trent Williams, and they know he's playing a card he shouldn't play, but the value is there. The Niners know how important he is. He is the top 1% at his job. And I think Dallas looks at CeeDee Lamb that same way. Brandon Aiyuk, and I'm pro Aiyuk, I think that's the bigger problem. He's trying to convince his employer that I'm worth such and such, and the employer is like, nah, bruh, you ain't worth that.
Why would you assume there's nothing going on with CeeDee Lamb like that?
Because he's put up the numbers and handled and got the job done in regard to being a number one.
Okay, what if he's asking for 35?
Like I said, Steiny, I think a deal is imminent. Like, if he wants Justin Jefferson money, I believe Dallas is going to cave in and give it to him.
Okay, why haven't they done it?
That I don't have, but it makes me less worried than Aiyuk, who's trying to tell his employer, I'm in this.
How do you know CeeDee Lamb's not trying to tell his employer, I'm in Justin Jefferson's
Because CeeDee Lamb, to me, has put up the numbers to justify I'm in that Justin Jefferson category.
Right, but if the Cowboys don't think that.
But there is no don't. It's coming, Stoney. And that's why we saw Jerry Jones yesterday, on the pregame show, basically saying he wouldn't even be out here if he were signed. We miss you. Let me kiss your ass, because I came off rather, pompous the other day. And something will be done. Okay. But the Aiyuk thing, why I find that separate, Stoney, is there's a question of how much you're worth, Stoney, and how much we're willing to pay.
So if Aiyuk comes to an agreement tomorrow and CeeDee Lamb doesn't, will you still feel like there's no urgency with CeeDee Lamb? Or you still wouldn't be worried about CeeDee Lamb coming in here?
I guess what I'm saying, Stoney, is I would bet my last dollar and my neighbors that CD is going to get Justin Jefferson type of money. I don't know what Aiyuk, I'm rooting for him. I don't know what he's going to get or if he's going to have to settle. So I know you're going to hold me to that because I just
don't understand what you're basing that on.
CeeDee Lamb, I think, is more accomplished in his job.
But it's still about a negotiation. Yeah, if Jerry Jones
you think that's the reason they're trying that they don't look at CD in high regard? I think he's a top 3 receiver.
Okay. And do you know that Jerry Jones thinks that?
I believe we'll find out once he's given this $30 million per year contract, which I think we're just days away.
I mean, all I'm saying is, to me, if CeeDee Lamb's asking for 35 and Jerry Jones thinks he's worth 30 and Brandon Aiyuk's asking for 30 and the 49ers are only wanting to pay him 25, then I don't know the difference between who's more likely to linger into the season or who's not. I just think it always comes down to what's the information. Like, well, let's hear what Adam Schefter says about
what you got?
This guy, Trent Williams.
I think their focus has been on Aiyuk, and we got a 36-year-old tackle who it doesn't matter that he misses camp. I would think that they'll get that addressed and figured out and get him in. And if he misses camp, he misses some camp, but they want him back. He's so good, they have to have him back. Yeah. And I would think that they want to get this Aiyuk thing taken care of before they move on to Trent Williams.
All right. Oh. I do think it matters. Like, I don't know. Whatever. I don't know. But it doesn't matter if Trent Williams misses camp.
Like, Stoney, I got to be honest.
Okay. He better not get hurt. God forbid he gets hurt early in the year.
Now, and you would be right to do. Hey,
I just don't understand how you say, "Oh, he's 36. It doesn't matter if he gets into camp." I get it. He's been in the pros for 15 years, but he's 36. To me, that's you can make a case that's why he should be getting some reps. And like, I'd be more scared of Trent Williams coming into out of shape than I would if Bosa came into out of shape last year. That's just me, though. Of course, I don't like Trent Williams. Trent Williams.
Do you like the new kickoff?
I don't dislike Trent Williams.
Oh, I was like, fix that. Do you like the new kickoff rules? I think it's exciting, Stoney. It's almost like a run play.
Yeah, I think once the refs understand it, I think we'll be fine.
That's pretty good.
It is funny. Yeah, they don't know the rules. They don't know the rules yet. They don't know how to enforce it.
You don't know that.
What was the play? Well, they called a safety and it was wrong, or they didn't call safety and it should have been. Evan, you keep up with everything. What was the game? It was Saturday. The ball got kicked into the end zone. It took a bounce. It came out into the field of play. The guy got it. He ran back into the end zone. He took a knee. It was a safety, and it shouldn't have been, or it wasn't a safety, and it should have been.
Well, the player didn't know the rules.
Learn the rules.
Yeah, the player. Because that's a safety.
The refs didn't know the rules. Evan, help me.
All I know is it's bound to happen at some point in the regular season, and it's going to be hilarious.
Wow. I'm with you, Sonny. Know the rules.
Exactly. What?
You don't like?
You think Shanahan knows the rules?
You know what? Why don't you say
the Super Bowl?
What you really mean?
No, because he didn't in the Super Bowl.
Ronnie Bell had a big first down catch. My guy, Ronnie Bell, Michigan, 2 for 22.
Yeah, didn't he also drop a couple?
Effing. Don't let facts ruin a good story.
Right through the wickets.
Man. And Trey Lance, look, Stoney, he's Wiseman, man. I watched him for Dallas yesterday. He looks like he hasn't worked on his craft.
Wiseman started.
Well, wow. So did Trey. Come on now.
That's another
I watched the game again last night.
Okay. I'm sure you did. So
Shasky called me. We talked about Trey.
That doesn't mean you watched the game. It just means he called you because you guys got nothing going on a Sunday.
No, he wanted to know my thoughts on Trey.
He stinks.
He looks like he hasn't practiced.
Don't you understand, Goo? Don't you get it? 3 years ago or whatever it was, there were 5 quarterbacks
2021
that everybody loved. And sometimes there are 5 average quarterbacks. Sorry.
But it doesn't change the fact that they got Brock. That was the best cologne. But it doesn't make me feel any better if you're a Niner fan of that pick being wasted. You can't just say everybody else wasted it.
But what you can do then is say, oh, my God, they blew it with Trey Lance. Okay? They would have blown it with Mac Jones.
They would
have blown it with Justin Fields.
If Mac Jones would have got his career started under Kyle, that we wouldn't even be having him. And that's realistic to me.
Belichick's pretty good. Belichick's a pretty good coach.
But now he ain't the offensive guru that Kyle is. That's all. Look what Kyle did with Jimmy. That could be one of his biggest. He got that dude to a Super Bowl and a couple NFC championship games.
Well, I could argue that. What a monumental. If you're telling me that, boy, if Mac Jones would have gotten in here, they'd be okay, well, then it was the most monumental F-up of all time.
Well, they're okay now because they got Brock.
But that's not – but my point is if they would have taken, let's say it was Lawrence, Wilson, Lance, Fields and Mac Jones.
Yep.
Would any of those guys – right now be the starting quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers had they drafted him?
I believe 3 of them. I'll give you 3. Fields for 1. People get whatever. Fields for 1, Jones, Lawrence, that's 3. I'll give you 4. Give me who else am I missing? Anybody?
Zach Wilson?
Oh, well, man, I was high on him, Dibs too, but he would be better than he looked with the Jets.
But would he be their starting quarterback?
For the sake of the exercise, I'm going to say no.
I mean, I think...
You reap what you sow, brother.
Yeah.
I mean, who's to think Kyle Shanahan doesn't think Trevor Lawrence stinks? I don't know.
Well, he's getting paid.
I don't know. All I'm saying is everybody thought there was a bunch of good quarterbacks in that draft, and there weren't. There weren't any, apparently.
Well,
the best one was just okay.
Well,
Trevor
what if
Lawrence.
Fields turns it around?
He's a backup.
Well, right now he is.
Yeah, okay. Then he's Geno Smith.
Wow. Damn.
I mean.
Hey, they wrote him off.
Dude,
Geno didn't write back, though.
Yeah.
That is the greatest.
You better get the pen and paper out again, Geno Smith, because I don't think Seattle's going anywhere.
By the way, the Niners' win total this season, 11.5, same as last year.
I'm going under. I don't like what I'm seeing early, and it's hard to stay healthy.
I'll go over then for sure.
You don't believe that.
I don't think you win 12 games. Of course they could.
They won 12 last year.
Yeah. And they gave away the last game of the year.
I'm going under. I think the division's going to be more difficult, and I don't think the Niners got their house in order right now. You could say Guru's not going to meet diddly squat once the season starts. No Greenlaw, Armstead's out.
No Greenlaw. How long are you going to do that all year? Seriously, going to do that? You know they don't have Patrick Willis either this year, or Navarro Bowman.
You do understand they haven't played one game without him yet. So
he's out.
The impact. I'm just bracing for the the bad.
No, that's fine. Well, I mean, without Dre Greenlaw, they have no chance of winning the Super Bowl.
It's a big year for Bosa. I really believe that. This chicken won't change.
See, this is where I just like to be a horse's behind. No, it's not. It's not a big year for Bosa. It's the second year of a 14-year extension. What are they going to do, waive him if he has a bad year?
In the court of public opinion from the fans.
And will that take money out of his paycheck?
Not one iota.
Thank you. Big year for Bosa.
You know what I mean.
Next year's going to be bigger. Prove me wrong.
If this one's bad, it will become bigger or substandard, I should say.
Oh, this is a big year for Curry. Okay. What about last year? About next year? It's a big year for Wiggins. Okay, sure.
Did you get the answer from Lucas when our fantasy draft for the station is here?
I don't think I'm going to play.
Oh, so now you're going Bonte and Shasky.
No, I'm going Dibbs. Remember Dibbs was going to quit? Remember Dibbs put it on?
If you don't play, I'm out. Too many prima donnas running around here when it comes to fantasy football. The morning show is not a... They started with us, and now Bonte's in these European leagues.
There you go.
Come on. Start with where you work at.
See, my man just
You want to retire in second place. I got you.
My man... My man's right on the money. And that's the burden that I have. Steiny, if you don't play, I'm not going to play. Okay, so now I'm responsible for others, but that's how important I am.
I can't see it. Well, it's like when you say you're not going to the cafeteria and you think me and Evan can't go ourselves and have a good time.
You don't.
The show goes on.
You never go without me.
Yeah, that's why you text us wondering.
How's it looking like this
Call me straw. I'm the straw that stirs the drink.
Oh, I thought you were going to say the one that broke the camel's back.
Me and Reggie. I have a lot of... Me and Reggie Jackson.
Miller? Oh.
Reggie Jackson. He said...
White?
Well, he had talent.
Thank you. And he was dynamic.
Also
you lost in the chip last year. Willard gave you an out, wanted to split the pot.
And only in Guru's world does finishing second mean worse than finishing 11th.
I didn't make it hurt, too.
Yeah.
Not this year. I'm back.
Yeah.
I live with these people. I love these people.
Like
They're
he doesn't
part
want
of
to
my
hear.
family.
You got to get him on.
No, we
Tell
don't.
him about the Olympic experience.
You know what? Get him on, and I'll take a breather that segment.
I hope he's listening.
It's like, hey, Michael Jordan. He was 6-0 in the finals. Yeah, guess what? He was 6-9 in first rounds of playoffs.
Oh, we're talking about finals.
Yeah, I'm talking about first round.
That's incorrect.
Couldn't get out of the first round.
Malone and Stockton may be the best duo.
Bird never lost in the first round.
What?
That's the point.
I'm talking 6-0 in the finals and 6 MVPs, buddy.
Yeah, and I'm talking sometimes he didn't get there.
That's okay.
He didn't get there. You can't be the greatest of all time if you get swept. If you get swept in the first round of the playoffs.
When he was 18, come on.
He was 24, and he was selfish. That's what he was calling everybody, my supporting cast. What the heck? Where's my reads?
See, karma.
Do I ever read this segment? Fremont Bank, 60 years of service, no compromises.
So I'm asking the great Rich Mitchell, have you been...
Hey, Steiny, you're doing a wonderful job.
Give me the meat.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'll tell you what. Oh. I was somewhere yesterday, and I don't hang out there a lot.
You got to Google it.
And I hung out there, and I was like, jeez. Ask me. Where was I?
Because I got to tell you where I was Friday, but go ahead.
So I went to Vallejo.
Oh, he's 40.
It was freezing in Vallejo. I thought Vallejo was hot. It was freezing.
It was freezing all over the bay. It's been cold. Yeah. Where did you go?
Vallejo.
No, where?
Golfing.
Oh.
A place called Blue Rock.
So you were like the boss. You forgot your jacket?
No, I'm not a Bay Area rookie.
How did he do that?
Guy goes to outside lands with short sleeves.
Oh, boy.
Tell me you're not from the Bay Area without telling me you're not from the Bay Area.
Claimed he had a bad time because of his bad choice. He ain't listening.
My fault.
Tell me where I was. Ask me where I was Friday.
Good. What'd you do Friday?
Remember Jim's, the bar in Union City that, on Pepper Tree and Chaplin's, and the owner kept saying, come by, come by, come by.
Oh.
Met my chiropractor and my cousin.
Jolly.
And Reg.
Dr. Jolly.
Kane and Mello and June. They had a great time at Jim's.
Oh, nice.
They wanted to talk about remote. Me, you, and Evan.
Oh. Tell them to pony up.
Yeah. Well, they got to get the price. But yeah.
$1.
Had a good time, Scotty. Played the jukebox. That's like drinking and music.
You karaoke?
Why did you go to outside lands?
They had it Friday night. I wasn't. My voice was a little.
Gotcha.
When you do 4 hours.
Hey, Evan, you were at outside lands.
Give it to us.
How's the crowd? Big crowd there?
Depends on which acts, but yeah, it wasn't as crowded as the last couple of years because I don't think there was as many high schoolers as there's been in years past.
Give me the price for beer at outside, because I know ticket ain't cheap.
Yeah, probably like the same price as a Giants game. $1 sip.
Was it a big crowd or was it created by AI?
No, there was actually people in the crowd.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, especially for particular acts.
You know what I mean by that.
I'm tired of AI. Shout out Chuck at Jim's. He took care of us. But No, I don't know what you mean, AI in the crowd. Well, just explain it. It's too short.
You're not on social media, so what do you mean by that?
Dude, you were getting...
I can still read stories. Do some homework and get back to me on the AI thing. It's a big story.
I'm the dude that told you I'm worried about it. They had Jason Tatum up at the podium talking about Steve Kerr, but it was AI. I go, oh my God, the relationship's over.
Maybe Draymond.
Got duped.
Maybe Draymond ripping Kerr was AI.
The Rockets coming out to play.
You kind of wish it was. You got to love Dre. He don't
Poor
change
Steph.
Poor he Steph. Loves him, no.
No, he
loves
doesn't.
the man.
He did. He did love him. How the hell can you play with LeBron, Durant, Embiid, Tatum, Booker, and now you got to come back and play with Draymond? Good Lord.
Did you see Halliburton's tweet? No, you didn't on Twitter. It was pretty funny. He's down. He had his gold medal, and he put the caption of, when you do nothing on the group project but get an A, because he didn't play. But I thought that was great.
You know what's funny is when the original Dream Team with superstars that put these superstars to shame.
Like Christian Laettner?
They had one college guy. The bottom line is this. The players in 1992 were smart enough to understand, hey, not everybody can play 40 minutes. Grow up.
What?
All of you.
To be honest, JT has got DMPs.
Who is JT?
Jason Tatum has got DMPs.
Okay. And we've got a gold.
But
what?
Stephen A. Smith.
Oh, well then.
Draymond Green. A lot of people, Steiny, didn't like it.
Okay, so should Steve... Let me ask you this.
Barstool Sports.
There's 12 players on a team.
Who was the other
There's
Celtic
40
great?
minutes a game. Should he have split it up and all 12 guys get 16 minutes?
Partner, I'm just...
Yes or no?
Don't kill the messenger.
Give me a solution. Quit crying about what happened. What was the solution?
I don't feel that way.
Can you get that out of your mouth?
I'm Dusty Baker, baby.
You wish.
Please, Tony.
You don't have his musical taste.
But I used to
you
wear
don't have his
wristbands.
baseball acumen.
I used to wear his wristband. I had an arm. I wish you could have saw me play. You and Evan. And the
3-2 lead?
listeners.
What?
No, I had an arm. Struck out 14 Union City TLC.
Tender Love and Care?
No.
What? What's TLC?
Tournament of Champions.
TOC.
What did I say?
TLC.
Think it's shout out T-Boss.
Shout out Waterfalls.
Yeah, there you go.
I think most of what you remember
be careful now.
out of your career is AI. I mean,
Allen Iverson?
Well, yeah.
I'm still playing. I'm not retired, and I think I get a lot of jealousy, man.
Oh, I don't think you get any jealousy. I think you get pity.
Anyway.
Vallejo's usually got the same weather as Oakland, Steiny.
Yeah,
maybe
that's
5
kinda,
degrees more.
I didn't get...
It's freezing.
When you walk to your car, you could have looked around and said, it's probably this way in Vallejo.
It's freezing.
Well, since you read the news like you purport, you could take a look at the weather app if you wanted to check out whether it'd be warmer or not.
Yeah, I didn't anticipate. I still had a jacket because I live in the Bay.
Precipitation.
And I've been in the Bay now for a while.
People say I'm making up leagues.
I think you are
TOC, Tournament of Champions. Jesus. That's all good.
Oh, boy.
That was like the OBL, right? Oakland Baseball League.
I played for the Henderson A's. True story. Henderson,
in Vegas?
No, in
Henderson,
Oakland,
Nevada?
when he was on the A's.
Who?
Gerald?
Ricky Henderson. He had the Henderson A's out of East Oakland. I played on that squad. Only one from Union City.
Another participation trophy. They had to take a guy from each region.
They did, and I knew somebody.
Basically Camilo Doval, right?
How about that?
What was that?
What is that?
Gone.
The
He's still in sack, right?
Dude.
What?
God,
feel sorry for him, huh?
And I ain't seen Hicks have to say, well, Friday night they were getting no hit and they came back. Josh got a little something going, Steiny.
Oh, yeah.
Except yesterday they went Bad News Bears on the base paths.
Yep.
They cost them the game.
So it's funny. I watched the first inning of the Giants yesterday. What? Not even.
Did you see Carter? Home run ball just missed him.
Are you kidding me?
Tigers score a run.
A home run.
The Giants get 2, and I turn it off. They had bases loaded, either 1 or no outs in the first. I'll bet you thought the game was over at that point.
Not the way the Giants hit with runners in scoring position, so it's a problem. But they're a game and a half back, partner.
Here come
the Mets and Braves are just going the wrong way. Atlanta tonight.
Yeah, we'll see what happens against my main man for the sale.
Oh,
Chris Sale.
They were up 8-2 yesterday against the Rockies in the 8th inning and lost.
Where was the game?
Thank
you.
Coors.
Thank you. I don't know if you know this about Coors Field.
Humidor.
The ball jumps in Coors Field.
I don't care where you're at. Mars, if you're up 6 in the 8th, close it.
Well, let me guess, you lost money on that one,
No,
too.
why?
His
I told
neighbor.
you I'm drying out.
Yeah, Willard and Dibbs coming in on the other side?
No, Grandy in for Willard. No, look at the schedule for once. I
Why?
can't do it all.
I'm the kind of guy that if it doesn't affect me, why should I care?
Well, it will. Now you're in a bad mood because you won't get to see Willard.
You're going to have to talk to him for 20 minutes.
There you go.
Who?
Grandy.
No, I don't. Because he won't try to stick it to me like Willard.
No.
Where's Willard at now?
Hey,
I'll feed him something.
We never do that here.
We always do that here.
We do too much of it, except me.
By the way, make sure you tune in this week. It'll be Goo's last Thursday of August because you're going. You got
now that hurts on a Monday. Like, wow, you really were going for something there. Blood.
You've gotten like 2 in a row.
We're at the.
That might be the worst one. And the worst part is I'm laughing.
Actually, you know what? This will be 2 in a row coming up.
Oh boy.
I put that thing to bed. I put that thing to bed.
Remember the
6 months worth of Thursday. Stop it.
Evan. Remember a couple Thursdays it was food poisoning.
I didn't like that you text Evan while he was on vacation. I was out.
I snitched.
I forgot to bring that up at the cafeteria. I go, Stoney, you dime me out to Evan on vacation.
How?
That's supposed to stay here.
What did I do?
I don't want to ruin. This is where I was told to text Red to Evan.
Yeah.
I don't want to throw off your vacation. It's Thursday and Goo's not here. Kind of hurt me.
No, there was no malice in the text.
Knew it already.
It was a minor update.
That hurt me, Stoney. Like, dude's out of the country.
It was just confirming what we already knew.
And the worst part is I'm laughing at myself.
Well, you got to be able to laugh at yourself. I laugh at myself.
Take care of families, and I got COVID, and I'm sick.
Yeah. Anyway, nice crowded outside, Lance. The Killers sing that song that I love.
Mr. Brightside.
No, he left.
Whoa, what's it called?
Mr. Brightside?
Is that the one? He had a girlfriend who looked like a boy.
Yeah.
So it's actually the title, but the words aren't in the song. Interesting.
Well, apparently not. No.
Yeah.
You know,
he on the bright side.
The title doesn't mean
Can we do better than the Killers?
I kind of like them.
That don't play today. Give me a better, like the Bullets changed it from the Bullets to the Wizards. The Killers. Yeah.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I care about the community.
Well, it's not like the Indians or the Guardians or anything.
What's coming up on the games presented by Fremont Bank? Celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment was also brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for this member deal and tons of other great offers. Signature Farms bonus.
I owe Curry nothing.
He deserved it.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Dibs and Grandy in the house. It is the crossover. Willard taking some well-deserved time off.
Yeah, much earned.
Yeah, very much so. When are you just off?
I'll be back on Wednesday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's good.
Wow.
Good to know. Go ahead, Grandy.
What?
I'll give you the floor for the next 5 minutes. Tell us how great Curry is.
4 hours.
5 minutes.
Go ahead.
You don't need me to tell you that. You know it. You watch Saturday.
He didn't watch Saturday.
I saw the
He
highlights.
heard about it. Exactly.
4 threes in the last 2:48. Mm-hmm. That's all you need to know.
Had a couple turnovers.
No. What you need to know is that thing was a dogfight, and the whole idea about like the 92 team or this team, and I love that conversation, but you know how many Olympians the 92 team faced other than themselves?
I'd say 3.
1.
Sabonis?
1.
Who?
I don't know.
Oh. But 1, that's it, huh?
No, maybe Sabonis. No, Sabonis had to be retired by then.
I don't think he was on that team.
This year's Olympians, they faced, I think, 71 other NBA players. Canada had 11, and France had 8, and Serbia had 6. And
man, when it pops,
South Sudan had 5.
Yeah, he could be the next guy, this random, Wemby, to score 100 points. I thought it would be Giannis, but he ain't. Wemby, like, I'm telling you, that dude is a phenom, and it's incredible what he can do on the hardwood, but I'm going to say this here, and I'm going to pass to Mike. What Steph did against Serbia superseded what he did against France, and you're right. Steiny was like, they had the lead. They were in front, but he had the pressure of choke city for all those guys and some of their, legacies. So that made it special. But what he did against Serbia, them being down to where you really could, oh boy, this is about to happen.
See, I disagree.
17 to 27 in the last 2 games.
But what happened against Serbia was a team effort. LeBron had back-to-back reverse layups to the cup.
KD hit a couple.
So
this was just
yes, exactly. Yeah. On Saturday, that was the Steph show. So they had cut it to 3, and it was like, oh no. The crowd's in it.
The ball got hot potato to me for USA.
They're chanting "Allez la bleu," which is go blue, which is their country, their color. And so it was nervous time, and he hit the first one, and he did the quiet down.
At him.
He did the quiet down, and then the second one was like, oh, okay, they might win it. The third one was like, oh yeah.
Was that the double team? The third one,
and the fourth one was just absolutely ridiculous.
Stupid.
Over 2 NBA defenders. Fournier and Batum, NBA guys.
Well, 1.
I knew that was
1.
coming.
Well,
Batum.
I mean, I can't believe. How old is Batum? 49?
He still got a job, dude.
Dude, and bleeding and just the whole deal. But it was fun. Yeah. Great game, and France was up to the test, and when Steph got the ball and Steph took over, that's why, Serbia was more of a team effort. Steph hit a couple of big ones, but that was Steph, LeBron, and KD.
Man.
Saturday was just Steph.
Steph was also the only reason against Serbia they were even close in the fourth quarter. He had 36 in that game. It wasn't for him in the first half. I mean, he scored, 15 of Team USA's first 16 points in the semi? If it wasn't for him, they might have been down by 25 against Serbia.
And I told Steiny, I didn't need the Olympic run from Curry to think that the Warriors need to be all in because he was that great. Did he end it great? No. He tired, but he was carrying the team on the back. With that said, and I watched the game again, watching him and Kevin Durant and their relationship, I just can't stop thinking about what if he didn't leave? Where would we be right now? And how many more rings would they have? They are just, you and I on the mic, perfect for each other.
Me and you, or you and him?
Okay. Who's Steph?
To make him uncomfortable.
Who's Steph and who's KD?
I'll be Kevin Durant. Well, I have a brush, so I'll let this KD. But anyway,
I'll let you be the one.
But the bottom line, am I the only one that thought about what if he didn't leave? They like each other, man.
No, and I thought about how do we get him back? That's what I thought about. You trade Wiggins and Looney and Moody and GP2 and about 17 picks, and you get him back. And you know what? F them picks, Steiny, because 2026 might be a good draft. Forget that.
Wow. Let me tell you.
Forget the picks.
Let me tell you what you should forget.
Forget the picks.
Forget that Curry can do that in an NBA game. It's the Olympics. France had 7 Scribinis in there. Curry gets to play with 5 of the greatest players of all time. About time he made a shot.
2022 finals close out in Boston, bud.
Oh, here we go.
That was NBA
That's
players.
now 2.5 years ago.
Randy, get your guy.
Dude, 2023, Sacramento, he hung 50 on him.
Yeah, first round.
NBA players, Game 7, on the road, 50 burger. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's a heck of a player.
Yeah, good little player.
Nice player. I like the player.
Yeah, finally.
Yeah, he's all right.
Took you long enough.
Yeah, he's a good shooter.
Yeah. Dibs Evans screamed at me this morning. I come in.
Wait, what? Evan Giddings?
Yeah. All I said was I'm excited about who's going to win the backup quarterback competition for the Niners. And he screamed at me. But who do you have? Who's the leader?
Oh, my God.
Who's the front runner? I'm serious. Evan knows I love him. But, hey, he yelled at me in Evan's way. But I'm asking you, Dobbs or Allen?
Oh, boy.
I don't know.
You want to come get your guy?
Can you believe this guy?
I simply responded, who cares?
Right.
And you know what? Niners care.
Here's the part that
Let
really
Purdy go down.
Here's the part that really bothers me.
I can't believe
he doesn't even care.
Right.
He doesn't even care
You needed
himself.
something to really like, and I'm watching both. The Dobbs had some success in the league last year, and then he fell on his face. Allen,
2 different teams.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to come at me with, Dibs, the base running. I'm concerned. What happened late in that game, Dibs?
I didn't already do that. That was with Carter, but I'm all ADD kicking in.
Carter?
Yeah. He was in earlier, and we talked about the base running because he was at the game.
On the air?
Yeah. No, before air,
okay.
pre-air.
Yeah.
Answer my question about the backup, please.
Who cares, Goo? You have your starting quarterback. For the first time in years, you have
when
no
he goes
drama.
Down.
Oh, either one of them. It doesn't matter.
That's where you okay. I didn't know.
It's Allen. It's Allen.
Over Dobbs?
Yes. I think the Dobbs as a scheme fit is not the same as Brandon Allen.
Purdy goes down, you're not winning postseason games anyway.
We would have said that when Jimmy went down.
True, but we know a lot more about Brandon Allen and Josh Dobbs than we knew about Brock Purdy.
I am shocked to push back up Stoddy. Whoa.
I'm not.
It's Allen.
Okay.
I mean, let's see a little bit more, information when you go to New Orleans and you've got that big, joint practice. And
joint practice is canceled. It's canceled. No healthy bodies. Not enough.
Okay. There you go.
Wow.
So many injuries and guys that aren't reporting to camp. They can't even field the team to run a scrimmage.
Yeah, they canceled joint practice this week.
What's a wow, though? I noticed you say wow a lot. What just surprised you there?
That the backup quarterback is a fan's best friend.
That's not a wow. That's conventional wisdom.
But the pushback I'm getting on for even bringing it up.
Yeah.
I'm like, all right.
I feel like pushing back.
I'm done.
It's August 12th. I mean,
but 2 more games. That's
Which reminds me.
4 weeks till the opener.
Yeah.
Which reminds me. It's August 12th. Can I tell you what I don't need on my thread? I don't need in-game updates from the Pirates and the Cubs
I was giving them
and the
wild card
Cardinals
standings.
and the Braves and the
Appreciate
Giants
the effort, man.
and the Diamondbacks. I don't need 3 in-game updates from 7 National League teams
The
within the
Braves
span of 3
8-2
hours.
yesterday, who were in town against the
They blew
Rockies
it.
in the 8th. That's a problem.
Shout out Luke Jackson. Am I right, Goop?
Yeah, exactly.
Luke Jackson.
Luke Jackson.
Yeah, big series, though,
Helping
quietly.
the Giants out, even when he's a Brave.
Yeah.
But the base running was lethargic. That was embarrassing yesterday.
Embarrassing. Yet, even through that, they won the series, and
Gotcha.
I won't say what is still there because I don't want Steiny to leave, but you know it's still there. It's still there.
And I thought about him all weekend. That's a lazy take. It's not a take.
Very
it's
lazy.
reality.
It's fact.
A take is about one's
Right.
performance.
You try to
the math is the math.
That's fine.
It hurt me.
But the problem is you don't go any deeper than that. You can say the math works, but just go deeper. Try to go deeper.
You're talking about 2 different things. A take is a take. That's a factoid. That the math is still there. That's not a take.
We call some of your takes an inch deep and a mile wide.
I'll give you a 2.
By the way, you know what? I'll get done with
Are we
that.
doing What's Bugging Me?
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Good, what do you think of this one? You can give me a number on this one. I thought it was pretty good. My buddy Dan Daly, you know.
I saw him Friday.
You saw him Friday.
Yeah.
He got an electric car.
Wait, where'd you see him? At the
He
ship?
came to the ship.
He came to the ship?
He works
Not
in
his
the
first
city.
time. He's a frequent.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
He said, man, are these electric cars? Are they really as quiet as they seem? And I said, as quiet as James Harden in a Game 7.
Wow, look at I'll give you a 2. Because I saw a Cadillac Lyric, their electric car coming in. It now, Grandy, Father's Under Who Cares, is my dream car. It's a beautiful.
What's it called?
Lyric. A Cadillac Lyric. It's their electric car. Looks like the Batmobile, but it's beautiful.
I think they're running out of names for cars, clearly.
Lyric.
Yeah.
Freestyle machine.
That's reaching.
Well, and we actually talked to somebody, a caller, about like medicine, because you have like Ubrelvy and Ozempic and all these other made up like words and
Shea Rizzy or whatever.
All that. And they told us that it has to not resemble another medicine and it has to not resemble another word. So when you look at like medicines, they come up with these like crazy collection of consonants and mixing a vowel and the whole thing. And so with cars now, we're kind of at the same point. Yeah.
I know. The Cadillac next car is going to be Sky Rizzy. That'd be a good name for a car.
Already taken. Yeah.
But it's not a medicine, so.
Sky Rizzy is, actually.
What do you think about the big update on Brandon Aiyuk?
What, the big update from Schefter that the Niners are going to prioritize getting that deal done over Trent Williams? Is that what you're talking about?
Well, and also, Mark, that they don't want to trade Brandon Aiyuk.
Ooh, yeah, shocking.
That's breaking news.
It's a stunner.
That's why he did it. Yeah.
They don't want to trade away their all-pro wide receiver. This became such a gigantic story when all of the national media last week were just saying that it was a done deal. We don't know exactly when or to whom, but the trade is going to happen. Why in the world would the Niners ever want to trade Brandon Aiyuk? It made absolutely no sense to me.
I am with you.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's a 5.
It's not bad.
False start. Zero.
That's a 5.
False start.
It's a 0
he
because
got our attention.
but we've talked about it internally about not cheapening the breaking news sounder.
Oh, man.
And that's exactly what that was.
Yeah.
Evan, shame on you.
I appreciate it. That was a good one.
No, thank you.
My fault.
By the way,
Shame on you.
By the way, Evan, the killer song that we were talking about is Somebody Told Me. Get in the game.
The boss went to outside lands,
Did you hear
and
about
so
that?
did his 17-year-old daughter. You gotta love our
To
boss.
see the Killers or who?
Yeah, Killers.
Well, that's fine.
But then he left. He didn't have a jacket.
He went in short sleeves on a Friday night.
There's so much here. Time out. First of all, our boss went to outside lands.
Get this.
Solo. I love that.
Okay.
That's how you do it.
In the city.
Correct.
On Friday night.
Yeah.
Yes.
In short sleeves.
Yes.
No hood.
He did.
Not one of his classic like
Michigan
taxi.
pullovers.
No, he has that same hoodie that he wears every day. That blue and pink one.
Yeah.
He didn't even have that.
I guess not. Evan saw him.
Yeah. He did not.
Evan saw him.
He's
apparently
now
called
gone.
Evan and said, "Get me a beer."
Yeah, he was having difficulty
because he said the lines were too long.
Evan hooked him up.
This guy,
you gotta love it.
First of all, if you are going to be a brand manager at this level, you get VIP. You go in there, and you have somebody give you a jacket, and you get VIP. You get backstage.
Look at
you get the level of gravitas that is befitting somebody in his
But this
stage.
lets you know he's a real one. He ain't looking for that. That's what I appreciate.
Right. You cannot look for
Pass
it.
the grid
but
coupon. That ain't him. That ain't our boss. I love it. That ain't him.
You got to know better, though, to not wear shorts when you go into an outside concert on a Friday night.
In San Francisco.
In San Francisco.
Right. In the
I
summer.
bet it was cold.
Freezing.
But now I'm starting to be concerned because so he goes to a concert by himself, and I also know from sources he went to an Oakland Ballers game.
Did that
by himself?
I love him for it. I'm learning that.
We got a problem.
It's kind of a power move.
I think it's more of a pathetic move.
No, that means you ain't got to wait and need a group to go. You're just bosses.
Exactly, Goo.
Yeah, that's what I love.
Nobody wants to go with him.
Dude, get your boy.
Get your boy.
No, when you get older, you appreciate your own company. You ain't got to, you just go do it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's where I'm at.
No doubt. No doubt.
Yeah.
But, I mean, apparently he, if I'm going to go do me, I'm going to bring a jacket or a sweatshirt for sure. I mean, I've got hoodies all over the place. I'm not going to be cold somewhere where I'm going to outside lands, or as you called it, outsized lands.
That's just a little play on words I did there.
It was a mistake. But,
so, what are you coming out with? Jeremiah, what are you hot on today? What are you guys hot on?
Steph. No, you just probably spent 4 hours, trying to belittle his performance.
Oh, boy.
Shots fired.
Did he do that? Did he do that, Goo?
Grandy,
No, he's actually been in a good...
is I wasn't the last person referred to as negative around here. That was you.
That's a good one.
That's as it comes to the Giants, not with the Warriors.
No, you know what, the one thing, and I don't know how you compare it, but I do think when we talk about pressure and clutch, what Curry did the last two games, there was a lot of pressure.
Well, it's pretty clear that it meant a ton to him.
For sure.
To everyone else, too, though. They were all going to get hit. Kerr, all of them, bro.
But they've already got some medals. So he needed it, and he did it. He did it. And I think you're down 15 to Serbia. That's pressure. You better come through. Otherwise, you're right, Goo. You're gonna hear it for a long time, and he came through.
I want to give him a compliment. So he goes, Goo, who's the best rebounder ever? And I said, Rodman. And he said, whoever the second one is close. He said, who's the best defender? I said, Jordan. The second one was close. Not mad. But he said, who's the best shooter? It ain't even a question. But then I said Ray Allen, Reggie Miller. But he was like, it's Curry, right? Just not even close.
Yeah, I heard the bit, and it was good. He kind of led you right to it, and,
And it took him a while to figure out what I was getting at.
Oh, great.
He played along. He played along for you for your telegraph bit. But the
Goo's
bit
a team
is,
player.
And you talked about shot making too, which and you didn't mention Kobe, because for me, Kobe is the greatest shot maker.
That's
because you definitely delineated. It was a delineation sensation between shooter and shot maker.
Man.
And for me, the greatest shooter is Steph Curry, but the greatest shot maker is Kobe Bryant.
That's real.
I'd say Steph's a better shot maker. I'd give Kobe a better shot taker.
No, but you're robbing Curry of improving his finishing abilities.
No.
Yeah, he's not Iverson or Kyrie, but he's closed that gap, man. That's being real.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about perimeter shot making. I would put Curry number one. If you put Kobe number one, that's fine.
Well, Kobe's not a perimeter shot maker. He's a shot maker. He's a guy who can he can score in all three levels. Steph Curry is not as good in all three levels
Don't rob him of the layup.
Steph?
Yeah, that's what he always says.
Don't rob him of the layup?
Yeah, don't rob him of finishing. Oh, but he can finish.
He's added
he can finish, but he can finish, but if he doesn't get the call, he's going to wind up in the fourth row with, all his limbs akimbo in the camera well. and then we're going the other way 5-on-4. That would not happen to Kobe.
I'm trying to think of a big shot Kobe made that wasn't a jump shot.
Well, there's post-up shots.
Yeah, mid-elbow.
Yeah, that was him all day. Like Durant did in the Olympics against Serbia.
Fadeaway jumper.
Oh, man. He had it down like Jordan.
Yeah, and I'm trying to remember a big shot that wasn't a jumper. That's all. I got nothing to prove.
I mean, what's the greatest Steph Curry shot at the rim you can remember? At the rim, going to the rim, to the cup, Steiny, as you're trying to disparage Kobe.
I have one. Right. That one in the finals against the Cavs where he had LeBron on the wing and he carried it, but he went by him and then did the reverse. Remember, he carried it just a little. That was a great finish at the rim. Finished with a reverse. Yeah. Speaking of finishing, you want to get out of here, Gil?
Never. I could talk till 3.
You can stay.
Kevin Durant a better shot maker than Kobe.
That's a good one. That's fair.
Like, that doesn't get me mad. Like, that, I don't believe.
Kobe's great, but, I mean.
The shots he made, Dibs, that hit me. I'm going to be in the car thinking about that.
When you put up as many shots as Kobe did, you're bound to make some of them.
Yeah.
But they were only shots, like, he would take and make.
Right.
That's how he became Kobe.
He was greedy.
And I think that we remember Kobe's end of the career more than we do like the middle of his career, because no one has disparaged Kobe's end of the career more than me, as I should, because his last 2 years were 2 of the worst years in the history of the association.
Injury, though, Dibs.
Fine. Okay. Pass the ball.
All right.
But he chose not to.
Right.
He chose to shoot.
And we have a wonderful example of a player who knows how to age gracefully in Steph Curry, but we have a player in Kobe that just hangs on and selfish and at the expense of the team. You see what I'm saying, Goo?
No, the guts of a cat burglar.
Well, I don't know what that means.
He would shoot any shot.
I'll take Steph Curry over Kobe Bryant any day of the week. Are you saying you wouldn't? You taking Kobe over Steph?
2 different players. They're both in my top 5.
You're so scared.
Yeah.
You're scared. You're scared.
Well, and Steph is not yet to the Kobe portion of his career.
That's right.
By far.
That's right. We're going to have to wait a few more years before he gets selfish and puts himself above the team.
And you were the guy saying, oh, God forbid you give this guy $60 million a year. You want to change your tune now?
Oh, no. I never said that.
Oh, you did?
Oh.
That's exactly what you said. Oh, all you guys, you want to give Steph $60 million a year?
Oh,
spell it out for us.
What's wrong with that?
Oh, yeah.
They're going to give him $60 million a year, and
Joe Lacob said, "Don't overthink it." Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You're on the anti-Steph side.
Please,
please, you're the man.
There's only
I'm
one
keep
guy.
it real. I listen to the whole show. I spend my whole 10 to 2. Forget my baby. I listen to him, and I jot it down, and I weaponize it.
That's all.
So coming up at the crossover, you have to come to heel right here.
There has been nobody in the Bay Area or beyond who has talked about Steph Curry more accurately than Matt Steinmetz.
Oh, boy.
And he's done most of it on 95.7 The Game.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Happy Monday. Welcome in. Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Mark Randy in for Mark Willard. Willard will be back on Wednesday. I'm filling in here Monday and Tuesday. Dan Dibley is here. Dibs, welcome in. Hope you had a good weekend. Saturday was incredible. I know it was an emotional viewing experience for me watching Steph Curry do what he did, leading Team USA to a gold medal. We'll get into all of that over the next 4 hours here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. But Dibs, welcome in. Hope you had a good weekend. What's going on?
It was awesome, Grandy. And Saturday was one of those times where, you lock in, and I'm in the office and my baby's upstairs asleep, and so I'm trying not to wake her up. And you're watching.
Got to keep it down.
You got to keep it down at this level. So you're watching it, and it's like, oh my God, they might lose. This game is nip and tuck, and so you get nervous, and then all of a sudden Steph does what he does, and now the screaming is going to begin. And so I'm trying to not be so loud and the whole thing. But wow, what an unbelievable game!
It was special. It was special. And for us Warrior fans and basketball fans who have lived in this area and have gotten to watch Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors for the last at least 10 years, but obviously Steph Curry's career dates back to 2009. It wasn't necessarily new to see Steph do that. We've seen so many moments like that from Steph. The three that he hit to seal the deal, the golden dagger, as Noah Eagle put it on NBC. Very good call there at the end for Noah Eagle. We've seen him make threes like that before. That's not a new experience for us Warrior fans, for us who have been privileged to watch Stephen Curry throughout his entire career. But on a stage like that, where everyone on the team, on Team USA, including the coaching staff, was talking about it as, it's a game 7, it's do or die. It means more when you're wearing your country's colors and, you're playing for a gold medal and you have an opportunity to hear your national anthem post-game. When you're up there on the podium, it just means that much more. There's that much more pride that goes into it. To see what it meant to Steph Curry, to Steve Kerr, to Kevin Durant and LeBron James and Anthony Edwards and Jason Tatum, who didn't even play that much, and Joel Embiid and Tyrese Halliburton, who didn't really play at all in the Olympics. Seeing what it meant was incredible. And to get that experience on a stage like that, that's where it was new for us Warrior fans, because we've seen Steph have moments and flurries like that in the past, but to have it on that stage against the host country in the Olympics, in the gold medal match, it was an experience that I won't forget. And when in a few years we're looking back at Steph's career, this will be one of the first moments you think
of. For sure. And just the idea of it being in that moment, in that spotlight where it was 12:30 our time, 3:30 Eastern, and it was 9:30 Paris time, and it felt like the whole world was watching. And I know we were watching, and you go on Twitter, and every single person that we all follow, they all were watching. Football people, baseball people, basketball people. The whole world was watching, not only because of Steph Curry, of course, but LeBron and KD and the whole rest of the team, but the Olympics, and this was it. This was the big moment. And the fact that Serbia almost beat him a couple of days earlier made it even more powerful, more important.
Probably should have beat them, honestly.
Yeah, they maybe, but the U.S. was able to, rescue themselves in time. And I don't want to compare it too much to the women's game yesterday, but
awesome
I woke up and
1 point game.
Yes, and I wake up and I go downstairs, and my wife and baby girl had both gotten up before me, and they were watching the game. So the Olympics captured a lot more people, I think, than maybe we would have imagined. And yesterday's women's game was incredible, but it was kind of like on the backdrop of what the men did the day before, and just that game was in the balance, and France had cut it to 3, and it's, you're starting to think about how can the U.S. figure this thing out, and then Steph hits the 1-3 to go up 6, and you're thinking, okay, a little bit of comfort, deep breath, and then he hits another one, and then the third one, it's like, okay, they're going to win this, and then the fourth one was a complete night, and you cut to the bench, and they're doing the night, and Steph is shouting at Draymond, who I didn't even know was there, and you had the celebrity row and the whole thing. The experience began to take on like a life of its own, greater than just the sporting event.
Yeah, no doubt. What was your emotions when you watched Steph Curry will Team USA to a gold medal in Paris on Saturday? 888-957-9570. That's the number you can call to join the show, 888-957-9570. It's also the Xfinity mobile text line, because it was emotional for me, Dibs, because you go into this tournament, this Olympic tournament for Stephen Curry, and you realize this is very likely his only chance at winning an Olympic medal, winning an Olympic gold medal. And it means so much to him. I don't know if you saw what the Golden State Warriors posted on social media on Saturday, I think after they had won, it was Steph Curry on the plane back from Boston after winning Game 6 of the 2022 NBA Finals to win the Finals. He's got the MVP trophy sitting right next to him. They're all wearing their champion hats, and they had just won that championship. And the day after winning that championship, Steph Curry is talking about, I'm not done yet. I still need that gold medal. 2 years before the Olympics were even happening. This was over 2 years ago. Steph Curry, the day after winning the finals and finally winning his first finals MVP, he's already thinking about what he just accomplished yesterday. And knowing that this was probably his only chance to get it done.
Right.
Injuries in 2016. He slipped on a wet spot caused by Monte Eunice.
Yeah, Lake
for the
Monte
Houston Rockets. Yeah. And then 2020, the Olympics happened in 2021. He opted out because of COVID concerns. And then the one prior, 2012, he might not have made the roster, but he was also hurt at that stage. So this was really his only opportunity. And unless he wants to play in LA in 4 years at age 40, this will be his only chance. And to see how much it meant to him and for him to be the driving force behind it, not just be like a passive guy coming off the bench and you get the gold medal a la like Gary Payton, the OG, the glove, getting an NBA Finals ring near the end of his career when he wasn't like the driver of the bus. He wasn't one of the better players on a team getting it done. Steph Curry got it done at age 36, and while he wasn't named the MVP of the Olympic Games, it went to LeBron James. There's no doubt, Dibs, that Steph Curry was the leader the last 2 games, and to see that happen for a lifelong Warrior fan, for a fan who's been shocked that this team was able to reach the heights that they reached, that being the Warriors, because of Stephen Curry, it was an incredibly emotional experience for me, because I'm not so sure how many more of those displays, at least at that kind of level, at that stage, we're going to get to see by this guy anymore.
Hopefully that's not the last one, but it could be the last one. The last time we see Steph at that championship level doing unbelievable things. And so I was kind of with you. Like, the appreciation for me was all the way up to 10, because this may be it as far as Steph Curry in that moment doing these things for a championship and, the gold medal. And I love the Olympics, and I've told you this over the course of the last few weeks or whatever. I'm all in on everything, archery and team handball and wrestling and whatever. I love it. I love the competition. I love the fact that most people work 4 years to get to that moment, and you've got one tournament, one chance, one round robin, whatever it is, to go out there and try and win your gold medal. And so for Steph, this is probably it. And for the U.S., I mean, this is not your last chance to win gold, but think about next year in the Olympics in L.A., LeBron probably gone, KD gone, Steph gone. So it's going to be that next generation of Anthony Edwards and Tatum, and Jaylen Brown maybe makes the team, and Anthony Davis is maybe the OG, or Halliburton, and whatever that team's going to be, it's not going to be these guys, these old school LeBron, KD, and Steph. And so for them to get it done together, and for them to do it over Serbia in that fashion, which was LeBron, KD, and Steph, they all contributed. And then in the gold medal game, it wasn't only Steph, but it got down to it being a 3-point game, and they needed a bucket, and they went to Steph. And they hit it, and they went to Steph again, and Steph, and Steph. And so for us, that felt like, kind of an old hat, because we've seen that before. But to do it in that moment, in that spot, and in a Game 7, basically, it was incredible.
Yeah, and to see who he was sharing the floor with, you mentioned LeBron and KD. He was also out there with Devin Booker, who had an awesome tournament for Team USA. But to be out there with that kind of talent, you have first ballot Hall of Famers, some of the greatest basketball players to have ever lived. Specifically, I'm talking about KD and LeBron here. And they are willing, not just willing, but they're kind of eager to get the ball to Steph and let him get the job done. And, we all know Steph is an all-time great, and you can make a case he's the best point guard to have ever lived. That case is certainly there, and it's not the most difficult one to make. You could disagree, but there is a case to be made there. You could argue, I think it's pretty clear he's a top 10 player of all time. Hell, you could argue he's a top 5 player of all time if you really wanted to make that argument. and we all know this, but to see someone of LeBron's stature and Kevin Durant's stature, guys who have been on that stage a number of times and won those gold medals, being willing to pass it to Steph and see him get it done was just incredible. I mean, on that 4-3 that he made, where he was double teamed, he was being blitzed at half court. Really, for the majority of the semifinal and final game, he's being blitzed at half court. When on the floor, you have two of the other greatest players to have ever lived.
Right,
and the opposing team is saying, well, we'll let those guys have an open shot because we're so scared of this one guy. Ultimately, it's just the greatest sign of respect towards Stephen Curry, and the fact that he was able to get that fourth one to go, even with a couple of NBA guys on him, Batum and Fournier, while LeBron and KD are wide open on the left wing, and he's still like, hell, I'm going to put it up. And he makes it. It was an awesome, awesome moment, and one that I won't soon forget.
Yeah, and that's the one where I probably woke the baby, because that's one
hard not to.
Well, and okay, the first one goes in, it's like fist pump. Yes, we're up 6, and then
needed it.
The second one goes in, it's like, oh, okay, that's an audible like, whoa, and then the third one goes in, it's like, oh my God, and the fourth one goes in, and it's mostly just an absolute cackle, because we've seen it before. There's no reason why you would ever take that shot in a summer league game or in like game 5 at Orlando or whatever. That's a shot you would never take. And yet he hit 3 in a row. He takes it. And when he like does the step back, right foot, throw it up over 2, it's like, oh, that's going in. And when that goes in, it's just a straight up,
and we've had moments like that before.
We've seen it.
Yeah. But it does not get old.
It does not get old.
Never get old.
Just, the night and the whole thing, and Draymond and just the crowd. And, it was awesome the way France played so well.
Yeah.
And they fought and, they competed, and it looked like, man, they might lose this game to France. And, it's not excusable, but you could kind of look at it and go, okay, at France is good. They've got a lot of players, and they were hitting big time shots too. So you could kind of almost excuse it. But then Steph to the rescue. Wow.
Yeah, and then there's the storylines, of course. It was USA-France from the previous Olympics. It was a rematch. France beat U.S. in the group stage. That time, U.S. got revenge on them to win the gold medal. They meet again in the gold medal match, this time on France's home soil in Paris. And the crowd was, obviously, I wasn't there, you weren't there, but the crowd seemed amazing. I think the capacity for that arena was only like maybe 15,000 or something, but it felt like there was maybe 40,000 people in there watching that game. It was incredible. It was just an awesome experience. And you hear the way that his fellow players had been talking, are talking about him and the performance that he just had. How about this quote from Bam Adebayo of the Miami Heat? He was on the bench watching the Curry flurry down the stretch. He said, quote, I was kind of like, what the bleep? But then I had to remember who was shooting it, and we've all seen him do incredible things like that. That's the response that you get from people who maybe aren't terribly experienced watching Steph Curry. They're like, why the hell are you shooting that? Oh, it's Steph.
Right.
Okay. It's like from the first year the Warriors were led by Steve Kerr. He had the crazy dribble between 4 Clippers defenders, half spin, step back, hit the 3 over Chris Paul and Blake Griffin or whoever it was. And on the sideline, Steve Kerr's got his hands up on his head, ripping his hair out. And then the ball goes in and Steve's like, oh, okay, never mind. And it's the first moment where Steve is just realizing whatever goes with this guy, because he's that good. Yeah. And now this was an opportunity for so many other people to experience that perhaps for the first time.
Right. And it was incredible. And, we all have seen it. And so it's America. And so it's a little bit different. But now, we turn our attention to the upcoming Warrior year. And so Steph gets, 2 months off or 2.5 months to try to figure out what to do. And, can this Warrior team, be good enough to where we get some of those moments again?
Yeah. Yeah, we can get into that coming up throughout the show here. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Mark Willard is out. It's Dibs and Grandy with you. We'll take your calls coming up on the other side. What was your emotions watching Steph Curry do what he did on Saturday? For me, it was gratitude, and it was just an absolutely incredible experience to watch. 888-957-9570. Will and Mark, I see your calls. We'll get to you on the other side. We're sponsored by Lucky California. Also, Bob Fitzgerald, who was in Paris for the majority of the Olympics, of course, voice of the Warriors on NBC Sports Bay Area. He joins us coming up at 4 o'clock. That's Bob Fitzgerald at 4. It's Willard and Dibs here on 95.7 The Game. More coming up next.
Size matters.
Everyone's
gold for the ladies in golf. Her caddy gets no gold. The swing coach, no. The personal trainer or the mental coach or whatever. None of them get it.
Yeah.
It's the athletes only.
And they deserve it. And that was incredible. And Steph Curry obviously was awesome on Thursday in the semifinal win over Serbia. He had 36 points in that game, 9 of 14 from downtown. Then in the final against France, he had 24 points, 8 of 13 from 3. 12 of his 24 points, half of them came in the final 3 minutes of the fourth quarter. Just incredible the way that he turned it on down the stretch. And we'll get into that more. We're going to the phone lines in just a second. But I did want to remind everyone that we're streaming live on Twitch and YouTube. Head to twitch.tv/957thegame and youtube.com/957thegame to watch us live. And if anyone swears, you will get to hear it on Twitch and YouTube. Make sure to subscribe to the channel for all 957 The Game content on both Twitch and YouTube. And hit that thumbs up button on YouTube if you like the show. It's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. And if you want another place to consume our content, just scan the QR code in the bottom right corner of the Twitch and YouTube streams with your smartphone, and that will prompt you to download the free Odyssey app where all of our content lives as well. All right, Steph Curry goes off Saturday, leading Team USA to a gold medal. As a Warrior fan, you don't have to be a Warrior fan. As a Team USA basketball fan, what were your emotions like for that game? It was an emotional experience for both Dibs and I. For me, an overwhelming sense of gratitude for Steph Curry, and just so thankful for everything that he's done for my childhood team, the Golden State Warriors, and now taking it to a national stage. Let's go out to the calls. What did that performance mean to you, and what were your emotions like watching it? 888-957-9570. Up first is Will in the East Bay. What's up, Will? You're on Willard and Dibs. It's Grandy and Dibs with you. How you doing?
I'm doing well, and you?
Oh, I'm doing awesome. Still trying to come down from the high of Steph Curry's performance on Saturday.
You're not the only one. Thanks for taking my call. Take the show. The thing I remember to begin with, I have 2 points, is that feeling of stress and exhilaration where you're on your feet walking, but you don't even feel it. Somebody offers you that beer or another hors d'oeuvre, you go, not now, because you're transfixed with what you're watching on that screen. And then all of a sudden, this sense of just joy that you feel at the outcome. And the bottom line is Steph Curry saved USA basketball. That is the bottom line from Thursday to Saturday. The other take I have is, can you imagine the fallout if that team had left Paris with a silver medal or perhaps less? That's all you would hear on social media. It's all you'd hear on the radio or be watching on TV. It's just scrutiny and whose head is going to be on a platter, in the organization of the U.S. But fortunately, that is not the case, because the Bay Area treasure known as Steph Curry saved USA basketball. And that's all I got to say.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Will. I mean, he's right. It would have been nasty, Dibs. It would have been the headline on every single show across the country. Team USA falls to France, right, and they don't win their 5th consecutive gold medal. Time to play the blame game. Is this Steve Kerr's fault? Steph Curry didn't show up. It was too little, too late. All of that. It would have been.
Of course, it was Steve Kerr's fault. I mean, that's in the rotation. And Jason Tatum. That would have been the big headline.
There would have been a headline. If Tatum played more, would Team USA have won?
Right, and Edwards too, who didn't play much, and Derek White was a DNP in the final, and Tyrese Halliburton almost didn't play at all. So would you have been better off, having Brown there instead of Halliburton if you're not going to play Halliburton at all? So all of the armchair quarterback stuff would have come out. All of the second guessing would have come out. But instead, we don't have to worry about it because Steph saved the day.
I think part of what maybe. I think for the most part, the vast majority of sport fans, basketball fans, and Olympic fans of the Olympics, when it comes to basketball, why maybe there's a little bit less interest in, say, the basketball portion of the Olympics than track or swimming or gymnastics or whatever the case is, whatever the sport is. It's because basketball has generally been a sport dominated by the U.S., like absolutely dominated, and we know this. I mean, it's our sport. It's becoming more global now, and it's never been more global than it is right now. But I think some of the conversations you and Mark Willard have had maybe last week, a couple of weeks ago, leading up and during the Olympics was, well, the U.S. should win. Like, it's kind of a given. They're going to win. They got the most talent. You have maybe the greatest player ever, maybe in LeBron. You got another top 10, top 5 player in Steph. KD not far behind him. You've got all this talent. Joel Embiid was supposed to play for France, played for you instead. You've got all this talent. You've got all these MVPs and all these rings on this roster. You should win. And so you win, and it's almost kind of a feeling of like, you held serve. You made par. You didn't do anything special by winning, but seeing the way the team reacted on the court, that kind of takes away any feeling of that in my mind, because you were able to realize how hard this team had to fight for it, for whatever the reason was. If they underperformed leading up to the fourth quarter, or they were struggling against Serbia when they shouldn't have, if they weren't playing very well, whatever. They got the job done. They clearly wanted it very, very, very badly. It's not like they were just coasting through it. For whatever reason, Serbia and France put up a really, really good fight against them, and the USA was up to the challenge ultimately, and they won, and that's ultimately all that matters.
Right, and if you look at, as I was mentioning during the crossover, the amount of Olympians who are NBA players this year, it's crazy. It's more than 70 across all the other teams. So it's not like in 92 where the Dream Team came in and they had to face, mostly amateur players from a European time and, Asia, where these players were not yet established the way they are. And think about France with Victor Wembanyama. He is the future. He is a superstar, and he's 7'5", and he is already going to be an amazing player in the NBA. And you had Yabasolele, and you had, other...
Batum and Fournier.
Totally, right? Yeah. And you had other NBA players, guys who are experienced, not just, new to the NBA, but experienced European stars, NBA stars, and a team playing on its home court that was going to be very difficult for the U.S. team to beat. So it was never going to be a cakewalk. And the fact that they had to dig that deep to beat Serbia told you everything you need to know about what the tournament now is as far as like the depth of it.
I think we also underestimate as maybe, American basketball fans, when we go into the Olympics, you just assume that the talent always is going to win out. And obviously, Team USA has a major, major leg up over every other country in terms of talent. Some of the other countries, France and Serbia, and some others, Canada is really good, for example. Germany's got a pretty good squad. They're catching up, but it's not as if they're anywhere near the level of Team USA in terms of talent. But I think what we do overlook, Dibs, when we go into these tournaments, when we go into international ball and FIBA and the World Cup and the Olympics, you just assume that talent is always going to win out. But these other countries, Dibs, I don't know if it's taking it more seriously, if that's the right phrase, if other countries put a little bit more time, energy, and effort and resources into it. But it's pretty clear that these other countries are a little bit more familiar with this international stage and the international game than these Americans are. I mean, the Americans, you throw the team together a month before the Olympics, you get a few practices in Las Vegas leading up to it, you play a couple of tune-up games, and then the Olympics begin, while a lot of these other teams have been playing year-round because they don't have those. A lot of them aren't playing in the NBA, and they're kind of able to just be around each other for the whole 4 years leading up to an Olympics.
Yeah, and also used to the FIBA rules, which I love. And, I'm not sure if that is something that people really appreciated throughout the course of the tournament, but I love the FIBA rules where, if you're not bleeding, you're not getting the foul call. So unless you get absolutely mauled.
Like Nick Batum at the end of the game, he was bleeding.
He was bleeding, and I don't even know if there was a foul on that.
So.
I think it was incidental contact.
Play on.
Exactly. I love the fact that in the FIBA game, there's no flopping, there's no embellishment. All those things are just ignored. Not even like, you get the call and let's go review it and all the rest of that nonsense. Just, you play basketball. And if you get hit and you don't get the call, get up and play basketball again. And I love that. And also the idea of goaltending, where if the ball's in the rim, you could just swat that thing away. And I love that. That way we don't have to worry about, is it in the cylinder and let's review it and all the rest of it. It seems like a much cleaner game where you don't have to worry about so much review. The calls are made And usually the calls aren't made, quite frankly. And, you deal with it. You get up and you play basketball.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. 888-957-9570. We are just relishing in Steph Curry's greatness from Saturday. He scored 12 of his 24 points in the final 2:45 of the fourth quarter. He hit 4 3-pointers in a span of a little more than 2 minutes. The first one came at about the 2:45 mark. The last one came with 35 seconds left. So about 2 minutes and 10 seconds, he scored 12 points. An incredible feat to help bring home a gold medal for Team USA. 888-957-9570. Up next to react to Steph's greatness is Mark in Millbrae. Mark, what's up? You're on Willard and Dibs. It's Dibs and Grandy with you. How you doing, Mark?
What's up, guys? Yeah, just welcome. So we know Curry's a legend around here, but for all the critics or the people worldwide who don't get to see him as much, you get to see him, don't think he's clutch or overrated. You're seeing just how great he is. The best players in the world, and who do they go to? With probably LeBron, whom a lot of people consider the GOAT, or KD, a top 10 player of all time. Curry, just incredible. There's nothing like a Curry flurry to get fans or people watching to go bonkers. And we saw that not only what he did against France, but guys, if he doesn't go off against Serbia like he did, they lose to Serbia. And this Curry gets skewered. Every player gets skewered worse than 0-14 because a lot of people consider this team better than the 0-14. So Curry's great, and it just shows you how big time he is in the world stage. When, let's face it, guys, if he doesn't make those 4 3-pointers, I think they lose because France was making a hell of a run. The home crowd was behind it. The USA was reeling, and France had all the momentum, and Curry just snatched their souls. And the coldest thing he did was the night. And to me, that's the symbol of taking over because, watching, having the cousin of coaches, all these kids now are doing the night. That's their symbol when it's game over. And for him to do that in France, on their team, with their fan base, in their country, just symbolizes I'm as iconic as it gets in all of sports, not just in basketball. And just a pleasure because he's a one-on-one. And you saw how the fans, even the French fans who were rooting for the home team, obviously, were starting to get on his siding with Curry when he went on that flurry run. So it's just incredible. What more is there to say about the greatness of him? And when he's missed him, he's going to be gone because there's never going to be another one like him because nobody projected that he would do any of this. You remember, guys, when he was drafted, we thought he'd be a nice, solid role player, maybe make an one or two all-star teams. Nobody thought he'd define a generation and change the game like he has. And just tip of the hat to him. And that just sealed any more questions or the critics had about him because when it was go time in the last 2 games when the U.S. needed it, they went to him. And just the dude is an icon. I call him Clutch Curry, and that's what he should be known as. Thanks for the time, fellas.
Yeah, appreciate it, Mark. Do you remember when there was this idea, this thought, this argument around the NBA that Steph wasn't that clutch? I mean, that was a legitimate beef that people have with Steph.
Yeah, and I mean it's all based on what we consider a clutch basket. Yeah, the clutch shot, and it's the final 20 seconds of a game when it's less than 3 points or whatnot. It's all nonsense because even if you look at the Serbia game, and I'm looking at it right now. The shot that he made was not clutch based on those stats, but they were down by 2 with 3.5 minutes to go, and he hit a 3 to put them up 1 with 2:24 to go. That was the first time they had the lead in a long time. So
pretty clutch shot.
Yes, that wouldn't fall under the clutch category. And then LeBron gets a 2, and Steph hits a 2, and now you're up 5, and then they go on to beat Serbia. But it was that shot that gave him the lead for the first time. And so does it fall under the clutch stat? Probably not, but it was pretty damn clutch, I would say.
Yeah. I think one of the better moments, and I had a number of friends that aren't Warrior fans text me this, and it was one of the first things I thought of as well. It happened during the Serbia game, but then again also versus France. It was the rest of the world, Dibs, finally having the opportunity to experience Curry like that when they're rooting for it to happen. Because so many times it's happened against so many teams. It happened against the Clippers, happened against Oklahoma City, happened against the Celtics, happened against the Cavaliers. And now the entire country, aside from maybe a couple of Americans rooting against Team USA, namely some Boston Celtics fans, because they were so upset at Steve Kerr and his rotation decisions. I can't really make that to make any sense. But everybody else essentially was rooting for Team USA and Stephen Curry. And to get that kind of universal praise and the universal approval from every basketball fan I know, and for them to finally realize the thrill and the euphoria that it is to watch Steph Curry do what he does at that stage, as rewarding as a number of things that I've experienced as a sports fan. Because so many times you have just one side and the other side, and Warriors have been the enemies, public enemy number one across the country for so long because they had KD and they had Steph and they had Draymond and they went and got Boogie Cousins and, oh my God, they have so much talent. But for once, you had the entire country rooting on Steph, and now everybody realizes what it's like to root for that Curry flurry and to see it happen.
It reminds me of like soccer, international soccer, like for club and country, because, you know, you and I both and Lucas Alexander, director of sports, were big fans of English Premier League and even European soccer. And so you watch your team and
Starts
it's like
this weekend, by the way.
Yeah.
Saturday.
It's like, oh, I hate that guy. And then, you know, that guy is playing for your country. Like Pulisic is a good example, which he was on Chelsea for a long time, and you're an Arsenal guy.
We hate Chelsea.
We hate Pulisic until he dons the red, white, and blue, and then now we're all in on Pulisic. So it's kind of that same vibe, I think, when you're watching Steph Curry and, you know, you're watching even LeBron. Like, I had a greater love and affinity for LeBron James over the course of the last week than I ever have. And, you know, KD's different because KD still feels like one of us, even though he's not anymore. But LeBron's the one where he's always kind of been the villain. And now for this last week or 2 weeks, he wasn't the villain. He was our guy. And so he goes to the hoop and does a little reverse layup. And even when he gets fouled and doesn't get the call and he throws his hands up, I'm a little bit more tolerant of his act than ever before.
Yeah, maybe how we experienced LeBron during these Olympics is how the rest of the country experienced Steph during these Olympics.
Right.
Warriors have had these experiences other times, but at least in my experience, this Olympic gold medal means a little bit more to me personally, emotionally, than, say, Clay's Olympic medal, Draymond's Olympic. I think Draymond has 2 Olympic medals, just simply because this was Steph Curry. This was our MVP. This was our guy who got the job done. And Steph Curry obviously had a much bigger impact than say Clay or Draymond did when they won Olympic gold. But finally, Steph Curry got his Olympic gold. And now what's left for him to check off? We can talk more about that coming up in a little bit as well. But let's go back out to the phone lines here. 888-957-9570. Up next is Kevin in Pleasanton. Kevin, what's up? It's Grandy and Dibs on Willard and Dibs. How you doing today, Kevin?
Awesome, guys. That was an incredible moment by Steph. By the way, he's not a point guard. He's a basketball player. He'll go down as a top 5 basketball player, not a point guard. What Steph did was awesome. The whole world got to see it. But it's kind of bittersweet because after the euphoria of watching that, I was stuck with, okay, the world got to see this. This is what we're used to. But will we get a chance to have that again? And I'm just really hoping, man, that the Warriors can if Steve can get out of his own way and evolve his offense so Steph can have more years. There's no reason why Steph couldn't play another 3 years, but he can't keep running around 5 miles a game. If Steph had more athletes around him, if Steve evolved his offense, then we can have this golden moment a little bit more. And I just like to leave you guys with this. Every player on that team is going back regular season to a better team, except us. All right, guys. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, appreciate it, Kevin. It is an interesting comment. You look at the players on this team, and this is a point that Steiny brought up, and I think it was a really good point. Almost every single player on Team USA has a legit number 2 running mate that they're headed back to, and some of them are both on this roster. LeBron has AD.
Yeah.
Jason Tatum has Jaylen Brown.
Adebayo has Jimmy Butler.
Yeah. Well, maybe. We'll see how much longer that lasts.
Halliburton has
Pascal Siakam.
Okay.
Ann Edwards has Kat and Rudy Gobert.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
I mean, and Steph has who? I mean, is Draymond legitimately that running mate? I mean, he's obviously a very good player, but not on the caliber, at least as an offensive scorer, as any of those other guys.
And KD has Booker and
you're right.
Beal, apparently, which, interesting, yeah.
Joel Embiid now has Paul George.
Right, and Tyrese Maxey.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they're all good. They're all nasty, and the Warriors have a lot to do. They've got a lot to do to make this team better and competitive, and it's going to be up to Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy Jr., or Mike Dunleavy, rather. No more Jr. We dropped the Jr., so to try to figure out a way to, make this roster good by the deadline. I think that now the offseason's kind of done with the Markkanen thing not going their way, so now you have to figure out a way to, add on they added on the margins, but can you add now big at the deadline, and what would that mean?
Yeah, you just got to hope that someone becomes available, right? Because you can only make a move at the deadline if there's a move to be made. You can't just make one to make it. It's not like it's the offseason where X amount of players is going to be available in the free agent market. You need something to go wrong big time somewhere else.
It feels like something will go wrong. Something always kind of goes wrong, and somebody's going to be disgruntled, and somebody will pop off, and then at that point, maybe you can make a play. If not, maybe you have to wait until the offseason. One more year of just, eating it and hoping in the draft you can do better, and then, load up, and is Steph Curry still here?
That's difficult to swallow, though, because you just see what Steph is capable of doing, and then you're looking at it as, maybe we just got to be patient, wait one more year, and then we'll figure it out. We don't have an infinite number of these years left, Dibs, and I know you know this, and you're just playing maybe what the Warriors are thinking through. But watching what Steph Curry did, should this at all impact what the Warriors do the rest of this offseason going forward into next season? We got thoughts on that, and you can give us yours. 888-957-9570. That's the number to call. It's also the Xfinity mobile text line. Steph Curry is obviously still great. What should the Warriors do about it? Is it a patient approach? Wait till the deadline. Wait until next offseason. Hope something goes wrong elsewhere. What should they do? We'll get into that coming up on the other side. 888-957-9570. We are presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. More Willard and Dibs coming up next.
Guys, are you tired of being tired? Frustrated because it seems...
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Mark Randy in for Mark Willard. He'll be back on Wednesday alongside Dan Dibley here on Willard and Dibs. If you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. And while you're there, make sure to check out both Bonte and Shasky and Steiny and Guru as they reacted to Steph Curry's epic performance from Saturday in the gold medal game in Paris to help lead Team USA to a gold medal over Team France on home soil. An awesome win for Steph Curry, Steve Kerr, and company for Team USA. Dibs, did you happen to see what Tyrese Halliburton posted on social media after the team won gold?
Yeah.
So he posted a picture of him with the gold medal around his neck, and he said, "When you ain't do none on the group project and still get an A."
That's perfect.
He didn't play much, but he's got the gold medal just as much as everybody else.
Yeah, and shout out Christian Laettner, who had the same experience on the Dream Team back in '92.
There's always a couple of guys right the end of the bench, and you still get the gold.
And you can't play all 12 guys, and Halliburton played a little bit early, and then when you got down to the real tight games, and, White didn't play either.
Yeah.
So you ended up playing just 10 guys yesterday, and it was, even at that, you didn't even really play 10 guys. You played about 7.
Tatum played a little bit in the first half.
11 minutes, yeah. And, Adebayo played just a little bit, and, you had Embiid get a solid stretch. And I do want to shout out Devin Booker for playing the way he played, because all we've seen from Booker with Phoenix is, very much a me-first, selfish kind of player, but that's not the way he played in these Olympic Games.
Well, I'm going to have a hard time finding it right now, but there was someone, I don't know if they were tweeting at Devin Booker. I don't think so. I think it was just a generic NBA fan on Twitter saying, Team USA looking ahead to this Olympics. It might have been a couple of years ago. Looking ahead to this Olympics, said something along the lines of, Team USA is going to need one of these stars to be willing to take on a role, on just a role and maybe a little bit of a backseat, but fill a role that's needed. Devin Booker way back when quote tweeted it and said, "I'll do it." And it kind of has resurfaced since then, because everything you said is right. He's an awesome shooter, and he's, a franchise centerpiece for the Phoenix Suns. He's been there for a really, really long time. One of the biggest reasons why they went to the NBA Finals a few years ago. And he played a lot of minutes, not because he was the driving force behind anything, but because he was willing to do all those small things, hang out in the corner, hit an open three when it was needed, but hustle, play some good defense, get some rebounds, and that was exactly what Steve Kerr needed. And just as you were, Steve Kerr was also very complimentary of Devin Booker.
Yeah, he had 6 points against Serbia in the semifinals, and then he came out, and I want to make sure I get this right, but I think he had like 5 points in the gold medal game. Not much more than that. Very quiet.
But he still played a lot of minutes. He played way more.
Actually, he had 15 in the gold medal game.
Huh? Yeah, that's better than
27 minutes.
Yeah, 27 minutes in a 40-minute game, all but 13 minutes. Team USA needed him on the floor, and he filled that role very well. All right, 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs and Grandy with you. Running through Steph Curry and what he did on Saturday and on Thursday as well to help Team USA win gold. What might this mean for the Golden State Warriors going forward? We can get into that. But first, let's go back out to the phone lines, and you can join the conversation, 888-957-9570. Up next is JD in Oakland. JD, what's up? You're on Willard and Dibs. It's Dibs and Grandy with you. How you doing, JD?
I'm doing well. What's going on, Dibs? How you guys doing today?
Doing good.
Well, I just want to be the first one to say Steph Curry has lied to the NBA and the basketball fans all over the world.
Please explain.
By that I mean he's made you think because he's 6'2", 6'3", not truly athletic, that he can be duplicated at the NBA level because he's not a 6'10", 6'8", physically gifted athlete. A lot of people, a lot of kids, AAU kids, think they can go out and shoot 100 shots a day and be Steph Curry, and that's the biggest lie there is. You can't duplicate that guy because there's something special about what he does physically to make the shots that he makes. And so everybody out there that can hear the sound of my voice, understand and know Steph is lying. Don't think you can duplicate that guy. He's just as hard to duplicate as Shaq and LeBron and everybody else. So don't Don't fall for that. And secondly, some of these deals that needs to happen for the Warriors, you got to appreciate the deals that don't happen. Marketing, everybody believes, would have been a good deal. But mind you, the next team he's on will be his fourth team. So that means there's been at least 3 teams willing to let him go. So understand that, we can, on paper, he looks like a great fit. And I'm glad, they didn't pull the trigger on a deal just to do it. I understand the guy's been around. He can play. He can shoot. He has a big body. But if there's 3 or 4 teams willing to give up on him, there's a reason why.
Yeah, it's a fair point. Yeah, thank you. Thanks you for the call. Thanks, JD. It's interesting because you look at the player and you think, man, 7-footer, size, length, he can stretch the floor, he can shoot the 3. He seems like a perfect fit, but he's right about the fact that, that would be 3 teams now who would have said, yeah, we're okay with you going somewhere else.
Yeah, I get that, but it's
situational.
NBA is such a unique league where you have teams that sometimes it benefits them to actually move off of young players who are kind of promising.
Right.
It's kind of weird like that, and a lot of other leagues aren't necessarily that way, but I had no doubt in my mind Markkanen would be a great fit here, but at the very earliest that you're getting him is a year from now. So not quite a year, but a whole season away from now, because he's likely going to sign an extension, and then he's not going to be able to be traded at this trade deadline. So as far as I'm concerned, the Markkanen conversation is completely over for the Golden State Warriors. I think another point that JD brought up that is a good one is Steph Curry is not you can't replicate Steph Curry. He's one of one, much like the athletic freaks like LeBron and Giannis and Shaq and Wemby, for that matter, all those guys. Steph Curry just does it with a different skill set, but it's also nearly you can't replicate that. It's also, I think, something that made Steph Curry so popular was because he just kind of was like a normal dude who was dominating the NBA. Obviously, he's not normal. He looks relatively small when he's out there with these other giants, and you go up to and you meet him in person, and he is very, very large. But for the most part, he can't dunk like crazy. He can't pull off a windmill. But he is able to dominate the NBA. And for the normal person, seeing someone like that have that much success at the highest stage, that's part of what made him so damn popular.
Right, but also if you're a younger person and you look at the NBA players, you can't be Shaq unless you have, genetics that are going to make you 7'1" and 380. You could be Steph Curry. You could be Steph Curry. You're almost the same size as Steph Curry. You're about 6'2". He might be 6'3". So even as a young Mark Grandy, you could look at Steph and think, I could be Steph Curry. I'm the same size. I could learn to shoot and be really, really good at shooting. I could be Steph Curry. You can't be LeBron. You can't be Shaq. You can't be Anthony Davis. You can't be Wemby. And there's a lot of things you can't be. One thing you can be is Steph Curry. And of course you can't be. But as a younger person, you can look at it and think, you know what? If I work really hard, I might be able to be like Steph Curry. And I see it when I'm refereeing youth basketball in the winter. I see all these kids now behind the back, and they all want to shoot the 30-footer, and they're all trying to hoist it from as low as they can and throw it as far as they can. They want to be Steph because they look at Steph and they think, I could be Steph Curry. And that, I think, is ultimately part of the magic of Steph Curry. Yes, he's unbelievable, best shooter ever. He's clutch. He's heroic, 4-time champ, everything that he is, but he's also very much approachable and reachable.
Yeah.
If you're a younger person, you could look at Steph and think, well, he's 6'3". Even if I'm only, 6 foot, 6'1", if I can shoot like that, if I can really work hard, I could be Steph Curry.
Who was it? Was it Mark Jackson who said something along the lines of Steph Curry has ruined basketball because he has given, as you're talking about, all these young kids the license to just hoist from everywhere when, you haven't quite worked on the rest of your game to back that up, and you're maybe not even strong enough to be shooting from that far away. I think it might have been Mark Jackson who said something like that. And obviously, you just hear the headline, Mark Jackson says Steph Curry has ruined basketball.
Course,
a little bit deeper than that, and he actually has a point because everyone believes if there is an NBA star that I can be like, it's probably him because he doesn't have that crazy athleticism, the crazy height, the physical tools that all these others do that's simply unattainable for me. So then everyone gets out there on the basketball court and hoists from 30 feet out thinking that they can make it. But the reality is there's a reason why it's Steph Curry, the greatest shooter of all time, and nobody else comes close, because his ability to shoot the three is just about as rare as Shaq's ability to be 7 feet tall and as athletic and durable as he is.
But it's funny you say that, because it's true, but it's so much more seemingly attainable when you look at it. You look at a guy
It's easy to convince yourself.
Right, because you look at a guy who's not physically overpowering, and you remember him in his early days in the baby-faced assassin, and he's, not that muscular, and he's just a little dude who happens to have a nice little shot and all the rest of it. And well, now what we know about Steph is not only is he more physically gifted than we thought, but his work ethic and his hand-eye coordination is among the best we've ever seen. You talk about the greatest athletes ever from a hand-eye standpoint, like, Novak Djokovic and Federer and Nadal and whatever other athletes you want to talk about, just pure hand-eye. And then you mix that with a guy who has a work ethic that we've never seen before from a shooter, and the fitness, because he's now 36 and he's even stronger and fitter than ever before. And he just basically carried the Olympic team down the stretch in an Olympic cycle where you had KD and LeBron and all these other younger, better, quote unquote, athletes. And yet Steph was the guy they went to.
You brought up something that kind of got my mind running. It's a conversation that I've had in the past. And so Steph Curry, 36 now. He's obviously on the tail end of his career. No doubt about that. We don't know how many years he has left. Don't know how many really good years he has left. Obviously, it's very obvious he's still a very good basketball player at this moment. And when he reaches his peak levels, there are still very few basketball players, if any, that can also reach that kind of peak that Steph still can. Steph Curry's 36, Dibs. And I could argue to you, and I don't think it's that hot of a take, that Steph Curry is a much better basketball player right now at 36 than, say, he was at 28. Because of everything that he's had to do to ensure that he is still at this level at age 36 when few guards are still this good. And you look at the way that the league defends him and players defend him. If you want to be amazed, go back and watch how he was defended, like the Warriors' first postseason run, whether it was the Denver Nuggets in that first year they made the playoffs, which was 2013, or if you want to even go to the first finals run in 2015, watch how he was defended those seasons and then compare it to how he's defended now. No one was picking him up at half court. No one was sending double teams his way. He got so many open looks, and he has to work so much harder now, Dibs, to get a single shot off than he did back then. And he was obviously incredible then, but considering the way defenses are changed now to stop him, and the way the geometry of the court has changed so much.
Right. It's elongated.
No doubt. It is so much more difficult for him to get looks than it was back then. And the fact that he still gets those looks and still shoots them at a pretty decent clip, I think Steph Curry, it's not just that he's staved off the downfall of when you get 35 and older, but for me, it's that he's actually gotten better than when he was in your normal prime when you're like 26 to 30 years old. I think he's even better than he was then.
It's crazy to think about, because if you go back to when he was 26 and he won the MVP, his first MVP, and he averaged 23.8 a game, and he shot 44% from three.
It's pretty good.
It's really good. And you look at what he's done since then. He last year shot 40.8% from three in the regular year. So not 44, but 41% still very good. But your point is well taken, where
more difficult shots.
So much more difficult,
no doubt.
Because now whenever he gets across half court and he's got the ball, they're going to be on him. They're going to try to trap him, and they're going to, whenever he's off the ball, they're going to try to close out on him. And he averaged 26.4 a game this last year for a team that, struggled relative to the championship teams. But if you look at his playoff years and his numbers from three are down, but he still scores as much, if not more, than he did back then. So he's not just a three-point shooter now. He's become a much more diverse, versatile player who could score at all three levels.
Yeah, I agree. 888-957-9570. Steph Curry's greatness It was on display on Saturday for Team USA as they take home the gold with a victory over France in Paris. Let's go back out to the phone lines as we continue to celebrate the legend that is Steph. Up next is Filmo Mike. Filmo, what's up? You're on with Dibs and Grandy. How you doing, Filmo?
I'm doing good, man. Hey, man, it's crazy. The other caller was in his bag because kids do be trying to be like Steph, but it's only one Steph. He had me juiced. But nah, Curry Liddy, man, you know, he a real one. Sometimes in his life, and I know, Dibs, you can attest to this, sometimes people get big-headed. They get caught up in a moment, and it's like, oh, man, I ain't finna talk to nobody. But LeBron was on, he did something yesterday on social media, and it's going viral because he not acting like a real one. He like, stop that. Like, shut up. You sound like Martha Stewart, bro. Calm down. Steph, take out the time. You know we ain't got all the time in the world, but, you know, take out the time, say what's up to some people, take a couple pictures, and keep it pushing. You got to appreciate Steph, man, his greatness, his humbleness, for real, for real. Big shout-out to all the Leos. You know what I'm saying?
That's it, Filmo.
Hold on. The last thing I want to say is that Steph Curry is a GOAT because he's a hell of a person. You feel me? That's why he a GOAT. You feel like you can approach Steph. You can't. Draymond is not even half the player of Steph, but Draymond got vibes where it's like, I ain't finna approach him.
Yeah.
Filmo, it's Leo season. You better recognize.
Oh, he's gone. Sorry.
Absolutely incredible.
You know that, Filmo. It's Leo season.
Yeah, you got a day coming up, don't you?
We got a day. We got a day now. That's my Herm Edwards. We got a day coming now.
Your family's got a bunch of days coming up, don't you?
Yeah, we got a bunch of days, yeah. Only Leo in the family, though, in the immediate family.
Okay.
A couple of Virgos, but, you know, we'll let them stay around the house.
I love the young people.
Whatever. You don't know the first thing about that, Carter. Take your vest off. What are you doing back there?
I mean,
stay a while.
Filmo is right that maybe the only thing that challenges Steph's greatness on the court is the person that he is. And it's something that you were talking, or something that I thought as a result of what you texted the thread, or the Vine, as Guru would say.
Yeah.
You said, watching Steph on Saturday, you just got an overwhelming sense of pride because he's ours. He's the Bays. He's the Golden State Warriors. He belongs to us. He's done so much for us. It is incredible to see him on that stage accomplish that. And you compared him to the other Bay Area greats, to Joe Montana, to Jerry Rice, to Barry Bonds. And something that stood out to me when I'm thinking about the comparisons between greats, and it's not that Joe Montana is a bad guy by any stretch. Jerry Rice, certainly not. Those are both great people. And Barry Bonds had his faults and had his hiccups with the media and with certain teammates and everything. You never hear any of those stories with Steph Curry. All of those guys are all-time greats on the field. Steph Curry is also an all-time great in terms of those superstars that are also incredibly friendly and gentle off the court or off the field.
And you don't even think to realize how deep his commitment is to everything else he does off the court. And I know this firsthand because my kids, both my older kids, when they worked in Oakland at the Oakland Recreation, shout out Brett Clark, who was the great rec director at Redwood Heights, he took his money and he totally reworked the Oakland summer camp program. And it became a camp that he provided a bunch of money to so that all the kids in Oakland could have access to a summer camp. And I think it's called Town Camp, that Steph and Aisha were big investors in, and they still are investors in, even though the Warriors aren't even in Oakland anymore. Steph lives down the peninsula, and he's over in Paris winning gold, and yet his reach is so much further than just Chase Center, just the Warriors, and we know that he did nets for Africa, for mosquito nets, for so many people, and so many other things that he does that we don't even realize. And then you look at him in the gold medal celebration, and he's got his newborn baby,
Caius.
He's just he's clutching Caius, and you see Aisha there next to him, so happy. And it's like, I just hope that Steph Curry never has anything that would make us revere him any less than we do.
I'm sure he won't.
I'm sure he won't. But I mean, Grandy, almost everybody has that moment. I don't want to be around for it. If it happens after I'm gone, then let it happen after I'm gone. Because, you mentioned it, like Joe Montana, it wasn't really a misstep, but his reputation now is like, you call him and he wants $50,000. And he became a Chief, and I'm not sure if which team I love more.
Root for the Niners or the Chiefs. Huh?
Right, and Barry Bonds, whatever happened with, Balco and the rest of it, that will forever taint his legacy. Jerry Rice is mostly untainted, and, Jerry's the GOAT, and he's been so good to us and all the rest of it, but Steph Curry is on a whole nother level.
No doubt.
As a human being, forget basketball, just as a human, he's up there with, like, some of the most lofty Americans that I've ever even thought about in my lifetime. Yeah. He's up there with Jimmy Carter.
The great Jimmy Carter.
And I was going to say rest in peace, but I think Jimmy's hanging in there.
I'm pretty sure President Carter is still with us.
He's hanging in there.
I'm pretty sure.
Come on, Jimmy. Hang in there, Jimmy.
Let me double check. I'm pretty sure he is.
Well, because you always give me a hard time for killing people off.
Yeah, he's still with us. 99.
99,
He'll be
bro.
100 October 1st.
I like his chances. Yeah, I know, right?
Jimmy Carter, the great Jimmy Carter.
Come on, Jimmy. Hang in there.
888-957.
Hang in there, Jimbo.
888-957-9570. Up next is Reno. Reno's on the 5. Reno, what's up? You're on Willard and Dibs. It's Grandy in for Willard. How you doing today, Reno?
Doing great. How you guys doing? Appreciate you having me on. With Steph's greatness, it's really his commitment and work ethic. It's unparalleled. I coach high school varsity hoops, and that's one of the things that I try to hit home is work as hard as like the greatest player in basketball. If you watch the Olympics, you saw Steph sprinting without the ball on defensive rebounds to get to that spot on the floor on the offensive end. He was, the other part of it is not just his initial movement off the ball in the offense, secondary action. Like he's continually moving. So when he has the ball in his hand, it's a different type of movement that he has to go through. But his work ethic is just unparalleled. And I think that's part of his greatness and that needs to be talked about even more.
Yeah, good call, Reno. I think it's something that Steve Kerr has actually been talking about a lot lately. I think he talked about it on Saturday after the win over France. He also talked about it last Friday with Bonte and Shasky on the Morning Roast, Steph's work ethic. And part of what's been so cool for Steve, being head coach of Team USA, is kind of seeing the behind the scenes of LeBron and his work ethic. And it's very similar to what Steph does. And Steve Kerr thought back to when KD was with the Warriors. And one of his favorite memories of that era was after every practice when he'd just sit back and watch Steph and KD get extra work in after every single practice. And I think his words are something along the lines of, it's no coincidence that those guys are as good as they are and have accomplished everything they've accomplished because their work ethic is just on an entirely different level than everybody else.
And that's why I think that Steph has many more years to come. And still, even though he's 36 and you think about the end of Steph Curry's career, and just watching him over the weekend made me think that he's got more years left. I don't know if he'll go full Tom Brady, but I don't see him just playing like 1 or 2 more years and saying, I'm good. And it's partly what the coach just said about secondary movement. You watch him move and, when the ball's not going his way and he cuts off the ball and he finds his way into the play, it's just so fun to watch.
Yeah, let's get into that on the other side. If Steph does have a handful of years left, maybe more than we thought, how is it going to get done with the Golden State Warriors? Because the Warriors are at a point now where you're kind of in between two areas. Are you going to go all in to help Steph try to win one more, or are you going to try to plan for the future? We'll see what the Warriors do. We can get into that on the other side, and we always have time for your calls, 888-957-9570. Before we do get on out of here, reminder to join 95.7 The Game at Harding Park on Friday, September 6th for the Pettinelli Financial Partners Golf Tournament benefiting the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Go to 957thegame.com to learn more. Presented by Atco Pest Control, the Bay Area's locally family-owned pest control company. More on Steph and the Warriors' future coming up next here on 95.7 The Game.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. No Mark Willard. He'll be back on a Wednesday enjoying some family time up in Tahoe, right, Dibs?
That's right.
Yeah.
Just saw the Instagram post of...
they're coming, right?
Oh, yeah, on a boat. And he's on a boat. He's loving it.
I'm sure it's beautiful up there right now.
Lovely, I'd imagine, yeah. He's back Wednesday, and I'm out Wednesday, which is nice.
That's right.
Yes, my young baby, my almost 2-year-old, is going to preschool.
Oh, so Wednesday, it's a big day.
Wednesday, we have the big open house in the afternoon, and then Thursday is her first day of preschool.
That's a big day. How you feeling? How's Supper feeling?
I'm feeling good, and Sup Dibs, my lovely wife Supper, she's, the emotions will be flowing.
I'm sure.
The tears will flow.
I'm sure.
Like the Ganges in the fall. There will be tears, and it's going to be hard, but, for me, this is my round 2, and it's like, get out of the car. Get your backpack.
Go to school. We need some time without a baby at home.
Totally. We actually have a lunch reservation because Thursday's my day. So, we're looking forward to that.
Yeah.
But I do want to just take a brief moment, quick aside, to give a heavenly shout out to my dad, Dwayne Dibley. 9 years ago today, he transitioned to the other side. So my sister just texted me reminding me that 9 years ago today, our dad died, Dwayne Dibley, who was the legend. He was the original GOAT. He is the funniest man I ever met. He is the reason why I'm doing what I'm doing. He was really it in our family. And I love my mom, and she's also passed on. But Dwayne was the dude. He grew up in Minnesota, and he was the first ever college graduate in our family.
Wow.
No one had ever graduated college.
There we go. Shout out Dwayne Dibley.
And Dwayne graduated college when I was 4. So that was 1972, which means he was 37.
Wow.
And he got across the finish line. Yeah, he got it done, and he raised 4 kids, 3 nightmares, and then me. Shout out the Hurricane and Mikey 1.0 and Douglas and all the rest of them. And yeah, Dwayne was it. Dwayne worked 51 weeks a year, and the only week that he took off was to go to the Humboldt County Fair. So one week a year, he would take a week vacation. He'd go to the horse races. And so coming up in 2 weeks, we're all going to go up to Humboldt for the Dwayne Dibley Memorial Race. It'll be the 8th year we've done that. So
good way to remember him.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And his ashes may or may not be scattered in the winter circle. Uh-huh. I can neither confirm nor deny. Based on, the statute of limitations on whether or not that's a felony to just throw human ashes all over the place. But
yeah, I don't know about that one. You have to do a little bit of research.
Yeah, I know it's frowned upon, but yeah. Anyway, Dwayne Dibley.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mark.
Shout out to Pop.
It.
Shout out to the OG.
Thanks, Grandy.
Dwayne Dibley. Yeah. We're getting into Steph Curry here on Willard and Dibs. Willard will be back on Wednesday again. It's Grandy in for Willard alongside Dibs here on 95.7 The Game. And you said something just before we went to break, Dibs. Maybe Steph Curry has longer left as an elite player in the NBA than we've expected. I think that's been the story for a number of years now, as we were talking about. I totally agree or think that Steph Curry is better now than he was, say, 6, even 8 years ago, potentially, even when he was a unanimous MVP. It just comes so much more difficult to Steph now, and he has to work that much harder for every single point that he scores. And Dibs, watching Saturday, after the original emotion of just pure excitement and pride, after that kind of washes away, after enough time passes, and then you start to think about what comes next for the Golden State Warriors. And I got to thinking, if what Steph Curry did and the experience that he had during this Olympic game, we know how important this was to him. He's been talking about it for years. He's desperately wanted to get a gold medal. And for the way it happened and watching his emotions on the court, even before the 4th three, the golden dagger, as Noah Eagle put it, the 3rd three, he was screaming down the court, back up the court when France is still trying to score and get back in the game. He is just letting out bellows over and over and over again. And it seems like an emotional reaction fitting of winning an NBA Finals game. Winning an NBA Finals, period, is what it felt like based on his reaction. And you have all the comments leading up to it, and Steph saying, quote, "This is the most This is the most fun I've had in a really long time. You have Steve Kerr on this very station with Bonte and Shasky late last week saying he's just excited to be back in the championship hunt again. And part of my mind drifts towards, Dibs, well, Steph Curry getting a taste of this championship moment again. It sure seems like he wants to keep feeling that feeling.
Right.
And part of me wonders if maybe his thought for the future has maybe shifted just a little bit. Not necessarily, I'm not saying like leaving the Warriors necessarily, but maybe he feels at the very least, I'm still good enough. I still love this feeling enough. I still desperately want this feeling enough that I'm willing to put my neck out there on the line and push even harder for it. And maybe that comes in the form of pressuring the organization into making a move, maybe a little bit more aggressively than he previously thought he might be willing to do.
Maybe. And I do think that he's already probably behind the scenes made his imprint on what they should do or what they could do. And that certainly is part of what you do when you're Steph Curry. And look, he's won 4 titles, and there's nothing better than being in that championship mix, whether it's in adult softball league or high school volleyball that I've been able to win titles doing, or under 8 soccer or the NBA championship or the Olympic Games. Whenever you're involved in sport, you want to be there at the end and competing for the absolute biggest prize that you can possibly compete for at that level. And so Steph Curry, he's already done it 4 times. He's got 4 NBA titles, and now he's 36 and he just got the gold medal. And there's nothing like the adrenaline of what he just went through. And I have no idea what that's like, but you could see it. And you mentioned it. After the 3rd three, he screamed. It was a guttural scream.
Like endlessly. He kept screaming.
And I love it because the first 3, he ran down court and he was
calm down.
Calm down. We're up 6. Bring it down.
Deep breath.
And he was telling the French crowd, like, look, bring it down. This is ours. And the second 3, he was running over and finding Draymond Green and saying, He
screamed, "Don't worry about me.
Don't worry about me."
That was the translation.
Over and over and over. Don't worry about me. And he said it and like directly to Draymond and directly to the celebrity row. And then the third 3, that was just a pure release of screams. Ah! Ah! And that was awesome. And then the 4th one, that's where he hit the night. And when he hits the 4th one, and that's the 4th one to me is the one that will be forever iconic.
Yeah.
But for me, it's all about the sequence of it. And the 4th one, we've seen it so many times, but that was one for the world. And the world, when they saw that was like, you got to be bleeping
me.
Yeah, because we've seen it so many times where that's not a shot that anyone should take, would take, or could take. And yet we all knew. And as soon as he shot that out of his hand, I kind of knew that it was going in, and it just was ridiculous. And he hit him with the night, and then they cut to Embiid and Halliburton, and they're both doing the night, and Tatum, and it's like, oh my God.
Yeah.
So yes, he wants that again, but what can this organization do? What can this team do between now and, I don't know, the end of Steph Curry's run, which might be 4 more years. It could be 6 years. It could be 2 years. He might want to go somewhere else. I mean, what are we thinking about Steph Curry and like where he wants to go next?
Well, that's the question. What is there for this organization to do at this moment? It feels like they're just kind of in a holding pattern because you weren't able to make Paul George happen. Whether or not you think that's a good thing or not is an entirely different conversation. But Paul George would have been a legitimate number 2, a legitimate running mate alongside Steph Curry. Maybe it was the Clippers not wanting to trade with the Golden State Warriors and help the Warriors. Maybe it was they didn't like what the return would have been. Maybe it was just as simple as the Clippers wanting to get out of the luxury tax and out of the second apron, because if they were going to trade away Paul George to the Warriors would have to have given equal money back, and that would have left the Clippers still in luxury tax hell. So whatever the reason was, you missed on Paul George, and at least in the short term or in the immediate, you also missed on Lauri Markkanen, whether that was just Danny Ainge kind of playing with opposing teams, seeing what they'd be willing to offer, but really having no intention of trading Lauri Markkanen. Whoever the case is, you missed on him. Is there anyone else out there that's good enough that moves the needle enough that the Warriors can go out and make a move for? Probably not. Are there marginal moves they could still make potentially? Some minor trades that make the team maybe a little bit better? Sure. But as Anthony Slater pointed out to you and Willard, Dibs, I think it was a couple of weeks ago now, maybe it was early last week or 2 weeks ago, he essentially said something along the lines of, do you want to use some of your resources to go out and make some minor moves now that maybe improve the team? Or do you hang on to those resources, those assets, and hope that a disgruntled star pops up in the first half of the season, and then you use those assets you held on to go get a big boy? That might be the Warriors' best path, but that's kind of putting all the eggs in the trade deadline basket, because if you don't get something done at the trade deadline and this team proves to not be good enough to win a championship or to compete in the Western Conference, then the common line that you're going to hear is, well, the Warriors just wasted another year of Steph Curry's prime, and there might only be 1 or 2 more of those years left.
Exactly. And so now you look at it in terms of where we are now versus the offseason, which is coming up here in about 8 more months. So you have the trade deadline you can deal with, and then after that, you have to worry about next year. And so do you want to take 1 more year of Steph and think, all right, let's see what we have with Kuminga and Pods, and what can we do with this team? I don't think that this team is good enough to really compete for what Steph was just able to do. So do you get desperate now this year at the deadline, or do you take a year of more information and you don't extend Kuminga and you see if Pods can get better, and you look and see if TJD can take another step and all the rest of it, and then you get to the deadline and maybe you make a decision, or you just go through 1 more year and then you figure out what you can do next offseason to try to make this team more championship ready.
What I'm worried about is, so let's essentially say that the Warriors offseason, for all intents and purposes, is done. There's not going to be a major move that completely changes the outlook for this team before the season begins. Maybe there's a slight move, but I wouldn't argue that there's going to be much, if anything, for the rest of this offseason. And say for whatever reason, it could be the same reasons that Paul George didn't happen, the same reasons that Lauri Markkanen didn't happen. You don't get a big boy in here at this trade deadline. This experience, Dibs, for Steph Curry in Paris, and watching his visceral reaction to winning another, not championship, but to winning hardware, to reaching the high in his profession, in his sport, and seeing what that meant to him, and having him say things like, this is the most fun I've had in a really long time. To hear Steve Kerr say things like, he's just excited to be back in the championship mix. If this Warriors team, again, another season without being in the championship mix, seeing the way Steph Curry reacted to winning this one in Paris makes me feel like maybe he'd be a little bit more open to the idea of, if things don't work with the Warriors, chasing 1 more elsewhere. I didn't think it was at all possible, but there was a little bit of me in the back of my head that's saying, the way he reacted, he still wants this, and he's still good enough. I don't think he's going to be open to giving the Warriors too much of the benefit of the doubt moving forward. And if it doesn't work out, it's frightening to me, but he might be open to trying to get it done elsewhere.
He might be, but I wonder what that looks like, because if he's making what he is currently making, and if he's making what he is projected to make based on how good he is, then is there a team that can afford to bring you in and pay you what you're making and be good enough to still make a run for a title? Because if he's going to make 60 and he's going to make maybe 65 or whatever that number is going to be, what team can bring him in and be a winnable team, a team that's ready to win a title by bringing in a $65 million player in Steph Curry? I don't know if that team exists based on, all the aprons and all the rest of it. So I do think that at the end of it, his best chance would be to stay and encourage them to continue to try to build around him and add around him. And if it's, Kuminga that gets traded, and maybe you sign Kuminga and you give him a big contract, and then you do what you did with Jordan Poole and you trade out $40 million of Jonathan Kuminga and you bring back in a $40 million player, and that becomes a team that maybe is more ready to win with Draymond Green.
Yeah. This is Steph Curry after the game on Saturday, talking about the big shots that he made down the stretch and also how much fun he's having. Here's Steph Curry via NBC.
Got a little out of sorts down the stretch, turned the ball over, taking quick shots, and obviously there was a big shot down or up 3 to put us up 6 that kind of settled everything, and then the rhythm, the avalanche came and thankfully the other 3 went in. But that was an unbelievable moment. I've been blessed to play basketball at a high level for a very long time. I don't know. This ranks very, very high in terms of the excitement and the sense of relief getting to the finish line.
Yeah, and he also said post-game on his Instagram page, he said, quote, "I've done a lot in the game, but this one is up there." That's how much it means to him. And he said post-game against Serbia after he led Team USA to a win in the semifinal, he also said something very similar. Here he is again on NBC after the Serbia win.
It's everything I imagined it to be. Obviously, this is my first go-around in the Olympics. Knew we were going to get challenged by a great Serbia team, and to have to beat them 3 times this summer was going to be tough. I just kind of got lost in the moment of understanding how big this stage is and what's at stake for this team, and it was special. It was the most fun, I've had in a very long time, and to dig deep like we did with this group and get a win, special. So I'm kind of basking in that right now, and obviously know we got another tough challenge, France on their home court.
Most fun I've had in a very long time. That feels like somebody who isn't just content kind of riding off into the sunset. It feels like this is a feeling and a moment that he'd be willing to chase for the final few years of his career.
Yes, agreed. But I wonder if chasing that elsewhere is something that is really feasible or worthwhile as opposed to chasing it here. And, if you chase it here, you've got an owner who will do anything for you, it seems. And you've got a running mate in Draymond Green who knows you better than anybody before. I mean, Draymond was there in the second row in Paris watching you win gold. So I wonder if, chasing it somewhere else, what does that really look like? Do you go to L.A. and try to play with LeBron? Well, they can't afford you. Do you go to Phoenix and play with KD? Well, they can't afford you.
They definitely can't afford you.
Where do you go that really makes sense where you can chase what you already have had here?
Yeah, I'm not sure of the situation. I think the feeling that I'm feeling isn't necessarily about where, but it's just about the potential inevitability if things don't go well, that Steph Curry isn't willing to just kind of hang around. And it's not that there's this perfect situation somewhere. It's just that there might be a thought in the back of his head like, this isn't working, and I might want to do it elsewhere. I mean, go back to early July, so a little over a month ago, when he was in Vegas preparing for the Olympics. He sat down with Yahoo's Vincent Goodwill, and he was asked about his future with the Golden State Warriors, and he said this.
Winning is hard in this league, man, and the fact that we've been able to do it for this long, it's been amazing. Trying to keep the core together this long has been amazing. Obviously, Clay is the first one to not be a Warrior, and so it's a different dynamic. I always want to win, plain and simple, and there's no contentment on just cashing a check and playing basketball and riding it out. Pressure is applied on, I want to win and I want to be in the best position to make that happen. Doesn't guarantee anything, but until that changes and I feel that energy changes, then I go about my business the same way, and that's where I'm at.
I want to win and I want to be in the best position to win. It doesn't necessarily guarantee that I'm going to win, but I want to be given that chance. And Steph Curry might look at this offseason up to this point, and if it's coupled with relative inaction at the deadline, maybe he might feel, as he said, the energy has changed a little bit.
Yep, for sure. And you also have the idea of him coming up on an extension at the end of the year. So he's got 2 years left, and at the end of the year, he'll have 1 year left. And so at that point, he'll have a choice to put pressure on them to extend him or put pressure on them to maybe trade him or do something else because he's running out of years. And, you mentioned it before how great he played at the Olympics, but he's 36. He'll be 36 this year. So, you look at 2 more years, 3, 4 more years, and if he still wants to win, and I'm sure he does, and he feels like
no doubt.
And he's good enough to still impact winning at a global stage. So what are they doing to help him? Better be something.
Yeah. Does DeAnthony Melton do it for you? Does Buddy Hield do it for you?
Probably not.
Does Slow-Mo, I know you love that nickname, does Kyle Anderson do it for you? I mean, I think Steph is probably aware enough to know that there's a decent chance this team is better than last year. But are they going to be legitimate contenders in the Western Conference? If this is what the roster looks like come March and April? I don't know about that. I think the other thing, and we've spent the first 2 hours just singing the praises of Steph, and he absolutely deserves every single bit of it. And this is not at all a knock on Steph, while he absolutely can still reach those highs that he's reached for the last decade plus. He is still capable of doing that. We just saw it on Saturday. We also saw it on Thursday. There are also moments where maybe he's just not quite as consistent as he had been during his prime years. Like, he can still reach this peak, Dibs, no doubt. We've seen it over and over and over again, but maybe he's just unable to reach that peak as often as he possibly can. And if you go into this coming season and you have this whole season with this roster, you're going to be asking Steph to carry a very, very heavy load again. And while he is still so awesome and so great, there does come a point where you're 36 years old and being forced to carry that heavy a load over the course of a full 82-game season, and might be a recipe for disaster come March and April.
Of course, and that's kind of what we saw this past year where, Clay was not as good as he's been, and, Draymond missed a bunch of games, and you didn't have the level of help that you need to get it done. And it's easy to look at the Olympic team and say, okay, you had KD, and you had LeBron, and you had Booker and Embiid, and the rest of them, Drew Holiday, and yeah. So it's a little bit easier to just wait until the final 3 or 4 minutes and turn it on. Well, you can't do that when you're a Golden State Warrior because you don't have that same level of help.
Yeah, you do that, you might be down by 25 going into the fourth quarter.
You might be in the play-in game, which is what happened last year.
Yeah.
So you do need more help, but the fact that he has, verbally said that he wants to still go out there and compete and win, it excites you, but it would also scare me if I was Joe Lacob.
Yeah, here's one other thing he said. That same conversation with Vincent Goodwill of Yahoo, he added on, asked specifically, do you see yourself being a Warrior for life? Here's what Curry said about a month ago.
I can clearly say I want to be a Warrior for life. That's always been my goal. And I'm saying that sitting in this chair right now. But like you said, life, and especially life in the NBA, it is a wild environment, and things change quickly, and the league has changed quickly. So we're trying to adapt and evolve. And until that, I'll let everybody know if that changes. But right now, of course, the goal is always to finish my career with one team.
That's the goal. That's the goal. But maybe something else takes the precedent. If he finds out, he might not be able to win here. I don't know.
Maybe, but I don't know what other spot he could go to where, you're going to have players that are that ready to win and guys who are making that much money. I mean, if he gets to a spot where he plays out his contract here and then he wants to go play for $10 million again or the veteran minimum, then fine. Then maybe you go to a team and be, part of a collective of talented players. But if he's making 60 or 65 million,
it's going to be tough to win no matter where you are.
It's going to be tough to go anywhere and make that kind of money and have other talent around you and still win.
Well, maybe that's the point. And shout out to the 707. If he wants to win, he should take less money and bring in some artillery. That might be the easiest path to get the Warriors to contention. We'll see if that is something that Steph Curry is willing to do, but he is clearly still at the top of this game. He was awesome in the Olympics. All right, time for a break. When we come back, Bob Fitzgerald, who was in Paris for a good portion of the Olympics, he joins us next, of course, voice of the Warriors on NBC Sports Bay Area. We'll talk with Fitz coming up on the other side. It's Willard and Dibs. Grandy in for Willard. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Bobby Fitz coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
High five! Up top! Heck yeah!
Dave's company just got the first ever...
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. No Mark Willard today. He'll be back on Wednesday. It's Dan Dibley and Mark Grandy with you here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game, reacting to everything Steph Curry did over the weekend, over the last couple of weeks for Team USA in the Olympics in Paris. And we're going to catch up with Bob Fitzgerald about it all coming up in just a little bit. We'll get him on the line coming up in just a moment. But Dibs, there's no doubt this will be a moment that we remember for a really long time. Hopefully, I think one of our callers hit the nail on the head talking about this as a bittersweet moment, because there's a chance, potentially, we spent the last half hour talking about how it might be difficult for these Warriors and for Steph Curry potentially to reach that stage once again, at least the NBA's version of that stage. Bittersweet, because it might be one of the last times we get to see a performance like that from Steph at that kind of level.
Yes, you hope not. I mean, you hope that the Warriors can, figure out how to get from where they were last year, play-in team, to a playoff team. And if they're a playoff team with Steph Curry, I don't count them out of any series, because he can do what he did 2 days ago. He can do that in a big game and propel this team.
Yeah, when you got Steph, you have a trump card that not many other teams have. And I know someone who knows that very well is on the line with us right now. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? And that is none other than voice of the Golden State Warriors on NBC Sports Bay Area, Bob Fitzgerald. Bob, it's Mark Randy in for Mark Willard alongside Dan Dibley. Thanks for joining us. How you doing? And welcome back from Paris, Bob.
What's up, guys? How are you?
We're doing great. I know you've been back stateside for a while now. You were busy over the weekend working for another team in town. But what was the experience like for you getting to call another Olympic Games, this time out in Paris?
Well, 6 Olympics, and they're all different. And I've done everything from swimming in Atlanta to men's and women's water polo in Beijing, where the United States made the gold medal in both those games. And then the other 4 Olympics are all basketball, which is more in the wheelhouse. But I love the Olympics. And, I love the success that the men and women of the United States have had in basketball, because I was there in 2004 watching Carlos Arroyo and Puerto Rico beat the United States, that spawned the Redeemed team in 2008. And, then London was super fun for me, getting to work with Doug Collins and Craig Sager, and, then Tokyo with Vince Carter, and then doing the Olympics this year. I ended up having, so many fun games, like Serbia, Australia in the quarterfinals went overtime, and Germany and Greece, and had Giannis a bunch of times and Serbia a bunch of times. So, it's a challenge, but it's fun, and it's a sport I love, and you realize, what a global game it is, and you're always appreciative that for all the national stuff when they call, and keep calling to give you an opportunity, and then getting back in the United States, and and then going to Nashville to do the 49ers on Saturday was kind of a weird left turn, but still fun to do that, because I love the NFL and I love the Niners.
Yeah, and it was good to hear you with your old buddy KT, and it had me getting some SaberCats feels, Bob, which is something that maybe only you and I can appreciate back to the mid-aughts when you were doing the play-by. And Keenan was the analyst.
Keenan's one of my best friends. So, selfishly, I love Kyle. I love John Lynch, Ed York. But getting to hang with Keena Turner, and call games and be around the Niners, and just what a special season I think they have in front of them. All that's just awesome, every which way.
Yeah, and fun for me, because it did make me flash back to, I don't even want to say how many years ago, Bob, because you and I were both younger then, but I was doing the pre and post, and you introduced me to KT, and I kind of feel like he's one of my best friends too, because he's that good of a guy. But I just want to get your thoughts and impressions on what you saw from the man that you dubbed the baby-faced assassin, and the Human Torch and the rest of it. When you see Steph Curry take over in that moment, was it kind of an awakening for the entire world to see what we've all seen for so many years?
Well, I get defensive about Steph, because what I don't like is, I think he gets fouled all the time in the NBA and gets very little love. I think he's doubted way too much. I was with him early on, in terms of, his ankles are never going to hold up and he's never going to be anything. And, he always says the work will eventually show out. So if you look at the first 4 games of the Olympics, he had 12 points total 12 points. And you had why is he even on the team? And it's his only Olympics, and he shouldn't be playing, and he's only in there because Steve likes him, and that stuff makes me mad. So in the semis, I was like, 36. Let me put that on your head, And then in the gold medal game, when France is threatening, 4 straight threes, and it's just like, don't doubt this man. And Steph said it in 2022 when they beat Boston and, that incredible game in Boston in the Garden in Game 4 that kind of turned that series around is, what are you going to say now? Like, what do you have left to say now? And so, all the things he has to deal with when all he is a good guy and a good dad and a good brother and a good golfer and a good son and a great player and a great face of the franchise, like, what are you going to say now? And so that's I get very fired up in defense of Steph Curry. So for me, I enjoyed the hell out of it. It did not surprise me. And I don't think this guy's nearly, if he's not at the peak of his powers, he's still damn good, and people need to appreciate it. And because when he's gone, he's going to be gone, and we're never going to get to see this kind of shooter maybe ever again.
Bob Fitzgerald with us here on 95.7 The Game on Willard and Dibbs on the River Islands guest line. Bob, you've been to a number of Olympics, and you were obviously out there for the majority of this one in Paris. I think maybe one of the disconnects between basketball fans, NBA fans, and then fans of watching Team USA in the Olympics is, well, Team USA is just expected to win. Winning is kind of like holding serve or getting par. It's nothing incredibly special because of the talent gap that USA has over these other countries. And obviously, game is becoming much more global, as you pointed out earlier. But being around these players for a number of Olympics and being able to experience what that's like, how much does this and does representing USA, representing the United States, and winning gold for their country mean for these world-class athletes who have already reached, world championships in the NBA? I feel like there's a lot of us out there who feel like, well, it's cool, but it doesn't quite mean as much as winning the NBA Finals. But based on how Steph reacted, on how KD reacted, LeBron, and all those guys who have done so much in this game, this accomplishment felt like it meant just as much as almost anything else those guys have done in their careers.
Yeah, I think the thing that, maybe fans don't really realize, and, they don't get into how the sausage is made, but these guys don't get paid. So you're not getting paid. You can't lose, you can't lose. If you lose, you're a failure. If you lose, oh my God, the United States lost. What kind of pressure is that? They don't, in a 7-game series in the NBA playoffs, you have a bad game, you have a clunker, and all of a sudden you keep going with the series. And if you made the NBA Finals and you lose in the finals, hey, you made the finals. What a great year. But for no money, 45 days, because they had training camp in Vegas, and then they went to Abu Dhabi, and then they went to London, and then they went to Lille, which is 140 miles outside of Paris. And then they went to Paris. And to do all that, no money, all the pressure in the world, can't lose. And to come through, that's where that exaltation and fun is, but it's also a lot of pride in what USA basketball represents. And, the thing people don't realize, and that's okay because everybody's recency bias, but, in 2000 in Sydney, the United States, won the gold medal by 2 points, and then in London against Spain, you win by 7 points. And in Tokyo 3 years ago, we won by 5 points. It's not like this is new that the world is coming. They won this gold medal game by 11. This wasn't even as close as previous Olympics. And so the world's here. Serbia and Germany and France and Canada, these teams are here. So that's going to make LA even more interesting. So when you saddle up and say, I'm going to wear Team USA, you're walking the tightrope, suspended over the Grand Canyon, and you can't fall. And that's a lot of pressure that most guys in sports don't face that, situation. And you're playing a different game with a different ball and different dimensions and different rules and different officiating. And that isn't our game. That's the FIBA game. And these other countries sometimes play that better than us.
Just real quick on that, Bob, because I am loving the FIBA rules and the 40-minute games and, the way that they officiate it. There's no ability to flop. There's no calls that are just given. What do you make of the way the game is played internationally from a rule standpoint?
Well, I think you're onto a few things, Dibs, in terms of, the court's a little shorter and it's a little more narrow. That's not that big a deal. The shorter three-point line at 22 feet or so instead of 23.9, I'm not for that. That's 22 feet's almost a little too easy. The small ball, the molten ball, is kind of weird. It's lighter. It feels different. But the officiating to where the contact creates an advantage, like, that's old school. Nothing wrong with a little bump and grind. Let's get rid of the bad breath and fingernail fouls and the constant stoppages and all the free throws and, all the James Harden snap your head back and all this gift free throw crap. I love that it's, a little more physical in FIBA within reason. I love the TV replays. They make the TV sign. These guys go right there. We mic up the refs and you can hear them talk about it and make a decision. I think that's pretty cool. I'm not for the 10-minute quarters only because it would pay everyone a lot less. They need the time for the commercials and the stoppages. But calling games, they seem to go by real fast, so that's not the end of the world. No, it's a little different flavor of ice cream, but I think it still tastes good. So to me, I enjoy it. I don't know if I'd want to see it every single day, but there's a lot to like about it for sure.
Fitz, these Olympics are kind of like an opportunity for players, kind of like the All-Star game, for all these stars that maybe haven't shared the court together to be able to be teammates and play together. And I don't know how you felt, but watching Steph and LeBron on the court together when they had spent the vast majority of the last decade as adversaries playing against each other in the finals and in playoff series all these years. You also throw in Kevin Durant, a teammate of Steph Curry again, and you called so many great moments with Steph and KD on the floor together. What was it like being able to watch those three in particular together? And maybe the last time that those three will all be Olympians. Who knows what's going to happen in LA in 4 years? But I imagine that was emotional for them and amazing to watch for you, because those three are three of the best to ever play this game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you guys like Western movies like Tombstone and stuff like that, but to me it's like, is that Wyatt Earp and Billy the Kid and Doc Holliday and all the gunslingers from the OK Corral are all coming together to face off against? I loved Steph, KD, and LeBron. Oh my God, like the three of those guys together. And while people will marvel at Steph shooting the last two games, and it was incredible, man, was LeBron James something else. Like from the exhibition games all the way through the tournament, at age 39, to do everything LeBron has done. And it was LeBron calling Steph a year ago. LeBron had, I did LeBron's last gold medal game. I mean, he won a gold medal in 2012 in London, and I've done KD's last couple gold medal games. He normally scores 29 or 30 in the gold medal when it matters, and I called him Captain America in Tokyo. But for LeBron to call Steph and go, hey, man, what do you think? Paris, Olympics, you up for it? And Steph's like, if you're in, I'm in, and that was it. So, and then KD's like, I'm always playing for the United States. He's now the only man with 4 gold medals, for our country. For those guys all to play and to play well and to play together, to me it was like the great gunslingers of the Old West, all three of them getting together when it mattered most to, save the day. So I loved every part of that. And I know those guys did too, because there's friendships and respect and relationships, and we needed all three of them, to kind of get over the finish line.
No doubt, especially in the semis. I was telling Grandy earlier, the three of them kind of tag teamed their way to lead them back from down 13 in the fourth quarter. And we've talked a lot about Steph Curry and the adrenaline of the moment and chasing a championship and the gold medal and all the rest of it. What do they do, Bob, the Golden State Warriors, to try to get their roster into a spot, not necessarily right away this year, but in the Steph Curry window? How do they get back to that spot where Steph Curry can have those types of moments again where he feels like he's chasing a chip?
I think that's a great question. And, I'm going to use the Serbia fourth quarter to get into it. Serbia had made 5 threes in each of the first 3 quarters. They went 0 for 9 in the fourth quarter on threes, and a bunch of them were wide open. And the point is, you need luck sometimes in sports. You just need luck. You need good fortune. And if you look at the NBA titles, we've had 6 different winners the last 6 years. And so did anyone see Dallas go into the finals this year? No. But they made a trade midseason, everything kind of clicked, and they were fortunate. And when the Warriors won it in 2022, They never saw Giannis on the other side of the bracket. They never saw Phoenix. Like they were fortunate and they were good. And it's okay to be fortunate and good. And so when I look at the Warriors and the way the West is right now, if you give me Steph Curry and Draymond Green, and then I've got Podziemski and Kuminga and Trace Jackson Davis, and now more importantly, Buddy Hield, Kyle Anderson, DeAnthony Melton, I've got a pretty good team that can play really with anybody. And other than Draymond missing 27 games last year, the Warriors were, they should have been a 50, 52 win team, which is right what Dallas was, 50 wins. And then you get into a playoff series. And you know what a team has to do? They have to beat Steph Curry 4 times out of 7. And given where the institutional winning, the coaching of Steve Kerr, the talent level of this team, they would need some good fortune. But why not be in the mix with Minnesota, with OKC? Denver had a chance to go high, but in the last year they've lost Kentavious Caldwell-Pope and Jeff Green. These are big losses. Bruce Brown. So you look at, is Dallas good? They are. Is OKC good? They are. Is Minnesota good? Yes. Is Denver good? Yes. But so are the Warriors, and so are the Suns. So we're in a different era of the NBA right now. Boston's at a new level. They re-sign everybody. They're amazing. I'll throw a blanket over the next 7 or 8 teams and say, given good fortune or given the right trajectory, any one of those 7 or 8 can be in the mix. And those are the big games you're talking about to see Steph on the biggest stage. I don't think his days on the biggest stage are over. I really don't. I always thought they had one more run in them and they won the title in 2022. There will be important playoff games to come, but the step up will be for Kuminga and Podziemski and Trace to help Melton, Kyle Anderson, and Hield to get to the Hall of Famers of Steph and Draymond. They're going to need everybody on board, to be as good as they can possibly be.
Bob Fitzgerald, voice of the Warriors, with us here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Fitz, there's no one better to ask this question to, having chronicled Steph Curry's entire career. I know we still have, hopefully, a number of good years left with Steph Curry in the NBA and as a Golden State Warrior, but when it's all said and done, that fourth and final 3 that he made down the stretch to seal the deal, as Noah Eagle, your colleague, put it, the golden dagger, where do you think that will stand as signature shots in Steph Curry's career? There's so many that come to mind. I think of, obviously, there were some moments in the finals against the Celtics, both Game 4 and Game 6 stand out. There was the 3 he hit over Anthony Davis in the corner. First round of that 2015. There was the 3-quarter court shot he hit in the next round against Memphis in that sealer. I mean, where does this one stand? It's on a different stage. It's a gold medal match. There's so many to choose from. But when it's all said and done, where do you think that moment will rank amongst Steph's best?
It's going to be, in the top 10. There's no doubt about it. I also would put the shot against the Knicks to break the all-time three-point record and just what that meant and what that felt like. But I'm going to go to the Anthony Davis corner 3. You had New Orleans. They elected not to foul. Warriors miss. Rebound Mo Spates. Find Steph in the corner. Anthony Davis is the wingspan of a pterodactyl. So, how he got it over him, I have no idea. Anthony Davis completely landed on him and fouled him. It should have been a 4-point play. Steph never saw the ball once it left his hand, and it rainbowed perfectly in, and the Warriors won, and that kind of triggered the whole kind of playoff run. And then you have the Memphis one where you want to talk about just taking a whole building away with one shot from 3-quarter court. It's just, you got to be kidding me. So I've seen so many of them. You love it. You're never surprised by it. And you just appreciate it because you're watching greatness. And you just see, we've seen, because they record everything now, Steph make 91 corner threes warming up in Chicago at a random Tuesday practice. There's just stuff he does that defies kind of description. So, but no, that one, and I love Noah's call. Mine would have been, there's a gold medal at the end of that rainbow, type of thing. That's probably what I would have said. But
I love it.
He gets in these moments. And it's like, 2 guys on it. Doesn't matter. Like, he's made 3 in a row. Like, that is the Human Torch. Like, that thing is going in. And so it's fun to see that and feel it. And, even his career high, the 62, he had against Portland, it was COVID. but which meant a lot of people were watching on TV, and it was a fun game to call. But he just gets in these moments where, man, a lot of people in this world have shot a basketball professionally, collegiately, high school, and all of us just randomly fooling around. This guy shoots a basketball better than anyone in the history of our planet, and we get to watch it. And that's something we should just never take for granted.
And I was even putting it in a hand-eye coordination space, Fitz, and I was thinking about the greatest hand-eye coordination athletes of all time, and I threw out Roger Federer, and you could talk about Barry Bonds, being able to put bat to ball, and Steph Curry, the ability to not only to shoot it, because yes, to shoot the basketball in an NBA game is remarkable, but that picture that you saw from the gold medal game when Wemby's closing out on him, 7 foot whatever, with his arms straight up, and yet Steph is able to hoist it above and make it. I don't know who else you would put on your Rushmore of just hand-eye coordinated athletes, like Tiger Woods?
Well, I mean, the thing is with Steph is, let's not even get into golf or ping pong or softball or all the other things that he's so amazing at. The thing I would tell people, and he doesn't show it off enough, at some point we'll have to video the whole thing, his left-handed jumper is probably better than a third of the guys in the NBA.
Wow.
His left-handed jumper. Like if he, hey, let's shoot threes left-handed or 20-footers left-handed. That's how good he is. So it defies description, and when I've played golf with him a number of times, fortunately, and you play with some pros and guys that are like on the tour, and they marvel at his golf swing, and that's hand-eye and stuff too. So I don't know. It's elite, like in every level. And then you throw in just a relentless work ethic, just thousands and thousands of shots and just superior fitness. And, then all the other things he does philanthropically and he does as a dad and all, like, there's almost not enough hours in the day for, the schedule he keeps kind of year round.
Last one for you, Bob, and then we'll let you get out of here. It was announced or reported earlier today that the Dallas Mavericks with Klay Thompson would return to the Bay Area November 12th. I know Steph and Steve have talked about how it hasn't really set in that Klay is no longer a Warrior. That reality will set in come training camp before the season begins. What will the emotions be like inside of Chase Center November 12th when Klay returns wearing a Mavericks jersey?
And it's going to be all love. That's going to be all love. Like, the Bay loves Klay. I love Klay. Everybody loves Klay. There's not, you can't have a sideways thought about Klay Thompson, like in any way, shape, or form. There's going to be a statue in front of him in that Chase Center. It's going to be well deserved. And, I hope Klay goes for 50 in that game and the Warriors win by 1 point. Like that would be how I would view it. But now the ovation when he came back after 2 years of being injured was insane. The introduction for Klay and the video that the Warriors will show honoring him, I think will equally be, pretty incredible.
So you think the Boo Birds won't be out, Fitz? Is that what you're saying?
No. That's the one thing about Dub Nation, like, having this, I'm getting ready for season 32.
Get out of here, Fitz. You can't be that old. If you're that old, then I'm that old. God.
Yeah, but, So I've seen it all. I've seen it from the, making the playoffs one time in 18 years to 6 trips to the finals and 4 titles and 4 parades and all that stuff. The one thing about Warrior fans is they are as classy and as loyal and as fierce as any group in sports in any city. And if you are in their love and respect, you never lose it. And so what I get a kick out of is even the last year we had Monte Ellis come back and Jason Richardson come back and Baron Davis come back and Antoine Jameson come back, is that if you're part of Dub Nation, man, they embrace you. And it goes to Mo Spates and Leandro Barbosa and David West and everything. So Klay? I mean, are you kidding me? Klay coming back? Like you can't hug that guy tight enough.
Yeah.
So that's going to be it's going to be an amazing night. Like I said, I hope he goes for 50 and the Warriors win by 1.
Yeah, we're looking forward to that night for sure and the whole season and to listen to you on the call for another year. Bob, appreciate your time as always. We'll catch you up next time.
All right, guys, always available. Dibs, good hearing your voice. Now, it's easy if it's just Mark and Dibs. I can go Willard, I can go Grandy. I can just say Mark and I'm good.
Yeah, exactly. And this is Mark with a C, which don't tell the other Mark, but we prefer Mark with a C and not a K.
Yes, sir.
All right, guys. Good talking to you.
Right,
Thanks,
Bob.
He's the best. Bob Fitzgerald with us here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Appreciate him taking out the time and joining us on the River Islands guest line. All right, time for a break. When we come back, we got to react to Fitz. He's confident in the Warriors in 2024. I'm not that surprised. We're sponsored by LifeSource Water Systems. More Willard and Dibs next on 95.7 The Game.
Hi, this is Sherry, owner of LifeSource. For 40 years, families have been loving our clean.
birthday here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. It's Mark Randy and Dan Dibley with you. All guests, including Nick Friedel, when he does come on the station, they appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? That includes Bob Fitzgerald, who was just on with us last segment. Bob Fitzgerald hanging out for 20 minutes, always very generous with his time. Hope he had a great time in Paris. It sounded like he did. Got to call a lot of action, including a bunch of Giannis games. Got to call Nikola Jokic games, some Germany games. It seemed like an awesome experience out in Paris. And I think Fitz did a really good job of explaining what playing in the Olympics means to these American basketball players, because almost any era, ever since NBA players were allowed to participate in the Olympics, ever since then, Team USA has been the heavy favorites to win every single Olympic Games. Maybe some heavier than others, but they've been the favorites to win, and that's a lot of pressure to live up to. After you get past the group stage, where you could drop a game like they did last Olympics, they fell in the group stage to France, ultimately still won the gold medal. Once you get past the group stage, though, it's do or die. It's single elimination. It's consecutive Game 7s over and over and over again. You slip up just once, and you're going to be labeled as the one USA team that didn't get the job done. And last time that happened, it led to the Redeem team. There was a whole movement behind making sure that didn't happen again. They got the job done, but I can imagine that pressure is not the easiest thing to deal with, and that's why we saw the emotional release from Steph and everybody else involved on Saturday once they won that game.
Yeah, and Fitz did a good job of, kind of reminding us that it hasn't been a cakewalk every year. And, you talk about the gold medal games that have gone by in recent vintage, and they've been somewhat close. They won by 5 in Tokyo, and, it's been close. In London, they won by 7. And, they won by 11 this time, but it was a lot closer than an 11-point game.
It felt a lot closer than that.
Right. And, they were down by 17 to Serbia in the semifinal game. So the world is not coming. The world is here. And I mentioned before how many other, Olympians there are in these Olympic games outside of the U.S., something like that. And it's just every other country that was in the games, they have a bunch of Olympians. I think Canada had 11 and Serbia had 6 and France has 6 or 7. And so all these other countries now are not only competitive, it's a pretty level playing field. And I wonder, and I was going to ask Bob about 2028, but it felt like a conversation for a later date. But just thinking about this Olympic team, and you and I touched on it a little bit earlier, like what's the next Olympic team going to look like? Because it feels like KD will be gone. LeBron would be gone. Steph would be gone. It feels like the changing of the tide will be here. And I wonder about, the next group of Americans, if the youngsters are going to be good enough to be able to carry the water.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see for sure, because you're right. This is like, I don't know if you want to use the phrase like the golden age of American basketball, but you have a trio like Steph, LeBron, and KD who very likely, don't want to ever say never, but very likely probably won't be playing for Team USA in Los Angeles, although never put it past Kevin Durant. He's also a year younger than both Steph, or a year younger than Steph, number of years younger than LeBron. He also has dealt with an Achilles tear and some injuries here and there. Who knows? But you're looking at the first basketball team, Team USA basketball team, without either KD or LeBron on it in a very, very long time.
Right.
Like going all the way back to the last team that didn't win it all, right? In 2004.
Yeah, and KD will be 36 in September. So next year, next time...
He'll be pushing 40.
Right. He'll be 39 in LA for the Olympic cycle. And... Steph is just a little bit younger, but not much younger. And LeBron would be 44, 43 at the next Olympic cycle.
Steph would be 40.
Yeah, because LeBron's birthday is the same day as the Caner, my sister Hurricane Gale, December 30th. So it's actually, if you look at the people who have a birthday on December 30th, it's my sister, and then it's like 3 or 4 other legends.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Like who?
I think Tiger Woods is also December 30th. I'll punch it up because December 30 birthday. This is good radio right now. We both Google it. LeBron, Tiger, Sandy Koufax.
Oh, wow.
And the Caner.
That's pretty good company.
Very
good
they're
company.
lucky to share it with Hurricane Gale.
Yeah, meanwhile, Steph Curry, born on Pi Day, shares a birthday with Albert Einstein. How about that?
Look at you. Okay.
It's a random piece of knowledge that I have in the back of my head.
314, all right. I didn't know that it was Pi Day.
Yeah, Pi Day.
Yeah. Every day is a day now. You got May the 4th and Pi Day and whatever. It's we've come up with stuff for everything. It's great, though.
Yeah. One other thing that Fitz said, and we always have to make sure whenever Fitz is on to ask him how he feels about the Warriors' chances coming up, because you're just going to get an A+ answer from Fitz. Did
you know that he's played golf with Steph Curry? It's my favorite.
Well, what was it? He came on with Steiny and Goo maybe a couple of months ago now. I think they probably were asking him about the Olympics ahead of time. And he's like, well, these people are my family. I love these people.
It's just so good. We need to find a way to get a Fitz Flex sponsored.
We really do.
I mean, the amount of flexing, and we always, the boop on the station is when anybody drops a name or tries to brag.
That bit was made for Fitz.
It really was. It started with Roxy Bernstein, but it was completely made for Fitz because, Bob's done a lot of great things. He's called 6 Olympic Games.
If I was as accomplished as Bob, that bit would be made for me because I'd be name dropping all the time too.
And if I had golfed with Steph Curry, and I don't even know how many times, but he's probably golfed with Steph Curry, I would guess 20 times.
Oh, yeah.
It's maybe more, and he'd be upset with me if I said 20 and it's really 80, but it'd be hard for me to not mention, when Steph and I were in the rough on 13 at Augusta. Boop. Yeah, so anyway.
Oh man, what an experience that would be. Talk about pressure. I mean, I'm sure Fitz is a pretty decent golfer. Probably not on Steph's level because no one's on Steph's level.
He's a good golfer. He's not on Steph's level, but
it would be pressure filled if I was golfing next to Steph. I mean, it'd be one thing trying to shoot a ball with Steph on the court, but playing golf, he's nearly as good at golf as he is at basketball. Whew, I don't know about that. But you asked him about his confidence in this upcoming season for the Golden State Warriors, and this feeds into what we were talking about earlier, potentially it getting to a point where if things don't work out well for the Warriors, maybe Steph rethinks his future because he clearly is just so set on competing and winning and being on that kind of stage like he was on Saturday in the Olympic final. So you asked Fitz about his confidence in this season of the Golden State Warriors, and he said, well, you got the Celtics who have distanced themselves from the pack, and Fitz is 100% right on that. I agree. But then beyond that, you've got, a group of 7 or 8 teams, he said, that you can throw a blanket over, and you say, if things break your way, you got a shot. And all you can ask for in this league is a shot, and Fitz has the Warriors in that group of 7 or 8 that had a shot. But the way he began the answer to your question, Dibs, was saying, quote, you need luck. And as much as maybe there are some Warrior fans, some negative Warrior fans, FPNO calls me a negative Giants fan. If there's negative Warrior fans out there that don't feel like this team is set up to be good and you disagree with Fitz, that's fine. But I think we can all agree, Dibs, if this team is going to get to something this year and they're going to be successful and they're going to compete in the Deep Western Conference, Fitz is right. You're going to need some luck. You absolutely have to have luck.
Yes, and that's going to be the case for all these teams. And I do think that the regular season, while not completely unimportant, but it's less important. I think you get into a top 6 seed and you feel like if you're healthy and you've got veterans, you can go on some sort of a run. And the Warriors were close to it a couple of years ago where you had Sacramento and you beat them in 7, and then you got to the Lakers, and that was just one where, a couple of things maybe break your way and you could have gone to the Western Conference Finals. I don't think they would have beaten Denver that year, but
if Lonnie Walker didn't go off.
Lonnie Walker the 4th had his game, and you had a couple of things not really go your way, but I do think Fitz is right in some way that, there's going to be a lot of teams that are very similar. And even last year, if you look at the NBA standings in the Western Conference, the majority of the teams were about 6 games apart, and then the Warriors just didn't happen to be one of the teams that were in the mix.
Yeah. And well, it's odd because you could look at it a couple of different ways for the Warriors last year. You could say they had health luck. They didn't really have many injuries. You had some minor ones here and there. Chris Paul missed some time, and there were some moments here and there. But for the most part, the Warriors were relatively healthy. But you can also look at luck a different way and they were relatively unlucky when it comes to the availability, not including injury availability, but just general availability of their players. And of course, I'm talking about Draymond Green and his suspension. And the first thing everybody mentions when you talk about the Warriors this upcoming season, or when you try to paint last season with a positive note, it's, well, Draymond Green missed whatever it was, 27 games. And if he plays in 20 of those 27, the Warriors win, 3 or 4 more. Suddenly they're out of the play-in game and they're up near the 6th or 5th seed. And so you could look at luck a couple of different ways. What is unfortunate is the Warriors, wasted might not be the right word, but they had a year last year where they stayed pretty darn healthy and they weren't able to capitalize on it. And considering the way that health goes in the league and considering the Warriors are one of the oldest teams in the NBA, if you are that healthy again for another season, that's going to be a major piece of good fortune that goes your way, and it is far from guaranteed that's going to happen.
Yeah, nothing's ever guaranteed, and I think last year you could look at the Warriors season and look at it 2 different ways. The Draymond suspension was honestly devastating to their hopes, but other than that, Klay was very healthy. Steph was mostly healthy. Wiggins was really healthy. He missed a week for personal reasons, but Kuminga almost didn't miss any games, and Pods was a tour de force, and TJD emerged, and you look at all the things that did break your way, and yet you were only able to get a 10 seed. So I wonder if you look at this upcoming year, and yes, you've got DeAnthony Melton, and you got Slow-Mo, and you got Buddy Hield, and I cannot wait for the Buddy Hield experience just to see what that's going to look like, because there's going to be games where Buddy is absolutely white-hot electric.
And go 8 for 11 from deep one game.
Right. And then there'll be games where he goes 1 for 14. And it's like, Buddy, please stop shooting. But it's a little bit like Klay Thompson where, Klay has to kind of shoot his way out of it. And I think Buddy Hield is a little bit similar where Buddy's, he doesn't have quite the same basketball IQ, I don't think, as Klay Thompson. So it'll be one to watch to see how he actually fits in with the overall flow of Warrior basketball. But you do have 3 new vets coming in. Your young players should be playing better. If Wiggins can assert himself, you could have a pretty interesting team.
Yeah, you could be. You're certainly going to be interesting. We'll see if it turns into wins on a consistent note or level or not for the Warriors on the court. But I think this Olympic Games gives us an opportunity to kind of look back on the offseason that was for the Warriors. And something I heard Steiny and Goo debating earlier. And if you missed it, go back on the Odyssey app or check it out on YouTube, youtube.com/957 The Game, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Steiny was trying to talk through how the Warriors might be viewing their offseason through the lens of what Steph did in Paris, specifically in the semifinals and the finals. And his whole point was, maybe the Warriors, the front office, looks back on what happened in the offseason, missing on Paul George, not being able to get Lauri Markkanen, and for whatever reason, the reason doesn't really matter, just that it didn't happen is what matters. And then you see what Steph did, and you see still how good Steph is. And you saw his peak in the semis when he scored 36 points. And you saw what he did against France in that fourth quarter. He had 12 points in the final 3 minutes of the fourth quarter, scoring 24 points. In those 2 games, he went 17 for 27 from downtown in the semifinal and final round. Just absolutely absurd. 17 for 27 is a good mark from the field, a great mark from the field. He did that from deep over the 2 most important games of Team USA's Olympic run. That's what he did. And Steiny was wondering if the Warriors watching from home, or if any of the front office was out there in Paris watching Steph Curry do what he did, makes them look back on the offseason a little bit frustrated, or maybe potentially even more frustrated than they were, because it highlights that Steph Curry is still good enough to be the number one, the alpha, the lead dog on a team that wins the championship, that is competing in the NBA for titles. And they weren't able to get him a legitimate number 2, a running mate beside him. Like, it would be one thing if Steph Curry struggled in the Olympics for the entire Olympic Games, and he comes into this season, and of course no one's rooting for this, but you say, well, he's finally beginning to fall off a cliff just a little bit. But that's clearly not the case. He's clearly still incredibly good, and maybe there's a little bit of a frustration within the Warriors front office that they haven't yet successfully been able to pair him with another star next to him.
It's just not that easy. And like Mike Dunleavy said, trades are hard. And so you think about a trade, and even if it was a Lauri Markkanen trade, which I don't even know if that was ever going to be something that was possible, but you didn't want to give up Brandon Podziemski, and I don't blame you because you have 3 years of team control of a guy who looks to be, at the very least, a rock-solid rotational player. I mean, I don't think that Pods projects into an all-star. In my opinion, he might be a really good starting player, a guy who you can play 32 minutes a night, and he's probably a winning player in the right situation. So you didn't want to part with a guy with whom you had 3 years of team control, and so that deal was a non-starter. The Paul George trade, and I said this to Willard a long time ago, I never thought the Clippers were going to trade Paul George to the Warriors under any circumstance. You're not going to, Steve Ballmer's not going to look at Joe Lacob and say, here, take my best player and go ahead and win another title. Meanwhile, we're here trying to even make a Western Conference Finals here with what we have. So I never thought that was a possibility. And other than that, what other player out there could you have possibly acquired? I think that the Warriors are in a little bit of a tight spot when it comes to acquiring a player via trade. Not a lot of teams are going to want to help the Warriors out. They're going to make the Warriors overpay in a trade to bring somebody in. So the only other way to do it would be free agency. And last year you were in that second apron, so you didn't even have the ability to go out there and pay top dollar to bring somebody in free agency. So I don't think that this offseason was one where you could look at it and say, well, here's 2 or 3 things you definitely could have done to help Steph Curry. And I think Steph knows that. You let Clay go, and that was just, going to be the way that went. I think Clay was ready for a new environment, and I think that the Warriors were ready to turn that page. And so you bring in 3 new players, and you hope that your team got incrementally better. You definitely got deeper. And so you go into this year and you think, all right, if we're at least as good as we were last year and Draymond can control himself, maybe we are a 47 or a 48 win team, and then we're a 5 or a 6 seed, and now we're a playoff team again.
I think you can say the Warriors exhausted all their options this offseason, and we don't know exactly the details of why certain deals didn't happen. You're right. Maybe it was as simple as Steve Ballmer refusing to do business with the Warriors. Maybe it was as simple as the Clippers not being interested in trading Paul George at all because they didn't want to take any money back in return. They wanted to get out of the second apron. That's a very real possibility as well. The Warriors could have exhausted and done everything they possibly could have within reason to make that happen. And then the same thing for Lauri Markkanen. Just because you tried your best and for whatever reason it wasn't in the cards doesn't mean you're not frustrated by it. You still did everything that you could, but you still go into the next season without a legitimate running mate alongside Steph. That's frustrating. But I think for the Warriors, if say what Steph Curry did in the Olympics suddenly makes a light go off in your head and you're like, you come to the realization that Steph is still good enough and he's worth pushing all your chips in the middle of the table for and going out and getting whichever disgruntled star turns up at the trade deadline. And Steph in the Olympics was enough to encourage you to go that way. I'd say that this organization has a bit of an issue because if it took the Olympics to kind of change your thinking, your thought process about Steph and what he's still capable of, then you clearly haven't been paying attention because everything we've seen from Steph suggests that he's still good enough. He happened to display it again this weekend.
I don't think that anybody in the organization watched the last 2 games of Steph Curry and thought, okay, now we need to really go all in on Steph Curry. Turns out he's still good. I think that they've thought that all along, and I think that the Olympics and the semifinal game and the gold medal game, that for me was more about the world and less about the Golden State Warriors. I think that the world, those people who are not watching Warrior basketball closely, maybe you watch the championship run and you remember Steph and Dre and Clay and KD even, and you thought, yeah, he's the ringleader for that team, but you really saw it now on display in a really stark way because you had LeBron and KD, and at the end of that gold medal game, it was Steph. And yeah, they were on the court, but when Steph hits those 4 straight threes to ice it, and he hits them with that night, that for me was a global message more than it was a message to the folks down there at Chase Center that Steph Curry is still going to be good. I do think that, the Warriors are keenly aware of Steph Curry still having how many years left, but when you watch that display, you can't help but think he might have more than just 2 or 3. He might have 4 more years, and who knows, it might even be more than that because, barring a catastrophic injury, knock on wood. Thank you, Grandy.
You're welcome.
I mean, he is fit. He's stronger than ever before, and his skill set does not seem to be diminishing at all.
And his desire does not seem to be diminishing at all.
Right.
As we saw him unleash endless bellows on the court after making those threes to help Team USA knock off Paris. All right, we can get more into that and the emotions of all of this. Warrior fans, what did you feel when Steph Curry was in the middle of that run? It was very emotional for me. I know our producer, director of sports behind the glass, Lucas Alexander, was talking earlier before the show, talking about hearing Steve Kerr talk about Steph postgame. It brought him nearly to tears. What did you, Warrior fans, feel like watching Steph? What were those emotions like? Because for me, it was just an overwhelming sense of gratitude for everything Steph Curry has done for this area, for this organization, and for the team that I grew up rooting for. Give us a call, 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs. Grandy in for Willard. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. More Willard and Dibs next here on 95.7 The Game.
High five! Up top! Heck yeah!
Dave's company just got...
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. One final hour here on Willard and Dibs. It's Mark Randy in for Mark Willard alongside Dan Dibley here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. And if you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. And while you're there, make sure to check out how Bonte and Shasky and Steiny and Goo reacted to Steph Curry's epic performance in Paris to help win Team USA a gold medal. You can also find there very shortly on the free Odyssey app, wherever you get your podcast, and as well on YouTube, our conversation with Bob Fitzgerald on the River Islands guest line. Of course, Fitz was out in Paris, not calling Team USA games, but calling a number of Olympic games. And then he got back out to States, Dibs, and he traveled immediately to Tennessee to call Niners and Titans. A relatively kind of interesting preseason game. Not a ton happened for the 49ers. They did have one major injury. Ambry Thomas, Dibs, a broken forearm.
Oh, man, you hate to see it.
Having surgery on it, announced today by head coach Kyle Shanahan. He was not a guarantee, not a lock to make the roster.
Nope.
We'll see what his future holds. Even if he does stay a Niner, he will be out for a vast majority of this season. And then this one kind of comes as a surprise, Dibs. Kyle Shanahan speaking to the media today in Santa Clara, letting everyone know that Kalia Davis, who is going to be a reserve defensive tackle for the 49ers this year and actually had a pretty good showing in Tennessee against the Titans in the preseason game, had a sack. He's having kind of just a scope done on one of his knees, and he's going to be back, according to Shanahan, quote, some point halfway into the season.
Yeah.
So the Niners are going to lose a potential reserve corner for maybe the whole year. Maybe he wasn't even going to be a Niner. And then they're going to lose a reserve defensive lineman for maybe around half the season.
Right. I think Ambry Thomas was going to get cut. So now that makes this a little bit of an easier choice because, you know, he's going to be gone for a long time with the forearm surgery. But Kalia Davis is the one that hurts because, you know, your D-line depth and your D-line run stopping has been a big question mark. And he's a guy that many people were looking at as one of these rotational defensive linemen who could help you. And, you know, you get the knee scope, and the fact that he said he'll be back sometime halfway through the year, that feels like 6 to 8 weeks or maybe 8 to 12 weeks if he's going to be gone that long. So maybe it's, I don't even know.
We're 4 weeks from the Niners' week one game, right?
To the day, yeah.
So if halfway through the year would be anywhere between week 6 to 10, you would think?
Right. And we talked about the deadline, the trade deadline, which is, you mentioned it, November 5th, I think. It's during their bye week. So if you're looking at, you know, halfway through the year, I think the Niners have a week 9 bye. I think they've got 8 games until then. So you wouldn't expect to see Kalia Davis until that time. And they even asked him if it was an MCL, and you know, Shanahan said, I don't know exactly what it was, but some stuff behind his kneecap. So there you go, some stuff.
Yikes. Not great.
No, not good at all.
That's not a stuff that you want to hear from Kyle Shanahan.
No, there were some positives, though. Not among them the fact that you tried to fade the dibber, and the dibber hit on his lock.
I didn't follow through on that one. I didn't bet it.
Smart.
Yeah.
Dibber said take the Niners in the 5.5, and it was a little bit of a backdoor cover.
It was.
They got there late. Lucas with a text helping me celebrate my win as we all try to fade the dibber because, you know, I've been running a little cold in my bets, but chalk that one up in the win column.
There you go. There's a win. See if you can make it a streak.
Yeah. And Malik Mustafa, he looks like he's playing like with his hair on fire. He's going to be fun to watch.
And there's a chance that he plays really meaningful snaps from day one because who knows when Hufanga is going to be back and healthy.
Right.
So Mustafa might have to go in there and play. That's a little scary, though, because you could potentially be looking at, say, Hufanga's not ready week 1, week 2, week 3, whatever it is. You might be looking at a safety tandem, Dibs, of a sophomore and a rookie.
Right.
It's a little scary when you've got your 2 safeties. You're supposed to be the last line of defense with that little experience. You might just be asked to be getting beat down the field, especially both those guys tend to be kind of like hybrid linebackers. They like to play closer to the line of scrimmage and tackle running backs and be run support safeties. And in today's passing league, that might not be the best combination, but it would be great experience for guys like Jair Brown and Malik.
For sure. And I think the Jair Brown, when he came in last year and started playing a bunch when you had Hufanga get hurt, I think he appointed himself very well, and he had a great Super Bowl. So I do think that Jair Brown's a guy who gained a lot of confidence over the second half of the year.
Yeah.
So I'm less worried about Jair Brown than I am about, having a rookie, Malik Mustafa, go in there. But you have other depth pieces in there. George Odom is a guy who can come in and help you out in the secondary. But it'll be interesting to see how this all shakes out defensively based on health and, the depth chart here over the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, as Kyle Shanahan did also talk about Talanoa Hufanga. We're just talking about if Hufanga isn't ready for week 1, which I would say is probably likely at this point, maybe it is Malik Mustafa who plays week number 1, but Shanahan did say this about Hufanga, whose next checkup is on Thursday. So look for news about Talanoa Hufanga late this week. Shanahan did say of Hufanga, quote, "He's doing very well. Hopefully we can get some good news and get him back at practice." So look for that coming up later this week. But if the Niners are without him, that defensive secondary might look a little bit young and inexperienced going into early in the season. One of the other positives, Dibs, in addition to Mustafa, who had that epic 4th-and-1 stop near the goal line, it was young linebacker D. Winters, who I don't know who you thought of when you were watching him play, but honestly, I did a couple of double takes because he was reminding me of Dre Greenlaw, the way that he was playing and his aggressiveness, sometimes to the point of over-aggressiveness, right, which kind of describes Dre Greenlaw, and he's obviously been able to figure it out and maybe tone it down just a little bit at times, but you need your linebackers to play with that kind of ferociousness. But D. Winters had a crazy hard hit on Will Levis, the Titans quarterback, near the goal line. I'm sure everyone on the Titans sideline was screaming at their quarterback to not take hits like that in the preseason, but D. Winters was more than happy to deliver that blow. D. Winters had a nice preseason debut as well. Now, he's likely not going to start because you did sign Devondre Campbell to replace Dre Greenlaw, at least to begin the season. But we could be looking at D. Winters as someone who may become later on in the year, potentially supplant someone like a veteran Devondre Campbell, or God forbid there's ever an injury, maybe you feel confident in D. Winters stepping in and playing that role too.
And he may start when you go to the base package when you need 3 linebackers, because right now you've got Devondre Campbell in there with Fred Warner, and if you're going to the nickel package when you got 5 defensive backs, you just have the 2 linebackers. But when you play base and you're base 4-3, that's when D. Winters might be the guy to step up there and play on that weak side, the will linebacker spot for Dre Greenlaw. And, you're going to need a 3rd linebacker. And right now, so far through one game, looks like he'd be the front runner as opposed to Flanagan Fowles, who's on the roster, I think, more for special teams than anything else.
Yeah. The other main storyline, of course, around the 49ers is Brandon Aiyuk and Trent Williams, and there's really nothing new, Dibs, from the weekend. From late last week to now, the only real update there is, and I'm not sure this really qualifies as an update, but the only update is from Adam Schefter of ESPN, who went on the Pat McAfee show and had this to say about the 49ers and wide receiver Brandon Aiyuk.
Now it looks like the focus and emphasis is on keeping him in San Francisco and not trading him. But I would say that this has had many twists and turns to it, and until there's final resolution, you don't know. But the 49ers want to keep him. They don't want to trade him. They've never wanted to trade him. They've wanted to get a deal worked out with him. The deal has been elusive.
I find it funny the way that the national media has been talking about this whole story, Dibs, because Schefter begins that whole thing by saying, well, now the 49ers want to re-sign Brandon Aiyuk, as if that wasn't what they wanted this entire time, right? Why would the 49ers ever be interested in trying to trade away Brandon Aiyuk? That makes no sense to me. I think it's all been a big game by the 49ers, Dibs, and it is a little bit concerning that they haven't been able to really seemingly make any kind of headway in relation to an Aiyuk extension. But I find it hard to believe the Niners were ever terribly motivated to trade away Brandon Aiyuk in a season in which they're trying desperately to win a Super Bowl.
Right, and if they were terribly motivated to do it, it would have been before the draft when they could have gotten more draft compensation and they could have drafted a player that they would have liked to have on their roster now. But if they wanted to trade him now, you'd want to get a player back who's at least commensurate to what Brandon Aiyuk is. And there aren't that many wide receivers out there who are available who are as good as Aiyuk. And that's what made the whole Devontae Adams 3-team trade the dream scenario, which it doesn't happen in the NFL, 3-team trades. We know that. But just talking about that with Willard last week and the idea of, picks to the Raiders and the Raiders give Adams to the Niners and the Niners give Aiyuk to Pittsburgh, that sort of a dream, pie in the sky scenario would have worked for the Niners because then you get, Devontae Adams instead of Brandon Aiyuk, and you could feel like you're still not sacrificing this year. But other than that, you're not going to trade Brandon Aiyuk for anything that can't help you right now.
Yeah, and then
that makes no sense.
Yeah, I'm with you. The other thing that Schefter said on the Pat McAfee show was how the Aiyuk conversation relates to the Trent Williams conversation.
I think their focus has been on Aiyuk, and we got a 36-year-old tackle who it doesn't matter that he misses camp. I would think that they'll get that addressed and figured out and get him in. And if he misses camp, he misses some camp, but they want him back. He's so good, they have to have him back. And I would think that they want to get this Aiyuk thing taken care of before they move on to Trent Williams.
What does that mean to you, Dibs? Adam Schefter, ESPN, saying that he thinks the 49ers are more focused right now on Brandon Aiyuk's potential extension. And then once they get that figured out, they'll deal with Trent Williams. Because to me, that makes me feel like, okay, well, maybe we're not going to get a resolution on either for a little bit still. But part of me makes part of me feel like the 49ers also aren't worried at all about Trent Williams. And maybe the reason that there's no pressure on them to get a deal done ASAP is because they feel Trent Williams doesn't need a long buildup to get ready for week 1.
Right. And you probably wouldn't have him in camp anyway, really practicing every day. I mean, he'd be in camp and he'd be going through some drills, but it's better off with an older offensive lineman that he's able to not be on the field. So I don't think that you're really worried about that at all right now. He wouldn't have played in any of the 3 preseason games. And now that you've canceled joint practices with New Orleans, which is due to injury, and you've got guys already dropping like flies here in your camp. So the last thing you would want is for Trent Williams to come in and get a soft tissue injury or, hammy or a groin or whatever that can sometimes happen to offensive linemen. So I don't think you're worried about him coming in and not being fit. I'm sure Trent is out there doing everything he normally does to get ready to come in and compete. But money-wise, it's the Brandon Aiyuk money that has to get settled first, and then the Trent Williams reshuffling or the restructuring. You can find out how much you have left after you do Brandon, assuming that they actually get a deal done. And it feels like there's some momentum, at least, toward him getting a new deal, not playing on the 5th-year option. I think the idea of them trading Brandon Aiyuk is dead. It feels like, there have been no whispers. I haven't checked in on our friends from Pittsburgh lately, but it feels like that part of this is no longer in play. So it's either play on the 5th-year option or get an extension, and I think that they want to extend him. I'm sure he wants to get that money. Once that's done, you can see what money's left over to try to work with Trent and his deal.
Feels like the Niners are willing to put up with the drama of not having their all-pro receiver in camp just to win the contract, to win the negotiation, and to, a good reason they want to win it. They're trying to keep this team together as much as they can. And at this point, every hundreds of thousands of dollars matters, and it makes it easier to figure things out contractually and monetarily and everything. So I get why maybe they're being a little bit difficult here. But at what point do the 49ers, if Aiyuk continues to not blink, and I guess maybe he's blinked a little bit by refusing to be traded to certain places like New England and Cleveland, but if he continues to not blink and is unwilling to sign the Niners contract offer, which has been reported to be around $26 million per year, we don't know what the guarantees would be. But if he refuses to sign the deal that's on the table for him right now, at what point do the 49ers say, okay, Brandon, sorry, we have to kind of put you to the back burner for a second because we got to get Trent Williams in here. Like if it was a done deal and they knew what they were going to sign Trent no matter what, it would have happened already. they probably feel relatively confident that it can happen. But at some point, if you're left with the possibility of having neither of them for week 1, you're not going to just continue holding off on Trent because you haven't worked it out with Aiyuk yet. At some point, you're going to get to a point where you got to just say, okay, Trent, like, let's get this figured out now so you can play 4 weeks from now when Aaron Rodgers and the Jets are in town.
I think both of them are in that same boat where you have to, make a decision. With Brandon Aiyuk, it's either we're going to sit down and hammer this out and get this done, or no more contract talks and you got to play football or not. And same thing with Trent. And, when you get to the spot where, all right, Trent, you want to get a little bit of a restructure, you want more money, you're not happy. We get that. Here's our offer. Take it or leave it and, come play football because we're getting down, like you said, 4 weeks. It's 4 weeks from today. You've got 2 more preseason games and you got to start getting in there and figuring out the work you need to put in to get your team ready. And you got to know who you're going to have. And if you're not going to have Aiyuk because he is dead set on getting a new contract, well, then you got to figure out who you can play at X receiver. If Ricky Pearsall is going to be healthy, or maybe it's Chris Conley, or who's it going to be? Jawan Jennings that you put out there opposite of Debo. And same thing with your offensive line. You got to figure out if Trent Williams is really going to come in and play, what does he need to get his deal done in order to be ready to play? All these things, we're not up against the deadline yet, but every day that goes by, we're getting closer to it.
Well, we were on the air 2 weeks ago, and I shared with you, I feel like the week, the day, the time period where I start getting worried about both these guys is this week when the joint practices were supposed to happen. Because Kyle Shanahan has said time and time and time again, these joint practices, which the Niners generally do leading up to, I think when they had 4 preseason games, it was either the second or the third, probably the third preseason game. Now it's leading up to the second preseason game because they only have 3 preseason games. But you practice against the team that you're going to play against leading into that preseason game. And Shanahan has said that those joint practices, those 2 days where they share the field together, are more important and more valuable to a team, at least in his opinion, than any of the preseason games. And now the 49ers, I'm sure this is not an easy decision for Kyle because, again, he values these joint practices so much. The Niners have had to cancel their joint practices with the Saints, which, by the way, were going to take place in Irvine, even though the game is here in Santa Clara, because the Niners don't have enough practice field space.
Yep.
How wild is that?
That's super wild.
I mean, Levi Stadium is, a decade old, and you don't even have enough space to house joint practices?
Yeah.
How is that possible?
Maybe you don't have a second locker room right there at the practice facility, or maybe it's just you don't have enough fields because you've been down there and you've got like 3 fields in a row stacked back to back to back, and maybe you need more than 3 to have 2 full 90-man practice squad, preseason squads to be able to be out there. Maybe it's not big enough.
You were going to get ready for a preseason game at your home stadium by traveling to Irvine to do joint practices with the team that was going to come to Santa Clara and play you.
It seems weird.
It's wild.
It's super wild.
It's wild. Almost more wild than the fact that they had to cancel it because they don't have enough bodies.
Yeah, they have too many guys who were injured. 23 injured players right now?
23 guys missed the Thursday practice. Now you throw in Kalia Davis and Ambry Thomas, who would be unable to participate. And then you also, I think those 23 players that missed includes Aiyuk and Trent. They're just not because of injury, but because of other reasons. But yeah, 23, add in those 2. Now 25 guys who would be unavailable to participate in those joint practices.
That's crazy. It seems alarming that, you have that many guys hurt this early in camp. Like, what are we doing? Are guys not coming in proper shape, or do you have just players with minor issues, minor injuries, things that guys could actually play through if it was during the regular season and you're just being really cautious?
Yeah, I don't know. It's not a good sign. And if you were to, make a case against the 49ers going into this season, health certainly would play a role into it. The drama relating to Aiyuk and Trent Williams would play a role into that. And if that stuff happens, and if you have injuries and you're not healthy, you're going to have to rely on some of your younger players, Tibbs. And I did our post-game show on Saturday with Sterling Bennett after the game against the Titans, and I was looking through some of their recent draft classes, because if these injuries are things that lead into the regular season, you're going to need your youngsters to kind of pick up some of the slack. And Dominic Pooney might start at right guard. He was the Niners' 3rd-round selection in this most recent draft. That looks to be like a major successful pick. You had Renardo Green, a DB from Florida State, who played. Ricky Pearsall, your number 1 overall pick in the 1st round. He did not play because he is dealing with the minor injury. We already talked about Malik Mustafa. He's looking like a quality player this early in his career. But also Isaac Garendo did not play. Jacob Cowing did not play, in addition to Ricky Pearsall. And then you go back to some of the other drafts to find out who maybe are some of the under-the-radar players that might need to fill in. And I stumbled upon the 2022 draft, Dibs.
Okay.
This was the Brock Purdy draft. Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant, picked the final pick of the 2022 NFL draft, and that's obviously been the greatest draft pick in the history of NFL football. To get anything, let alone what Brock Purdy is, out of that pick is absolutely insane. And it saved that draft. Let me just read through some of the names for the 49ers in the 2022 NFL draft. The Niners' first selection in the 2nd round, they didn't have a 1st-round pick, was Drake Jackson. Drake Jackson out for the year. And even when he's been healthy, hasn't been able to do all that much. He had 3 sacks, I think, week 1 against the Steelers this past season. Played a handful more games, missed the rest of the season, hasn't played this entire season. Their 2nd selection in 2022, Ty Davis-Price, no longer on the team. He gone. 3rd selection that year, Danny Gray, who might not make the team this year.
Right.
He's best known for catching a deep ball from Trey Lance in the preseason a couple of years ago.
That's it.
4th round pick and 4th overall pick, Spencer Burford, who played for you last year and was solid, not great, but that's by far of that group so far, probably the best draft pick of that group. But it's not as if he is an entrenched starter.
No, he's not practicing right now.
Dealing with a broken hand.
Yeah. So, and you got Dominic Pooney, who looks like might be taking his spot.
Even if they both were healthy, Pooney might be starting over. And that's
Exactly.
how good Pooney has been, and maybe how uninspired Burford's performance has been. After that, you have Samuel Womack, who for years has been rumored to, maybe he's the next nickel corner for the Niners. He hasn't panned out. And then you got Nick Zakelj. He's an offensive lineman, for those who don't know. Nick Zakelj, he hasn't really done anything.
Probably won't make the team this year.
Maybe not. We'll see. Kalia Davis, who we just talked about earlier, he's now out for maybe half the season. Actually played pretty decent on Saturday, but hasn't done anything so far with the 49ers. Has played in 3 games in his career. After that, Tariq Castro-Fields. I don't think any Niner fan really knows who that is. He was a cornerback, no longer with them. And then the last pick of the draft was Brock Purdy. Like, you're dealing with injuries and you're already a veteran group. You need to rely on your draft classes. And aside from Brock Purdy, you're getting almost zero help from this draft class. Absolute, like nearly zero. An entire draft class aside from Brock Purdy. It is crazy how this 49er team has been able to keep up their level despite not getting a lot of impactful players in drafts the last couple of years.
It's because they've done a lot with free agency and not necessarily the top of the free agency market, although Javon Hargrave was a guy they spent a lot of money on at the top of free agency, and hopefully he has a better year this year. But now you're looking at Malik Collins and Leonard Floyd, guys who you brought in from the outside, and even smaller players like Rock Ya-Sin, who you hope can provide depth. Another undrafted player by you, a guy who comes in with a little bit more experience, and Yetur Gross-Matos, who comes in, and another guy you brought in through free agency, Jordan Elliott. So all these players that you haven't drafted, you've brought in on smaller deals to try to give you the depth that you would have hoped you had through the draft, but you haven't. And, you go back to Javon Kinlaw, and, other highly drafted players that haven't worked out for you. And
Trey Lance.
Right. You've had to supplement it. You've had to augment your draft misses with free agency, and they've done a pretty good job of that. But that's kind of the way that this roster has been built.
I mean, look at 2021. The 2021 draft, the year before the year I was just laying out. That was Trey Lance, then Aaron Banks. That's been a great pick. Aaron Banks is an entrenched starter and looks like he will be for years to come. After that, Trey Sermon, not a Niner anymore.
Nope.
Trey Lance, obviously not a Niner.
Yep.
Then Ambry Thomas,
Yep.
who might not be a Niner anymore come a couple of weeks. Jalen Moore, who's not going to start for the Niners on the offensive line.
He might.
Well,
if Trent Williams doesn't show up, he's starting.
If he starts, it's an issue. He's
Right.
played in 6 games as a Niner in a number of years. And then you have some really great picks after that. Diamador Lenore in the 5th round, Talanoa Hufanga in the 5th round, Elijah Mitchell in the 6th round. Those are all great values for those spots. But there's been a lot of misses lately, even just last year. And I know we could do this with every single team's draft, but the Niners have made a habit of missing on some of their earlier picks. Cameron Latu, they picked in the 3rd round last year, hasn't played a game. And he was in danger of being cut last year before he got placed on season-ending PUP or season-ending IR because of an injury he picked up in training camp. There will come a time where the 49ers need to turn to their younger, cheaper talent. And that's why there's so much riding, I think, on this draft class for the 49ers, and why it was so good to see it from Alec Mustafa and from Dominic Pooney and Renardo Green, and why you just hope that Pearsall, Garendo, and Cowing can get healthy. Because with Brock Purdy's contract looming, you're not going to have the ability to go out and sign a Javon Hargrave in coming off season. You're simply not going to be able to do it. You're going to have to hit on your draft picks.
Right, and that's the way, most teams are able to sustain is through that very way, through hitting on the draft. And even if it's not your high picks, and you mentioned the draft from 2021 where you did pretty well at the bottom of the draft, and Elijah Mitchell is an interesting one. I don't know if he's going to wind up making this team this year, if he's going to be the 3rd running back behind Jordan Mason and Christian McCaffrey. It feels like Mason has jumped over Mitchell. You have Matt Breida in the mix as well, so there's not going to be a lot of spots. I don't know if Matt Breida makes the team. It might come down to Mitchell or Breida. I think Jordan Mason absolutely makes the team. He provides a little bit more of a physical run than what you have even with Christian McCaffrey. So I think that Mason makes the team coming out of camp, but might come down to Mitchell or Breida. And then, like you said, looking at the future, you've got to find a way to get these guys on their rookie deals to actually hit and stick around. You can't always be out there shopping in free agency and spending big money.
Yeah, and the Niners did officially sign Robbie Chosen to a 1-year deal. We decided it was Robbie Chosen, not Chosen Anderson, although it was at one point Chosen Anderson. Now it's Robbie Chosen, Robbie. They sent him to a 1-year deal, and they got injuries all over the place. They had to cancel their joint practices with the Saints coming up on Thursday and Friday of this week because they just simply do not have the depth of bodies to hope to make sure that they can get through that joint practice session with the Saints unscathed and with an amount of players that they feel comfortable enough going into the final 2 weeks of the preseason with. So we'll see what the future does hold for the 49ers, but really no update on Brandon Aiyuk and on Trent Williams. And before we do move on, Dibs, I just want to ask you, because I know this was the week that I pointed to as the moment where I would become worried about Aiyuk and Trent Williams. At what point do you become worried about them potentially? Because I don't think Aiyuk is going to get traded, but at what point do you become worried that maybe this turns into a situation where either or both of them potentially miss regular season games?
I would wait a couple more weeks for that because, you've got this week and it's, Saints week and you got that game coming up this weekend. And then after that, it's a short turnaround for the Raiders. I don't think that either of them, even if they signed right now, I don't think either of them would play in either of those games. So really, for me, it's about the run-up between the Raider game and the actual opener of the season. It's about a 2-week period, 2.5 weeks between the Raider final preseason game and the Jet Monday night game. So that's where I'm looking for them to both sign because you're going to have a bunch of practices in there. And so you get past the Raider game, they both get signed. What does Aiyuk need? A week to ramp up and to get out there and, start to run and stretch and, get through the soreness and then be ready to play football. And probably the same thing for Trent Williams. So I would look at more than a week, probably about a week and a half out, back timing it from the Jets game. So that Jets game is what, the 9th, I think? Yeah, it's the...
September 9th. Monday,
9th.
September 9th.
So as long as you're in by let's just say August 25th, which would be 2 weeks from yesterday, that's about the time that I think they have to be in by.
We'll see. We'll see. And we'll, of course, keep you updated if anything does happen regarding Aiyuk or Trent Williams or both here on 95.7 The Game. All right. The story of the day, Dibs, has been about Stephen Curry and his performance at the Olympics, willing Team USA to a gold medal with his performance in the semifinal game on Thursday against Serbia and the final game, the gold medal game on Saturday against France. In those final two games, he went 17 for 27 from deep in those two rounds. And how about this for a statistic? I pulled this courtesy of Raymond Ritter, the great PR director for the Golden State Warriors. Players with 4 or more NBA titles, 2 or more MVPs, and an Olympic gold medal, Dibs. 4 or more titles, 2 or more MVPs, and an Olympic gold. Bill Russell, Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, LeBron James, and Steph Curry.
That's it.
That's the list.
End of list.
Those 5.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good list.
Very good list.
You can make a starting 5 out of that. Steph, Jordan, Magic, LeBron, and Bill Russell.
Yeah. Steph, LeBron, Magic, Jordan, and Bill Russell.
Those are the 5
with
to have
4,
ever.
2, and 1.
Correct.
4 titles, 2 finals MVPs, or
2 just MVPs.
MVPs.
Yeah.
And then 1 gold
at least
medal.
an Olympic gold medal.
Interesting. Wow. I mean, that's incredible company when you think about it, because KD has got more golds, but he's got 2 titles. He doesn't have the 4.
And he only has 1 MVP.
Right.
Yeah.
So just even the list of players with 4 titles, it's not that long.
No.
Like you've got Draymond, but he doesn't have the MVPs. Clay's got the 4 titles.
Not MVPs.
Robert Horry has like 7 titles, I think.
I don't think he has an Olympic gold medal either,
Nope.
but yeah, certainly doesn't have the MVPs.
But yeah, if you just work off the list of players with 4 titles, that list in and of itself is very small.
And the Olympic gold medal stat added in there, it kind of takes away a lot of players because until what year was it when NBA players were allowed to participate in the Olympics? It was not that long ago.
Right.
So
92, I think.
Yeah, so Bill Russell has it because he won it before he got into the NBA, an Olympic gold medal. But so many of the players, say of the 70s or the 80s, who were great and maybe have the 4 finals and the 2 MVPs, weren't able to get the Olympic gold because NBA players weren't participating in the Olympics at that point. So that's kind of a limiting factor here, but still, anytime you're in the conversation with Bill Russell, Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, and LeBron, you know you're doing something right.
No, it's incredible. And, if you look at the amount of players with just 4 titles, there aren't that many of them that have it. Like Tim Duncan's an interesting one because he's got the 4 titles. He's actually got 5 titles. And I would guess that he has 2 MVPs.
I would think so. Definitely at least 1.
3 finals MVPs. And I don't know if he has an MVP. Yeah. 3 finals MVPs. I'm just looking at his
2-time most valuable player, 2002, 2003.
Okay. But I don't think that he won gold. I don't even know if he represented Team USA, being from St. Croix and the Virgin Islands.
Interesting. Yeah.
Because he would have been, he got bronze in 2004. He was a part of the bronze medal winning team in 2004. So there you go. He did actually represent the U.S., but he was a part of that losing team
that led to the redeemed team in 2008. Yeah.
And some of these other guys with more than 4 titles, Steve Kerr is one. He's got 5. You got Ron Harper and Dennis Rodman, Don Nelson, shout out Nelly, and basically all of those Boston Celtics who played from 57 to 69. Like Russell's got 11, Sam Jones has 10, and all these other guys. But to your point, like John Havlicek, he won 8 with Boston, but I don't think that he played as an amateur before he became a pro and, went for gold before the pros were allowed to play.
Let's see. I'm looking at the only thing from this list, the only thing that's keeping Andre Iguodala off is the MVPs because he's a 4-time NBA champion and he won gold for the U.S. in 2012 at the London Olympics, but of course not an MVP at any point in his NBA career. So Steph Curry joining elite company with Bill Russell, Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, LeBron James, and Steph Curry. And he helped will Team USA to victory. Something that I teased for you off-air, Dibs, was the French call of Steph Curry's barrage on Saturday at the Olympics. An incredible call because this is the French call, of course, when Team France is fighting tooth and nail to try to win a gold medal on their home floor, and then Steph Curry goes human torch mode, and here's how it sounded on French TV.
Attention, attention au tir de Steph Curry. Oh non, mais non, mais non. Steph Curry. Au buzzer, mais c'est pas possible. Qui renverse pour Kevin Durant. Ah, il a la main chaude, Steph Curry, il a la main chaude, il a la main chaude. C'est pas possible. Il a la main chaude, Steph Curry.
C'est not possible.
C'est not possible.
It's not possible.
It's one of the best lines. And I read this online. I don't know if there is a French speaker in the audience listening that could shoot us a text on the text line that can confirm this. But apparently one of the lines that the French broadcasters used there translates to, "This devil named Curry is hurting us."
I mean, they're not wrong. I don't know if I would call him the devil, but, you know.
To France that day, he was.
No doubt.
He dominated.
C'est not possible. It's so good. And Curry, just the way that they're saying Curry over and over.
Man.
Just to put a bow on your stat from Raymond Ritter, and I love it. I was thinking about Kareem Abdul-Jabbar as somebody who had to be on that list because he's a 6-time champion. He's a 2-time NBA Finals MVP. But in 1968, he boycotted.
Oh,
he said
that's right.
He boycotted Team USA, which the U.S. went out and won the gold medal in the games in Mexico City. And that was right in during the time where he had changed his name.
Yeah.
And so because of the backlash, he chose not to go out. He would have made the team, obviously.
And they would have still won with him. He would not have held them down. That's
exactly.
for sure.
So he would have been on that list, and that's why he's not on the list.
Well, Kareem being on that list would not tarnish it at all because Kareem is as good as you can get.
Yeah.
Even if it included one more name, and that other name was Kareem, that's still a great company to be in.
And Shaq, somehow not on there. 4-time champion. And Shaq won gold in 1996, but apparently Shaq does not have 2 MVPs. He's got 3 finals MVPs.
Does he have only 1 regular season MVP?
I'm just looking.
One 2000. He was the NBA MVP, and that's it.
Yep, there you go. Interesting list from the great Raymond Ritter.
It's hard to get on that list.
Totally.
It's hard and makes what Steph Curry has done that much more impressive. I mean, those are legitimate all-time greats in the sport, and Steph Curry is up there with them. And obviously, you'd have to go back and like run through the Olympic runs. Obviously, like LeBron is on a stage to himself, and you could say the same for Michael and everything that they've accomplished. But for Steph Curry to win his gold medal the way that he did, I know Fitz, who was on with us a couple of hours ago, Bob Fitzgerald, who's been around Team USA in the Olympics a lot, talking about how it very rarely is a walk in the park. At least in the gold medal game, it's generally very competitive. I feel like a lot of us think about Team USA in the Olympics, and we think of it as kind of that walk in the park. And Steph, and a lot of these guys have multiple. Like LeBron has multiple gold medals. Michael Jordan and Magic Johnson, of course, were together on maybe the greatest basketball team ever, the Dream Team, way back when, with everybody else that was awesome from that era. Steph Curry was the driving force behind it, and if he did not get the job done, if he did not do that himself, he would be off this list, and he would not have another opportunity. He's got to be the only guy on this list, at least in the modern game, to have one shot at it. To be that great and to have only one shot at winning the Olympic gold, and he did not let it pass him by.
Yeah, and I mean he was so big down the stretch in those games too. That's what makes it even more special because everyone expects the U.S. to just go out there and win, just show up and win. And Steph had to wait. He didn't want to go back in 2021 because of COVID, and so 2016 he was injured. 2012, don't know if he was quite good enough to make the team. So this was his one and only shot, and everybody. And I feel bad for all the people who are saying, oh, don't go, Steph. We don't want you to get all worn out before the NBA season.
That's what Willard was saying, right?
Yeah. So many people like, oh, I don't want you to play, Steph. I don't want you to play because I want you to be fresh for the Warriors season. And now we have this memory to all enjoy forever.
Yeah, Willard tweeted, let me find it really quick. He tweeted something about that. Give me a sec. My Twitter's not loading. He tweeted something along the lines of how he was happy that Steph got the job done, but even happier that he stayed healthy. Glad you had fun at Stephen Curry 30. Even happier you made it through healthy. Which, I mean, he's not wrong. Like, I would hate to see Steph get injured, but that's not what I'm taking away from this Olympic Games. That is not on the top of my list, that's for sure. And you can berate Willard for that coming up on Wednesday.
No doubt.
We can tag team.
I won't be here Wednesday, but
you're right.
Next Monday I'll come at him.
I'll berate him on Wednesday. Then.
Perfect.
Yeah. All right, we got to take a break. When we come back, one final segment to get to. We do got to mention the Giants, who are beginning a really important series, and what a pitching matchup tonight at Oracle Park. We can get into that on the other side, and we'll take your calls, 888-957-9570. We're sponsored by Lucky California. More Willard and Dibs with Grandy in for Willard. Dibs is here as always on 95.7 The Game.
Everyone's playing the savings road trip game of Monopoly at Lucky. This week, collect bonus game tickets when you buy select sizes and varieties of Doritos, Fritos, Ruffles.
So Dibs and Grandy with you today. We'll be back tomorrow. Dibs is then off on Wednesday. Willard back on Wednesday. So it'll be Willard or Dibs for this week. I know that's the line you like, Dibs. That's coming up the rest of the week here on 95.7 The Game on Willard and Dibs. What also is coming up the rest of this week, Dibs, is a hugely important series for the San Francisco Giants. They're just casually winning series left and right. They could have had a really nice series sweep yesterday if they did not let some bad base running get the best of them. But despite that loss, you blink and suddenly they're only a game and a half out of a playoff spot. Dude. It's kind of crazy. They've gotten major help because the Braves and Mets and the Cardinals, to a lesser degree, keep losing. The Padres and Diamondbacks are unstoppable right now, and they're making it a race for the NL West. The Dodgers are not running away with the division because the Diamondbacks and Padres are doing nothing but winning every single game they play lately. But the Braves have lost 7 of their last 10. The Mets are 4-6. The Cardinals are 4-6. The Giants are 7-3, and they have quietly made up some good ground. But we could only be the Giants a half game out if they had just taken care of business and not made outs on the base paths yesterday and swept the Detroit Tigers. But still, you win a series. That's now, 4 straight series won, or 4 out of 5, and the only one they didn't win was a 2-game split with the A's. They're playing much better baseball lately, and it's suddenly translated to the standings.
No doubt, and this is